Thanks to pure chance, Leon came across a supercomputer from the dark era of humanity, and from that moment on, his life will never be the same. It all started with the fact that in the first year of the sunset of the human era, humanity was prepared for a terrible fate, to face terrible monsters that came to our world. But at the same time, people appeared who received great power to resist these terrible monsters. There were also people who could feel this power but could not awaken it. They were also recruited and lived a carefree life, while ordinary people lived their everyday lives, trying to survive in the new reality. Several young people were engrossed in a new game that was recently released. They were playing it on their hologram screens. The main goal of this game was to free the beauty. Leon loved such games because there you could feel like a real hero, because he was an ordinary schoolboy and he spent his life carelessly. While he was enthusiastically looking at the interface of the new game, he heard how the crowd around him began to go crazy with joy after seeing the car of the awakened one, and everyone ran to meet him. A cortege surrounded by police and military drove around the car. It seems that those who were awakened were very important personalities at the level of politicians and superstars. The car stopped. A man was sitting inside it. He was in a military uniform and looked very stern. Feeling this excitement, Leon also turned away from his game to look at this awakened one, but he did not understand what was so special about them. But he was back to his game and couldn't wait to save his virtual beauty. A message appeared on the screen saying that he should put his palm in order to start the game. He did so until suddenly something very strange began to happen. Everything around began to be filled with bright light, as if an energy burst out of the screen that wanted to capture him. He began to feel that his hand was being pulled inside, and with it his whole body, as if the game wanted to swallow him. Everything began to flow before his eyes. The girl who was on the game's screensaver said that the download was almost complete, and the shadow system was officially launched. He began to worry, not understanding what was happening, and asked himself what shadow system it was about. Leon found himself as if in another space, and seeing his shadow realized that it looked very strange. It was as if his other illusion or alter ego was looking straight into his eyes. He was shocked and screamed in terror, not understanding where he got to and what it is, because this creature appeared from his shadow. The system began to announce that the materialization of the shadow was completed, and the voice said that Leon should perform the tasks proposed by the system in order to receive experience and rewards. The system said that the shadow can only be seen when using, and he has to fight with it and complete tasks. He decided that this must have been a reward for the fact that he saved that beauty from the game. Meanwhile, his modified shadow repeated everything after him. Remembering the beauty, he immediately rushed to the screen to check what other tasks he had left. A new task appeared on the screen. It said that he should destroy an ant in the garden with the help of his shadow. Leon said that this task was very simple and immediately sent his shadow to complete this quest. The shadow immediately shrunk to the size of an insect and flew to look for an ant. In a moment, she found a small ant. Ta already pounced on it with her fists. The poor ant did not expect such an evil and strong pursuer, but was very frightened. Between the shadow and the ant, a real brutal battle began. Not to the death, but to the death. Leon at this time watched their battle a little confused, because this phenomenon was quite strange. Eventually, he received a notification that the task of destroying the ant was completed, and now he can get his reward. He prepared to collect his reward for a job well done. Suddenly, he was overcome with strange feelings, and he began to feel the energy of the flow. This meant that he could become awakened. Leon was delighted because he could not even dream of such a thing, and it was a real miracle. He began to jump with happiness and shout that he felt the energy of the flow, and now he has a chance to become awakened, after which he immediately ran home. People who paid attention to him began to discuss the fact that he was from the Lin family. They said that this guy must not know something. When he ran to his house, he saw that there were a lot of police and military vehicles, but he didn't even pay attention to it because he was very excited about his discovery. He opened the door and turned to his mother, saying that everything worked out for him. His mother was surrounded by the police and some people. She excitedly said that he should run away. Seeing these men, he was very scared because these people were awake. He excitedly asked his mother what happened, but she once again repeated in a frightened voice that he should run away. He was even more frightened and said that he did not understand anything. Suddenly from behind, someone grabbed him by the head and said that he would not be able to escape. It was an armed soldier. He pointed a gun at him and pinned him to the floor so that Leon couldn't even move. He angrily asked who they were and why they needed his family to prepare even to enter into battle with them. The man told him that his father had deserted during the mission, which resulted in the destruction of his entire squad, and now they were investigating. Leon said that this is not true, but his father would never do such a thing, because he always protected people and served faithfully. This man said that an investigation is currently underway, and if he is not guilty of anything, he has nothing to worry about, but warned that his mother would still have to go with them, because it was an urgent measure. Suddenly, Leon jumped up and jumped out and found himself next to the soldier who had been holding him until then. He grabbed a gun from him and said that his father was not a traitor, and he could prove it. Leon pointed a gun at them and said that they should let his mother go. One of them warned him that this gun can only be used by a person who has the energy of the stream. He shouted loudly that they had no right to touch his mother, and a powerful energy surrounded him and enveloped his body. They were frightened and shouted in surprise that this could not be because the gun had activated. One of the officers yelled that he had the energy of the flow and they had to stop him immediately. The gun went off and the bullet went straight into the officer. Everyone held their breath and couldn't believe it. The bullet hit the protective barrier and energy flares began to develop around it. Leon was very excited when he saw everything and said that it was the power of the awakened. After all, the man managed to stop the bullet, but he held it in his fingers as if nothing had happened. He said that he did not even know that Leon possessed the energy of the stream. He said that he would not allow them to take his parents away and added that his father was not a traitor. His mother said that he should calm down and not resist these people because they were representatives of the government. She said that she was very sorry that she and her father did not know that he had the energy of the flow, and she was sorry that they would not be able to see how he would grow up. Tears flowed from Leon's eyes. They started to go out and take his mother. The war awakened at the end, saying that he thinks his father is not guilty, but they need to figure something out. He also told Leon that if he wants to help his parents, he should make an effort and wake up as soon as possible. Therefore, he needed to prepare, because in a week the trials of the awakened will be held. They are held once a year, and he has the right to fail it. Leon asked the system how much experience he needed to awaken. The computer replied that it needed 100,000 experience units. He asked if he could kill 100,000 ants to do so. The system is responsible that he can apply automatic mode to make the shadow fight on its own and pass the task without him. But he understood that you can't rely only on the shadow, and this week he should spend on practice. And the more flow energy he has, the greater the chance of his full awakening. As he ran his eyes over the text of the Awakened Manual, he remembered when he was very young and how his father always said he would protect him. These memories gave him energy and confidence in his actions. He understood that he cannot give up and must protect his family. 7 days passed. It was the Happy Wind School. On Wednesday, there was a commotion due to the large number of students. A message rang out in the classrooms. It said that today, the students should greet important guests who arrived before the day of checking the energy of the flow among the students. The teacher also said that if they could feel the energy of the flow, it would give them the opportunity to join the army to fight monsters and become great guardians of this world. Suddenly, the classroom door suddenly opened and interrupted the teacher's story. It was Leon. He apologized for being late and asked if he could enter. All the students of the school gathered in the sports hall. There were also examiners who checked students for energy. Leon sat down on a chair to take a breath and said that he barely had time. He noticed that this year there were quite a few applicants and decided that the students must have abandoned their thoughts about awakening, because luck is usually 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. It was Calvin. He was the son of the head of a large company in Lucky Wind City, and he always bullied him at school. Calvin turned to Leon and said that he thought Leon had already given up trying to become awakened, as he was too stupid and hopeless to do so. His friends started mocking Leon and saying that the whole town already knew about his father's crime and asked how he dared to go out in public after that. They called him a clown, but said that such a loser as him could never become a real awakened one, after which all the students around him started mocking him. Suddenly, someone turned to Calvin and interrupted his bullying of Leon. This guy said that maybe he still can't come to terms with the fact that Leon took his girlfriend away from him. It was Chuck, Leon's best friend, who told Calvin to shut up and get out of here while he's safe. He defended his friend and said that before they all crawled on their knees in front of Leon, and now when problems appeared in his family, they came to comfort him. and said that they are clowns and buffoons. He managed to quell this crowd of vultures by protecting Leon and exhaling. He said that he felt better after he spoke. Leon called him brother and thanked him for his help, but he did not hesitate and said with a smile that it was all small things, after which he asked how his father was. He said that he should not worry because the investigation is still ongoing, after which he suggested that he go to the examiners to test his strength. Suddenly, a girl approached him. She asked if he had come to see how she was passing the exam. It was Layla and his part-time girlfriend. Chuck immediately fled somewhere and said that he did not want to disturb them. Leon looked into Layla's eyes and said that he also came to pass the exam. She excitedly said that she had heard about his father and added that she had something to tell him. She said that a few days ago she felt the energy of the flow. He asked her what she meant by that. Layla said that she wants to fulfill her old dream and see the world, and she will be able to get this opportunity if she becomes awakened. Tears appeared in her eyes. But she said that she wants to apologize to him, but she is leaving him. He smiled and said that his father's name only brought him dogs who pretended to be his friends. He thought that all these feelings and love were just a lie, while his family had a respectable status. He turned and left her without saying anything and blamed himself for not having seen it before. In the end, Leon only said that he understood everything and wished her success in passing the exam. In the crowd of school children, he heard the voice of his friend who called him and said that he had taken his place. At that time, Calvin was taking the exam, and he really hoped that he would be able to join the Awakened this year. Suddenly, Leon came up to him and pushed him out of his way like trash that was in his way. Calvin started yelling and asking what the hell Leon was climbing without a turn and who dared to push him away. He put his hand in front of him and said that there is a simple explanation for this. The fact is that he was awakened. His body was illuminated by a strange and powerful energy that filled the entire gymnasium of the school. Everyone present was shocked and couldn't believe that Leon was really awake. All these recent events forced the awakening of his inner energy, which had been hidden from him for so long. Leon immediately hugged his friend Chuck and happily said, "Is he really awake?" and added that from now on no one would dare to look down on him. At this time, a man was watching them and was carefully evaluating Leon's every move. He approached the boys and said that he did not even think that any of these students would be gifted with the energy of the stream, and handed him a box and said that it was a sign of an awakened one. Chuck took the sign instead of his friend, and the man said that he hoped that within a month Leon would be able to arrive at Cloudy Fort to register at their university, and he would be eagerly awaited there. Suddenly, Layla came up to them and asked who this old boy was. They were very surprised at her interest. Leon did not want to answer at first and said that he needed to think a little. After which Lee answered Lee, saying in her own words that he wants to fulfill his old dream and see the world, so he does not want to talk to her anymore. Leon's mother called and they discussed with her that he had become awake. She also said that the father would no longer be persecuted, but he needed treatment. He said that everything is fine with him, but you should not worry about him. And he also asked to convey to his father that he would soon find time to visit him. He looked at his chest. There was a fluxor icon hanging on it. It could be used as a spatial storage and three-dimensional virtual space. This meant that he could enter the virtual space. He turned to the system. She informed that the virtual space will open soon, and he will have to pass the check for this. The system scanned the icon and said that the verification was successful, and he was granted rights to use the virtual space. After which he moved to the other space. It was a strange new sensation, but he even liked it. He found himself inside and carefully looked around to see everything. Everything about it was interesting and unusual. Suddenly, Leon felt the presence of something alien and excitedly asked who was here. Suddenly, he saw silver mannequins in front of him and asked why they looked so ugly. But what he saw later surprised him even more. It was a pink rabbit. He backed away from it and asked what the hell it was and what it was doing here. The rabbit explained that he would be his assistant and added that his name was Pedro. It was very strange. Pedro Juho explained that this is his virtual little world, and he can learn different fighting skills and techniques here, and this place was important for the growth of his strength. Pointing to the silver mannequins, he asked to accept these two virtual models. Leon asked why there were two of them, since he was here alone. Pedro said that Leon has a great sense of humor because he sees two people in front of him and pointed to his shadow. Leon understood that the virtual world recognizes him as a separate person and assumed that she should not be susceptible to the limitations of this space. Leon decided to start creating a virtual character on him, and on his shadow expensive model clothes immediately appeared. Pedro said if he is ready, then he will now officially introduce him to the virtual world. Leon asked, confused if it would be right now, but it was too late to clarify the details and he felt his head spinning. He felt as if he was falling from a great height, as if he had jumped off the roof of some skyscraper and was rapidly approaching the ground. Suddenly he saw a light, and in a moment found himself in the night sky above a huge bright metropolis. After landing, he began to look around and marvel at the beauty of this place. It really was a wonderful city that mesmerized with its beauty and bright lights. While Leon looked at everything around mesmerized, the rabbit warned him that time here runs 3 times faster than in the ordinary world. So he had much more opportunities than ordinary people. Leon answered that now it's no wonder why so many great people want to get into the virtual world. Suddenly, he heard people on the street pointing at the screens and saying that a nobleman had challenged Master Google from the God of War temple. Leon was a little surprised when he heard this and excited because it was also an unusual event for the ordinary world. The rabbit explained that this is a spatial battlefield, and the virtual combat system is able to copy his skills and abilities. So many people in this place improve their techniques, whereupon the rabbit happily said that they should move on and added that the spacious battlefield was ready and the opponent had been found. Leon teleported to another place again. He thought that it would be difficult to get used to such unexpected movements. Suddenly he felt something heavy in his hands. It was a weapon that also strangely ended up in his hands. He asked with surprise why it was for him. Suddenly he felt something fly past his head. It was an arrow that aimed straight at his forehead. He reflexively jumped away from her and managed to dodge this attack. He too readied his weapon and stood in battle stance to take the fight from his opponent, whoever he was. It was some guy with predatory red eyes. His face was hidden by a mask. He turned to Leon and said that he was lucky. Leon immediately aimed his gun at him and called him a noob because he couldn't hit him. This guy said that Leon was unlucky to be his opponent in his first fight because he would easily finish him now. Leon tried to attack but tripped over his own legs and rolled on the ground with a thud. The masked guy asked, "Is that him dodging?" He attacks him while Leon is stuck in the bushes. Leon decided to run away from him because clearly this opponent was much stronger. But he wasn't going to let him go either, and rushed to chase the young guy, asking if Leon really thinks he can run away from him. He pointed his bow at him and said that he should take his arrow and end this game, because Leon has no chance. They wandered into a park where there were densely planted trees, so the guy in the mask lost sight of him. Suddenly he heard Leon's voice behind him asking if he was looking for him. He was very scared and realized that he relaxed too early, taking his opponent not seriously, after which he immediately received a shot in the back of the head. It was Leon's first fight in virtual space in which he won an undisputed victory. Leon asked, "Has he not heard the saying that even a cornered beast continues to fight? Therefore, you should not take your opponent lightly, even if he is a novice." He smiled and said that the ants near his house were a more serious enemy than him. The masked boy fell to Leon's knees, and some prey seemed to fall from his body. Leon was surprised, but he did not expect this, until suddenly there was a strong flash that pierced his chest. It was very strange. He was excited and fell to his knees, saying that something went through his body. He was confused, but the system explained that everything was fine, and he absorbed the essence for the first time, and his reward was an A-level technique called the Admiralty Shroud. The system also explained that after defeating the Master of Flow Energy, you can get an essence for which you can later buy a skill or technique in the virtual store. Leon asked the system if by techniques she means the ancient martial arts that people used in the Dark Ages. The system said that now the damage he takes is reduced by 30% and the level is increased. He called the rabbit. He was already here and asked what his master needed. Leon was in high spirits and said he wanted to try again. Pedro replied that he understood. The system announced that it is starting to select a new opponent, and in a few moments he will be found. Leon moved to another place again. He said it's quite tiring when you change places every time. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared in front of him, and he asked if she was his new rival. He scratched the back of his head and said he didn't expect to have to fight a girl, but immediately brought his weapon ready for battle and said, if he wants to win, he has no other choice. He fired a shot, but she was able to parry his attack with her daggers. She immediately got very angry and said that he decided to attack her unexpectedly and asked if he was not ashamed to do so. He approached her in shelter and said that he warned that he was only going to win, and added that in war all means are good, so he is not going to succumb even to such a girl. A fierce battle ensued between them. Leon tried to catch up with her and hit her with his weapon, but she dodged well. Suddenly, the girl appeared behind him and asked if he was simple. He asked her what she meant by the word simple. She threw her dagger at him and said that if he doesn't even know this, he must be a simpleton. He fended off her attack and asked what the hell she was talking about because he didn't understand what she meant. She continued to circle in the air, dodging his shots, as if flying her movements were very skillful there. Unexpectedly, she said that she was tired of it and it was time to finish with him. Then she started moving 10 times faster, and Leon felt the girl pass right through him. His body began to shake and he cried out in pain that shot through him from head to toe. It was the most terrible feeling he had ever had in his life, and he did not expect that it could happen in the virtual world. She explained that he received 1,000 cuts. It was an attacking technique of the highest class, but she was extremely surprised that he remained alive. But she did not receive a notification about the victory. Suddenly, he swung his sword and the girl seemed to dissolve in the air, and her virtual body was destroyed. Leon said, did she really think she could beat him, and mockingly asked what technique she was talking about. Her image looked at him excitedly, and she mentally asked if he really possessed it. Leon said that it was quite painful, and he even thought that he would lose this battle. He said that this 1,000 cuts skill was probably an ancient energy cultivator's attack technique, and he was satisfied that the Admiralty Shroud took some of the damage. The system immediately informed him that it was congratulating him on obtaining the 70 cosmic elements and understanding the fundamentals of the Violence Dagger technique. He was surprised that the reward was so large and thought that this girl must be of high rank. He stretched with his whole body and yawning said that he had to give it his all and called the rabbit to find him a new rival. Meanwhile, some girl who watched Leon's fights from the screens was very unhappy. She could not believe that they were simpletons. She was also very surprised because he was able to survive the technique of 1,000 cuts and assumed that he must have some secret defense technique. 3 days had already passed. It was the city of the sky cloud. He was carrying a basket of fruits with him and complained that he could not find the right hospital in the big city for half a day. Father came to be treated in big cities, and for this he chose a hospital in such a wilderness. Leon had already begun to doubt that such a place would be treated normally because it was located on the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice asking someone to let her go. This voice seemed very familiar to him. He saw a girl who was surrounded by 3 guys. They told her not to interfere because they just wanted to go for a walk with her and have a little drink. But she didn't want that. She explained that she could not join them because she had urgent business. One of the thugs said he knew her father was in the hospital and badly needed money. He said he would pay her if she agreed to go on a date with him. Suddenly, a basket of fruits flew at his head, and he flew a few meters away from the girl. His friends were very impressed by this and started to ask who did it in fear. Leon came up to them and said, if you don't want to have fun, then they better find another place for it. The girl watched him rapturously while Leon picked up fruit from the ground and complained that he had bought them for his father, but now they were spoiled. He turned to the hooligans and said that they should now pay him for the basket of fruit. The girl told him to be careful because these boys were dangerous and could beat him. He told her to hide behind him and not move until he dealt with them. The main hooligan immediately took out a knife and told Leon that he will get what he deserves now, and he has no idea who he attacked. Leon knocked the knife out of his hands in a flash and called him a piece of trash who takes on too much, after which he immediately received a powerful kick on the head and began to scream in pain. A few moments later, the hooligans were already lying on the ground and they were well beaten and could not even move. Leon took out the wallet from their ringleader and said that he would take money from him as compensation. They begged to let them go because he had already taught them and even took their money. Also, one of them asked if he would pretend to be a hero all his life. He replied that he was not a hero because this girl was his sister. Her name was Fanny, and she was his older sister. Leon said that every time he meets her, she keeps getting into trouble. She got embarrassed and apologized to him for it. The leader of the hooligans gave him his business card and said that he did not know that Leon was a stream student, but said that he could call him at any time and he would immediately come to help. But he immediately threw it in the trash. Leon also asked his sister that he heard that guy say that she was looking for money for her father and asked if she was not working. She explained that her father's injuries turned out to be much more serious than expected, so almost all of their money had been spent over the past few years. He said that she has already done a lot, But now he will take all the expenses on himself because now he has become awakened and money is not a problem for him. After which he thanked her and said that she did a good job, and he was very grateful to her for what she did while he was busy. When they got to the hospital, Leon told her to go to the ward while he would pay all the bills. When she entered the ward, her mother and father were there. She said that she had already returned. They were glad to see her and offered her a drink to drive to rest. Her father said that they must have already tired her because she had to take care of them. She told her father not to talk like that, and it was not difficult for her because they were her parents. She also said that she should not worry about money now. Her father said that it was not for nothing that he asked her to go to his old colleague to borrow money. Suddenly, Leon entered the ward and said that you don't remember them serving together. His parents were very impressed and surprised when they saw him. He asked his father how he felt and whether he had begun to recover, and in a moment he regretted the question. Suddenly, Leon heard his father's angry voice in his head, saying that he would be much better off if he wasn't here. Then he asked why he was so worried. But he said that everything was fine with him, only he had no legs. But Leon, hearing this, was seized with a real panic. His father continued to say that it was all a couple of little things, but he was already leaving. Leon's father also asked him where a scoundrel like him could find the money to pay for his treatment. Leon asked his father, didn't he tell him that he got energy and he became awakened? That's why he got money. After which he started laughing wildly in his face, expressing his disrespect and skepticism towards his own son. He said that he had no idea that his son was worth anything, not to mention that he could become an awakened one. So he asked Leon, still laughing wildly, if he had lost his mind. He got angry and sent him to hell and then said he was getting out of here. They always had a special relationship with their father. When Leon was going to the door, his father continued to mock him and say that he is offended like a little girl and still dares to call himself awakened. Suddenly, he asked his daughter to give him something. It was a suitcase that unfolded into some mysterious device. Leon asked his father if this is not the combat weapon he cherishes so much. He confirmed his words and also added that it can significantly increase the combat power of the awakened. Leon said that it was a very valuable thing and asked his father why he was giving it to him. He said that he would not need it while he was lying in this state. His father warned him that he would not be able to mindlessly use this weapon, and an ordinary person simply would not be able to handle it. But for awakened people who possess powerful energy, it is of great importance, in other words. Without this work, they are nothing. But with it, his strength will increase significantly, his father explained. Leon said that he would take her for a short time, but promised that in the future, he would do everything to get his father back on his feet and be able to return to the service. After which he touched the combat weapon and ordered it to activate everything. It immediately began to decompose. It was an incredible mechanism. He pointed his hand at her and said that she should accept her new master. His parents were delighted, but could not believe that their son had really become awakened. This mechanism, after it decomposed, turned into mechanical technological armor that protected his body and gave an incredible increase to all his indicators. The next day, he was sitting in his room with his bag packed and his new weapon and armor next to him. He fell on his back on the bed and said that tomorrow he will go to the castle of heaven and clouds. He was surprised because before he didn't even have a chance to get there. But now life has changed so much. This was the Fluxer Guild of Lucky Wind City, and today many applicants from all over the country were to gather here to become future Fluxers and Stream Masters. Many luxury cars drove up to the guild, and young men got out of them. One of them was the junior master of the Leung family named Andy. He was surrounded by his assistants who flattered him, convincing him that he would definitely become awakened. Also, there appeared a young and ambitious young man named Basil. He was a young master of the Jin family. According to rumors, his father broke through to a higher level and became a stream master. He overheard the conversation of another young man with his father. He wondered why this place was so miserable and whether he could get what he hoped for here. His father replied that if he did not want to stay here, he could go back home with him. But he said that even such a poor place as this can have something interesting in it. Besides, he wanted to know what it's like to be a commoner. He was a descendant of the rich family of Jinfeng City, James Dasyun. James Dasyun saw a young girl in front of him. She was smiling and asked, "Has this day really come?" It was the granddaughter of a representative of the Association of Craftsmen named Leah Noji. She said that she could not wait to see her grandfather. Other young people discussed that this year the youth from Jinfeng City and the Truth were quite talented. Suddenly, behind their backs, some very self-confident guys said that they are all losers, and this year, there is a real awakened one. It was a friend of Leon's, Chuck, and he shouted that they should greet a great awakened one named Leon. Everyone started asking each other in confusion what the hell this guy was doing and why he was showing off like that. James began to laugh and ask his father if he saw this circus and said that this boy must be crazy. Leon thought that it was a real shame, but he wanted to sink underground. Because this plan for Chuck to appear so magically was really crazy, because everyone was staring at him like a clown. But Leah looked at him curiously and asked if he was really the awakened one that everyone had been talking about this year. A woman from the administration suddenly appeared and asked all newcomers to come to her. She said that they should line up in pairs to go to Tianyun, and as soon as their name is called, they should step forward. She announced and said that the distribution was starting. Suddenly, everything lit up with a bright light, which meant that the system was doing the distribution. The woman said that the first pair would be Basil and James, and together they should take a step forward and go to Tianyun City. The name Leon was heard next, and the woman from the administration did not have time to announce his partner yet, until suddenly he felt someone grab his hand. It was unexpected and strange. It was Leah. She introduced herself and said she was glad to meet him. This confused him a little, but he said that he was also glad to meet her and thought that she had an incredibly beautiful voice. It was the heavenly cloud castle in Tianyun. This city was located in the sky and looked more like a huge spaceship. Leon was delighted and said that this city does not compare to ordinary cities. Leah asked him in surprise if he did not know about it. She said her father told her that this city is constantly moving through the sky. Leon asked in surprise, "Does it still move?" A guy approached them and said that only constant movement helps to escape from the attack of monsters. After all, they lived in a world where people had many enemies. This guy turned to everyone and introduced himself, saying that his name was Timothy An, and he was the director of the academy. He added that he represented the Awakened Jinfeng Association and asked them to follow him. He addressed the students and said that for the next 3 years, if nothing happens, the academy will become their place of residence and headquarters. He invited them to go to the bus and sit inside. On the way, he told that there are currently 7 moving fortified castles in the country, and they are in one of them. He also explained that these 7 castles govern their districts, and Tianyun Castle governs 136 cities in its own. He said that new awakened people move to such cities every day. These cities are also responsible for their theoretical training and real combat training. He also emphasized that if they successfully pass the entrance exams, they should not rejoice prematurely, because their strength is tested every 6 months from the moment they join the association. He also talked about a ranking tournament among associations, which will adjust the quota for the supply of resources for cities under his jurisdiction in accordance with the results of the tournament. He said that all residents are counting on them, so he wishes him success. They arrived at a large building. Timothy said that they have arrived. He said that all the life of Jinfeng City takes place here, but if they have any questions, they can contact him at any time. Leon turned to him and said that he wanted to ask something. He said that he had recently defeated a girl in the virtual arena and emphasized that her strength was different from normal. He said that her energy had the power of fire. Hearing this, Timothy began to worry and asked, did he crush poo and dust awakened with the dark energy of the flow? Basil was overhearing their conversation. He thought excitedly, could this boy overcome the dark energy of the stream? Their conversation was overheard by some other students. One of them turned to Leon in displeasure and said that he had never been able to overcome being awakened with dark energy. Even Basil Jin couldn't do it. He asked in confusion. Was this power so rare? It confused him a bit because maybe he was wrong about something. Timothy said that this power was not only rare, but in principle impossible for a novice like him, and the fact that he encountered it was also quite strange. Leah said that the dark energy of the flow has a destructive power, and fire should have been born in you. Simply put, the attribute of the power of fire. But an ordinary person could not possess it. This happened to one of 1,000 awakened ones. She said if he was really able to serve awakened with dark energy, then he was really cool. Leon asked her if she believed him and didn't think he was just showing off. She looked into his eyes and said that she believed him. And how can you say that a person is weak until you see his real strength? After which she invited him to go together to the dormitory and take the best seats. Timothy said that this is now their new place to live. The place really looked fancy and more like a resort. He also said that they could choose their own rooms. Leon turned to the boys to get to know their new neighbors and asked if they had chosen their rooms. But they seemed to really want to talk to him. He decided to choose a room on the sunny side because he believed that it would help him learn to control the shadows. Suddenly, some guy turned to him. He asked if he thinks that he can decide everything here himself. He said that Leon had no right to choose a room before Basil because it was not according to the rules. Leon did not understand what he meant. James had already chosen his room and said he wanted the one closest to the entrance. Okay, come on. After hearing this guy started to complain again and say that he was just so insolent. Leon went into his room and marveled at its beauty. He said that it was much better here than at home. He was incredibly pleased and said that you can train well here. After that, he immediately activated the shadow system. Suddenly, something surprised him very much. It was written on the screen that the system was being updated due to a change in the city of residence, and he needed to wait. The next day, Leon came to class somewhat tired and broken because the night in the new place was sleepless. When he entered the classroom, he was very surprised because, except for Leah, there was no one there. And when she saw him, she happily greeted him. He asked her, "Why is she here alone? And where are all the others?" Because it was the first day of school. "Did they all decide to walk him at the same time?" Leon asked. She explained that the first lesson was theoretical and described some basics for the awakened, such as what the system of awakened monsters is and so on, and all the newbies were already done with this theory before they arrived. He disappointedly said that everything here seemed to be organized only for two fools like them, but he was glad that she was here with him, because otherwise he felt completely uncomfortable. Suddenly, another guy entered the class and said, "Is it true that this year, someone came to the first class?" He said that he was their teacher and asked to take seats at the desks. He casually threw his papers on the table and, seeing Leah, turned to her and asked what she was doing here. This teacher's name was Anthony Fenn. She approached him and said that she came specifically to meet him because they had not seen each other for a long time. Leon was surprised that they knew each other. Anthony asked her how the teacher was doing. She said that grandfather is fine. His body is strong and healthy. Leon was even more surprised when he heard this. She said that this year there was also a newcomer who should study well, because he had an outstanding talent. After introducing him to the teacher, it said goodbye to him, leaving Leon alone, and now he realized that he was the only one who was such a stupid newbie this year. Anthony said that students had not come to this class for about 4 years. On the other hand, at that time, there were no honest people left who did not rely only on family ties. Besides, he had good relations with the teacher's granddaughter, and this girl was in a privileged position, Anthony thought. Suddenly, Anthony turned to Leon and said that it is not cool to sit alone in class and offered him to change his seat. He looked at him in surprise. Anthony said that Lee doesn't know anything, but he took Ta received the power of the awakened, which he also knows nothing about. He nonchalantly replied that it is so. The teacher explained that the level of progress of the awakened person's powers looks like this. First comes the black crystal, then silver, gold, and finally the rainbow crystal. He explained that after overcoming all these levels, the awakened person becomes a master of the flow. Leon jumped down and said that finally they could talk about the main thing. He asked Anthony if he could tell how to overcome his limits and develop energy. He said to overcome his limits, he must awaken his vital points. An awakened one could awaken 12 flow points in his body, and awakening points in the feet and calves increased agility. Points in the palms and hands developed strength, and in the head sharpened thinking reflexes, as well as the 5 senses, strength, spirit, and others. But it will be possible to awaken these points only after reaching the black crystal, Anthony explained. Leon was very interested in this and immediately asked how they could be awakened. Anthony stood up reluctantly and said that it wasn't really that hard to do, and said that for this, you need to destroy a sufficient number of monsters and absorb their flow energy. Hearing this, Leon began to worry, because in fact he had never faced monsters in his life and did not know if he would have the strength to defeat them. 3 days later, all the students of the academy gathered on the playground in the middle of the campus. Leon asked, disgruntled, why they were all called here so early. Did something happen? Suddenly he heard someone discussing him, laughing at the fact that he goes to theoretical classes every day. This guy was surprised that such people were still left. His name was Henry Warren. Leon decided that this boy had specifically gotten to him and must have hated people like him. Suddenly, Anthony appeared next to him and gave him a kick, forcing him to shut up and telling him to immediately stand up. Anthony turned to all the students and told them to all come to him because he had to tell them something. He said that today there will be a practical class that they all missed so much. Leon excitedly asked if practice was waiting for them. This really surprised him because lately his arrival here reminded him of a normal school. Anthony said that they should all split into pairs and go to different places for today's practice, and announced that today their main task will be to destroy 10 monsters. Anthony warned that the monsters will not spare them, but only because they are students of the academy. Leon was very pleased to hear this and said that finally this was what was needed. The teacher also said that if they get into a dangerous situation, he will come to help, but in other cases, they have to rely on themselves. Everyone began to choose their Leah pairs, stood on the side. Suddenly someone approached her and offered to be his pair. It was Basil. She looked at him with a satisfied look, but did not know what to answer to this, but understood that she did not want him to be her partner in this task. She said that he was very strong, but she had to refuse him. Leon immediately approached her and offered himself as a partner, and this time she agreed. Leon and Leah were sent to the ruins of Number 7. It was a rather gloomy and dangerous place. She said that it used to be an outpost created by the people of the 5th dimension, but back then, they still underestimated the power and fury of monsters. Leon decided to ask her why she did not want to be in the team with Basil because he is very strong. Leah explained that he puts himself above others, and she does not like such people, after which she scolded Leon for the fact that he offered her to work in the team. He said that there was nothing to do, because he still had no other candidates for partnership, and the others didn't want to be with him in the team either. Suddenly, some creature appeared behind them. They heard him approach and immediately looked around, sensing the danger that was fast approaching them. Leon tensely said that they have appeared and now it's time for real practice. Leah said that these were the lowest level monsters and warned that this group could have a boss who could really become a problem because his level could reach even medium. Leon said that he was not visible, but Leah already saw him because he was standing right behind the boy. The monsters immediately struck an extremely powerful blow right at the place where the young people were standing. But they managed to dodge and jump away. Leah said that this monster looks quite clumsy, and in the air he has no chance to get them. Suddenly her body was filled with powerful energy, and she immediately rushed to attack him. But while she was flying towards the monster, she drew attention to the fact that Leon had disappeared somewhere. Was he really scared? For a moment when she was distracted, the monster was already rushing towards her, opening its metal mouth. She realized that she was wrong, and now she will not be able to evade his attack. Until suddenly everything ended. Leon appeared in front of her. He put his hand in front of him and stopped the monster with one blow. Looking at him, he smiled once and asked if he was trying to eat them. He flew up to deliver another powerful blow to the monster's head and said that the school uniform was quite expensive, and he decided to ruin it. Leon shouted that this monster would pay him in full now. After delivering an extremely powerful blow, the monster fell to the ground and almost fell into pieces. Leon said that this medium-level monster is not that scary. Leah turned her attention to Leon's arm. It was up to the elbow, and the sleeve of his jacket was missing. Suddenly, he started screaming and saying that his arm was hurting badly because this monster almost tore it off. She sighed and told him not to pretend, because he was not in pain at all. She pointed a finger at him and said she knew he had high defense skills. Leon excitedly asked her how she knew that, still not understanding. Leah explained that he had recently defeated a dark stream energy student who was her friend, and if an ordinary person had seen the fight, they would have decided that Xiao lost the fight due to her weakness. But she said that she knows about her destructive power, but the fact that he was able to withstand her attacks shows that he is not a simple person. She added that she perfectly understands why he doesn't want to show his strength, because this world was not very kind. But she didn't know that Leon doesn't show his strength because he doesn't understand what he is capable of. These conversations even gave him a headache, and he understood that he didn't want to show his protective equipment because other people might start asking about it because of his family's financial situation. But Leah guessed everything herself. He said that he trains a lot, and one day he plans to reach a high level. Suddenly he saw another monster. He looked at him with his crooked gaze and suggested that she should have fun. After hearing their intentions, the monsters got scared and started crying out loud from fear. Leah and Leon rushed through the ruins and smashed all the monsters in their way. He looked around and said that it looked like it was the last one, and they wouldn't be able to find anyone else here. He also decided to ask Leah if a simple awakened can get this dark stream energy like her friend. She asked in surprise if he wants to get this energy since it was a mysterious power, and smiled, and said that since he revealed his secret to her, she would tell him about it. Clicking her fingers, she said that in addition to the first method of obtaining energy through innate genetics, there is another method. And this method consisted in the fact that it was necessary to destroy the monster kings of different levels. And by absorbing their crystals, he can theoretically get the dark energy of the flow. But because these kings are too strong, there are always a large number of minion monsters near them. Leon listened intently, and Leah told him that the authorities were withholding this information to save the lives of strong awakened people who might want to try their hand at it. She saw that he was very interested and warned him not to even think about doing this because he would be destroyed for sure. Leon assured her that he understood everything. Teacher Anthony was already starting to get a little worried because the students didn't come back for a long time, and it usually didn't take much time to clear the area of monsters. After which he saw that the first team was returning from the portal. He was surprised that it was Leah and Leon. In the meantime, they were discussing something violently, but it looked like they were quarreling. Leah said that Leon should remember the words and under no circumstances go there. He convinced her that he understood everything and that she should not play the role of his mother. Anthony looked at them like a couple in love, which greatly embarrassed Leon, and said that he did not expect them to return first. Then he smiled and asked if they liked the 7th level, smiling cheerfully. Unexpectedly, Leon sent his foot straight into his face, stopping it in front of his nose. He angrily asked why he didn't warn that there would be mid-level monsters since he said there would only be low-level monsters, and blamed him for Leah almost being destroyed because of it. After which they left him, and Leon said that the teachers of the academy are complete idiots. Anthony assessed his honor and decided that there were few mid-range monsters for him. Meanwhile, Basil was returning from his level. His teammate Henry, he was very pleased because thanks to him they easily defeated 10 monsters of the lowest level. He thought that they must have returned first and was certainly pleased with himself. But suddenly, he saw Leon and Leah in front of him, but he was amazed by this. He could not believe that this couple managed before them. Leon decided to play a joke on Henry and said that because he was bothering Basil, they came back later than him. He also advised Basil that he should choose his companions better, because such misfits as Henry are unlikely to suit him. Basil decided to approach Leah and ask her how she managed to cope with A so quickly. These events were also observed, and James also found it difficult to believe that Leon was able to cope with the first practical task so quickly. She was very surprised by the fact that he is trying to communicate with her again because she knew that he hates her. She knew it was Basil's style to act like he didn't believe in Leon's strength. But she decided to play along with him and said that this time she identified the attributes of the monsters, so she was able to quickly deal with them. He asked in surprise if it was only because she was able to identify the characteristics of these monsters. Some students began to say that Leon was just very lucky to find himself with such a strong partner as Leah, and thanks to this he was able to pass the practice without particularly straining. James smiled ironically and asked if it was just luck. He didn't believe it and knew that Leon had great potential. He watched Leon and said that he does not believe in luck, and added that they are lying. 6 months have passed since those events. It was one of the levels that was jammed with monsters, but their destruction has become a routine for Leon. This time, he destroyed all 17 level monsters in the ruins, and now with 100% confidence, he could say that he didn't need anyone's help to do it. However, his training was coming to an end, and the next competition would be much more interesting. It was supposed to be a ranking competition of the city's academy, where he could really test his strength. He was walking around the campus. Students were discussing the fact that these 6 months had passed unnoticed. Leon was thinking about the fact that he had not been able to use the shadow system during these 6 months. He was very dissatisfied because it had been updated for 6 months, so it was some kind of delusion. He even decided that it would no longer be of any use. He asked, disgruntled, why in this academy they like to gather everyone so early, because yesterday he trained until the last. But now he was completely out of strength. This time, they were gathered by the director of the academy. He said that he gathered them for a special reason. He announced that a spectacle would be organized in a week, which would be attended by many people. He said that a ranking competition awaits them, and in a week the Sky Cloud Castle will stop in the area of the Lamu River. Therefore, teams of 5 to 7, a man from each city will have the opportunity to go outside and fight monsters on the territory of the Lamu River. And he added that points will be calculated for the monsters, the number of which will determine their average score in the academy, and also all the results will be calculated and published in the rating, and they will also be watched by flying cameras to record everything. The director explained that every one of their actions will be watched by anyone in all the cities of the world, and that this competition was very important. Director Timothy also warned that they should choose armor to increase their chances of survival. And right after his speech, they could start forming their group, so he wished them all good luck. Leon immediately came to Leah to offer her to join his group, but she started apologizing and saying that she was already taken to another team. He was very surprised and displeased how it could happen so quickly. She explained that the schedule was drawn up here a long time ago, and she was put in the same team with Basil and Henry, because they believed that if you mix the already awakened ones with the newcomers, it will not be beneficial for the rating of the city's academy. He patted her on the head and said that there is nothing wrong with that because she cannot obey their order. Leah excitedly asked him what he would do in such a case. He calmly said that she should not worry where he would invent something. But Leon understood that he had absolutely no ideas with whom to join the team. Suddenly, James turned to him and called him a lost soul. He didn't expect to see this guy. He walked up to him and took him by the shoulder and smiled, asking if he wanted to join his team. Leon was very surprised when he heard his proposal, because it was the same rich boy whom he saw the first day at the academy. Since then, they have not even spoken once. But he decided that he had nothing to lose and said that in that case he would agree to go with him. James said that in that case he would introduce the other members of the team to him. They were two kind of nerds. They asked in surprise if Leon wanted to be in their team. One of them was called Lester An, and the other was Louis Chang, and both of them were the sons of local rich people. Leon immediately thought that they were some kind of losers, and it was unlikely that anything would be achieved with them. James happily said that in this case he announces the formation of the Great Xiong Detachment, after which he suggested going to the teacher for registration. Leon said that they can't do it. After all, there were only 4 of them, and a minimum number of people are needed for registration. Leon even thought about quietly dropping the company. One day came. Leon was given an advance in a bag containing 7,500 yuan. He asked in surprise. Should he buy armor with this money because it won't last for anything? You can't even buy a tent with this money, not to mention equipment. He saw a young man who wanted to buy the best relics for himself. He said that the price did not bother him, but asked him to give him the best. Leon thought that he was very jealous of this guy. There he met James, who asked him if he had decided to buy a couple of things, after which he asked if he didn't have any money, because he had to buy a lot of transport, a tent, and other important things. Leon said that he could sleep on the ground and run on his own too. James was very moved by this, and he said that he didn't even think that Leon was so poor, and announced that the Great Xiong squad would not allow him to be insulted. James grabbed his hand and pulled him along, telling the seller to pack all the necessary things that Leon would ask for. All the goods ordered by the guy cost 1.5 million yuan. James smiled and said that the payment would be by card. Also, he bought him a car and said that they have to prepare everything and they will pick it up next week. This time, the expenses were already 12 million. James did not stop and bought everything that was in the store at the highest prices. Leon was even starting to worry because James didn't stop. He even thought that he had become like some dependent, but he smiled and thought that being rich is cool. Meanwhile, in the association, Henry asked Basil if he thought Leon would participate in the competition. Basil answered that he did not know. Henry said that they still had a place and they could call him to their team. Basil asked why he was so interested in him. Jenny began to say that he annoyed him because this scumbag was from a poor family. Suddenly, a car stopped near him and almost crushed him. He started shouting, "Who the hell is he and why is he driving so clumsily?" Leon was behind the wheel. He greeted the boys and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He got out of the car and said that the competition will start soon. But he wanted to take on several tasks, because maybe it will bring him luck. Henry disdainfully asked him why he was so confident. Had he found a team for himself? Suddenly, they saw several more luxury sports cars. Guys got out of them and asked Leon why he was taking so long. It was James and Lester. James told Leon that if his car wasn't too powerful, they could buy a new one. Henry said, "Does he consider them his team because they are a bunch of rich fools, and how is he going to destroy monsters with them by bribing them with money?" He also said that there are only 4 of them, and that is not enough to register. James smiled and called someone a big bear. Leon didn't understand what he was talking about, but James calmed him down and said that he had already resolved the issue regarding the 5th member of the team, after which he looked at his expensive watch and said that it would come soon. Leon was very intrigued and wanted to know who this person would be. Suddenly, a high-speed bike on which a guy was sitting stopped near them. The boys gave him a disbelieving look and asked if he was the 5th member of their team. But when Basil looked at the man's face closer, he was stunned. It was a high school student named Lin Shuang from Manhwa City. She looked very cool and impressed everyone with her appearance. James greeted her and called her little sister. Leon was very surprised to hear that. Suddenly, Lester started shouting loudly and pointing at her, asking what his sister had forgotten. Leon also began to shout loudly and say that he would not believe in his life that she was Lester's sister, but they had the same genes. Basil displeasedly said that Lin was not from this city, and by teaming up with people from other cities, she is breaking the rules, and by doing this, she can harm their rating. She told him to calm down because she has already entered the Jin Feng Academy. Henry turned to Basil and whispered to him that she looked very cool. The ranking of Manhwa City was higher than that of Jinfeng City. Besides, Lin was a 2nd level awakened, and she also had a black flow energy crystal. He said that he had heard that she had been studying with a stream master for several years and had mastered fearless fighting skills during that time, but compared to them, she was a first-class master. James sometimes smiled and greeted her. He said that he didn't expect her to actually come, but now there were enough people with her in their team. She pinched her brother Lester's cheek. He asked why she came and asked her to go back to Manhwa. She said that if Mom and Dad find out that he is the very last in the ranking, they will lose consciousness, and she came to take care of him. Finally, Lin said that they can now go to registration. At the same time, she turned her attention to Leon and immediately realized that this boy was not like the other students. A week has already passed. The competition has already started, and the students left in their cars to complete the task. Meanwhile, the townspeople watched the competitions on big screens, and everyone cheered for their town because the higher the place in the ranking, the better it will be for the town and its residents. Leon's father was in the hospital at that time. He asked his daughter to help him sit more comfortably so that he could also watch the competition on TV. He mentally wished his son success and said that this is his chance to create his future. Meanwhile, Basil and his team laid out the route sitting in the car. Henry assured him that they could not worry because their car was the fastest. Basil said that the map showed a safe place near the river and suggested that they set up camp there to take a short break and think things over. Also there, they should equip themselves with armor and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Leah was very worried about Leon. She hadn't seen him for a long time and didn't know if he was able to find a team for himself. The guy commanding them said that someone is coming after them. Basil warned them to be careful. Henry said that he is moving. They are moving very fast. Looking in the rearview mirror, they saw that it was a large SUV that was quickly catching up with them. Henry thought that it was impossible because he was engaged in the modification of his car, and no one could catch up with them. Suddenly, they saw how an off-road vehicle, as if driving on a ramp, ended up above their roof. They were shocked by this, but could not believe their eyes. Henry even reached out to take a closer look, but when he saw who was in this car, he was even more amazed. Inside sat Leon and his team. They were in high spirits to the extreme, several of them. Overtaking Basil's team, they stopped in a safe place near the river to consider their next steps. Leon looked at the map and asked where they were going next. He said that they were in a hurry and arrived at the very beginning, but they still didn't decide which place would be the destination. Lynn said that she didn't care where to go because the level of the local monsters didn't matter to her. Meanwhile, Lester suggested going to a safer place. James said that there was no need to worry because they had such a wonderful master as Lynn. Besides, their car was also the best. He pointed his finger at the map and said that the first stop would be this place. Louis, seeing this place on the map, said that it was the area of action of IU demons. Leon asked what kind of demons these are. Lester immediately answered him that the IU demons are the most dangerous monsters on the shores of the Lamu River. Leon looked at Lynn and asked if they were really that strong. She said if you meet one, he is not strong at all, but on the contrary, very weak. But she explained that the main problem is that they all lived together. They were very intelligent and hated people. She said that these demons always attack in a group, and they play well with each other so as not to give their victim any chance. She also warned that if they succeed in sharpening, then they don't leave a living place on their prey. Leon even got a little excited when he heard this, because such a strong craftswoman as Lynn told this. James smiled and said that this is why no one goes there, and if they go there, all the points will be theirs and no one can take them away from them. Lester and Louis began to shout at him and say that he is completely out of his mind, because if they go there, they will definitely be destroyed. Leon told them to calm down and assured them that nothing bad would happen to them because Lynn was with them. He looked at her and asked how she felt about going there. She replied that they should decide for themselves and she didn't care. Leon said, "If so, then he is in favor of going there." Lester and Louis continued to shout and say that they were against it, but no one listened to them and the car went on its way. Lynn said that before getting out of the car, they all need to put on armor and should be in combat readiness. James put on his executioner's armor and prepared an assault cannon, after which he asked his comrades if they were ready. Lester hesitantly said that he was ready. He was dressed in the armor of a hunter, and he was armed with a sword called the One That Gathers Life. Lynn was wearing a normal warrior outfit, while Louis had Soul Eater armor and a cross flywheel. Suddenly they heard the voice of Leon, who said that he was also ready. They were extremely surprised to see him. Looking at his armor, they asked Devin was able to get such armor. Everyone was delighted. James said that it was the form of a temple of war, and such equipment could not be bought for any money. He immediately began to feel his uniform to check its quality. James was delighted with it. He was very surprised that this armor was so cool and wondered where his father could get it. Meanwhile, Lynn immediately felt the approach of some hostile creature. She turned to the boys and said that they should prepare because something is approaching them. Leon said that they should find shelter to have a good position in case of an unexpected encounter. Lynn turned to James and asked him to tell about the situation, surrounding, describing everything in detail. He examined the territory and said that everything was calm. Suddenly, he looked at his sight and said that he noticed the target. It was 2 IU demons, and it looked like they were patrolling the area. She said he was making sure there were more monsters nearby. He once again looked carefully at everything and said that he no longer saw other creatures nearby. She told the boys that they should get ready and soon they will start to act. Leon said that he is ready. Meanwhile, the demons began to notice something, but they were more interested in a candy that fell at their feet. One of them picked it up and began to examine it. It was Lynn's candy, and it became a good bait to distract the demons, after which a shot rang out and the laser immediately hit the demon's head. James smiled and said congratulations on his win. Leon immediately appeared behind the other demon with a weapon at the ready, and in a moment the demon had lost its head. Delivering a powerful blow, he notified the team that the target was destroyed and they could move on. Meanwhile, one of the men watching the competition reported that the city of the Black Emperor is quite fast this year. They have already broken into the top 4 and only half a day has passed. Another man said that this year, the participants of the City of White Snow were also quite strong, because last year, they took only the 29th city out of 30. But some said to pay attention to the City of the Lucky Wind, because last year they took the 130th place, and now they are in the top 70. One of them said that according to rumors in the City of the Lucky Wind this year, there is a new participant named Basil, but he wondered if the reason was precisely in him. It was Anthony who said it was funny, but he couldn't score how many points, completely convinced that it was impossible. Meanwhile, the fight between the students and the monsters continued. Lester was running away as hard as he could, loudly begging for help from his friends. He shouted for Leon to help him, who at that moment was cutting the demons to pieces one by one. He immediately flew to Lester and reassured him that he was already there and would help him now. A bunch of demons who were chasing Lester felt that something appeared above their heads, and this something was very fast and dangerous for them. Lester shouted that he had done his job and trapped the demons, and everything else was their job, then ran off again. Leon turned to the crowd of demons and said that they can attack all together because it will be more interesting for him, where I immediately attacked him with a whole pack. They tried to inflict simultaneous attacks on him so that Leon could not fight them off. But this tactic did not work because the boy was too fast and ate them like a salad. He shouted that he would cut them all to pieces and that they had better not resist because it would only make things worse for them. After dealing with another batch of demons, he felt that several of them suddenly appeared behind him, until suddenly several shots rang out. But they were neutralized, Everything was quiet in a moment. It was Lin who reminded him to concentrate while attacking and not to relax even if you win, after which she smiled and said that he was lucky that they covered his back. They saw that one of the demons started to run away. Lin said that he cannot be allowed to leave because he will report everything to his tribe. Suddenly, Louis appeared behind him. He had a dagger ready in his hands, but he said, "They can leave it for him," after which he threw it and it hit the demon, tearing its body into pieces which fell in a heap to the ground. The guy was very pleased and said that he hit the target. It seems that this was his first monster that he finished, but Lin did not share their joy and said that this time they only destroyed 30 instead of 40 as planned, but it should still bring them some points. James turned to Lester Ta and asked him to bring another batch of demons so that they could score more points. He began to shout in displeasure that he was tired of being bait. James smiled and said that in this case, let Leon be the bait, and he will fight with them on the first line. Hearing this, he began to beg and say that he agreed to be a bait because he did not want to fight with demons. Suddenly, he approached Lin and asked her what happened, because she was sitting on the ground and looked thoughtful. She asked if Leon became awakened less than a year ago. He confirmed her words and said that according to rumors, he had awakened a few days before the exam. She said that it was very strange that he possessed such power, even though he had only become awakened 6 months ago. He smiled and said that he knew it was quite unusual, but that was exactly why he called him to the team. Suddenly, Lester appeared near them and turned to them and said that he had a small surprise. They saw that he had led a huge pack of huge and angry demons. It was unexpected for them, but they were even frightened. It seems that Lester brought the head of the demons of the Ayu tribe to her, and they rushed to run away. It was already evening. They stopped to make a halt and spend the night in a safe place. Meanwhile, James checked their stats and said that they had a big catch today. Louis saw that Leon was able to kill 230 monsters and was very impressed by it. Lin was also able to destroy 92 monsters, which was 35% of their numbers. Leon said this because Lin was constantly covering for him. Otherwise, she would have easily bypassed him. He was explaining if it wasn't for her protection, he wouldn't be able to attack the monsters so easily. Lin, meanwhile, thought, why is he trying to shift all the credit to her? She looked at him and decided that he must be trying to hide his powers on purpose. James also turned his attention to Lester and asked why he was so wasted, because things were going very well for them. He was really in a bad mood and said that he tried his best all day and managed to earn only 5 points. Louis told him to stop folding because he too only earned 5 points, Lin said, and the truth is nothing to whine about because she will give him all her earned points. Leon was very surprised when he heard that the points made can be returned. Therefore, he said that he would give 15% of his points to the boys. They were very surprised and asked if he was sure about it, because they did not come easily to him. He smiled and said that they are a team and therefore should cooperate and help each other. Louis asked why Leon is so nice and said if he was a girl, he would fall in love with him. Eventually, they talked some more and said it was late and time to rest. He found himself in his new folding tent, which was more like a 5-star hotel room, and it's not surprising because Jason bought it for him for 6 million. Leon looked at the crystals and the flow of energy. He was surprised by their beauty. He also remembered Lin's words. She said that the crystals taken from the monsters retain their properties only for the first 12 hours, and they should be used as soon as possible. He thought that he wanted to touch the acupuncture points first after returning, but it looks like he will have to do it now. He turned to the system to choose the necessary point and was a little nervous because it was the first time. Leon decided to take a very responsible approach to this. He saw that there were quite a lot of them, but it was necessary to take the most useful one. Leon also remembered the words of Anthony, who advised to choose first the point of the saint. This point of flow was in the head, and with the help of the power of thought, it was possible to develop it very quickly. He decided that the holy point should be there first, and prepared to use the crystal. Applying the energy crystal, Leon began to cultivate its energy to gain as much benefit as possible. He felt very strange and strong sensations that he had not encountered before. Even describing them was quite difficult. After activating the point, he could barely stand on his feet. His head was spinning and he thought that he had lost consciousness. He said that he felt bad, but the screen realized that this crystal was only able to activate 15% of the holy point. After that, he used 5 more crystals, but was disappointed to find that he could only illuminate 70% of the point. He asked unhappily if it was possible to ignite the flux point with just 1 or 2 crystals. Suddenly, he received a notification that the shadow system had been successfully updated. He saw this message, he was on the seventh day of happiness, and said, "Has his little one been renewed?" After which he immediately ordered it to be activated. His shadow immediately appeared in front of him. She was dressed in the same suit as his. He was a little surprised by this. A message appeared on the screen that with the current dimensions, the power of the shadow is equal to its master and will not decrease. Since the master uses the holy point, the level of intelligence of the shadow has increased, and the master can control the actions of the shadow with the help of the power of thought. He smiled and said that now he could control his shadow body, and he wanted to try it. Suddenly, he felt some very strange feelings, but he couldn't even stay on his feet. He immediately fell on the floor and lost consciousness, which he did not expect. For now, his consciousness had moved into his own shadow, and he saw before him his own body. He liked it, asked if it was him, and he found himself in the body of his shadow. Leon said that this function is incredibly cool, and it's not for nothing that he waited 6 months for the war. He came out of his tent and said that sleeping at night was a stupid waste of life. He wanted night entertainment. He tried to behave inconspicuously so that his friends would not suspect anything. After a good night's hunting, he devoured his crystals one by one in the morning like a glutton. Hunting for the crystals was not as exhausting as absorbing them, as it caused a severe headache. But with his night hunting, he was able to fully activate his holy point. Also, yesterday he was able to get a relic that seems to have been guarded by the IU demons. Suddenly, someone entered his tent and asked if he slept well, because they should move. Leon barely had time to hide this relic. The boys discussed their results, then asked how many % of their points were flooded. Lester said he was able to activate 80% of the lake's points. And Louis said that he was able to ignite only 75% of the point of the sea on his feet. Seeing Leon, they asked how many points he was able to ignite. The boys also assumed that with his data, he was probably able to activate more than one. But he answered that he only ignited 75% of the holy point. They were very impressed by this, because it was even less than theirs, despite the fact that Leon destroyed many times more monsters. Hearing this, they started to laugh loudly, because they could not believe that their Dannies were higher than his. Suddenly, Anna's voice rang out, and she told everyone to get in the car, because they were coming forward to take revenge on the leader of the demons. These 4 days passed very quickly. The friends did not notice how they were constantly fighting with monsters, and a powerful progress was waiting for them. Their interaction in the group also improved. They could understand each other even without words, and soon they were already able to destroy high-level monsters with joint efforts. And Leon secretly escaped every night to train in the body of his shadow. He was already able to ignite 4 acupoints, and his strength doubled. At this time, with the help of camera drones, they were carefully watched and watched their every step. This man watched the group from the Lucky Wind City with interest, wondering at their progress this year. His assistant came to him and asked if he was looking for him, expecting new instructions from his boss. He said that it seems that this year a dark horse has started in the city of the Lucky Wind. He confirmed his words and said that the rating of the city has already exceeded all expectations. He pointed his finger at Leon, who asked if he had any information about this guy. His assistant replied that he was usually human, and there was nothing special about him, but his group was able to bypass even the favorites. This man said that with Leon and Basil, something could come of them. The only thing was that he was not satisfied with the team from the city of the Lucky Wind. He also said that the talents he can't use in the future become a big threat. His assistant asked what he meant. He covered his eyes with his hand and said that at a meeting in the Central District, the destruction of several students is a matter of course, after which the assistant replied that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Leon asked his friends if they were sure that they should attack this tribe, because there were several shamans who possessed magic, as well as a sage who could tame wild animals. James said that he should not worry because he checked everything and the elder was not in the tribe. Leon thought about it, then said that for a shaman, they will get a lot of points, much more than for these little pawns. Lynn said she supports James's proposal. It's a good opportunity to get a lot of points. Lester was worried, as always, and asked if she was sure about it. She turned to the boys and said that during this time they made a lot of progress, and now they should try harder monsters. Leon confidently said that he needed black crystals. He also thought about the fact that Lynn helped them grow all this time and gave her loot to them. They agreed and left for the task. Lester, as usual, was supposed to serve as bait. It had been a long time since he went to attract demons, and Leon was already starting to worry about him. But James said that there was no need to worry, because he had already ignited the lake point on his right hand, and his fighting skills had reached a high level. Lester, meanwhile, engaged in a heavy battle with a group of large demons. They were of medium level, and did not let him escape just like that. This was no longer the weak Lester. He was ready to take the fight and show this demon who was the boss. He began circling around, holding his sharp sword and slicing monsters like an infernal blender. One of the monsters tried to grab him, but he couldn't do anything, because Lester cut off his hand with a powerful wave. He shouted loudly that the demon probably didn't expect such resistance, after which he shouted that the demon should prepare for battle, but he would not spare him. While Annie and James watched him with surprise, Leon said that he finally came back and they also have to work. Suddenly, several guys appeared near them. One of them asked if it was the same one that everyone was talking about. The other answered that it looks like there is nothing special about them. They immediately rushed to attack the monsters, who said that they are sorry, but they also need points, and they are not going to share them. They behaved very arrogantly and said that they were grateful for their work and that they would take the points for these monsters. This group was extremely fast, and in just a few moments they were behind Lester and approaching the group of monsters he had brought. The demons themselves were extremely surprised that these young people were arguing about who would get the right to destroy. The demon shaman who had just been whole was already cut into a bunch of small pieces and ended up in the air. This group of young warriors were extremely fast and skilled with bladed weapons and dealt with this pack of demons without much effort. Leon excitedly said that they easily dealt with the demon shaman of the Ayu tribe, where these two came from. Lin angrily said that they came from another area to take their points. Leon decided that they probably had very high results. If other teams were already staring at them, one of the boys smiled and thanked them for bringing demons for them. James said that they should leave because the points were already stolen. Lewis offered to teach them, but he said that they should not argue with them because they will only waste time. The guys caught up and started mocking the James team and saying that they are acting like cowards because they stole their points, and instead of taking revenge, they decided to run away and hide. Suddenly, one of them even jumped in the air and seemed to want to make a surprise attack on James. But he didn't have time to do this because James was much faster and delivered an extremely powerful kick to his neck. The force of his punch was so powerful that this guy even lost consciousness for a moment. It seems that they clearly underestimated their opponents, after which he immediately fell to the ground, not having any chance to stand up. His friend immediately began to scream in surprise and fright because he did not expect that these weaklings were capable of such a thing. James asked why, after they took their points, they didn't leave them alone, after which he threw his wild look at this boy and warned him not to anger him. Suddenly, he noticed some red flash in the sky that attracted the attention of all those present. This unknown phenomenon exploded with a bright red light and illuminated the entire night forest with its rays. The light of this flash was reflected in his eyes, and James said that it was a flare. He turned to his friends and loudly ordered that they should run away because it meant that something very dangerous was nearby. They could not understand what was happening and looked at him confusedly, as if they had fallen into a stupor. Suddenly, something very scary and big appeared from behind. It was some kind of wild giant monster. He looked like a mad demon. His eyes glowed red, and this creature clearly did not come with good intentions. The boy who decided to attack James was also shocked and looked at him with a blank look of fear and shock. Suddenly, a piece of his shoulder just disappeared. It was a terrible phenomenon. Everyone just stood and looked at him in shock. He fell to his knees and started coughing, still very confused. It was a state of shock. This demonic werewolf stood over him and looked as if at a tasty prey that he was about to swallow, after which he delivered a very strong and powerful blow to the boy. It seems that with this blow, he could easily save his life. His friends started shouting loudly and scared, calling the werewolf a real freak. James was also shocked and watched what was happening, not knowing what to do. The other guy started shouting to get the monster's attention and get him to pull away from his friend. But his giant paw was immediately at the boy's head, and he immediately fell silent. James started yelling that it was a devil dog and they should get out of here immediately. Lester started screaming loudly and asking what to do with those two. Leon said it was too late and they couldn't be saved. James pointed his gun at him, and after assessing his condition, realized that he was fine. The monster was only able to scratch his armor a little. They began to run away to the side of the car, while James was shooting at the monster to detain him. But the monster was about to let them go. He rushed after him, trying to grab Leon with his giant paws. James said that it was the demon elder IU, and he was extremely dangerous. They couldn't stop and had to get to the car as quickly as possible to get away from here. Suddenly, another devil dog appeared, and behind the trees, even more appeared. Leon asked with horror where so many of them came from. Lynn explained that it looks like they got into a net. Leon asked in surprise how they could get into an ambush. James explained that that signal fire was a signal that they entered the ring of encirclement. Lynn said that the demon elder was a real monster once he decided to ambush his tribe. He made them think he wasn't there and waited until they hit the ring to catch them all at once. Approaching their car, they saw that there were even more of them than near the territory of the tribe. Leon said that they were surrounded on all sides and they had no way to retreat. Lester fearfully asked what they should do now. The demons began to speak. They called Leon's group scumbags and said that they destroyed a bunch of their fellow tribesmen. Leon said that it was a monster that could talk, but it was the first time he had seen a monster that could talk. His friends said that he was the smartest elder among the IEU demons, while Leon replied that he looked very ugly. The demon called him an asshole in response and ordered him to hold his tongue, after which he rushed to attack them, asking how they dared to look down on him. Demonic dogs also began to attack them, and it seems that nothing could save the friends anymore. Leon could not believe that now they were finished. He looked around looking for any way to escape, but he saw only the confused eyes of his friends. The circle in which they found themselves tightened more and more. And it seems that it was the end. The monsters became more and more, and they appeared as if out of thin air. Leon turned to the system for help, and after evaluating the information, said that only Lynn would be able to break through the encirclement, and due to her speed, give them a chance for salvation. He said that she should run to the car and then pick them up, and while they tried to hold on, she asked if they could really manage without her. He smiled and said that he wasn't really sure about anything, but they had no choice. After which he stuck his hand into the screen of the system, and everything around began to glow and flash with lightning. He took out his sword, with which he could effectively fight in close combat, because the monsters were already sitting almost in their faces. Leon began to make his way, slicing through a bunch of demons so Lynn could get out of the way. The demons did not expect such a powerful force and resistance from humans. Leon's sword was carried as if its blade had grown wings, cutting off their heads. Lynn finally looked around and said to herself that she hoped they would be able to hold out until she arrived. She managed to escape from the surroundings, but looking around, she saw that she had a huge demonic dog on her tail, which did not plan to let her go. He swept in with one paw, and Lynn realized that she would not be able to dodge this attack. The beast delivered a very strong blow and crushed someone's armor. It crumbled into small pieces and parts. Before her appeared Lester, who saved his sister by covering her with his body. His armor came to an end, and now he was completely defenseless. His eyes were filled with anger and determination. He sternly told her that she should not look back and run, and if she didn't get the car right, none of them would survive. He stood in front of the monsters and, calling them smelly, said that he was their rival and ordered them to attack. He began to fight fiercely, and in this struggle it was already unclear which of them was the real demon, because Lester had turned into an incredible warrior during this time. He gave the demons a bunch of powerful blows that crushed their skulls and did not give them any chance to save themselves. Meanwhile, the demons divided into groups and attacked each of their targets. The first group began to approach Louis. He took out his daggers and in a lightning dash threw the dagger in their direction, tearing their bodies to shreds immediately. The only problem was that there were too many of them, so he didn't notice how another one ended up behind him. Looking around, he realized that he was not ready for this attack, and this demon could stick a knife right into his back. But fortunately, James was extremely responsible for the safety of his team members and made sure that none of them got hurt. He managed to cover Louis, but he shot the demon's hand in which he was holding a knife with a well-aimed shot. Leon, meanwhile, was as focused as possible. He cold-bloodedly wielded his weapon without succumbing to emotions. He destroyed the demons one by one. With light and lightning movements, he neutralized a bunch of monsters that could not even come close to him because they immediately received terrible injuries. His body turned into a weapon of destruction, and nothing seemed to be able to stop him. But in the depths of his soul, he understood that the demons were becoming more and more each time, and if this continues in the future, then they will not be able to hold out until Lynn's return. Suddenly, he saw one of his friends getting into trouble. He looked around to see what happened. He saw that the demonic dog had grabbed Lester's leg and was swinging him around like a doll. The boy seems to have been injured, but he was still conscious and screamed in pain. After the demonic dog stopped swinging at him, he threw himself hard away from him. Seeing this, Jace and Louis began to scream loudly, worried for their friend and comrade. Leon realized that his friends had completely lost their strength and could no longer resist the demons. Therefore, it was necessary to invent something immediately. He understood that now the main danger was the devil dogs controlled by the demon elder. But getting to it was not easy because it was protected by a huge group of demons whose main task was to protect it at the cost of their lives. Leon understood that it would be very difficult to deal with this pack by fighting, so he decided to just jump into this swarm of demons, trying to get as close as possible to the elder. Hidobre managed to close the distance between them and already brought his sword aiming for his head to cut her off with one blow. The demon elder understood his plan and was very frightened when he saw the boy in front of him. But it was already too late. Leon was very close and delivered a powerful blow, but the demon managed to jump back and began to run away in fear. Meanwhile, his friends were surrounded by demonic dogs. It was extremely difficult to fight them because they greatly exceeded them in physical strength and speed. The demon elder turned to the demon dogs to ask them for help. The boys were very surprised because they saw that the monsters stopped and something distracted them, after which they immediately rushed to attack Leon. The three demonic dogs immediately started beating him, and Leon managed to evade these attacks. Each of their blows caused him rage and hatred towards these monsters, after which he completely entered a state of berserk. Red lightnings began to break out from his body, but he shouted loudly. The rage and power that filled him wanted to break out. James watched him and said that he managed to block the simultaneous attack of three devil dogs. Louis was also very impressed by this and turned to James and asked if he had seen it. They watched him with delight and asked, did he enter a trance? It was an incredible phenomenon. James asked, does he mean that Leon entered the trance of the holy warrior that was spoken of in the legends? Leon really looked like a divine warrior, and James mentally asked what other secrets he was hiding from them. Seeing this, the green-skinned demon asked what happened to this worthless person and why he turned into this berserker. After all, no human was capable of fighting three demonic dogs at the same time. Those demons that got in his way immediately flew away like some kind of garbage, because the strength could not even be compared with this guy. The demon elder began to shout disgruntledly what the hell is going on here and why they suddenly started to lose. Suddenly they saw Lynn come back. She smiled, called them a bunch of little bastards, and suggested the demons try something new. She drove up in a car and used the machine guns that were installed on it, starting to shoot the demons. A cloud of bullets immediately fell on the demons. They screamed in pain and terror as they were showered with fire. Seeing her, Louis joyfully began to shout and tell the boys to watch how Lynn dealt with this bunch of demons. They were overjoyed because Lynn managed to come back by car, which meant they were saved. She smiled and asked if they ordered a car. James smiled happily and said that they should all get in the car immediately. Meanwhile, Leon continued to fiercely fight the demonic Samas. He was in a trance and didn't seem to hear anyone. His only goal was to destroy and endlessly fight these monsters. At this time, groups of young students who took part in the competition were being watched by another organization called the Sturlk Union. One of the men said that a new human had entered the trance of the holy warrior. The head of the organization asked if it was him, after which he clarified whether the video recording was stopped. His assistants answered that they stopped it with video recording, and the information was blocked, after which he ordered to report it to the saint. The friends were already resting after finishing off the demons, and Leon acted as if nothing had happened. The only thing he said was that his body hurt a lot after that. Louis asked him if he had come to his senses, and did he not know what state he had just been in. Leon replied that he did not know what happened. The only thing he felt was how his body was filled with strength. He looked at his hands and said that he could not suppress his desire to fight, but it was very strange. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't talk about it." It was James. He looked at the system screen and said that even though their lives were hanging in the balance, they managed to earn points quite well in addition to the usual 30 crystals. They also had 2 black ones. Still looking at the screen, he thoughtfully said that Leon essentially saved everyone's lives, but now they owe him. After which, turning to his friends, he said that he thought it would be better for them to give all their spoils to him. It excited him, but he asked with surprise, "Do they want to give everything to him alone?" Lester smiled and said that he should take it because if it wasn't for him, they would have been destroyed. Louis also supported him and said that it was fair. But Leon refused. He said that this time they all tried their best and the spoils should be divided according to the rules, because in reality he didn't do anything special, he just did what others are doing. After which he smiled and said that in fact, he was trying his best to save his friends. After hearing this, they agreed with him and said that in that case, they would share everything equally. Dividing the booty, they found a safe place to set up camp and rest. Leon, being in his palace, took a shower and felt incredible relief. Suddenly, a message came from the system saying that she was congratulating her master and giving him an award. He asked with surprise what kind of award it was. The system replied that it was Wade's box and he must accept it. He took her hands and began to look at them curiously. Wade's box was a prize in the order of a lottery with which you could get different fighting skills and weapons. He smiled and said that it was time to talk and to get it, because he himself was very interested in what was inside and what he would be lucky enough to get. But when the box was opened, he was extremely surprised and, to put it mildly, impressed. Because nothing was found in her, he began to shout and say that she was a complete fool and how could he get the air out of her. But the system immediately feels to congratulate him and say that he has drawn a very cool prize. Leon asked what she was talking about because there was nothing inside. But the system denied it and said that he had pulled out an A-class combat skill called kicking. He asked in surprise what kind of A-class skill it was. After which the system asked if he wanted to spend his inner strength to learn his new skill. He smiled and said that he was willing to do so. An energy field appeared under his feet, and the system said that the study of a combat skill had been started. He couldn't wait for the skill to be learned, but he would like to try it in action. After which the system announced that the skill was successfully learned and ready to use, and Leon said that he couldn't wait to use this power. Meanwhile, one of the demons was walking through the forest holding a torch in his hand, checking the situation. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind him that attacked him out of nowhere. Of course, it was Leon who went out on his night hunting to test a new skill. After receiving a powerful blow, the demon jumped up like a ball and began to spin in the air. He jumped with incredible speed, delivering powerful and lightning-fast kicks, his legs now like weapons of mass destruction. He reveled in his new power and invited the demons to appreciate his double strikes. Meanwhile, Leon's body was in his tent, sleeping peacefully when someone entered. This person looked at him and said he looked like the person in the photo, and it was definitely him. After which, he said that he wanted to apologize to him because he was too cool and disturbed others. So he had to be destroyed. And because he added that he hopes that in the next life Leon will remember the phrase "who sticks his neck," he will get all the bumps on his head. At this time, Leon, being in the body of his shadow, was enjoying the battle. He said that with this new skill, the enemy would not even be able to respond to his blow. Suddenly, he was startled by an alarm. The system said that the host's body was in danger and he needed to return. He ordered the system to immediately and quickly return him to the host's body. Meanwhile, the uninvited guest wanted to deal a devastating blow to Leon while he was supposedly sleeping. But Leon had already returned to his body and suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the attacker in front of him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that threw the attacker away, and Leon himself jumped high up the mountain. He landed deftly and raised his head to see the face of his assailant. This guy said his vigilance was on point and he was impressed by it. Leon asked him who he was and what he needed. Why did he come to him? He replied that it was not important, that it only mattered that he would be destroyed tonight. After which, he immediately pounced on him, attacking with his fiery fists. Leon also reacted immediately and called the system screen to get his weapon and be able to defend himself. The attacker's first blow was extremely fast and he almost missed him, but the boy managed to dodge. The enemy was extremely strong, so Leon only dodged by studying his movements. With this blow, he did not even give him time to draw his weapon for defense. Leon saw that his body was glowing with a golden glow. It meant that this person was using the energy of golden crystals. He was surprised why such a high-level archer came after him. He said that he has an incredibly quick reaction, but warned that this time he will not be able to dodge. His body turned into a ball of energy, and the movement resembled a flash of light, and it was incredibly difficult to react to it. He managed to close the distance between them and hit Leon hard in the chest. A red liquid came out of his mouth and he began to cough from the loss of oxygen and pain. It seems that this guy also possessed the technique of circling legs, because after a blow to the chest, he delivered another powerful kick that sent Leon flying a dozen meters away. He pierced the ceiling of the tent with his body and flew into the night sky above the forest. He was in a lot of pain, and he understood that without a weapon he could not be a rival to this boy. And he even thought that most likely he would end up. He looked at him and was surprised that he was still alive, saying that now he would save him from suffering. Then jumped into the air, catching up with Leon's body to deliver another blow to the chest and nail him to the ground like a nail. Suddenly, Lin came to his aid. She noticed that something was happening in Leon's tent. Seeing that he was not armed, she immediately threw her sword at him so that he could defend himself. He immediately caught him and thanked the girl for her help, because this was what he needed now. After getting the weapon, Leon gave him a powerful energy blast. This guy was very surprised by this. He realized that whenever Leon got a weapon, he became completely different, as if the weapon was an integral part of him. He put his sword in front of him, but said that he had enough of it, and now he must give him an opportunity to strike. Now they were fighting on equal footing, and it no longer resembled a battle, but a real fierce struggle began between them. No one had managed to injure and exhaust Leon like this before. This killer was clearly not easy, but he did not look tired at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed the fight and perceived this attack as fun. Leon tried to punch him, but he was so fast that his body seemed to split and be in several places at once. He told Leon Yu that although he is perfect with the sword and multi-layered attack, he still lacks explosive power. After which he completely surprised by stopping Leon's sword with his bare hands. It was unbelievable. After which he threw him away from him with a strong push, and he could not even stand on his feet. It seemed that this guy was only fighting at half strength all this time, dismissing Leon. He said that his techniques wouldn't work on him. He smiled and said that it was all good. But their game had already come to an end. The assassin added that Leon was talented and he even felt sorry for destroying him. Approaching Leon, the guy said that business is business and there is no place for personal relations. So he has to do it. Fiery tongues of flame appeared around him. He put out his hand, pointing it at Leon, and a bright light began to burst from his palm. He looked into his eyes and said that today he will take his life. Immediately after that, inflicting an incredibly powerful fire attack and flew to Leon. He prepared to meet face to face with this powerful force that wanted to lift him up because he was not like the others. But instead of fear and begging for his life, Leon smiled at the assailant and for what the hell I made an answer that surprised him very much. He looked at him in surprise and even stopped for a moment, not understanding what was happening. He stood in front of this threat, holding a sword in his hands and laughing like a madman. He got a notification from the system, which said that the sword had reached the 4th level, and the technique had moved to the next level. He defiantly looked into his eyes and said that it seems that their forces have equalized, and now it is possible to have a really fair match. Leon began to spin his sword in his hands, creating a whirlwind in front of him. This guy asked will Leon be able to parry his fire dragon claw strike. The fiery dragon had already approached him almost up close, and Leon, holding the sword at the ready, jumped into its mouth. Once inside this energy beast, he made a powerful swing with his sword, creating an arc of energy and destroying him from the middle, after which the fire dragon dissipated into the air, leaving only a mist behind them, like a match that had been extinguished. They now stood and looked at each other in silence. This boy felt real fear because no one could stop this attack before, but that was not all. He looked down in horror, and what he saw frightened him even more and caused him to panic. He saw his severed hand lying on the ground in a pool of red liquid. Leon pointed his sword at him and said that today he only took his hand, but next time he will take his life. He raised his head to the sky and began to scream with an older scream from pain, holding on to his severed arm. Leon just watched him silently and calmly while he tried to regain his composure. He started swearing at A and saying that he would never forgive him, and Leon would definitely pay for it. He pointed his sword at him again and asked if he wanted to continue. Leon also warned him that if he didn't hurry, he would be completely covered in red liquid and destroyed. He jumped high into the sky, intending to get out of here as soon as possible, because Leon was right, and he promised that he would definitely repay him for this. After he was done with him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin appeared behind him and asked if everything was okay with him. Suddenly, he dropped the sword from his hands and fell unconscious, as if something invisible had struck him and cut him down. She screamed out his name, worried about him, but not understanding what was happening. She managed to run up and pick him up, asking what happened to him. Leon tried to catch his breath and said he was fine and not to worry. He also thanked her for saving him. He looked down at his hands and said that he was lucky that this guy had called his bluff, because if they had continued to fight, he would have been defeated and destroyed. Also, something else happened today during the night patrol on Lewis and Lester. Someone attacked them, beat them, and stunned them. But at the same time, they did not destroy them. James looked at Leon, who was sitting with a wet towel on his head, and said that the goal of this attacker is similar because they are their team, and only Leon. They asked why he and what he had done to them to make them plan to commit such an attack. Lin said that it looks like they are interfering with the higher-level people, so they sent an assassin to destroy their main force. Lester asked if that was the case. Why did they decide to destroy only Leon because Lin was also very strong? She assumed that in the end their family was quite famous. Even people from the top would not dare to attack them just like that. Moreover, her mentor was a saint. Whoever was there should think before attacking them. Hearing this, Leon was a little upset because he had worked so hard, and now he was considered a fool without origin. He decided that he should take revenge for this attack, and that his enemies should pay for this disrespect. James said that these days they won't do anything but rather rest in this place and see what to do after Leon's wounds heal. Leon said that everything is fine with him, and they managed to move to the top of the ranking with difficulty. If they rest, they will not be able to win. Suddenly, someone stopped him and said that he was wrong. James said that his life was much more important than the results of these competitions. He was very surprised when he heard these words from him and said that they should go to rest and he would stay in guard for the time being. He stood up and took off his towel. Leon looked very weak, but it seems unlikely that he would be able to stay on night duty. He looked at his finger and told the system to scan the red liquid his attacker had left behind. The system reported that the scan was completed, the source was detected, and the information was recorded in the database. Suddenly, James asked Leon, "Did he say the word system?" Leon thought that now he was bitten. The next morning was a sunny day. Leon was well rested and ready to start new challenges. A kind of energy sphere appeared in his hands. He looked at it with surprise and said that it penetrates all acupuncture points. He thanked his shadow for destroying the monsters these 2 days. Now he had enough crystals. Leon said if he wants to advance further, then he should create an armor of flow energy crystals. But next time he uses the shadow system, he should be more careful because last time he was almost exposed. Last time he reduced everything to a joke, and James smiled and said that in that case he also needs to update his system. While he was resting, he received a notification that the total experience of the host was 10,000, and the system asked if he wanted to spend 10,000 experience to create a second shadow. After hearing this information, he was very surprised. And looking at his shadow, he asked if he could create a friend. He understood that if he had 2 shadows, the results of hunting monsters would double, after which he clicked his fingers and told the system that he agreed and they should create another shadow. The system said that his experience will be spent on creating a shadow. He saw that a black smoke appeared from his hand. It meant that the process was started. His new shadow began to form in front of him. This time it looked different and had a powerful and menacing look to it. The system announced that the created shadow was completed. Leon said that since he now has 2 shadows, he needs to come up with names for them to be able to distinguish them. Leon was very pleased that he was able to come up with names quickly, and now they were called number 1, number 2, after which he turned to them and ordered numbers 1 and 2 to return, for someone had come to him. He came out of his tent and asked what happened because he was busy. He saw Lin there. She said that she just received a notification that many strong players were attacked by killers, including Basil's team. He excitedly asked if everything was okay with Leonadze. It scared him a lot, because she was not indifferent to him. Lin said that he cannot worry because only Basil was seriously injured, and everyone else got by with scratches. She also said that the Union of Riflemen is conducting a comprehensive investigation of this situation, and everything will be clarified. Lin also added that the Union was very concerned about this, and those who arranged it will definitely be punished. He asked her why she stayed at the camp today and didn't go hunting with James. This question excited her. She blushed and felt embarrassed. Lin did not know what to answer to this. She said that in these few days it became clear that he is a really beautiful man. Therefore, she deliberately stayed to talk to him alone, without witnesses. Leon also blushed because he was not ready for such an answer. He wondered if Lin had fallen in love with him. She said that she had been thinking about it for a long time and only now decided to tell him. Lin grabbed his hand and said that he must agree. Leon thought, well, that's where it all begins. But now something can happen between them, while no one is around. She leaned against him and looked into his eyes, saying that she wanted to learn the technique of wielding a sword from him and offered him a duel. Hearing this, he was very disappointed and asked what the hell, because he was very disappointed. But she had already taken out the sword and said that she would now attack him and asked if he was ready. Despite his disappointment, Leon said that he was ready and agreed to conduct a training battle with her. He realized that this girl was obsessed with martial arts. And what was he thinking? She got into a fighting position and said that they are starting. Having prepared her sword, she directed it at Leon, after which she began to deal him a series of rapid blows while the Legion fought back. He understood that all her blows were fast and accurate, and it was difficult to find a weak point in her movements. But Leon was not going to give in to her and fought with all his might. She immediately felt on her own skin how fast and strong he was. Leon decided to use the raging sword technique on her. Meanwhile, she jumped high into the air to strike from above. But even this attack of hers didn't go through because he was able to block it with ease. Lin said that his strength is amazing. He made a kind of energy circle around himself with his sword. Lin recognized it as a return blow to the beginning and asked if he had decided to leave Trumps. But she jumped up again and offered him to try something more interesting that she had already prepared. But even this time, she couldn't even get close to him. How powerful and impregnable his defense was. Lin said that it was almost impossible to put his reaction to sleep, and suddenly he appeared like a ghost from a cloud of dust, holding his sword at the ready. This time the blades of swords clashed. They pressed on each other, creating sparks. Leon that it was the second degree of pressure. Lin did not even know that in this technique, it is possible to combine several degrees, but she understood that they will soon come to an end. But she will lose this match. She understood that it is better for her to retreat if she continues to fight. She will only be able to give him more blows, which will not lead to anything. Leon said that he is already on the third stage. He grabbed her by the shoulder, and now she was in his arms, unable to dodge. He said it was time to step up. But what happened next surprised him immensely, and he wondered how it was even possible. Lin grabbed the blade of his sword with her bare hands and said that if every attempt she made to attack only made him stronger, then she would finish him immediately. Leon was very surprised, and Lin took out her sword and pointed it at him in his unprotected place. She smiled and said that the winner was revealed, because if she struck him, she would immediately destroy him. Leon was still shocked by this result of the match. He stood and watched her in silence. Lin looked extremely tired, but pleased that she was able to get the better of him in this battle. She looked into Leon's eyes and happily said that she had won. In response, he began to laugh and say that she was just mad, but he liked their match. It was already evening, and the boys returned from hunting. James noticed that Lin's hand was bandaged, and he asked what happened. But she said that nothing happened and just scratched herself. James said that today they were scouting the territory of the IU demon tribe, and reported that after the last battle, they had become much more vigilant. Therefore, even if Leon's wounds heal, it is unlikely that they will be able to attack the demons in the old way, explained James, but added that he had just received good information. And he came up with a new strategy. Not hiding his satisfaction, he informed the team. He began to laugh and say that for this strategy they would definitely need Lin's help. Surprised, she asked him what he meant, suspiciously paying attention to his strange laugh. It was the morning of the next day. The boys were about to leave. Lester turned to James and said that all the things had already been loaded into the car. He said that was great and added that when Lin was ready, they could leave. She came out to them from her tent wearing a beautiful blue dress. Lin felt out of place. James, was it necessary to do this? He smiled and said that it is necessary because it is necessary for their new military tactics. She was very ashamed of her appearance because she was not used to dressing like that, although it looked simply wonderful. But in a moment, she'd already changed her clothes and shouted angrily that she was going to seduce the demon elder Ayu. James tried to calm her down and said that he understood that she didn't like it, but reminded her that it was all for the sake of the team. Leon was on Lin's side and asked James what kind of stupid tactic it was to use Lin's sister's appearance. Louis explained that this morning while scouting, they came across one of the elders who was giving orders to several demons, that he wanted his servants to seize a beautiful girl and bring her to him. James said that when he heard this, he thought that this method was not the best, but this time the stakes were high, and if the demon elder was a pervert, then they should use it against him. He added that when you catch bandits, you should start with their leader, and promise that today they will finish off the demon elder. They arrived at the place James showed Lin two demons who were given a task by the elder to bring him a beautiful girl. Lin worriedly asked him if he was sure that everything would be okay. He said that he will pretend to hunt her so the demons can see her, and when they see a beautiful girl, they will take her, and then the elders will take her away. With the boys at this time, he will follow them. And if all went well, they would be able to find their lair, and then they would destroy the elder and all the demons would be trapped, James said. James began to shout loudly to attract the attention of the demons. He turned to Lin and said that he wanted to drive her into his love trap. When they heard me, they immediately paid attention to them, and the word beauty caught their attention, because that is what they needed to find. Looking around, they saw a beautiful girl in a blue dress who was running away. Lin ran and asked for help while she was being chased by some crazy psycho. She played the real role of a damsel in distress and screamed, asking who would save her. Lin couldn't wait for the demons to capture her, because if she continued to say these lines, she would definitely get bored of it. The demons were watching this strange performance all this time. Suddenly they saw that one of them fell. It was James. He tripped while running after Lin. He got up with his hand clenched and thought that now was not the right time to fall. At that time, a demon was already standing behind him and was looking at him with interest. Tears appeared on James's face, but he turned his cute face and complained that he was in a lot of pain. It is unlikely that the demons could distinguish a man from a woman. So when they saw James, they decided that this is the same beauty that the elder said about. Whereupon they immediately seized him and dragged him towards their camp where their tribe was stationed, while James shouted and told him to let him go. When Lin returned to the camp and told everything to the boys, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. They asked how this could happen and why the demons confused James with a beauty. Louis started yelling and asking what they should do now. Besides, the plan failed, so they also lost their leader of the group. Leon reassured them and said that they should not worry because everything was not as bad as they thought. He asked Lin to log in and track his location. She saw a point on the map of the area and said that she was able to find out its exact location. Leon turned to the group and said that nothing has changed in their plan. Only the bait has changed. Instead of Lin, it is Staff James. He said that they shouldn't panic and just stick to the plan and act together so they can destroy the Demon King IU. Meanwhile, a small candle illuminated some deep cave. In the light, you could see some body chained to the wall. It was James. The demons disguised him as a princess and chained him in the cave. He complained that the chains were too strong. Suddenly, he heard that someone entered the cave. It was the voice of a demon. He told his master that the girl was already here. The demon looked as if he had come on a date. In his hands was a bottle of wine and a bouquet of flowers. "You'll see, James." He said that she was a real beauty and must have been waiting for him. Meanwhile, the team had already arrived at the cave, and Leon quickly dealt with the guards. He informed his friends that the security was over and they can now move freely. Lin said that according to the coordinates, James was in this cave, and this meant that the tribe is also here. But she reminded them that they should hurry because he has not moved for a long time. Leon turned to the boys and said that when they entered the cave, they should not fall behind because it was very dangerous. But it was not a joke. They replied that they understood everything and would act responsibly. After that, they entered the deep, dark cave in which James was kept. The demon elder began to cling to James, showing his signs of attention, but he told him to let go of him because he was sick of him. Strachina began to call him a picky little thing, but this inflamed his passionate feelings even more. The demon said that if James is so picky, then he offers him to play one game. This scared the boy, because he could not imagine what this crazy demon had invented. Meanwhile, friends rushed to help James with all their legs, trying not to waste a single second. Suddenly, Leon ordered his friends to stop. They excitedly asked him what happened. He explained that there was security ahead, and they would not be able to pass here unnoticed. He explained that attacking demons on their own territory is not the best idea, and suggested that his friends find another way. Lin said that it was the last path that leads directly to the bedroom of the Demon King. Leon began to look up above them as there was something that looked like a ventilation. The boys said that fighting them here is a really bad idea and asked what they should do now. But Leon had a plan, and he said that he had an idea. He mentally turned to James and told him to wait. Meanwhile, the demon was telling James the rules of the game he had decided for him. To arrange, the goal of the game was that he had to run away from him, and the demon had to catch him. He also said that he wouldn't mind if his beauty did OP because it turns him on even more, James said that this game is for real perverts, after which he freed him and ordered him to flee, and himself rushed to catch him throughout the room. James said that he was not going to run away from him and play his stupid games by calling him an ugly demon. He reached over his head and grabbed him by the makitare, squeezing it hard, knocking him over and knocking him on the floor, after which he gave him a powerful kick right in the jaw. The demon elder was impressed that this beauty had martial arts skills, but he didn't mind if she resisted. James realized that he could use the shackles as a weapon to deal more damage to the demon. The demon realized that these games were getting out of control and tried to grab him, but the beauty was too fast and agile and also quite strong. He immobilized the demon with shackles. The demon started shouting that the game was over. He was lying on the floor and tried to resist, but nothing worked. James looked at him sternly and said that the game will end when he says. After which, loosening the shackles, he began to swing the demon's body and threw it against the ceiling. The demon elder couldn't understand what was happening. They met their eyes for a moment, not understanding how they both ended up in such a situation. But the demon didn't seem to give up and started shouting that he would definitely catch her, no matter what it cost him. In the meantime, he was already in his bedroom. Leon, having delivered a powerful blow to the demon's head, ordered him to detach himself from his friend. After landing, Leon assessed the circumstances and smiled and said that he must have been just in time. The others were also already nearby. Lin asked James if everything was okay with him. He smiled and answered that if they had stayed a little longer, he would most likely have lost his virginity. The demon began to shout and say that they decided to deceive him with the help of such a beautiful girl. He said that in this way they caught him alive, so he did not forgive them and would definitely take revenge. James began to laugh loudly and, lifting his dress, said that he was sorry but he was a boy and asked what he would do to them now. The demon began to shout that it was too much and that he would now give them a hard time. He fell to the ground and some strange energy began to flow from him. Leon understood that this was not very good and excitedly asked what he was doing. Eventually, this demon's actions caused a massive explosion in the cave, causing it to be destroyed. Due to this explosion, they were outside and she tried to clear her throat from the dust that rose up after the explosion. Leon said that this demon was quite powerful and strong because it was able to destroy an entire cave. Suddenly, they saw a man standing on top of a rock. He turned to them and called them small insects. He seemed to transform, turning from a small goblin into a handsome demon, after which, looking at them, he asked if they were ready to be destroyed. The watchers of the tournament heard the sound of an alarm. It warned that blood-colored energy had appeared. They were very shocked by this and began to worry because Demon Elder Ayu had activated a spell of great power and had entered the Demon King level. One of the men asked if it was so dangerous. He was immediately explained that this magic could destroy all the participants of the tournament. He immediately turned to his control panel asking why these brawlers disturbed. He immediately ordered to stop the competition and call off all groups and send groups of golden arrows to evacuate the participants. Meanwhile, the demon jumped off the mountain and landed right in front of Leon, looking even more menacing up close. He directed his hand in Leon's direction and a beam of energy shot out from it and flew in his direction. He was moving incredibly fast. His aura and inner energy changed noticeably. Leon immediately felt it and understood that now they have problems because this demon has carried out some terrible transformation. A fiery sword appeared in his hands, which he formed in his hands. The friends immediately understood that this time they would not be able to defeat him. He made several swings with his sword, forming energy threads above him that were quite terrifying. Immediately after that, he struck a powerful blow with his sword on the ground. As soon as the sword hit the ground, it seemed to cut it in half, and a powerful wave from this blow flew towards Leon. He thought about his body becoming so menacingly strong that he couldn't even move. The only thing he could do was stare in confusion as the destructive force surged towards him. Suddenly, he felt someone grab him and drag him. It was Lin. She managed to jump to Leon and pull him to the side, saving his life. Pushing him to a safe distance, she said that he should gather himself immediately, because now is not the time to be a fool. An edge also appeared in her hand immediately. She turned to the demon, calling him a bastard, and started a battle with him to give her team time to come to their senses. Leon was all shaking with fear, but he told himself that he should immediately get together and start acting, otherwise they will all be destroyed here. Next to him, he saw the boys lying on the ground, but it seems that they were unconscious. He asked them loudly how they were feeling and whether everything was okay with them. But after the explosion caused by the demon, They were unconscious and could not answer anything. But Leon turned his head to see how Lin was doing. She was immediately thrown back by the demon and hit her back against a rock. He excitedly asked her how she was because this blow was very strong and she could have been hurt. The demon looked at Lin while she was trying to get up and said that she was a beautiful girl, and he was very sorry that they would all be destroyed today. His muscles looked like steel. He held his mighty sword and laughingly said that they had decided to trouble him for nothing. Leon's legs wouldn't obey. He couldn't get up to protect his friends, so he kicked himself and desperately begged his body to help him. Meanwhile, the demon carried his sword over his head and turned to Lin and said goodbye to her. Leon continued to scream loudly and tried to bring his body back to consciousness to stop the demon. He strained every cell of his body and every muscle, commanding his body to obey. Lin saw the blade of the sword flying between her eyes and already mentally said goodbye to her life, until suddenly Leon jumped high in the air and ended up above the demon's head and gave him a powerful blow to the back of the head. He felt it and even screamed from the sharp pain and surprise. The demon flew several meters and hit the nearest rock hard. Leon's body was still weak, but he managed to put all his strength into this blow. He immediately turned to Lin, who was lying on the ground, and asked if she could get up. She smiled and said that she should ask him if his knees are shaking anymore. Leon laughed and said that he didn't scare him anymore, and if it continued, the zones would have been destroyed. After which he pulled the knife from his leg and threw it away. Lin asked him in surprise if he had decided to speed up his blood, but he replied that if she is fine, then she should prepare to run. A car immediately appeared behind them, speeding towards their friends. He stopped near them, and the driver ordered them to get into the car immediately because they don't have time for chatter. It was James. He was still in his princess costume, but he looked very serious and sternly said that this time they screwed up and should back off. Lin said that they were making money, but after finding her brother and Louis, Leon wanted to say that he knew where they were when he suddenly heard the sound of falling stones. It was a demon. He regained consciousness and turned to Leon and said that it was he who had disturbed him again. He held his head, his eyes glowed with red light, and calling Leon a bastard, he said that he would pay for everything now. Leon turned and looked at him with horror, and the demon said that this fee would be his life. The demon clenched his fists. The energy around him was very heavy, and he radiated a terrible thirst for destruction. He flew high into the sky and raised his hand above himself, saying to run away from him, but they greatly underestimate him. Leon saw that the demon's hand began to concentrate an electric charge. Most likely, he wanted to inflict a massive, devastating blow on them. He automatically threw Lin behind him, ordering her to get into the car immediately. But before they had time to do anything, everything lit up with a bright blue light. A powerful explosion of electromagnetic energy occurred under their feet, scattering them like ants. James jumped out of the car and managed to pick up Lin. She was shocked. James said that they should get in the car immediately. She said she couldn't do that because her brother was still in danger and they couldn't leave him here. Meanwhile, Lester and Louis, still unconscious, were also thrown into the air by the impact force of the explosion. They fell to the ground. James said that they should be pulled into the car as soon as possible. When the four of them were already inside, James said that they had a place to stay because they were leaving. Lin excitedly asked if they were going to leave Leon. He excitedly replied that if they didn't go now, they wouldn't have a chance. Because if they wanted to defeat a king-level demon, a real miracle would have to happen. Lin looked so confused for the first time. She understood that it was true. But she couldn't leave Leon either. But James was already driving away at full speed, seeing her condition. He said that she should calm down, because if there is a miracle in this world, it is Leon. Suddenly, she told him to stop and looked behind them. What she saw excited her very much. Leon ran after them like a madman and shouted for them to stop. They clearly did not expect this. James seemed to have sunk underground, but it seems that he only now realized that he left Leon. He shouted to his friends and told them to stop because he could not keep up with them. James smiled and asked him, did he get out of the way so quickly? Because he already wanted to raise him as a fallen hero. Leon was shocked to hear this. Lin excitedly asked him how he managed to escape. Did he manage to finish off the Demon King? It seems that he was hiding something, and said that of course, not because, how could he finish him off alone? But he managed to understand that the demon becomes strong only within a certain territory, and he managed to escape with it, Leon explained. James said that they were lucky that he was so smart. Also, he added that they made a lot of noise, and they were very lucky that they were able to get out unharmed. Leon thought about it and said he was almost right, then remembered when he was alone with the demon. Everything seemed to be on fire around him. He was on his knees and coughing hard, trying to take a few breaths of air, which was all saturated with dust. The demon turned to him. He was amazed and asked if Leon was able to withstand his thunderbolt and stay alive. The demon grabbed his head. Leon realized that he had managed to damage him even through his defensive practice. The demon tossed him into the air and swung around with a powerful leg kick. Leon felt as soon as he hit the rock, the impact was so powerful that the stones under his body began to crumble. The demon asked him if he wants to defeat him by calling Leon a weakling. He also said that his friends left him. But Leon smiled and said that they really left, but they don't know what will happen here now. The demon looked at him with curiosity, not understanding what the boy was leading to, but the way Leon began to behave surprised him greatly. Leon smiled and pointed at him with a finger, calling him Pinocchio, after which he warned that he would now show him something interesting. He looked into the demon's eyes and said that he should thank him, then ordered the shadow system to activate. Leon laughed and said that demon now he will see something really very interesting. He called number 1 and number 2. Several shadows appeared near the demon, which began to shake his head excitedly and asked what it was. Shadows began to appear from under the ground and threateningly loomed over him. They looked alien and terrifying to the Demon King. He was startled and with a trembling voice began to ask what it was. Leon asked the demon if he really thought he was left alone just so his team could escape, and he said it was just so they wouldn't see him destroy him. He said that not everything can be shared with others, so it will be their secret. Besides, the Demon King will never be able to tell anyone more about it. After which he ordered number 1 and number 2 to destroy him immediately. The shadows immediately rushed to attack. But thanks to his reaction, the demon managed to immediately jump away. He hung in the air and tried to understand what kind of entities had just attacked him. He asked what these things were, and were they some new kind of monsters? While Leon rested on the ground, he watched as the shadows tried to catch the demon. Leon turned to the demon and called him a freak, and said that he forgot about his second shadow. And while he was running away from number 2, number 1 was behind him and stuck his arm right into his back. From that, a green liquid started pouring out, which seemed to be his demonic blood, and he screamed in pain. Leon got up and said that it looks like everything is over and it looks like you can go back. The wounded demon, holding his shoulder, asked him where he was going. Leon replied that of course he was going to run away, hinting to the demon that he was asking stupid questions. He started yelling and saying, is he going to just leave without finishing him off? Fighting off his shadows, he shouted that Leon should come to him and fight like a man. Leon smiled and said he couldn't beat him anyway, so why would he fight him? Besides, he didn't say he wanted to fight him one-on-one. He turned around and added that it was a battlefield, and according to the rules, there can only be one winner here. Leon turned to his shadows and told them it was time to go and ordered them to deal with everything here. After which, laughing loudly, he left the demon alone with the shadows and ran to catch up with the car with his friends. Lynn coughed loudly. It looked like the demon had seriously injured her, so they needed medical attention. Leon noticed this and asked if everything was okay and how she was feeling. She, as always, replied that there is nothing wrong, that everything is fine with her. He apologized to her and said that it was his fault. She looked at him with a sincere look and said that it was not his fault after all. It was the first time he had seen a king-level monster. Besides, he was able to remain conscious, and that was already good. Lynn said that normal dishes would have given up a long time ago. James confirmed her words and said to look at Louis and Lester, calling them sleeping beauties, and explained that it was a normal reaction to a royal-level monster. And Leon definitely had a powerful willpower, said James. Meanwhile, the boys did not look very good, but it was good that they were alive. Leon received a system notification. He smiled because it could mean that the Demon King was destroyed. The system sent the following message announcing that the battle was over. And the last message from the system was that the shadows were destroyed, which was very sad news. When he heard the goal, he was shocked. But he could not believe it, because he thought that it was impossible. His mood immediately deteriorated. He thought that he could not have expected that his shadows would end so quickly. The system immediately asked, since his shadows were destroyed, he had to choose whether he wanted to revive them directly or do it with the help of his mind. He thought about this. What does it mean to animate with the help of the mind? The system immediately explained that with the help of the mind, you can raise the shadows to the level of living shadows, and by possessing a simple mind, their fighting technique and pace will improve. It was a difficult choice because leveling up cost 2,000 points. In the end, Leon agreed and said that he chooses to revive with the help of his mind. Suddenly, the friends saw that the monsters around seemed to have gone mad, and Leon meanwhile received a message that the shadows were alive again and their level was successfully increased. While they were driving in the car, they also received a message in which they addressed all the participants of the competition. It said that a king-level monster had appeared on the territory of the tournament. And for general safety, the Rifle Association decided to stop the tournament, and all participants should leave the competition area immediately. James asked what would happen to their points they were gaining, but their lives were more important. While they were driving, James wanted to discuss it with Leon, but he saw that he had already fallen asleep. He decided that he would not bother him because he must be very tired. A weary demon sat over the bodies of the destroyed shadows. He was unhappy that he had let the boy escape, and promised himself that the next time he met him, he would definitely take his life. Suddenly, he received a powerful blow and fell to the ground, loudly screaming in pain. Raising his head, he saw that the shadow that was cut into pieces began to come to life. The surrounding energy seemed to fill her body, and she regenerated in front of his eyes. It was Leon. He found himself in the body of his shadow number 1, and turning to the demon called him a freak and asked if he expected such a turn. He pointed at him with his finger and said that it had been quite a while since their last meeting, and added that he hoped the demon missed him. He threw a stern look at him, making it clear that their battle was not over. He was very impressed and asked what he was and how he managed to be inside this thing. The shadow began to approach him with incredible speed, so the demon was very impressed with its speed. In a moment, he received a powerful kick, and having made several revolutions in the air, flew to the ground. The demon managed to land on his feet, but he was still shocked by this unexpected attack. He felt that he had little strength left and was getting weaker by the moment. He decided that he needed to read the spell again and gain strength. He raised his hand and said that since Leon dared to come back, he must destroy him. He looked at him carefully and decided that it looks like he wants to perform his tricks again. Suddenly, he saw what really struck him. A magic circle appeared in front of him. He thought about the fact that the demon remained in this magic circle all this time, but wondered why he did not immediately notice it and assumed that perhaps shadows can see things that people cannot see. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, and his body seemed to be illuminated by a bright sunbeam. Leon felt that with the help of this circle, the demon's power was restored, and it seemed to be the source of his power. The demon felt like new again. He was filled with mighty power, and he was ready for a new battle, while Leon realized that he had to find a way to destroy this magic circle. The demon said he was almost ready, then immediately charged, shouting that he was going to send Leon to hell. He jumped up high, carrying his fiery sword above him, while Leon stood still with his hands in his pockets. Immediately after this attack, there was a powerful explosion. Stones around flew in different directions. He quickly stood up so as not to miss another blow. Looking around, he did not see Leon. The demon said that he is very fast. He began to shout, disgruntled. Where did he hide? Suddenly, something flew into the back of his head. It was Leon's leg, but the demon had time to react and repel this attack, showing that he also does not care. The force of his blow was very powerful, and Leon even flew several meters trying to grab the ground with his hands. Immediately after that, he jumped up to him again and tried to kick him again. But the demon understood his technique and this time managed to grab him by the leg, saying that he had already got him because he was biting like a flea, after which he threw it with all his might as far as possible, hoping that it would hit the rock. While Leon was flying in the air and he started to laugh loudly, which surprised and disturbed the demon. After all, the boy achieved his goal. He ended up near the magic circle, so the demon learned that Leon had specifically provoked him in order to be able to get closer and destroy him. Leon was inside the circle and had already used his energy powers to destroy it. The demon was amazed, but could not believe that this person could see his magical formations. Leon laughed louder and began to develop a magical formation with his hands. The demon started calling him a bastard and asking how he managed to do that. He raised his head and shouted loudly that he would never forgive him for this, after which he flew high into the air and delivered a powerful fiery blow. Leon's body was smoking, but he coughed and said that it was quite painful. He understood that although the demon could no longer feed on energy, his strength was still much greater than his own. Therefore, he could not give him a chance to attack him, but he had to try to destroy him with one blow. After assessing the situation, he realized that this blow could be used at this very moment. As soon as the demon took a few steps, Leon already jumped up and was above his head, after which, gathering all his strength, he delivered an extremely powerful blow, shattering the surrounding rocks and creating a crater in the ground. But the demon was still very fast, and his reaction was fine, so he dodged this attack with ease. He laughed out loud and said that it was quite impressive and added that now it was his turn. Leon smiled back at him and reminded him that his opponent was not only him. Immediately after his words, Shadow number 2 appeared behind the demon, and it seems that it caught him by surprise. He growled loudly, displeased because last time she gave him a lot of trouble. He didn't even have time to react when she struck him, and the force of the blow sent him spinning in the air like a din-din. Immediately behind the shadow of number 2, Leon himself rushed at him to finish him off while he was in a vulnerable position. The demon didn't know what to do because this guy's attacks were coming in a continuous stream, but he couldn't fight them off. Leon realized that a frontal attack against the demon would not help him, so he decided to attack him continuously. The demon understood that Leon wanted to erase him to dust, but the demon understood that this time probably this worthless person would destroy him. And the truth, he could not believe that he would disappear from this life so offended. Unexpectedly for the boy, the demon grabbed his leg, saying that he was going to give up so easily. He was very surprised because he thought that the king of demons had already surrendered, but it wasn't like that. The demon immediately grabbed him by the neck and started choking him. Leon asked what he was doing, but the demon king seemed completely enraged, exclaiming that if anyone was to be destroyed today, it would be them together. Suddenly, his body began to inflate like a balloon that is about to explode and scared Leon even more. He could not believe that the demon had decided. But this was already a problem because the force of this explosion could really destroy him. Meanwhile, the demon pouted more and more. Leon could not believe that he wanted to take him to the other world with him. Leon tried to break free, but nothing worked. And when it was already clear that the explosion would not be avoided, he shouted loudly, summoning the form of a warrior. Immediately after that, a powerful explosion thundered out, causing a shockwave that shook the entire area around. At this moment, a Cloud Sky Special Squad was combing the area nearby. The man asked, "Has anyone managed to deal with a king-level demon?" Suddenly, the man saw a figure that was visible in the smoke at the place of the explosion. He paid attention to his armor. He immediately recognized the armor and asked if it was a man of the Temple of War, because only they had such technology. Suddenly, Leon woke up and screamed loudly. He was riding in a car with his friends. It was like a dream, and he felt himself explode together with the demon. James looked at him and asked if he was having a nightmare. Leon, still excited, said yes. He sighed and thought well that he managed to break the connection with the shadow in time. Otherwise, it would have been the end of him. He immediately received a system notification in which the system congratulated him for defeating the strongest demon king Ayu in this zone. While they were driving, he received notifications one after another. He received 10,000 experience points and inner strength. He also received 1,000 points of mischief energy, a demon king's soul, a king's crystal, and a bunch of other rewards. Leon was in a very good mood. He was happy because he was able to get a lot of experience, crystals, and bonuses for destroying the demon king. James didn't understand why he was so happy. They drove past several monsters who were inexplicably doing something. Leon paid attention to them and said that it looks like they caught someone and this person may need help. It was a girl who fiercely fought off monsters with her dual swords. Leon asked if it was Linda Tsu, and why is she here alone? Did she run away with her team? He offered his friends to save her. James looked at him with a surprised look. He said that they are from the same university and should help each other. James started growling, disgruntled that this business is dangerous, and ordered Leon to get back into the car. James wondered why Leon had just woken up and was already so active, and where he got so much energy from. Lynn said maybe Leon fell in love with this girl and wants to help her. James even started to worry about it. She continued to fiercely fight off the monsters and screamed for them to disappear, calling them a bunch of filth. She said that she must have a problem because these monsters seemed to have suddenly gone mad, but she did not give up and continued to crush them one by one, leaving them no chance of survival. Suddenly, one of the monsters gave a strong blow with its tail hitting her legs and she lost her balance. Falling to the ground, she saw that the monster was already standing over her body and closing her eyes. She understood that her end had come. Suddenly, the monster growled loudly, but not from rage, but from pain, because someone grabbed him by the neck. It was Leon. He turned to the monster and said that it is not good to insult girls. Holding the monster in his hands, he turned to the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. He also asked if she was injured and if she needed any help. She couldn't believe that this guy saved her, but she looked at him in confusion. Not knowing what to answer, she just quietly said that everything is fine with her. But there were a lot of monsters around, so he continued to beat them with powerful kicks, scattering them in all directions. Having finished with them, he shook the dust from his hands and said that it seemed to be the last, but now they are safe. She looked at him and remembered his name and thought that he was very cool. Suddenly, they were distracted by someone addressing them in a displeased tone, clearly irritated by this situation. It was James. He asked if they hadn't played yet, because they should get out of here. When Linda saw James, she was surprised and asked what kind of transvestite pervert he is. He started yelling at her, saying that it's not true. Leon pointed to the car and asked the girl if she wanted a ride. She willingly agreed and said that she would be very grateful for their help. It took some time for friends to get to the University of the Lucky Wind, but they were already on the campus. They carefully took the boys out of the car to hand them over to the medics because they needed help. Leon at this time made sure that they were treated with care because they were his team members and friends. One of the students recognized him and excitedly asked if it was really him. The other asked in surprise what he had in mind. The guy said, "Doesn't he know him because he was the leader of one of the coolest teams in the tournament?" He said that they took the 30th place in the ranking. But now the city of the Lucky Wind will no longer graze the rear. A guy who didn't know about Leon immediately ran up to him and gave him a friendly slap on the back, saying that he was his favorite classmate. Leon turned around and asked what the hell he was doing because he scared him to death. The boy patted him on the head and told him not to be afraid. Leon warned the boy if he didn't take his hand off his head, he would destroy him. This guy started saying that Leon looks very bad. All his dirty clothes are torn and most likely injured. So he offered him his help. Leon told him to get off the hook and he didn't need it. He started to turn his head from side to side, hoping that no one paid attention to them because this guy was acting like a pervert, molesting him. He also hoped to see Leah, but she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Linda addressed him, calling him Moo. He turned to her to ask what she wanted. She was surprised at this reaction because he was now acting quite indifferent towards her. He is surprised why she calls him Moo. She said that she heard how that pervert in a woman's dress calls him that, and asked why she can't. He turned around and said that in that case he doesn't mind. Linda said that maybe they would be in the evening, but she didn't have time to agree. After all, Leon did not listen to her. He approached a guy and asked if he had seen Leah Nojie. The guy replied that she should have returned because he saw their car nearby. Linda asked him why he is so worried about her. Are they dating? Leon asked why he should answer them. After hearing such an answer, Linda started to get really angry. It seemed that steam was coming out of her ears. After that, she said that she knew nothing serious had happened to Lee, and that she had only suffered minor scratches and was probably resting. Leon was greatly relieved to hear these words, after which they decided to walk around the campus. On the way, Linda asked if he wanted to have dinner with her. He was surprised when he heard this offer, but she smiled and explained that she just wanted to repay him for saving her life. So she offered him to come to her dormitory, and she would feed him. But he apologized and said that he couldn't come to her today because he had other things to do, and added that he would invite her another time. Linda was very disappointed to hear this, after which he said goodbye to her and was about to leave. Suddenly she stopped and turned to him again, calling him Moo. He asked her what happened. She began to smile and, deciding to clarify, asked when exactly he would invite her. But he didn't know what to answer because he didn't really think about it. He just wanted to get away with these words so as not to look rude. He started babbling and trying to explain what he meant by the other day. At this time, he was secretly watched by James. He was still in his princess costume. He was just noticed by one of the students who said that this pervert was following this couple and she was crying. Leon was happy that he was finally in the dormitory, and now he could calmly assess his reward for the destruction of the Demon King. Among the rewards were many crystals, parchments with techniques, boxes with random prizes, and much more. Until suddenly he saw something that really excited him. He looked at his hand in surprise. In it lay some small stone with a symbol drawn in the middle, and he asked if this thing was from Legends. He tried to take a closer look at it. It was a small pebble. Its color resembled outer space, and there was a symbol in the middle. He immediately ran to his textbooks because he remembered that he had seen such a symbol on their pages. The system replied that it was Wade's box, and he must accept it. And the person who will improve this treasure will be able to rule the world created by him. Leon thought that it seems that this time he got hold of a real treasure, and it was not for nothing that the Demon King fought fiercely for it. He threw it up and said to the system that he wanted to improve this stone, but she surprised him with her answer, saying that it would take 30,000 experience points to improve such a stone. He asked why it was so expensive. Did the system decide to rob its master? Besides, it was his stone, which he won in a fair battle. But in the end, he agreed because there was no choice. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself in the outer space of the subsystem. A notification came that the upgrade was successful. Leon wondered why it happened so quickly. He found himself as if in the middle of space. He was surrounded by many stars in the boundless space. He looked around in surprise and asked the system if this is the world created by stone. Leon was delighted and said that he had never seen anything like it in his entire life. He enjoyed these sensations and laughed loudly and screamed with delight. It was truly incredible. He said that there was a lot of space here. But can he really create something only on this small platform? He threw up his crystal and it hung in the air for a while. Leon once again said that there is no place for this piece of stone at all. Then the crystal slowly began to descend and crashed into the platform as if merging with it. He was very surprised because after that the platform increased in size. Leon asked in surprise, "Does this piece of slab grow by feeding on Wade's crystals?" He began to laugh and said that if so, then he has something to feed her. After which he began to throw a bunch of his crystals on the platform. It absorbed them and increased in size. Leon lay down on his back and smilingly said that he gave her more than 100 crystals. He was even tired, but added that this fatigue was worth it. Now the platform was really big and could be compared to a sports field. He began to laugh and asked if the fact that this plate had increased in size would help him in any way. Suddenly he thought about the fact that he did not know why he needed this thing at all, why he spent more than 100 crystals on it. But the system immediately told him that this dimension belonged to him. It was a star world. Leon asked in surprise what it meant. The system explained that a new power was born in the host's body. Since the current star world is at a low level, the world's power can only be replenished from attacks in the outside world. Also, the system said that now his world is very small and he can absorb very little power. Leon asked if it was small because it was about 80 square meters. He sat down on the platform displeased and said that he spent half a day on it, another 30,000 experience points and 100 crystals. And now he still can't use this thing, but decided that since this star world only needs a sufficient number of crystals, in the future he made it so that he would have no equal. He even thought maybe throw in a little more crystals to make his world bigger, until he suddenly realized that this was another trick of the system, and he almost missed it, because in fact, it was a bottomless abyss for the disposal of crystals, but agreed that it was quite an attractive thing to develop its infinite world. He once again looked at the screen of the system, where it was shown that for the development of the world, more crystals should be added. He again thought about whether it is worth adding one more. It seemed to him that he was starting to lose his mind. He really wanted to add another crystal. But he also understood that there was no personal meaning in this. Suddenly, he saw that someone was calling him. It was Linda. She said that he should immediately change his clothes and come to the square. He angrily asked what happened again. He arrived at the university square and began to complain unsatisfiedly that they would be collected for half a day again. Suddenly, he saw Lin Du. There was also James, Lin, and the boys who were already conscious. He approached her and asked if it was her again. She looked at him in surprise because once again Leon was quite indifferent to her, but as if he was not happy to see her. James also told Lin to go back to his team and asked why she was hanging around them, and Lin asked Leon why he was so indifferent to the girl. Suddenly he felt how someone immediately got very scared and grabbed him by the neck to hang on his back. It was Leah. She was very happy to see Leon. She also said hello to James, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leon said that she scared him a lot and ordered her to get off his back. She said that she heard that a killer was sent to him, so she was very worried about him. But when she saw that everything was fine with him, she immediately calmed down. At that time, Linda was watching with them and was very jealous. She was very angry when she saw Leah, who was talking so sweetly with Leon. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice asking if it was Leon again with his major team. It was Basil, and his friend Henry said that he was surprised to see because he thought that they had been destroyed long ago. He mocked them and asked if it was normal to be one of the rich six. Leon already got their taunts, but he didn't react to them. Suddenly, James turned to Henry and Basil, saying that their strength has not increased, but in the skill of insulting other people, they have progressed quite well. Henry grabbed him by the collar and started shaking him, asking if he wanted to fight him. He told him to try his words if he had the courage. Unexpectedly for him, James said that he does not want to fight, but if they themselves insist. His look scared Henry very much because he was a pony of determination, and there was not an iota of fear in him. He released him when he saw the teacher nearby. He was just passing by them. He also cast his eyes on them, saying that the youth are very hot-tempered now. It was Teacher Anthony. Anthony turned to Lynn and told her to give him her weapon. She smiled and asked him if he noticed. Lynn told Henry that he was lucky this time, otherwise he would have been dead by now. It seems Lynn wasn't kidding, but it wasn't worth it for her to kill some bastard to protect her friends. Leon thought that they had actually developed a real team spirit, and it was nice to feel that. In the meantime, Anthony turned to the students and told them to pay attention to him. He told that the ranking of the tournament appeared, and announced that the city of the Lucky Wind entered the top 50 for the first time and took 48th place among the overall rating. He said that all this was their merit, and he was very pleased with them, so it was decided to reward them all. After which he said that they would open a chest of scrubs. The students were very surprised when they heard this, and could not believe that the treasure chest would be opened. Everyone began to rejoice, clap their hands, and shout loudly for joy like a child. He said that this is very good, and the director will now take them to the treasury so that they can choose powerful artifacts as gifts for their achievements during the tournament. They arrived at the great building. Leon was surprised to ask if it was the treasury because it was very big. James said that there was nothing special because it was the same size as his house. Director Timothy said that everyone would enter in turn according to their ranking, after which he clicked a button on their times and said that he would now announce their places. The first place was the team of the Great Xiong. It was the team of Leon and James. After hearing this, all the students were very surprised because they even managed to overtake the team of Basil. Henry asked how it was possible and why they were not in the first place. James was very happy. He patted Leon on the back and said that they were the first and offered him to go choose gifts. Leon, on the contrary, was unhappy because it could draw too much attention to them. Among them, Henry immediately jumped up and dissatisfiedly began to ask how they could take the first place. Because it was impossible, he reminded Leon that he woke up only a year ago, but he could not score how many points. Linda immediately rushed to his defense. She said that she saw Leon's technique and that he recently woke up doesn't mean anything because he was very talented in battles. Gurney immediately pushed her away and told her not to interfere in her business. He also said that Leon is a man and he should not hide behind a woman's back. He continued to attack him and said that in the competition, he only relied on Lin Shuang all the time, and that was no credit to him, after which he challenged him to a duel. Leon looked at Lin Du. She was sitting on the ground and crying. He felt very sorry for her because Henry had hurt her when she stood up for him. This made him angry, after which he looked at Henry and said that he agreed to a fight. He looked at him in surprise, as if not expecting that Leon would really accept his challenge. To confirm his intentions, Leon began to take off his jacket, showing that he is ready for a fight and he is not afraid of him at all. Lin observed these events and said that this Henry Howe was unlucky because he could touch anyone but chose the most dangerous opponent. Lester and Lewis were also rooting for him and yelling that he showed this goat that they are a cool team. Henry did not wait long and rushed to attack him, saying that he had put up with him for too long, but now he will get what he deserves. Leon easily dodged this attack without even straining, leaving Henry with nothing. He did not expect such speed from him and was surprised and even scared that he might lose to him. He continued to move like a shadow with incredible speed. It was almost impossible to hit him. He anticipated all his blows, but it was as if he caught his energy and took it for himself. Henry shouted in displeasure that Leon was jumping in different directions like a flea and ordered him to fight and not dodge. He looked at him and said, if he asks him so, he will do it. He seemed to feel that pain was waiting for him now, because Leon was completely unpredictable for Henry. After being hit in the face, Henry felt as if he had been hit by a train, but he immediately fell to the ground. Students who followed this fight were impressed by the fact that Henry was defeated by receiving only one blow. Team Leon and Linda were already celebrating his victory and shouting that it was very cool because he beat him in one shot. But Henry didn't give up. He started to get up and said that he didn't say something. Immediately after that, he used his fire technique and charged at Leon in a maddened rage, shouting that he had not given up yet. He just watched him calmly, waiting for him to close the distance between them. Henry continued to fly at him and scream loudly as if trying to scare him with his wild roar. And in a moment his face collided with a fist, and it immediately cooled his mind. This blow was even more powerful than the previous one, but he flew away 10 meters and fell to the ground like a rag. The students discussed among themselves that he completely destroyed him. They were also surprised because they did not expect Leon to be so strong. Some people said that they thought Henry was a very cool fighter, but it turned out that this was not the case at all, and he was lucky that he was in the team of the main forces. Director Timothy came to them and said that it's time to have fun, and it's time to go to the treasury and collect your gifts. Leon said that it was true, because this boredom had already taken a lot of his time, after which he turned to James and said that it was time to go to the treasury. Suddenly Timothy saw that behind Leon, Henry appeared again, but this time he was armed with a knife. He got scared and shouted loudly, warning Leon to turn around. Henry flew at him like a mad demon. He shouted that he would never lose him, but today he would destroy him. Leon managed to dodge, and the blade of the knife went past him, after which he grabbed Henry's arm, and with one sharp movement grabbed his hand. He began to scream from pain as if mad. Other students, this crunching of bones, but in horror asked if he really broke his arm. They concluded that Leon was very cruel, and it is better not to beat him. He fell to the ground and started whimpering in pain and threatening that Leon would pay for it with his life. He shouted and, addressing Timati, said that he had specially broken his arm, and he would complain about him to the union so that he would be punished for it. Director Timothy replied that Henry just wanted to destroy him with a knife, and that Leon only broke his arm for that was not a bad result for him. But Henry said that he himself will report to the union that he wanted to kill a person, and for that, he will really be punished. Leon asked the director if he could go with his friends to the treasury. Timothy politely replied that they could go because they had already stayed here for a long time. After that, they all went inside together, all in good spirits despite what had just happened. Linda excitedly said that Henry was still a moron, but added that breaking his arm was already too cruel. He said that he did the right thing, because if he is not taught, he will start bothering them again. Besides, he tried to destroy it, and now he can't just leave it like that. Leon also said that one should never leave an opportunity for the enemy to counterattack. The friends couldn't wait to get to the vault because it was a Class A vault. They went inside and saw that there were many different precious artifacts on the shelves. Most of all, Lester seems to be happy. He was just so excited that it's incredible. Leon was not so impressed by this, and the boys shouted that such things cannot be bought for any money. They grabbed everything and tried it on themselves, asking if this or that weapon suited them. Lynn also seems to have looked at something for herself. Leon saw her interest and asked what she found. She replied that she found something better than knives and swords. They were two mysterious spheres inside them. There was something that resembled outer space. She asked if they were technology transfer balls. She took one of them and threw it for Leon to take a closer look. He was not ready for this and almost dropped it. He looked at her carefully and asked if it was the Northern Lights technique. Lynn said that it is a technique that can instantly strengthen his sword skills. If he adds it to his fighting style, he can become many times stronger. He thought that this technique was created for him and thought about choosing this particular artifact. The system immediately received a message that after scanning the territory, a very valuable item was found and the owner should not miss this opportunity. Leon quickly looked around and saw a beautiful, powerful bow on the wall behind him. Seeing this weapon, it captured his attention. He immediately put the sphere aside and told Lynn that he wanted to choose more. He went to the wall to take this bow. Meanwhile, she said that nothing would suit him as well as this sphere. He continued to examine it carefully. It was very old and covered with dust. Also, some symbols are depicted on it. They resembled a crow that scattered its feathers. After looking at it a little more, Leon said that at least how to take this bow. Lynn was very displeased with Leon's choice and began to shout that it was because of this old bow that he would not take the Northern Lights killing technique. He replied that he did not know why, but as soon as he saw this bow, he realized that it was his destiny. They were about to leave after everyone had chosen what they wanted. Lynn once again asked Leon if he was sure of his choice. Lester didn't understand what he was talking about. Leon told her that he was sure. She shook her head and said that he was a stupid child. Lester, meanwhile, asked his sister if she had made her choice, and asked her what she thought about the Northern Lights learning technique. She told her brother that she could take it and give it to him because she did not care about these artifacts. She took the sphere and carelessly threw it into her brother's hands. He looked at it and asked why he had it and what he was going to do with it. Taking the bow, Leon went to the exit while his friends were still examining the treasury. But James and the boys caught up with him. He asked if he had chosen a prize for himself and immediately decided to run away. He apologized and explained that he just wanted to get home as soon as possible to learn his new bow. So he even forgot about everyone. Suddenly, Lester shoves a bullet with a killing technique in his hands. He said that his sister gave it to him, but this thing doesn't suit him, so Leon has to take it for himself. He also said that he was sure that she chose it specifically to give it to Leon. He said that this thing is very expensive and he cannot accept this gift, but Lewis interrupted him and said that he had better take the sphere. He also added that the Henry Warren family was very powerful, and many would want to take revenge on him for what he did to him today, so Leon should arm himself well. The boys said that he should take the sphere and not even think of refusing, because they were partners and should help each other. He replied that he agreed to take the sphere, after which he sincerely thanked them for it, and felt a pleasant warmth in his soul, because these people became his real friends. Returning to the dormitory, he fell on the bed and said that he was very tired for the whole day, and now you can rest a little, ordering the system to learn the Northern Lights technique. The system immediately received a notification that in order to learn this technique, it is necessary to spend 4,000 experience points. He dissatisfiedly replied that he agreed, but he was already used to the system constantly robbing him of points. The sphere immediately rose into the air. He looked at it in surprise. He heard an energetic light appear around it. Immediately after that, a message came from the system that the killing technique of the Northern Lights had been learned. Leon, even though it is already summer, that every time this feeling of violent introduction of techniques knocks him out of his tracks. The system also said that it congratulated him on receiving the battle bow with the runes of the seventh monster Wade. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised by the seventh Wade. It was the bow of the Black Crow, which he had heard about in the legends of the old world. The system informed him that this weapon belonged to the soul of a warrior whose hands were plants from the wrong place. Leon asked in surprise. Was this warrior calling him? Leon asked. Even if a warrior's soul was imprisoned in the bow, it would probably be of no use. The system said he could level up one more time, and then he would be able to remove the seal and unseal this warrior's soul. He asked what they were waiting for in that case, and ordered to level up immediately. Also, Leon was surprised that this time everything was very fast, and he didn't have to wait 6 months for it. He was immediately overcome by strange feelings. Everything began to float before his eyes. His head was spinning so much that he almost felt sick. But he was able to pull himself together, and after a while, everything returned to normal. He moved to another space, and when he looked around, he saw that he was in front of a huge cage. A man was sitting inside the cage. He had big black wings sticking out of his back, and he himself was chained with heavy chains. He said that he must have been a raven, and explained that he came here to remove the seal from him, but warned that he needed power, and he was ready to exchange his freedom for his power. The raven got angry and asked, "Does he mean that he will be able to free him?" Then snickered and said that Leon is delusional. Leon immediately raised his head and shouted loudly, commanding the system to remove the seal. The system immediately replied that removing the seal required a lot of internal equipment. Now he didn't have enough of it. Leon told her to use everything available. The system gave approval and announced that the fence of internal equipment had begun, and the shackles that held the crow only slightly bent. The system announced that the process was completed. Leon's internal equipment was at 0. The raven said that Leon talked so much and in the end did almost nothing, and called him a baboon. Leon asked if everything was that bad. Raven said that he was not sealed with a simple seal on it. It was a seal that consisted of 3 layers, and Leon was able to break only the top one, and that was not enough at all. But the raven said that he would still give him some of his power. Leon asked in surprise what it was. 3 golden ravens in iron armor appeared in front of him. Their master said that now they will listen to Leon's orders, and if he frees him completely, then he will give him much more power. He was very happy and said that the raven was very generous and promised that he would definitely help him. Besides, he helps not only him, but also himself. The raven sighed and said that in this case they agreed. and now he was tired and wanted to be alone, after which he ordered Leon to get away. After the raven's words, he immediately began to dissolve in the air. He wanted to talk to him some more, but it seemed that the raven completely controlled this space. He found himself on his bed again. His head still spinning, he asked himself if he had already returned. He glanced at his bow, then felt incredibly tired again and fell asleep. The next day, he arrived at a large building. It was a trading house. Leon said it was so strange that in this century, such buildings still existed. After looking around the building a bit, he asked in surprise if it was really a pawn shop. Unexpectedly, an old man approached him and asked what brought him to his pawn shop. He added that they had a lot of things here and they could also help with the evaluation of things. Leon said that he did not come to buy, but simply to find out if it was true that they had contraband goods. The old man smiled and said that he must have come to discuss business, in which case he offers to talk inside. They went inside the house. The old man immediately prepared several cups of tea, sat down at the table. They continued the conversation, and the old man said that Leon must have come to offer him some valuable thing. The boy took out a gold crown from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of the sari. Leon said that he did not know anything about its value, but would like to know its value. The old man was very surprised and thought that this boy looks like an ordinary schoolboy. And where did he get such a valuable thing? It was very strange. Leon replied that 150,000 is not enough because this thing looks more expensive. Stry said that he did not understand him because I offer him 1.5 million. Leon's eyes immediately became round when he heard such a sad statement. The old man began to try on the crown and said that Leon was a promising young man. He assumed that he possessed a powerful force and offered him to become friends. Leon said that it looks like he is not deceiving him and offered to look at some more things. The old appraiser was very surprised if he still had something. The evaluator was shocked because Leon got the form of the demon elder Ayu, and the staff and ring in general, it was a real set of the Demon King. The old man said that he would take everything and pay 12 million for it. Leon also took out another parchment with some inscriptions on it and asked how much he would pay for it. He immediately recognized this manuscript because it was a parchment with the runes of Wade's heel. But the old man told him to keep this thing for himself because he could not take it, after which he looked at him with a very serious look and said that he wanted to give one piece of advice. He told Leon not to show this parchment to anyone else, just like that. Seeing the face of old Leon, he even began to worry a little, because he did not know what was in this parchment. It was Leon's sister. Fanny came back from work and was very tired because she worked as an animator and had to constantly walk in this huge and suffocating suit. She needed to work because the money that Leon had given had already run out, and she could not allow him alone to pay for her father's treatment. Suddenly, she heard a pleasant sound of a notification on her phone, because a transfer of funds came to her card. When she saw the amount, she was extremely surprised because it was 300,000. She was surprised and asked how much money her brother dropped. She came to the hospital to her father, opened the door and saw that the parents were alone. And there were still some oars in the ward. She asked who they were. The parents replied that they didn't know who these people were either, and they came recently. One of the men asked if she was Mrs. Fanny. He said that they had sent her 3 Wade helmets, and she had to sign for them. She was very surprised because these helmets were extremely expensive, after which Fanny took the papers to put her signature on receipt. The man said that everything was already set up, but they only needed to put them on and start, after which they said goodbye and said that it was time for them to go. Fanny assumed that Leon must have sent them and told her parents to put them on as soon as possible. Her mother asked if there would be any problems with these things because they scare them a little. She already put on a helmet and said that if Leon bought them, then there should be no problems. After which Fanny fingered the activation button and activated the helmet. When the activation was carried out, she was extremely surprised when she saw that she was in some other place. She was standing in the middle of some beautiful and rich city. The big street was full of beautiful trees, green grass, and tall glass buildings. She also saw her parents behind her, who were also delighted. Fanny told her father to look down, and he saw that he had legs. He said that his legs no longer hurt and began to jump joyfully like a child enjoying these sensations while someone was watching them. Looking around, they saw that it was Leon. He was looking at them and smiling, satisfied that his parents liked the gift. His mother immediately threw herself into his arms and said that she missed him very much and added that he had grown up a lot. He was embarrassed and said that he was already an adult. He and his father immediately started joking with each other. Leon asked how he likes his new legs and warned that if he fucks him, he will delete the code and they will disappear. His father responded by calling him a scoundrel. He also turned to his sister and said that she probably took care of her parents all this time on her own. She said that everything was fine because he was making money all this time, but it must have been much more difficult for him. His mother came up to him and asked where they were going now and what he was up to. He replied that they don't need to go anywhere, and standing in front of a big, beautiful building, said that this is their new home, showing them the new home. And resting a little, Leon said goodbye to his parents and said that it was time for him. His mother reminded him not to forget to come back for dinner. He was walking around the city and was bored. He wanted to go to the arena to destroy monsters, but he understood that there was direct video surveillance, and if they found out about him, he would have problems. Suddenly he had an idea, and he ordered the system to move to Wade's space. Moving there, he changed his appearance. Leon was very pleased that such an idea came to his head because now no one will be able to recognize him. Leon immediately summoned his rabbit assistant Pedro and immediately ordered him to find opponents for duels. His first opponent he crushed without a chance. He was followed by a second and a third in each fight he won undisputedly, leaving his opponents no chance. Thus he was able to get 10 wins in a row. Pedro was delighted and said that his master was incredibly cool. Leon tried to find some interesting opponent because every time fighting with random opponents became quite boring. Suddenly, he saw something that surprised him. He received a message saying that a man named Dave Bao was challenging him to a fight. This guy complained that he didn't have a worthy opponent all day today. He was just wasting his time. But seeing Leon, who was in the top 10 of his city, he decided that it would be interesting to fight him. While he was choosing his opponent, some girls ran up to him and said that they were his fans because he was the most talented fighter in his generation in their city. He was quite kind and thanked the girls for their support and said that it was an honor for him that they cheered for him so much. Someone else came up to him and also asked for an autograph. He did not have time to look at this person and signed automatically. But when he looked around, he was very surprised because there was a huge pink rabbit standing in front of him who said that he had signed a challenge to fight. He turned to a group of people asking who had lost their Pedro. Dave looked at the note and asked who still writes letters on paper these days when they can be sent by email. Pedro wasted no time and asked the waitress to bring him dessert, saying that his master would pay for it. Pedro pointed out that if they had sent the letter by email, he probably wouldn't have read it, so they could easily get his consent. Dave yelled that they tricked him into signing it. At this time, Leon was waiting for news from Pedro at the Wade Arena and was worried whether he would be able to turn things around because it had been quite a while and he still hadn't returned. Suddenly, a bright pixel light appeared in front of Leon. It appeared whenever someone teleported. Dave appeared in front of him. His face was serious and focused, and it looked like he was ready for another battle. He turned to Leon and asked if it was his Pedro came to him. He said it was true. Asking Dave if he thought his rabbit was cute, Dave said he ate 300 yen worth of ice cream, and now Leon owes him money. People watched their future fight from big screens and could not believe that someone dared to challenge Dave and Bao himself to the fight. Girls, you are just crazy because this was their favorite fighter boy whom they adored, but they couldn't wait to watch his triumph. Next to their favorite, they saw a new fighter and said that he was new and was probably much weaker than their Dave. But they couldn't deny that he was also handsome, so they didn't mind becoming his fans. Dave told Leon that it looked like he was a normal crystal shooter and asked if he knew that Dave was a silver crystal shooter. Leon nonchalantly replied that he knew. Dave said that it seems that Leon is very brave and warned that if he hopes that Dave will give in to him, then he is deeply mistaken. He began to summon his powers before the upcoming match, showing Leon that he was in for a tough fight. Leon took out his sword and said that it was great because he was afraid that Dave wouldn't agree to fight him. He was very surprised when he saw that Dave dissolved in the air like a shadow. It showed that he has incredible speed. In a moment, he appeared behind him and delivered a powerful blow. Leon flew away several meters, not expecting such a swift attack. For the first time in a long time, he even broke into a sweat from such an attack, thinking that this guy was pretty cool, and finally, he was going to have a decent fight. No wonder he is the most talented in the young generation of the Sky Cloud City. His strength and speed were truly impressive. Dave made several more powerful attacks. Leon dodged and jumped away, barely able to stay on his feet, but managed to make several counterattacks himself. Leon laughed and said he wanted to tell him honestly, and he thinks Dave is really cool. Dave thought that this guy was also not easy, because it was impossible that the shooter of simple crystals could fight with him on the same level. He turned to Leon and asked if it was true that he was really at the level of simple crystals, because his power level was much higher. Leon smiled again and said he didn't understand what Dave was talking about since all the information about him was on his profile. He once again calmly said that he was at the level of simple crystals, and warned Dave that now he will attack him again. He made a very quick attack, because of which the boy was very confused and you could even read fear in his eyes. This time, Leon was number 1 and attacked first. Dave even used the Heaven Demon 18-step technique to evade his attack. They moved fast and sharp like 2 beams of light. Dave said in flight that Leon was able to force him to use this technique. Leon said that although his techniques are strong, he knows how to deal with it and can demonstrate it to him. Dave said that their strength was different, and if they were only 1 level different, then maybe he could win. Dave immediately launched 1,000 quick strikes. It was like a swarm of arrows trying to find a weak point, but Leon skillfully deflected everything with his sword. Their fight continued for about half an hour. Dave finally exhaled and, moving to a safe distance, lowered his arms to regain his breath. Leon was also very tired and could barely hold his sword, how powerful his opponent was. But their strength was almost at the same level, so it was very difficult to determine the winner. Dave smiled and said that now he is even grateful to Pedro for finding him such a great opponent, and said that he might not give him back the money for the ice cream. Leon smiled back and said that his rabbit is really very cool, and he is also grateful to him. The fact that their battle took place at incredible speeds could also be confirmed by the audience, because they did not understand what was happening on the screens. They only saw how 2 beams of light flickered. The girls were delighted with this new fighter and said that he was incredibly cool. But this girl said that in the end, she was a loyal fan of Dave, because his 18-year-old demon technique was simply incredible, and no one else could stand up to her except this guy. Leon received another powerful blow that sent him flying several meters. Dave said that he warned that his talents will not help, because there is too much difference in strength between them. Leon jumped up high, raising his sword above his head, and said that he could argue about this. He thought that it was not for nothing that this guy was in the top 10 of the city, because he was able to withstand even his 3-level blow. He immediately jumped back quickly, but the sword passed him. He thought if this guy is not taken by a 3-level strike, then he will use a 4-level against him. Suddenly, he began to notice that each of Leon's attacks was getting stronger and stronger, as well as his speed. He jumped back again, but decided to attack him from the other side, hoping to find his weak points. But before he could even blink an eye, Leon closed the distance between them and was at arm's length. He barely had time to repel another powerful blow by sticking out his leg, and saved himself. Suddenly, he heard Leon shout out about 6 levels. It turns out he was already at the 6th level of speed for strength. The sword again swept past Dave, hitting the ground, which split and the stones flew in different directions, as if from an explosion of energy. He landed and realized that this was no longer a joke. If he was able to accelerate to the 6th level, it was already very dangerous, and if he missed just 1 hit, he would lose. Looking up and looking at Leon, Dave saw a powerful aura surrounding him, the power of which scared him beyond measure. He thought that it was impossible because Leon couldn't possess such strength at such a level. Also, he couldn't believe that this boy was able to make such progress in such a short time. He suddenly realized that Leon had been absorbing the power of his blows all this time in order to increase his own. Finally, it dawned on him that he was now in a trap from which there was no way out. Leon put the sword in front of him and directed it at Dave, from the end of which a beam of fiery energy burst out and pulverized everything in front of him. As this beam of destructive power came down on him, Dave said that it really hit him, and added that the outcome of this battle would depend on just 1 strike. He said that this would be his last attack in which he would put 100% of his power. He used the Heavenly Demon Dragon Fist technique. He jumped up, gathering his strength into a fist to break Leon's energy beam. There was a real explosion between them. Many shockwaves were coming past Dave, trying to knock him off his feet. He said he probably wouldn't be able to stand it. The spectators who watched this fight opened their mouths wide with delight, because it was really an incredible sight. Eventually, a close-up of Leon appeared on the screen, and at the bottom it said that he had won this fight. Everyone was buzzing with delight and surprise, and couldn't believe that Dave had lost to an entry-level rookie. Many people started saying that they really liked this rookie and would now follow him on social media. Another friend of his was watching him that night. He smiled and said that this guy never ceases to amaze him. James mentally listed the techniques he used, such as the Raging Sword and the Initial Energy Strike, and said that it was getting more interesting every day. After his finishing blow, Leon was easily blown away by the wind and almost had his cap blown off. He carefully corrected it and said with a smile that he had won. He immediately received a notification from the system in which it was said that he had received 98 energy points. He said, "No wonder such a master as Dave has so much energy, and ordered Pedro to continue looking for his rivals." He received several more opponents whom he easily defeated with the help of his incredible techniques. The audience could not believe that some new guy was defeating the strongest warriors of the city with such ease. Some said that it was just a coincidence, and he was lucky. After he defeated the strongest masters, Leon decided to rest for a while and review the amount of points earned for resources. Surprised, he asked Pedro where he got 30,000 of Wade's currency. The rabbit explained that it was money for watching his fights. He was surprised and asked what this meant. Pedro explained that when the number of subscribers reaches 10,000, the system starts charging money for views, and after that, everyone who wants to watch his fights has to pay. He started to laugh and said that it seems that you don't understand that you have become a real star, after which he said that it would be enough for today and ordered the system to turn it back. He said that today it is not too late to return home because his mother and father are waiting for him for dinner. When he returned, he saw that he had received a video call from Leah. He was very surprised and picked up the phone. Leah was happy and shouted that she saw some incredibly strong guy fight today and asked him if he saw him too. He was dissatisfied and said that he had seen and asked her why she was shouting like that. She explained that she could not control her emotions because he was very cool. So now everyone in the city is just discussing him. She asked him if this guy was not him, because they had similar names to the fact that he also had a crazy sword. He answered that she took it from because he is not that cool. She said that she thinks so too, but that doesn't change the fact that everyone is just talking about it. Leon laughed and said that it's just gossip. Meanwhile, he thought that this would definitely attract extra attention to himself, and something should be done about it. At that time, Leah said that she had another thought about it. She said that she had a theory, and according to it, he was a disciple of some ancient sect, and that boy was his brother, and that their entire clan possesses the hammock technique, but they try to hide their origin and power. He thought that it was a great idea because he didn't have a patron, but he could make everyone think that he was a disciple of a hidden sect. Thanks to this, he would be able to avoid many problems. He said that she was absolutely right and that boy was really his brother. And now there was no point in hiding it. Leah said that she already knew. He said that he revealed this secret only to her, but asked not to tell anyone about it. She promised that she would not tell anyone, after which they said goodbye. Leah smiled with joy because he shared his secret with her. It seems she fell in love with him. Now, thanks to Leah, he could use this story about the sect and justify his unusual power thanks to his new patron. Leon also decided to create another character who had the name Falcon. Now he had, in addition to his two shadows, two alter egos, Falcon and Phoenix. There were even cases when he even fought with his doppelgangers. It was not easy, but thanks to his strength, he could realize it. And one day they even appeared in the arena all three, so Leon was no longer suspicious. He also had more and more fans, all of whom admired him and dreamed of becoming his students. Leah called Leon and said that everyone was only talking about him and his brother. Leon replied that he didn't mind, but on the contrary, he even really liked the attention. She also revealed that after Phoenix defeated Dave, he no longer participated in battles and warned him that he had better be careful because Dave might want revenge. In fact, for the past few days, Dave kept trying to challenge Phoenix to a fight, but he refused. He was talking to Leah on the phone. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He said it was time to go and hung up. He was trying to make his way through the large crowd of people standing in line at the store. There were some men standing at the counter. One of them addressed the saleswoman and said that he wanted to sell her black crystals, while the other man wanted to ask the saleswoman out on a date. Leon turned to the men and said that the store was closing early today and told them to come tomorrow. This saleswoman was Fanny, but the man was restless and said that she almost agreed to his proposal. Leon looked at him sternly, hinting that he should go away. He looked at her with displeasure and said that he left the store to her, hoping that she would manage. Leon continued to scold her and asked what kind of mess she made here. Fanny lowered her head sadly and asked him for forgiveness. But he said that he did not blame her and added that he did not expect that she would be so popular in the virtual world because she even brought black crystals. Leon said that it looks like these men are from rich families, and turning to Fanny, he said that if she gets married, she will live like a princess. But she gloomily replied that she does not want the life of a princess, and he just wants to live with his father and mother, who was before, when everything was fine with them. Leon looked at her thoughtfully and asked if she had prepared the crystals he requested. She said that she had done everything and asked why he needed crystals for such a large amount. He took the box with crystals, but did not know how to answer it because he wanted to increase his star world, which was only a couple of meters. Unexpectedly, Lester called him. Leon asked him in surprise what happened. He answered that they needed his help. Lester excitedly said that they failed. Leon looked at him in surprise. Lester only said that he needed to go to the Wade Arena. Leon wanted to know what that meant, but he hung up. He grabbed a suitcase with crystals and immediately ran out of the store, warning his sister to tell his mother that he would not be at dinner. At that moment, the James group was arguing with some people. They said that one more word and these people will have a hard time. It was a group of men. They said that if they learned a couple of techniques, it does not mean that they can swing, and they called the James team losers. Linda said that now they are getting what they deserve because their Trump will appear soon. Immediately after these words, Leon appeared. He returned to his friends and asked what happened again and why they are constantly getting into trouble without him. He also said that Lynn had only been gone for a few days, and they were already starting to wonder. Linda was thanking God that Leon had come, because these people were insulting them, but she was a little exaggerating her despair. Louis started pointing at Leon and saying that their leader has arrived and now they will be screwed. Leon looked at him in surprise. Leon told his friends that he wasn't going to fight. Lester immediately ran up to him and sobbing asked if he wouldn't help them take revenge. Leon asked if the level was too high and added that if they unhooked, it would be quite good. Besides, James was behaving strangely. Lester said that James seemed to have purposely decided to lose to these bastards. Leon thought about it. Because why did James do it? The enemy group turned to them and said, disgruntled, if they are going to fight, and if they are, let them get away because they have no desire to waste time on such rabble as them. They said, if their additions hint at Leon, then they will add one more to their team. Be afraid. Louis said that they didn't care because they had the invincible Leon. The head of the enemy group said that it was grade A and called his new fighter, smiling widely as if they had planned it that way. The well-known fighter Dave immediately appeared in front of them. He addressed his comrades and thanked them for the opportunity to join the team. When Team Leon saw him, they were shocked and gaped in surprise. James, on the other hand, was very pleased to see him, as if it was part of his plan. Dave immediately began to prepare for the battle and warned that putting only 100,000 crystals was not interesting. But looking at Leon, he immediately offered to increase the bet, which was unexpected for them. Leon was very surprised to see him. He wondered what he was doing here. Dave apologized and said that his friends had been rather rude to them, and Dave decided to reveal the cards and said that his friends earned it in order to attract Leon's attention. Leon said he didn't care, but he was going to fight them. Dave said he wasn't going to take no for an answer, and added that if Leon needs a good sword, he will receive it as a gift if he agrees to fight. Linda immediately recognized that she was delighted, and saying that it was a sword of snow cold. Lester asked in surprise what it was. The snow-cold sword was forged from the frosty blood of a crow mineral in Tibet. Although this sword was a B rank, its potential was inexhaustible. But if the appropriate runes were applied to it, it would become an A rank sword. Hearing this, James began to laugh and said that this sword is very attractive, but they have nothing in return for this treasure. Dave said that the sword would still go to them, but if his team won, Leon cut him off and finished his sentence for him, saying that Dave wanted to meet Phoenix. He smiled and said that it was so, adding that he was very pleased to deal with intelligent people. Leon thought about the fact that Dave was not only a skilled warrior, but also very intelligent, because he put forward conditions that he could not refuse. In the end, he agreed. Dave was very pleased and said that in this case, everything was solved. Fans and subscribers of the fights were delighted to learn that Dave put the Sword of Snow cold on the line, the value of which is up to 10 million. The battle was to take place in a large arena in the center of the island in the middle of the rainforest. And the countdown had already begun, and the battle was to begin in 10 seconds. With 3 seconds remaining before the battle, Leon was in a high mood and said that he felt a spiritual uplift more than ever and warned his friends that he would take over. In a moment, the battle began, and the team immediately set off in search of their opponents, moving rapidly between the trees. This was a good opportunity to use his new weapon. Leon turned to his ravens and ordered them to show what they were capable of. James, seeing this, turned to him and curiously asked when he had learned to use a bow. He thought, and the truth because he doesn't know how to use it. Leon turned to the system and asked why now he can learn quickly because he didn't have time. The system immediately said that he could learn the lunar eclipse technique. She wanted to explain how much energy points it would cost, but Leon cut her off and said he agreed because he was short on time. James and Linda saw that Leon seemed to be suspended. His eyes were rolling and he was not moving. They looked at each other in surprise and then asked each other what happened to him. Suddenly, James heard a rustling in the bushes near them. He said that they didn't have time and ordered the team to prepare for battle. James told Lindy to stay with Mumu and guard him, as they affectionately called Leon, since he seemed to be offline. Only when James jumped on a tree branch to look around and see the enemies, he felt someone's shadow on him. It was Leon, who had already regained consciousness. He jumped high into the sky and began shooting arrows from his bow, like a majestic archer from ancient legends. The audience was delighted, because it turns out that Leon possessed not only a sword, but also a bow with arrows. Besides, he attacked them from an incredibly long distance, releasing several arrows at the same time. The enemy team only had time to raise their heads and saw that a swarm of dangerous arrows, fired by Leon, was flying at them. They came like a bunch of dangerous bullets. The boys barely had time to dodge this danger. This boy felt himself in fright and with relief came to the conclusion that he was safe and not hit. Disgruntled spectators began to shout and call Leon an ointment. They told him to take the sword and not be ashamed, because he was still far from Phoenix. Leon decided to use the lunar eclipse technique and test what this skill was capable of. After making this shot, a pentagram appeared on a tree behind the back of one of the opponents, glowing with a bright blue light. Immediately after that, the phantom of the great wolf appeared behind him and rushed to attack his master's enemies. The loud roar of the beast was heard through the forest, and the terrible cry of one of the participants in the battle. It seems that the end has come to him. After seeing everything, the audience was shocked and scared because this technique was quite cruel, because the phantom wolf tore that guy to pieces. Dave, the leader of the team, was frightened and said with horror that one of the members of their team had taken flight and asked where Leon had such a powerful weapon. Immediately after that, another bunch of arrows flew in their direction. They went to call, but one of the boys was wounded. Dave immediately asked if everything was okay with him. He said that everything was fine and it was only scratched. Suddenly they heard the cry of a crow, and the very next moment, Dave saw how the boy was grabbed by a crow and lifted high into the sky. After raising it to a sufficient distance, the bird released it, making it an easy target for a bowshot. Leon easily kissed him and knocked another opponent out of the game, saying that there were only 3 left. These crows did their job perfectly, and they were not only scouts but their powerful and strong weapon. Those who followed this match were very impressed because they could only read about such ravens in books. Besides, in the books, it was said that these magical creatures were sealed by the King of Destruction, and how they ended up in Leon's hands was a mystery. Leon's rivals understood that he has a great advantage because he fires from a long distance, and the only way to surrender it is to shorten the distance by getting close to him. But it will be incredibly difficult to do. In a moment, this is another fighter of Dave's squad who received an arrow that separated his head from his body. Dave shouted that there were only 2 of them left. He said that it was impossible for the arrows to hurt them because it would attract the attention of the ravens. This eventually angered the man, and he drew his huge sword, deflecting several arrows that flew at him, saying that enough of underestimating them was enough, and they had to do something. He turned to Dave and said that there was no point in running and hiding anymore, so he had to challenge them. He said he agreed and ordered his companion to cover him while he slowly tried to reach Leon. But they did not have time to conclude how this man received an arrow directly in the head and was immediately destroyed. Started cursing loudly, calling him a jerk who doesn't look back. Because of this, he was now left alone. Leon smiled and said that he finished one more, only Dave remained, who also needs to be finished. His friends began to say that they were already bored and asked why they were needed here at all, because he alone does all the work. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. He asked with surprise if it was the impact of golden crystals, seeing a golden glow coming from the place where Dave was standing. Leon jumped onto a high branch, a safe distance away from his last opponent. Dave's fists were on fire as he watched him sternly. Dave said that he found it. Leon asked him, did these fire bracelets help him break through to a new level? He said that he originally wanted to use them to defend himself against the Mad Phoenix sword, after which he gave Leon a powerful, fiery blow, saying that now he would definitely need them. He immediately brought down a tree in front of him on the branch of which Leon was standing. He jumped down and made several revolutions in the air, simultaneously firing several arrows at Dave, counting on the fact that he will not expect such an unexpected attack. But it was not for nothing that he was a famous warrior who was famous for his quick reaction and intelligence, so he managed to protect himself with an energy shield. Leon smiled and praised his tanned reaction, telling him to now appreciate the strength of his ravens. Dave sighed and said that his crows already got him, and he will turn them to ashes. He raised his head and beastly energy began to burst out of him. Dave used the maddened beast technique. James and the others froze in surprise, their mouths hanging open in silent horror. "What is it?" James asked in a trembling voice. His body began to twist. Muscles bulged under the skin, like snakes crawling out from under stones. A huge warrior spirit appeared above him. His body was surrounded by radiance and his eyes burned with fire. Leon watched this in awe, his eyes shining and a big smile on his face, and he couldn't help but give a shout of approval when he saw what was happening. The spirit immediately rushed at him. His body turned into a blurry vortex, and his mouth opened to reveal monstrous fangs. Dave and the spirit seemed to be one being, their bodies moving in unison as if controlled by one soul. Due to his strength and speed, he was able to catch one of the ravens and gripped him tightly, trying to crush him. Like an exploding grenade, the raven flew to pieces, leaving behind only a disgusting mess. Dave had a satisfied smile on his face as he snapped his fingers and announced that we were done with the crow. He couldn't believe that the ravens, so strong and dangerous, couldn't resist this creature, and he was even a little disappointed. Leon mentally turned to the King of Crows. He asked why he called him. Leon looked at Dave and asked the king if he could help him defeat that guy. The king looked at the spirit and said that he was not worth his toe. Leon also said that the ravens he gave him would most likely all die. The king said it was ridiculous, but he only gave Leon a small portion of his power. Hearing this, the boy mentally cried out for more power. The king replied that it won't work like that, and if Leon wants to get more of his power, he has to exchange it for something. Leon immediately turned to the system and ordered it to use all its inner power and break the seal of the Raven King. He was sure that during all this time he had accumulated a lot of inner strength, so he asked if the seal had been destroyed. The Raven King said that it would take a long time to break the seal, but he still offered to give Leon more power. Suddenly, an indescribable power gripped Leon, making him tremble. With lightning speed, Dave charged at the last crow, smashing it to pieces. His muscles bulged beneath his skin, displaying incredible strength as he proudly proclaimed that he had finally defeated all 3 ravens. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Leon appeared in front of him, surrounded by a flock of ravens, and with an ironic smile he challenged and asked, did he think there were only 3 of them? Leon glared at him. With a ferocious roar, he ordered the crows to tear him to bloody shreds. With croaks and squawks, they pounced on their prey. With maddened fury, Dave rained down a hail of blows, fighting back with a fury bordering on insanity against these demonic birds. Dave's powerful blows rang out like thunder, but the hellbirds rushed at him with hissing and snapping beaks. Leon began to laugh sarcastically and say that Dave had turned his ravens into mincemeat, and asked him indignantly what he was going to do now, and the King of Ravens told him to leave it to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a majestic golden raven appeared with shining feathers. Having taken off, it circled around Dave and suddenly burst into a bright, dazzling light that enveloped everything around. With horror mingled with delight, Dave cried out, "Is it the bodies of the ravens, fused into one?" That golden glow mesmerized and frightened him at the same time. Fascinated by this glow, he asked if it was the power of the golden crystals. Suddenly, as if under the influence of a terrible force, the body of the raven began to grow, turning into a majestic creature. And at last the raven turned into a great spirit of shining gold, whose height reached the heavens. With a majestic voice that rumbled like thunder, he asked, what was this worthless creature before him? The crowd watching the battle held their breath. Filled with terror and admiration, they whispered, not believing their eyes. Others wondered if Leon could be the strongest of his kind. Leon raised his eyes to the mountain to look at the creature that appeared before him. He said with surprise that the King of Crows knows how to surprise. The king shouted angrily, "Does this wretched creature dare to defy my majesty?" With anger in his voice, the king said that he would crush him like an insect. Dave's spirit was terrified and could not utter a single word, and his body trembled in terror before this majestic being that shone with golden light. A whirlwind of flame erupted from his palms, which turned into a sphere of fire. And turning to Leon, the king said that he was watching, how he would lead him to victory. Dave's face flashed, his spirit began to melt like ice in the sun. In the end, he just smiled and thought that this time he definitely lost. Images of the Leon team flashed across the city's big screen. They became new stars. It's been a long time since people watched such a sight. They were surprised that only one team member was able to defeat the enemy group. Leon received a notification from the system that said he had received 169 points of mischief energy, after which he mentally thanked the Raven King, who replied that he just called him King. Linda immediately rushed to hug Leon. She said he was incredibly cool. The guys were also delighted and said that it looks like the bow he took was really a holy treasure. Instead, Leon smiled and said that he was just lucky. James told him to use it wisely because it will help him grow up nicely. Immediately after that, Leon decided to return to reality since he had not logged out for a long time. He received a notification that this time he was able to obtain a large number of points of mischief energy, and it can be used to expand the star world. He asked disgruntled if the system wanted to rob him again, but at this rate he would have nothing left. Someone knocked on his door and asked him to open it. Behind the door, he heard a familiar voice. It was Lewis. Leon excitedly asked him if something had happened because they had just seen each other. He said that he was passing the admissions office, and he was told that someone was looking for him, and it looks like it was Dave. Leon was very surprised because what could he need from him in the real world? Leon went downstairs and asked if Dave missed him so much that he couldn't be apart from him for even an hour. Dave was very sad and did not even react to his joke, after which he gave him a suitcase saying that he brought him a sword of snow cold. Leon took the suitcase and said that he would keep his word. Dave said that this case is made of thousands of years old frost-white jasper from the Tian Shan mountain and can store your weapons in it. Leon asked him, did he set this all up and put the sword on Khan only to be met by his brother Phoenix? He said he wanted to apologize for having to involve Leon's friends, explaining that he couldn't calm down after losing to Phoenix, and he also wanted to learn the mad sword technique from him. Leon thought that defeat affected him very much, and he even felt sorry for this boy. He said that in the end he would admit his defeat and never bother him again. Dave looked incredibly depressed. Leon knew that if he didn't come to terms with losing, he would be stuck at the same level forever. Besides, he was a good guy. Leon called Dave, who looked around and looked at him curiously. He said that he agrees to hold a duel with him, but in it he will use a mad sword. He was delighted. His eyes were burning with delight and his voice was shaking with excitement. Was he really going to use this technique? He asked. Someone came up to them and interrupted their conversation, impudently asked again, are they going to fight? It seems they were some fans. Dave said that there are a lot of people here and asked if he wanted to fight in the real world. Leon immediately replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Because he had something to do, he took out a black sphere from his pocket and threw it in the air. Dave asked with surprise if it was a protective barrier. The sphere immediately expanded and Leon invited him to go inside so it would be just the two of them. Saw that it was fans. They were very disappointed. They asked why this barrier and begged them not to enter, because in this way, they will not be able to see anything. An hour had already come. They were watching the black sphere, but nothing was happening. Suddenly, someone started coming out of it. Both boys came out leaning on each other. They were badly beaten and scratched, but from the look on their faces, they were satisfied. Leon smiled and said that fighting in the real world is not just a sport. It's a dance with death and a chance to prove what you're really capable of. Dave nodded. His face was serious and said that it was true, because fighting in the real world is much more dangerous than in the virtual one. The fans seemed to be bursting with curiosity and they asked the same question, which of them won? Leon only smiled and said that no one knows, because there were no spectators there. They were sitting and resting on a bench near the dormitory. Suddenly, he started laughing and asked if he was entitled to a reward for fighting him for so long. Dave smiled and said that on the contrary, he should be grateful for this fight. Leon said that he should not be so greedy, because to improve the Sword of Snow Cold, you need a lot of resources. He continued to laugh and said that his family was very rich. Dave laughed and asked why he should give him money, after which Dave said that Leon should try his powers of the Tower of Triumph. He asked with surprise what kind of tower it was. He explained that the strength of the entire Union of Riflemen is gathered in the Tower of Triumph. It was built for 9 years and has 108 floors. And to enter there, you need to defeat the monster Wade. On each floor, and the higher the floor, the stronger the monster. Leon was immediately interested and asked how to play this game. Dave said that for the victory, he would receive a tower medal that can be exchanged for a prize, after which he said that he told him how to get rich, and now it was Leon's case. He thought that he must try to pass the test in this tower when he has time. Director Timothy passed by him, and when he saw Leon, he asked what happened to him. "Is he the one you fought with?" He replied that it was something small. He said that in a few days, the Heavenly Cloud Fortress will be fighting in the demonic bullfield, and this battle will last for 1 month. So Leon should practice and find useful data. Tiomodi said that Leon is very talented, and it will be sad if he misses such an opportunity. The boy thanked him for the information. 3 days later, he came to the university library to brush up on his knowledge. And the more books he opened, the more tired he got and said he couldn't understand anything. But he understood that he could not give up, because he had to prepare seriously. The same day he met Dave, and he gave him a map of the secret entrances of the tower. He said that these entrances are mainly located in the field of the demonic bull on the Devil Mountain in the dark area. Dave said that he heard that Leon will go there, so he might need it. He asked what kind of map it was because he didn't understand what was written on it. Dave explained that it was ancient texts, and whether he would be able to decipher it or not, it was up to him. He was able to understand that it was 138 kilometers from the Devil Mountain to the field of the demonic bull. And the Devil's Mountain itself is a dark area that was filled with many strong monsters. He was met by Leah in the library, and dissatisfiedly asked why he was looking for information about the field of the demonic bull, because this place was very dangerous. He said that he was just curious because he heard about this place by chance. Leah crossed her arms over her chest and said displeased that she didn't believe him. He asked her if she knew what kind of place it was. She started shouting that it was very dangerous there, because of which she was immediately told to be quieter because they were in the library. She was so worried about him that she almost cried, but she said that this is not a place where you can just go if you want. He stroked her and told her to calm down, but he understood everything and would be very careful. He wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "What a fool to make them worry, but he really liked to take risks." Leon said that it must be very dangerous there if she was so excited, but added that everything in this world is arranged this way. He said, even if there is danger, you still have to do the job, and promised that no matter what, he vows to return alive for her. She was still very sad despite his words, because she heard that they couldn't even stand it there. He grabbed her little finger with his little finger, trying to cheer her up. She said, disgruntled, that she would still have him back or not. Leon said that in that case, I will assume that she smiled, because her smile was very beautiful. At that time, he was watched by James and the boys. They said that their Mumu became very popular, and it was not surprising because he was a real handsome boy. Together with them was Linda, who, as always, was very jealous of Leon and Leah, and said that this girl was very annoying to her. In one of the books, Leon came across a section that talked about the Devil's Mountain. After reading a few pages, he realized that it would indeed be very dangerous there. The next day, he came to fill out the registration form. The lady at the front desk said he had to keep the form and pay the fee. After hearing the price, he was very impressed because the entrance fee to the Tower of Triumph cost 500,000. He said, if ancient runes were not needed to temper the sword, he would have refused. There were several girls at the reception desk. The girl in the black hat was called Betty, and the girl in the yellow sweater was called Layla. Betty said that this year there are a lot of silver warriors. While Leon demanded a discount on the entrance fee to the tower, Betty noticed him and told her friend that this guy seemed to be on the level of regular crystals. But Layla did not listen to her. She was very surprised when she saw this boy, because he seemed very familiar to her. At that time, he was arguing with the woman at the reception and said that he earned this money with blood and sweat, and they did not want to give him a discount. Betty came up to him and greeted him. He turned away from the argument about the discount and looked at her in confusion. Seeing her, He jumped back as if a terrible monster had appeared in front of him and covered his mouth with his hands so as not to scream out of fear and surprise. He asked himself what this girl was doing here. Besides, she was not here alone, and also together with his cousin Layla. He began to panic because he met two girls here who hated him the most in the world. He tried to hide his face, but she kept up and turned to him. He decided that he had no choice and decided to appear before them in all his glory. But there was one nuance. He decided to pull the skin on his face so that they could not recognize him, and asked what these two beautiful girls wanted from him. They looked at him with surprise, and Layla said that he had a very unusual appearance. Leon tried his best to keep a grimace on his face so that the girls wouldn't recognize him. Betty said she was sorry, but she confused him with another person. Leon asked her if her mother had told her that if she talked to strangers, she might be used. She began to get angry and said, "Did he dare to be rude to her, asking if he even guesses who she is?" He said he didn't care who she was, and if she was going to get him, he threatened to rip her clothes off, after which she will be sold in the mountains and she will have to marry some jerk. Layla took Betty's hand and said that they better get out of here, because there is no point in talking to different psychos. Leon saw that they had already left and calmed down, because his face had already started to go numb. But a little more, and he would have remained like that forever. Suddenly, he saw a girl selling souvenirs from the shooting union and decided to buy one. After that, he teleported to the Star City that was created by the union to evaluate him. He put on a mask so that no one would recognize him. Once inside, he was amazed by the beauty and size of the city. It was a real megapolis. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head from behind. It was Betty. She asked, "What the hell is he doing here? Did he get dizzy from the star world of the founder of the shooters?" He asked her in surprise what the founder of the shooters was. She asked him why he changed into a fish. She said, "How can you not know about the founder of the shooters? Because he was the first person in whom the power of the shooter was awakened. And in that dark era, he became a ray of light for humanity." Leon said that he must be about 200 years old and asked if he was still alive. She replied that he was talking nonsense and the founder was feeling great. She asked if it was his first time in the tower and said that you should not underestimate the Tower of Triumph because you never know when you will be destroyed here. Betty explained that the tower has not only 100 floors above the ground, but also 108 below the ground. People call it the Tower of the Fall. Only those who have received a pass in the Dark Zone can enter the tower. After hearing about the Dark Zone, he immediately understood that this is exactly the place where he needs to go. He looked at the tower, and appraising its appearance, said that it was a strange building, but Betty said that there was nothing in this world more strange than his face. Whereupon she left him, and said that he must rely only on himself. He asked where she went, called her beautiful, and offered to leave him her number. She told him not to call her that, calling him a goat. He stood in front of the tower and thought that now they would find out for themselves why this place was so famous. He came to the entrance and the door opened in front of him. There was a large hall in which there were 3 doors. There was a sacred archer door, an archer door, and a super archer door. Leon immediately turned to the system for an explanation. The system explained that the super archer has already exceeded the level of the archer, and the sacred archer is the one who has exceeded the level of the super archer. He asked if he understood correctly that only the archer can enter now. It turned out that each door had its own rating. Leon saw in front of him a rating table in which his acquaintance was already. He took off his mask and said that he would not lose to him under any circumstances. Suddenly, he received a red notification from the system, which said that he is in a dangerous place and the system is scanning the tower, so he should wait. He asked what kind of fool this is because the founder built this tower, and what is so dangerous here? The system informed that the scan was completed, after which she announced that the Tower of Triumph was divided into 3,333 weighed spaces, then warned that in case of his loss, the tower would take all his energy. He began to shout and ask what she meant. The system once again said that if he was destroyed in the Tower of Triumph, his energy would be taken by the Master of Space. He said that it was just a training tower, but you could even be destroyed in it. It was quite strange. Well, someone is already using the draft system to draw the attention of the best fighters to the tower to use them for their own benefit. He also asked, is the founder of this tower not the very first awakened and hero of all mankind? Is he able to act like this? He ordered the system to scan the entire tower and find the place where the founder lived. In a moment, the system scanned the building and said that the place where the founder lived was found. He angrily asked where he was. The system said that the deep scan was completed and that presumably the founder of the tower and the Wade demons were the embodiment of this tower. He said since the founder was the embodiment of the tower, then he could follow his every step. The system said he sent his consciousness into nothingness to become the deity of the 12 stars. And the tower is now controlled by an entity with basic intelligence? Leon asked. Does a man whom everyone considers a hero not neglect the destruction of people in order to become a deity? This made Leon very angry. But he asked the tower if he likes to use people, and said that in that case he would use him himself and ordered to open the door for him. Going inside, he thought at first that it was empty. But in the dark nooks and crannies were already hiding monsters that were ready to tear him to pieces. One of the huge rats screamed loudly, about to jump on him and grab his neck. This monster was extremely strong, but Leon managed to block his attack, preventing serious injury. But still the monster was able to scratch him. This is only the beginning and only one monster, but he was already able to make trouble for him. These rats possessed powerful strength, and their sharp claws could cut even metal. These animals were equal to arrows of ordinary crystals. Leon took it as a challenge. He said that it was only the first floor, and it's hard to imagine how much more this psycho set up a trap. The rats began to growl loudly, jumping towards Leon, one in front of the other, going to tear him to pieces. He said that it looked like they were going to attack him with the whole crowd, and immediately ordered the shadow system to activate. His armed shadows immediately appeared next to him, and they dealt with these rats with ease. Leon smiled and said that the Derm would lose time, and Shay would earn points for herself. A bunch of rats had already gathered behind Shadow Number 1, who decided to attack unexpectedly from behind. But before they had time to approach, I programmed a loud explosion that tore them in the air. It was Shadow Number 2, and they worked in a team with Number 1. Leon praised them for their good work, saying that they learned to work well together in the arena. Seeing that all the monsters were finished, he said that this floor was finished and ordered the shadows to return. Suddenly, he saw that something appeared from the floor. He asked in surprise what it was. The system explained that it was an exchange list. Wade's ancient letters of frosty ice were worth 100 points. The ancient letters of thunder and lightning were also worth 100 points. Leon understood that if you buy it for money, it will be about 1 million. He flipped through a huge list. There was a lot of everything: holy weapons, the power of the otherworldly arrow, the bleeding dragon, and others. All these resources were very expensive. But it is not surprising that how many people risked their lives in this tower. Suddenly on the list, he saw something that really interested him. It was the blood of fairy darkness. It was worth 2,500 points. He remembered that among the loot he received from the Demon King was a shadow artifact seed, and in order for this seed to germinate, he needed to get the blood of the shadow fairy, and then he could get the artifact. Then he decided that the shadow fairy is the essence of Wade, and it was extremely difficult to find it. He then decided that he would not be able to get it. But now he knew that this was the place where you could buy such rare things, but he only had 10 points. The system immediately told him that he rolled his lip a lot and he should act in accordance with his capabilities. He said that he understood everything, but he would be more careful, blaming her for the fact that she was upset. He said that it was only the first floor. Who would come a few more would not be a problem for him. He was already on the 3rd floor and destroyed 29 nether rats. The work was going well, and he was earning points. On the 4th floor, he managed to destroy already 39 monsters. The next floor was the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, he was able to destroy 49 spiders and 1 rat general. Leon and his shadows worked like a real team and dealt with a huge influx of very strong monsters. He deftly controlled them like an experienced commander, while one shadow distracted the monsters and another dealt them devastating blows. The battle took place at a very fast and dynamic pace. Leon was used to the enemy and knew his habits. He could easily predict their actions to destroy. He used various techniques such as the King of Destruction or the Eclipse attack. So this place really served as a good ground for him to practice his abilities. His new weapon also came in handy, allowing him to attack from a long distance. The monsters did not expect such fast projectiles and were unable to dodge. In addition, he used his Phantom Beast that could quickly deal with a large pack of strong rats. This phantom had special skills that allowed it to bite its victim. after which it exploded and destroyed other monsters around it with an explosive wave. This tactic made it possible to deal with a large number of monsters in a short time and overcome the challenge of the floor, earning a lot of points. At this time, the Tiini dealt with the other monsters, dealing them mortal blows and cutting their bodies to pieces. Leon was already summing up and trying to calculate how many points he earned by reaching all those floors and what he could buy on them. He decided that everything is going quite well, and there's no point in counting points now, because he still has a long way to go. Leon fans noticed he hadn't appeared online for a few days and started to worry. Some thought he had lost his battle with Dave and decided not to appear again. Surprisingly, his brothers Phoenix and Falcon were nowhere to be seen either. Suddenly, people heard an announcement about a special broadcast. It said that they do not want to congratulate 3 ordinary crystals named Leon. With the fact that he successfully reached the 10th floor of the Tower of Triumph, his photo appeared on the big screens of the city. Leon also had haters who were very unhappy with the news, as they couldn't believe that he was able to reach the 10th floor of the tower with the level of normal crystals. In the meantime, several men met in the capital. One of them brought the information that was ordered from him. It was a file on Leon. They were discussing that this guy was able to reach the 10th floor of the Tower of Triumph at the level of ordinary crystals, and the Temple of the God of War announced that he was on the list of those passing the temple's trials. The man said that these old men quickly got down to business and said to write an article that Leon is now a young star of the city, and now he and his family have been granted the right to live in the capital's estate. On the same day, 2 articles came out, one from the Temple of War and the other from the Archers Union, that Leon had become the one who passed the trials of the God of War Temple and became a young star of the capital, who would be given the corresponding privileges. The inhabitants of the city were very impressed and understood that now there will be a struggle between the Temple of the God of War and the Shooters Union to get this young talent. For the first time in their lives, people saw that the archer of ordinary crystals was so strong and was able to reach such a level. Meanwhile, Leon was already on the 11th floor, where he continued his fight against countless monsters. On this floor, the strength of ordinary rats was increased 99 times, the strength of otherworldly rats was increased 5-fold, and the strength of the Rat Emperor was doubled. Leon met a 30 gold crystal-level monster and offered him a taste of his arrow. He used the blackout technique and fired an arrow that immediately caused a powerful explosion. He was even thrown back by the force of the explosion, but he fell to the floor nearby. Leon understood that he had won, but felt that his strength was already at its limit. He hadn't fought at full strength for a long time, and now he even knew his true abilities. Now, together with number 1 and number 2, he is capable of defeating gold crystal-level enemies. He approached the stand, which as usual appeared after killing all the monsters on the floor, and asked the system how many coins he managed to accumulate. He was very surprised when he saw that the Grazing King was worth 300 coins. Thus, he was able to accumulate 2,370 coins, and that means he could buy what he was collecting. The blood of the Shadow Fairy for which he so desperately walked floor after floor. He realized that he had only reached the 11th floor and coins could no longer be collected. Leon even had the idea that this tower was not so difficult. A notification came from the system that if the owner reached such a floor at the level of ordinary crystals, he will be awarded additional points. So the shooter of the level of ordinary crystals can receive bonus coins on each floor of the tower. He pressed his finger on the exchange button on the screen and said, well, that he did not go to the level of those black crystals. Suddenly, a bright light burst out of the screen that blinded him. It was hot, and it happened quite unexpectedly. He even covered himself with his hands, expecting some kind of attack or another trap. But nothing happened. Only some golden scales appeared in front of him. Leon looked at them in confusion, not understanding what they were for and what to do with them. The voice said that he should put his coins on these scales. He was surprised because the tower had not spoken to him before. He came closer to them and asked if they should be put here, after which he poured out his coins. Immediately after that, the coins disappeared, and in their place something else appeared, similar to a large bulb. He took the flask and shook it, not trustingly asking if it could feed the shadow. Leon closed his eyes and mentally ordered him to be transported to his star world. When he got to the platform, he was very impressed because there was a real garmeter. He had developed a bad habit of throwing all his things in this place. He took a large shovel and began to dig through all this junk, hoping to find what he needed. Eventually, he found this shadow seed and decided to plant it right in the middle of his platform. It was even a little exciting for Leon, because this was his land, his soil, which he had created from scratch, his own little world. The work remained for the little one, but this seed had to be watered now in order for it to sprout. After he watered it, and from there the sprout immediately began to break through, and eventually a beautiful flower appeared before him. He was very impressed that she blossomed so quickly, and he watched her fascinated. Suddenly, a bright light appeared inside the bud. It began to break through as if a phoenix was born in the middle. After that, there was a strong explosion, and he was even knocked off his feet. He was shocked. He complained that this flower almost blinded him, and at this rate, he would surely lose his sight soon. He crawled closer to her to see what had grown there. When he saw what was inside, he was confused to say the least because there was a little girl lying there. The system said that it was happy to welcome its master as the birth of the Queen of Darkness was successful. It slept sweetly and muttered something under its breath, probably seeing some beautiful dreams. Fascinated by the incredible beauty of the girl, Leon could not contain his admiration. Only incredible willpower prevented Leon from touching her tender cheeks. Waking up, she met his shining gaze, full of sincere joy. She reached up, yawning, and gently opened her little hands. With a light touch of his finger, he touched her nose and smiled sincerely, and introduced himself, saying that his name is Leon, and he is very pleased to meet her. She extended her little hands to him and, calling him Papa, asked him to hug her. When she called him Dad, Leon couldn't believe his ears. Surprised, he jumped back in horror. The little girl didn't understand what she had done that made her daddy so scared. His father's unexpected role caught him by surprise, and he didn't know how to react to the situation. Despite his confusion, Leon could not resist the charm of the little girl. He admitted that he did not expect the appearance of a child from the seed, but promised that from now on they will always be close to each other. He gently took her in his arms, and immediately understood that she was hungry, because she opened her mouth, expecting to get something tasty. Admitting that he had nothing to eat, he looked piteously at the child. Her soft cry broke his heart, and he promised that he would find her food very soon. Gently stroking her head, he kindly asked her not to cry, assuring her that he was already looking for food. He turned to the system for help, asking what to feed the child. The system answered that the Queen of Shadows feeds on blood and he can feed her with his own. He said that in that case he would do so and gave her the finger, saying that she can drink as much as she wants. She immediately pounced on his finger and began to drink greedily. Leon thought that for such a sweet little girl, nothing would be a pity. Besides, she was small and wouldn't drink much. But she still didn't get drunk. Leon turned to the system and asked what it was, saying that even the elephant could not stand such blood loss. The system explained that the quality of the master's blood is very low, so the queen needs a large amount. Half an hour passed, and finally the little girl was already drunk. Leon complained like a squeezed lemon that he had already seen angels. To regain his strength, Leon ordered goji juice with brown sugar and said that he could not even imagine that he could die while feeding a child. Suddenly, he felt something appear on his shoulder, as if it materialized from the air. It was a little queen who joyfully hugged him by the neck like her beloved father. The system said that the Queen of Shadows can move freely in space, and if she doesn't want to, others won't see. Leon, hearing this, said that it's very convenient. The system also reported that her strongest skill was force copying. Leon asked what that meant. The system said she could copy the strength of arrows of Saint level and below. Leon said it turns out that she was even stronger than him. The system said he was wrong, as she was able to copy a power that outweighed her own. She could put as much power as he wanted into her. She had tons of energy and was running all over the platform. Leon called her and said it was time for them to go. He also promised that he would definitely wear her to fight, and they would make a great team. This time he returned to the tower not alone, but with his little queen. He immediately saw that on the new floor of the tower, there were no longer rats waiting for him, but female birds that began to circle around him. It was the 12th floor, and here he had to defeat the feathered witches whose power was multiplied by 9. Faced with danger, he glanced at his little daughter and suddenly felt a fierce fighting spirit burning inside her. Without thinking, he ordered her to attack the monsters. Suddenly, the monsters scared her terribly. She ran away, jumping into her father's arms to find protection in his strong arms. Unfortunately, she did not have time to escape, because the feathered witches rushed at her with incredible force. Maleka was almost unharmed by their fierce attack. Without thinking, Leon rushed to help and managed to grab the queen in his arms, saving her from the terrible ice blocks created by the witches. "These witches are very dangerous," Leon said, hugging his daughter with relief and saying he was glad she was unharmed. With anger in his voice, Leon turned to the witches and asked, "How dare they threaten small children?" This treacherous attack awakened in him a terrible anger. Clenching his fists, he was ready to rush at the witch to avenge his daughter. He carefully placed his daughter on the floor and told her to wait here while he sorted it out. In a moment, he found himself near the flying women and, seizing their veils, began to break them out. The first witch was finished. Having torn off her wings, he threw her terrible body on the floor. His eyes were burning with rage. Turning to the rest of the witches, he spoke scornfully that the power of a father's love should not be underestimated. His words were full of determination and anger. Feathers flew around the room as Leon, overcome with rage, rushed at the witches one by one, breaking their bones. His rage was unstoppable. The bodies of the witches flew to pieces under the blows of his sword. Leon frantically rushed around the room, destroying monsters and collecting coins. Meanwhile, his little queen was having fun and enjoying being her daddy's monster shield. Suddenly, one of the witches decided to use the terrible power of her voice against Leon. She sent a sound wave at him with such power that it seemed as if space itself was torn apart. Excruciating pain shot through his body, making any movement impossible. The witch's sonic attack crushed him like 1,000 invisible hands. Taking advantage of the fact that Leon was unable to move, the witch pounced on him like a predatory animal on its prey. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit up the room, immediately followed by a deafening explosion that shook everything around. Seeing the horrible scene, Leon's daughter couldn't hold back the horror that escaped her lips. The powerful blow threw Leon to one side, and he fell helplessly to the floor like a doll. These sound waves pierced his body, causing unbearable pain. He understood that if he did not stop them, then this would be the end of him. The raven-feathered witch wasn't going to stop. She continued to scream, emitting terrifying sound waves aimed at Leon. With horror, he suddenly realized that the witch was going to inflict unbearable pain on him again. Overcome with rage, like a real berserker, he rushed at the witch with raven feathers. Even the little daughter of the queen could not contain her horror when she saw her father in such danger. The little queen, overcome with rage and terror, began to scream loudly because the witch attacked her father. The witches, surprised by the sudden outburst of rage, turned their attention to the little queen, not understanding what this little one was up to. The little queen, despite her young age, made a bold decision to copy the witches' powers, to turn their weapons against themselves and then devour them. Leon could not believe his eyes when he saw that his little daughter possessed such an unusual power. With rage in her eyes, the little queen was already eating the witch's feathers scattered on the floor. Leon stood up and asked with surprise, "What is this strange power in his daughter, who will be amazed by her power?" Finally, satisfied, the little queen belched with pleasure, full of strength. Leon, still stunned by his daughter's power, called her and announced his decision. From now on, they would fight side by side using her unusual gift. The little queen, like a nimble bird, jumped onto her father's shoulder. Leon, feeling her light weight, said with a smile that from now on they would together show the world true strength. The world of mischief. Half an hour later, a message thundered throughout the city, congratulating Leon that he was able to reach the 15th floor of the Tower of Triumph with the level of ordinary crystals. People couldn't believe it because at the level of ordinary crystals it was impossible to do, and asked, "Is this guy so talented?" His fans were simply delighted and said that he was incredibly cool because it was a real miracle. It was a university lecture hall, in which, as always, Teacher Anthony was sitting in complete solitude. He laughed out loud and said that this boy was able to thunder to the whole world. The only thing that worried you was that such fame came to him at a very young age, and because of this, he could make mistakes. Lynn was watching him somewhere in a secret place. She was very impressed by his new achievements and said that she couldn't wait to fight him. Dave was also watching the news on TV, and after learning about Leon and the Tower of Triumph, he said that now his father will definitely start scolding him about it. But smiling, he said that Leon would not wait and he would not lose so easily. It was the courtyard of the University of the Lucky Wind, and there stood a guy with a mechanical arm, apologizing to his boss. Burning with rage, he growled that he could not accept defeat, and this time he would definitely make things right. In the dark, hidden from prying eyes, he had a secret conversation with an unknown person. His interlocutor, sincerely impressed by the strength of the young man, said that he did not expect such strength from this boy. He angrily asked what they should do in that case, because Leon is now so strong that it is unlikely that they will be able to finish him off quietly. The man said that it was hard to even believe that at the level of ordinary crystals it was possible to reach the 15th floor, but if the blood of the holy warrior flows in it, then this explains everything. The surprised boy couldn't believe his ears. "Is it true?" he whispered. The man nodded and explained that it was important to spread the word about Leon as a holy warrior, and the more people who knew about it, the better. He smiled and said that it was a very insidious plan, and with this they would be able to wipe him to dust. Leon was almost exhausted. He said that he finally got to the 20th floor. He decided to ask the system if it was true that whoever reached the 20th floor would automatically get into the leaderboard. The system said he could hide his name so it wouldn't show up on the leaderboard. He angrily asked why she hadn't told him about it earlier. Leon said that he would rather hide his name from the list so as not to stand out, because he already caused a sensation. But people managed to see that he reached the 20th floor and got into the rating list. It would be the first time since the construction of the tower that someone was able to get into the leaderboard like that. But when they looked at the ranking again, they noticed that the name had disappeared. Some began to ask whether he had died, but most people were convinced that he could not hide his rating so quickly, and powerful people always hid something. One guy said he just got a message saying that this person was Leon from the City of Lucky Wind, and it looked like he had the blood of a holy warrior. He was answered that now it is not surprising that he achieved such results, because those who were holy warriors possessed incredible strength. One of the boys was very confused after hearing this information, and decided that he needed to return to his clan as soon as possible and tell this news. Leon said that he has been in the evening for quite some time and wants to leave to at least breathe fresh air outside. He was very pleased with his result because this time the harvest was not bad, and he managed to pull out a whole bunch of cool stuff. When he went out on the street, he was immediately noticed by many people who recognized him. They said that he was hiding his true ranking, but no one could even imagine what level he had reached in the tower. They were whispering behind his back and discussing that he had the blood of a holy warrior in his veins. Leon couldn't tell if it was true that everyone was looking at him and whispering behind his back, or if he was just so messed up. It was the Yongcheng area. Some guy told his sister that they had to go back, because it had already been a long time. They were looking at the rating list. He said that this guy must have already been destroyed because even his rating had disappeared. This boy's name was Christopher. He said that it was too great an honor that he, as a future young master, had to wait for some ignoramus. But the girl doubted that Leon was destroyed. His sister was Betty, and she was the nice daughter of the mayor of Tianyun. She told the brother to stop complaining, because his father was also engaged in important matters, and his words devalued everything. Leon appeared in the portal. He complained, as always, that the transfer fee was too expensive. Betty saw him and turned to him. He was suddenly frightened and panicked. Without wasting time, the boy put on a fish mask. He braggadociously said that he knew that she fell in love with him, because he is simply incredible. But you should not chase him like a dog after its tail. The girl, outraged by his audacity, abruptly interrupted him and ordered him to shut his mouth and stop carrying delusions. She told him to stop pretending because she knew who he really was, and reassured him not to worry because she was here to take him to the town mayor's estate. Her brother Christopher looked at him with a sneer and asked if this idiot is the same stupid warrior. Leon answered that he is an idiot and his entire idiotic family. Christopher began to threaten him and said that he would destroy him, and asked if Leon understood who he was talking to. They had already agreed to meet to destroy each other, but Betty calmed her brother down and told Leon to go with them. He replied that he had no idea who they were and what they were going to do with him. Suddenly, he received a notification from the system about an incoming call. It was Leah. Leon picked up the phone while Betty spanked her brother for acting like an idiot. She screamed and cried, saying that she was sure that Leon died in the tower. Thank God everything was fine with him. But he was alive. He excitedly asked why she was crying, and how did she even know where he was? She replied that the whole world knew about it. He asked what it meant and how it was possible. Betty also saw her and greeted her. She said that she had not seen her for a long time. She even moved Leon, as if forgetting about him, and began to communicate with Leah. Betty told that her father asked her to bring Leon to the estate for a meeting, but it seems that he was not happy with this offer. Leah told him that he could not worry and agree to go with Betty because she was her best friend and would not harm him. He said that he did not want to do it, but she began to beg him to leave. He replied that he agreed as long as she did not cry. In the end, he said that he agreed by calling her a beauty, which made her angry again because she had warned him not to call her that. Her brother asked him, for the sake of all that is holy, to stop fooling around, to behave like an adult. But on the contrary, he was very pleased that he was able to piss off this couple with his behavior. They arrived at the big estate. Leon looked around and said that this place was very beautiful, and he was even delighted. Betty said that if he wants, he can take a couple of ideas for decorating his estate in the city of Qinglun. He looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about because he had no estate. She was shocked and asked if he doesn't know what happened while he was in the tower. With joy in her eyes, Betty announced that the royal capital had awarded Leon an honorary title. As a sign of respect for his exploits, he and his family were granted an estate in the capital, as well as the honorable opportunity to enter the Temple of War. He opened his mouth wide. He asked in surprise, "Does she want to say that he became a celebrity because he specially hid his rating so that this would not happen?" She said that in that case she has another bad news, because now everyone in the outside world knows that the blood of the holy warrior flows in his veins. Seeing his reaction, she asked in annoyance, "Does he not know what the blood of a holy warrior is?" Betty explained that the holy warrior. This is the highest link in the development of spiritual and physical strength of the ruler. They were the descendants of people who took part in the holy war and usually had a powerful pedigree. And the better you have a joy, the higher the probability of receiving a sacred rank, Betty explained. Confused, the boy asked what this all meant. Are the most powerful people in the world after his blood right now? Leon, holding back his excitement, explained that his father was an ordinary worker, and therefore he did not have any noble ancestors. Suddenly, people appeared who sharply declared that it was not Leon who should decide his fate. They sought to make a deal with him, regardless of his opinion. It became obvious that all these people had gathered to meet Leon and discuss something very important with him. A young man with deep, penetrating eyes stood out from the crowd. Rumor has it that he was a descendant of the heavenly city, which made him special. A woman with a fiery gaze and a mass of blonde hair, known as the Rain Lady, caused admiration and awe in all who saw her. Among those present was Dave, who was called the Heavenly Dragon, and he already had time to meet Leon. A young man with flaming hair, dressed in a strict suit, carried a rebellious spirit, but had the appropriate nickname of the Heavenly Rebel. A man who was called the Western Commander offered him a seat, kindly greeting his guest. He casually threw his bag on the table and said, "If they have something to say, let them say it right away and don't waste his time." The rebel instantly recognized a kindred spirit in the young man and excitedly exclaimed that he liked him. The Western Commander said that it is beautiful, and Leon is definitely the person who deserves the world title. He asked if Leon had heard that the ruler of the city and the head of the guild were two opposing forces. He also emphasized that they were equal in strength and capabilities, and therefore various disputes constantly arose between them, but they always tried to keep the balance. Leon answered that no matter how much time passed, the object of humanity's struggle always remains power. The chairman said that lately the situation is getting out of control, and without this fragile balance, a war could start. So they invited him here. He said that as long as the sect cooperated with them, they promised him support and protection. Leon replied that he wanted to apologize, but he had to refuse this offer. One of them turned to Leon, accusing him of insolence and called him trash, asked if he understood where he was now. Leon said that they probably forgot that he was a member of the Lee family, and if he needed protection, his family would definitely take care of him. But they didn't want to lose him. So Christopher offered to give the city to the Lee family. Leon asked, "Are they going to make concessions?" Betty said that they will then put forward counter-conditions, and all tax revenues will belong to the Lee family and should not in any way relate to the heavenly city. She said that this is the maximum they can agree on. It's surprising that Betty defended Leon's rights so much. The chairman said that if they put forward their conditions, then he can assume that they had their own plans for him. Leon understood what she wanted to achieve. She wanted him to have a stable source of money and an autonomous city under his control. But how could only 6 men manage this city? But Leon decided to refuse again. Christopher loudly pounded on the table and said that he was tired of putting up with his arrogance. Leon replied that Christopher did not understand who he was talking to and warned him to keep his emotions to himself, calling him trash. Christopher threw his crazy look at him and asked who he thinks he is. Does he really think that no one can outsmart him? A security guard runs into the room, who seems intent on attacking Leon. Betty turned to her brother and told him to calm down, asking what the hell he was doing. He said, as long as this boy is too restless and refuses to voluntarily cooperate with the Heavenly City, then they will give him a good lesson. Christopher said that they would send him to neutral territory and hand him over to the ruling clan in exchange for their loyalty. In the next moment, the first of the guards was already hit in the face, and from such a powerful blow, he flew 10 meters away. The frightened guards asked their master why this boy was so strong, because he said that he was an ordinary boy. The heavenly dragon said that he had never encountered high-level opponents, but perhaps his divine power had already been exhausted. Christopher shouted that they were all idiots. There was a whole bunch of them, but they still couldn't do anything to him. One of them tried to strike him, but Leon dodged skillfully. They were too slow for him. He immediately broke his arm and knocked him to the ground, leaving no chance. Several more people immediately appeared behind him. He felt their approach and already swung his fist to split their skulls. His blow was so powerful that the guy was hit by a train, and he flew away unconscious and fell to the floor. Christopher was shocked when he saw the power of his strike, but he did not calm down and ordered his men not to stop and attack him. Betty started yelling at him and demanding that he stop it immediately. She turned to the head and asked why he wouldn't stop it. He said, why is there so much fuss over some little thing if this guy was so disrespectful to their offer of cooperation? And in that case, he wants to see what he is really capable of. Betty was very surprised when she heard this and looked at him with a confused look, not understanding what was happening. Christopher shouted and called his people a pile of garbage. He said that there was only one black crystal left among his people, and now it was obvious that Leon was an unusual person. Crushing Christopher's men, Leon stepped on him, ready to strike. Seeing the rage in his eyes, Christopher got scared and began to slowly back away. With cold cruelty in his voice, Leon said that now he would regret contacting him. Christopher, unable to bear the fear, fell to the ground and started shouting that he ordered his men to stop. But they didn't listen to him. Leon just smiled coldly despite his excuse. Realizing that escape was impossible, Christopher changed his tactics. He spoke again, this time threatening that he was the mayor's son, and Leon wouldn't get away with it. Betty, seeing the electrical discharges that flashed around Leon's body, asked with surprise, did he have the attribute of thunder? Because she did not see that he used any special skills in the arena. He swung, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Christopher, his eyes blazing with rage, and the electric discharges that flashed around his body grew even more powerful. Christopher, exhausted and frightened, could only watch how the inevitable was approaching him. He felt a cold horror enveloping him and understood that there were almost no chances of salvation left. Leon swung harder, and at that moment something unexpected happened. Someone shouted loudly to stop. Suddenly, without any warning, there was a powerful explosion that shook the ground and stunned everyone present. A ball of fire blossomed in the air, throwing bright light in all directions. Leon, thanks to his quick reaction, managed to jump to the side and avoid the blast wave. He stood there, stunned, trying to understand what happened. Everyone looked at him in confusion and wondered if this boy was really gifted with such a powerful power. Christopher was unharmed and protected by the barrier, so this time he managed to stay alive. A voice rang out in the room mocking Christopher and said that this boy was able to take control of each of his sixes, and he also had something to show for it. The voice came from a dark corner of the room, and no one could understand who said it. There was silence in the room. Everyone present looked at each other, feeling cold fear. The voice that sounded from the darkness was familiar to them. It was the voice of the mayor. Leon smiled and said that if the mayor decided to talk in person, then he wouldn't hide, and asked why he was so excited to destroy his son. He scornfully said that it is very low to destroy someone who relies on his rich dad for everything. Hearing this, Christopher could barely contain his hatred for him, and his face was contorted with rage. The mayor turned to his daughter, Betty. I asked her to take Leon to the backyard garden. He said he wanted to talk to him in person. Leon asked unhappily how long they still had to go because they really had a huge house. Betty replied that they would come soon and told him to stop muttering. He heard a voice in his head asking if he was here. He mentally responded in surprise and asked what happened. The voice said that I am the only one who will see the old man. He must copy his skills so that he does not bite him, and added that Leon should not worry because everything will be fine. They came to the garden. There was a man sitting by the fountain, Betty. They turned to him and called him father, saying that she had brought Leon. He thoughtfully said that this boy really does not look like an ordinary person, dipping his hands in the water from the fountain. Suddenly, something really struck him, but he even felt a kind of panic inside his soul. The man smiled and said that he was glad to see him. Leon immediately paid attention to his body and mentally asked what was wrong with him, and was it possible to live with such a body at all. The man said that probably Leon was amazed because he hoped to see the legendary saint in front of him, after which he took off his clothes and showed himself in all his glory, admitting that he looked rather miserable. Betty explained that the father used secret techniques to forcefully influence the saints and carve out a place for himself, but unfortunately they repelled, and since then, he looks like this. It's stupidly evocative. The man cast an appraising look at Leon and told his daughter to look closely at the boy. Because she was not getting any younger over the years, she immediately began to feel embarrassed. She told her father not to talk nonsense. He replied that he was just worried about her because she had not had anyone for a long time. Leon had got fed up, but he asked the old man, did he call him to come and look at their beautiful family relationship? He said that he was just joking and actually wanted to talk about his Lee sect, because he needed help from a strong side in the city. He explained that he wanted to make sure that his clan could stand up to other powerful organizations. He said that probably Leon already guessed that in his current state he will not live long, and when he leaves this world, the city will change radically, and he does not want the city to be taken over by outside forces after his death. Leon wanted to explain that his Lee sect is an ordinary small sect, but he did not think that they would be able to help him with anything. In fact, he did not want to immerse himself in their problems and contact him at all, because he did not have any sect. He coughed and gestured for Leon to come closer as he was having trouble even speaking. He asked him to put up his ears so that he could tell him something. He moved closer to him and whispered. He said that he heard that the Lee sect does not exist. Leon was very surprised to hear this. He even jumped away from him and asked in surprise how he knew about it. He mentally asked himself how he could know because he was aware of his other secrets. It started to worry Leon very much. He decided that the old man would now start threatening him and try to force him to do something for him. He started coughing again and told his daughter that she should not listen to their conversation and asked her to leave them for a while. She was very wasted when she saw her father's difficult condition and said that he should rest. He assured her that everything was fine, but told Leon that he could not worry because he was not going to offend him by asking him to sit next to him. He was all very tense, and this alarmed the boy because he thought that the old man wanted to attack him in this way. He thought anything would happen and sat down next to the old man. The old man asked why Leon was so tense because he wasn't going to eat him. He immediately asked the man how he knew that the Lee sect did not exist. The old man replied that he just assumed it, and Leon betrayed himself. Hearing this, he was very confused and could not believe that he had been so deceived. The old man said that his people were looking for any information about the Lee sect, but could not find anything. Then he wondered first if it really existed. After hearing this, Leon called him an old fox. He said that until he knew that he did not have the blood of a holy warrior, and to persuade him to cooperate with them and to go into contact with other sects, of course, would not work. He said that he would not tell anyone his secret about the Lee sect, and invited him to join him. Leon asked him why he needed it, because he already knows that sects exist, and if he joins them, it will not change anything. He will become stronger. He replied that there was a sect or not. It didn't matter, because in reality, the truth has no importance in solving such questions. The only thing that matters is that it will help to instill fear in his enemies. After which he gave Leon a piece and said that he could take it. It was a pendant. Leon looked at him with surprise. The old man said that Betty was a very beautiful girl. She was an orphan when he met her on the street. She was very unhappy. Then he adopted her, and now she is trying to repay him until now for this kindness. The old man said that he could die at any moment, but all his affairs will fall into chaos, and Betty will be alone again, and it will be much more difficult for her than before, and she needs support. At the end, he added that he just wanted a peaceful death. Leon said that in other words, he was asking to become his son-in-law. The guy smiled and said that in this case, he is waiting for the dowry together with the bride. He hinted that being a son-in-law in this difficult time is very difficult, but the old man seems to have fallen asleep but did not listen to him. That's how their conversation ended. Seeing that this was all, Leon went to the exit. On the way he met Betty. She inquired and asked how everything went. He hugged and said that they had resolved everything. Realizing that everything went well, her mood rose and she said goodbye to her father. She asked him what they talked about. Leon said why he should tell her. She asked him to tell as a child because she was interested. Leon said he wouldn't tell her anything because it was a conversation between two men. She asked if this meant that he agreed to join them. He replied that he could not answer that yet because he had not yet decided. She saw that he was twisting the frit pendant that his father had given him in his fingers, and asked what he was doing in his hands. He looked at it once more and said that her father had given it to him, not understanding what was special about it. He asked what kind of thing it was, and what was the use of it, looking at its shiny surface. She took out the exact same pendant from her pocket. He asked with surprise if she had one too. He took these two jade pendants and connected them, saying that they match. Betty said that this is a runic key of the 7th dimension, and when two holders of such amulets reach transcendence, the key will guide them to the discovery of the main secret. She said that he should handle this key very carefully. Leon looked at her confused and asked what it all meant. She started getting angrier and angrier again and said it didn't matter, and then turned and walked away. Leon received a message from the system that the Shadow Queen had successfully copied the cultivation of other realms and awakened the holy talent of the extraordinary destruction technique of the Sacred Realm's secret technique. The system said if he wanted to use this technique, he should give the Shadow Queen a lot of free points. He agreed and said to give her everything he had. They entered one of the rooms of the estate. There was a guy sitting there who said that he had already waited for them. He also asked why they started without him. It was a blond man in a green suit who was leisurely sipping a glass of water. Leon saw the confused look of Betty. He asked who it was, and she had seen him before. They looked at him with an incredulous look, waiting for his answers. He said that he was a member of a second-level sect that was a partner of the clan, so they should not worry. With suspicion, the blonde turned to Leon, asking if he really had a representative of the Lee sect in front of him. He added that the ruler of the heavenly city had probably lost his mind, as there had been too many gifted children coming their way recently. Addressing him by his name, Bruno, the head sternly ordered him to hold his tongue, asking how he dared to behave so defiantly in the ruler's house. He also angrily shouted not to forget that Leon had not yet joined the Heavenly City sect. He wondered why Leon hadn't joined them yet, and snidely omitted that their father must not have taught his children how to recruit people. Bruno asked if Betty could not seduce the young man to lure his sect, and added that it was time for her to learn to use her body for the right purposes, after which he laughed out loud. Disdainfully throwing his feet on the table, Leon turned to Bruno and asked why he is so rotten. Doesn't he know how to brush his teeth? The guy added that people of Bruno's age probably shouldn't carry such nonsense in the presence of a young lady. Although, on the other hand, Leon threw sarcasm, you can expect anything from such a scoundrel. Throwing a soul-chilling look at Leon, he filtered through his teeth that his Lee sect thought too much of himself. Here he was, a nobody, an ordinary outsider. Surprised, Leon asked where exactly he was seeing outsiders, because he didn't notice any strangers here, the boy said. He said that his name is Leon Mun, that from today he became a representative of the Lee sect. Leon's cold and penetrating gaze fixed on Bruno, and he said that today I am officially joining the Heavenly City, he said with firmness. Betty was very surprised to hear this, and her eyes widened in surprise. Bruno folded his hands on his chest and incredulously asked if he still decided to join. The boy said that he had just talked with the owner of the Heavenly City. He turned out to be a good man, so they decided everything, said Leon. Bruno said so now all his people are here. He suggested Leon to tell more about himself because he would like to hear something about Lee's family with pleasure. Leon asked him angrily if he is getting into trouble. He replied toxically that he simply did not know whether they would be able to make friends with the senior members of the Lee sect in the future. Bruno continued to speak and say that not only he but also other members of the Lee sect are joining the Heavenly City. Leon could not stand it and shouted that he agreed and he would introduce them right now. The chairman was surprised and said that they will now prepare the car to go to the meeting. Leon smiled and asked which car they have and which year. He also said that he wanted to ask for their help to prepare 3 types of incense. The chairman confusedly asked what kind of incense they were. The guy said that before meeting with his family, a ritual should be performed. After which, holding sticks in his hands, he began to dance. They stared at him in surprise and asked what the hell it was and what era it was from. Leon was satisfied because everything was going quite well. But if they wanted to meet his clan so much, he would arrange it. At that time, a portal appeared behind Bruno, and a hand came out as if it was going to grab him. A moment after that, a powerful explosion occurred in the room, and everyone was simply shocked by what began to happen. They looked scared at Leon. He was smiling as if he was thinking about something, and said that he wanted to introduce the youngest daughter of the Lee family to them. A spectacular, beautiful, red-haired girl appeared in front of them. Leon said that he was glad to introduce Ada Lee to them. She radiated an extremely powerful energy cultivation technique, which was immediately felt by everyone present. Bruno thought that this was the strength of the Lee sect. This girl was introduced as a junior student, but he already understood that her fighting power was simply incredible. Ada only glanced at him, but he fell to his knees and began to cough up a red liquid. Leon looked at him glumly and said that she didn't even lift a finger, he was so bad. He looked at him gulpingly and said that his sister did not even spend a fraction of her strength on him. He asked Bruno if he was satisfied with the meeting with the members of his sect. He wiped his face and said hatefully that he was very grateful for that. Leon bowed to Ada and said that he was infinitely grateful to her for the time she spent to say hello to his colleagues. He was very unhappy because he had to spend all his points for this, but this appearance had the desired effect. The chairman was very pleased and said that now that the Lee family had agreed to join them, they would be able to repel any attacks without any problems and continue the game that the Musicians Guild had started. Leon said since his sect had agreed to side with the Heavenly City, he suggested they go back to the old conversation. They said that he could not worry about it, and it was not their right to break promises. He reminded them of the 10 incredible techniques they had promised if he joined. Betty said that he cannot worry, but everything was in force, but they will provide everything in a better way. She also said that it was already late and offered him to stay the night, because they had a nice guest room where he could rest. Leon was led to a luxurious room. The butler said that the mistress had ordered him to be given the best room in the estate. Leon asked why their estate had such a strange name, Red Rain Pavilion, but the butler did not answer. Opening the door, Leon froze in surprise, seeing two unfamiliar girls in front of him. He asked who they were and what they were doing here. The girls laughed and answered that they were his maids. The blonde said that she was the older twin, and the girl with blue hair said that she was the younger. They explained that the hostess had sent them here to help their uncle get settled. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and asked them what they had just called him. They repeated once more that they called him uncle, hinting that there was something between him and the hostess, and because they were younger than him. Leon frowned but said that they shouldn't call me that. He started shouting that he is not their uncle. The girls looked at each other in surprise. He said that he was playing in vain because the hostess had arranged for him to rest in her boudoir for a reason. He began to explain that there was no relationship between him and Betty, but they had already started to take off his clothes. He began to shout and ask why they were doing this. The girls explained that it was so that he could take a warm bath. The girls, not paying attention to his embarrassment, the girls began to rub his back with soft sponges, filling the bath with a pleasant aroma. Leon could feel his face burning with shame. He barely restrained himself from running out of the bathroom. He thanked them for their concern and muttered that he could take care of himself, but he didn't need to be washed. The girls looked at each other in surprise, but said that it was the hostess's order and they could not obey it. The younger sister approached and gently whispered in his ear that the hostess ordered to take good care of his uncle. Leon, surprised and confused, looked around when the girl whispered in his ear. He did not understand what she meant by the words. The hostess asked us to take good care of you. Suddenly, the girls ripped off their towels. Leon started yelling and asking what they were doing, saying that they must be doing it wrong. They understood everything, but the girls told him to calm down because they had been honing their skills for a long time. When it was all over, they were very tired, and there was even smoke coming out of them. The girls said that even their hands were numb from such work. Leon turned to the girls who were lying on the floor, trying to regain consciousness. Their faces were flushed with excitement and their breathing heavy. He asked them where their mistress was now. Suddenly, Betty, the mistress of the house, appeared in the doorway. She looked at Leon and the two girls who were lying on the floor. Leon said that he already knew that she was hiding somewhere nearby. He added that she should come in because they needed to talk. He also asked what she was doing. She replied that she didn't do anything like that and said that she just wanted to check something. Leon asked why she was checking him. She replied that she had already told him that the jade pendant given by her father is the key to the secret kingdom, the secret of which is as powerful as God himself. And with its help, he will be able to open the door to the seventh dimension. In other words, he gets a chance to become a real god. She said that in order to receive the title of true god, one must go through a long and difficult path. He asked how this information related to his inspection. Besides, if this thing was so cool, why give it to him or use it against him? It seems he asked many questions to which she was not ready to answer because of embarrassment. Betty said that in order to open the secret realm, 2 jade columns must be connected when both reach the peak of enlightenment. Otherwise, nothing will happen. In the end, she said that it is necessary to apply double cultivation here so that everything will work out. Leon asked excitedly, "Is she referring to the same pair cultivation he just thought of?" She was even more embarrassed and nodded in response. He smiled mischievously and asked what they expected in such a case. He warned her not to think that he was a little flower, but not capable of such things, so there was no need to pity him. She began to wave her off and say that she was not ready for this. But it was still very early, besides. They are not well acquainted for such a thing, so it is impossible to do this. Betty closed her eyes. Hearing that Leon suddenly fell silent, she cautiously opened them. Betty saw in front of her the pendant that Leon was holding in his hand. He looked at her calmly and told her to keep the pendant. He explained that he wanted it back. He said again that he wanted the pendant back, but agreed that maybe he really wasn't the right person. She excitedly asked why he wanted to do this. He explained that the ruler of the heavenly city had left the pendant for her, and added that now he even knew the secret of this pendant. Leon explained that he understood that she was not the type of person who would agree to a marriage of convenience, and added that maybe she didn't like it either, and even the thought of it was unpleasant. Leon smiled and said that one day she will meet a worthy man, fall in love with him, and make her conscious choice. She put her head down and asked the question that worried him. Betty was asked if he hates her. He sank down on the couch and said at first and really thought of her as a big problem. But he didn't hate her. It's just that he hasn't thought about marriage yet, and hopes that in the future he will meet the one he really loves, and his partner will reciprocate, but they will be able to dive into happiness that will belong only to both of them. Leon said that sometimes it seems to him that he will not meet such a person and that makes him sad, but he is sure that once he sees her, he will understand that this is exactly the person he has been looking for all his life. And then he can get down on one knee and ask the girl he loves to spend the rest of their lives with him. He closed his eyes and smiled, adding that then they would grow old together and be close to the very end. After hearing these words, she excitedly looked at him and could not take her eyes off the boy, who turned out to be completely different from what she thought before. After that, he smiled at you and said that in that case she should take good care of this jade pendant, so that one day she will give it to the most precious person in her life. He advised her to choose the best man. After which he took his briefcase and said goodbye to Betty, saying that he would wait for news, adding that she knew how to contact him. He was about to leave. Suddenly she took his t-shirt and quietly asked where he was going to go. Leon said he was heading to the wildlife camp in Sunset Town. She wanted to somehow help him in the end and said that they had their own teleportation system at home, and she would take him to her. Leon said that he would be very grateful for this because it would save his body and a lot of problems with moving. After he entered the portal and was out of sight, Betty fell to the floor and began to cry, calling him stupid. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she said that he was a real fool if he did not understand anything. It was a wildlife camp in Sunset Town. On its territory, there was one man who was wiping his weapon. It was a captain. It was Captain Benjamin. Having prepared his weapon, he received information that a mass teleportation rock had been recorded. He asked who else brought it so late. Leon appeared from the array of teleportation. He was preparing to leave without suspecting anything, until suddenly he met 2 policemen in front of him who pointed their weapons at him. They ordered him not to move, then warned that he was being turned. Leon was surprised when asked what happened. The police said that it was a military teleportation system, and there had been no reports of its use. Captain Benjamin hid his gun and told the boy to give an excuse to shoot him. Looking at his uniform, Leon remembered that he had seen something similar before when his father was working. He said that his name was Leon Moon. and holding up his badge, he said that he was a young star general of Tianyu City, after which he told the captain the numbers of his ID number. Captain Benjamin immediately understood who he was dealing with, and Leon asked him to prepare a month's supply of food for him. Immediately after that, the captain ordered his subordinate to carry out the young master's order. He addressed Leon as a young star general and said that it was too late and it would be safer to continue on his way after sunrise. Leon explained that he had an urgent matter, but he was in a hurry. Besides, he asked to be called simply by his first name because he was much younger. He asked the captain how things are now in the camp. Benjamin explained that armed soldiers are now constantly patrolling the territory, and they are always ready for potential danger. And if they relax even for a moment, or they may lose their lives, Leon now understood what kind of life his father lived all the time. After a few minutes, his provisions were prepared and Leon set off. The captain saw him off and decided to give the young man his life support pill, and once again reminded him to be careful. Leon thanked him, and she decided to thank him by giving him a crystal. He explained that it is a valuable material and you can pay them anything. He explained that he works hard to provide for his family, so he does not feel sorry. Benjamin was amazed by his generosity and said that it was a very expensive thing and he could not take it. But Leon had already said goodbye to him and was on his way. The old soldier was touched by this boy's kindness and wondered how he could become a star general at his young age. But he was still a very good boy. Leon did not have time to move several kilometers from the camp when he was met by a bunch of monsters who wanted to tear him to pieces. Leon said if he had known what was waiting for him here, he would have listened to the old man or stayed in the camp until morning, and asked why on this particular night all the animals took and decided to come to this path at the same time. Suddenly he remembered that he had something useful because he passed without a triumph and was able to buy some interesting things there. He took out an artifact called Wind Wings and said with a smile that now it will be much easier for him to move. In fact, he did not even understand how they work and decided to install this thing on his back. Suddenly, 2 energy wings broke out from his back, which did not break his back. He asked in surprise. Did he grow wings, but overall they looked better than he imagined, but he still didn't understand how to use them. Suddenly, he broke away from the ground and flew into the sky with an incredible speed. It was so sudden and unexpected that he even screamed from these crazy sensations. He hovered in the rain like a real angel watching the night forest from a bird's-eye view. He was over the moon with happiness, literally and figuratively, because flying on his own wings was incredibly cool. Besides, he had a long way ahead of him, and these pair of wings were his real salvation. He was enjoying the flight until suddenly something hard hit him. He grabbed his head and started complaining, not expecting that he might meet something in the air. He saw in front of him a pack of great dragons, against the belly of which he had just butted his head. Seeing this creature, he immediately remembered a lecture at the university. The professor said that it was a mystical beast called a Yalung. It was among the monsters of the silver rank, and its attacks were strong and fierce. There was another feature. Their skin and internal organs were very expensive, but hunting them was very difficult. Dollars appeared in Leon's eyes, and he greedily looked at them. He looked at them, assessing how much money he could earn by hunting down a few of them. He drew his sword and summoned number 1 and number 2, and rushed to attack them, saying that now he would be rich from their carcasses. But these creatures weren't going to give up so easily either. One of the dragons attacked him with a powerful, fiery blow. Leon narrowly dodged and immediately used a raging sword technique against them, which allowed him to defend against the attack and attack the enemy at the same time. He threw a few quick punches and was behind the dragon with lightning speed. They looked around and looked at him, not understanding how he was moving so quickly. I gave them my look and told them that he is here and they can't escape. After which he began to deal incredibly strong and deadly blows with this creature. The shadows also kept up and attacked the dragons, inflicting severe injuries on them, after which they could no longer fight. A dozen more Yalungs flew to help this group of dragons, and a real air war was raging in the sky. Meanwhile, a boy was sitting in the forest clearing and was bored, drawing dragons on the ground with a stick. He asked with surprise why it was that he didn't see any dragon during the whole night. It was a dragon hunter. Suddenly, a huge carcass fell in front of him, which frightened him thoroughly, and he even cried out in fear. He walked up to it and looked at the creature's body and asked what the hell it was because he couldn't just catch it from the sky. He put on special glasses and looked up at the night sky, saying that he had never heard of Yalong dragons suddenly falling from the sky. For what he saw, he was very surprised. Some guy was chasing after the dragons, and he shouted, ordering them to stop. The dragons were clearly running away from him, trying to escape. Leon was laughing like crazy and said that he really needed money because he was broke. He begged them to run away because he is an ordinary boy and not some kind of devil. The hunter was amazed by what he saw, because he had never seen one man hunt a pack of dragons like that. It was an old pawn shop. The door of the room opened and Leon entered there. He greeted the old man, calling him uncle, and said that he had returned. The old man was glad to see him and asked how he was doing, and asked what he brought him this time. Leon said that the goods were so old that it was hard to believe. The old man said that if the master was less experienced in this place, he would believe and even laugh at such statements. But they have known each other for a long time. But he can definitely appreciate a good product. I smiled at Leon and said that in that case, let him name the price by showing him the Yalong dragon. He took a sip of tea and said that he could give no more than 1.5 million for the corpse of a wild beast dragon in full configuration. But he also had a few questions. Leon said that it was wonderful because he had 23 of them. The old man even snorted and spat out all the tea in surprise. Leon said that he wanted to get a rock crystal string for them. The old man asked in surprise how much he wanted to receive. He said that he would have 12 more broken bodies of such animals. The old man was shocked. Leon asked how much he would give for them. The uncle replied that he could give 150,000, and they agreed to this deal. Leon also got another container in what was already a kind of dragon. He said that it takes a lot of strength to carry it alive in such a capsule, so he wants to sell it too. The old man immediately snatched this capsule from him and said that he would give 60 million for it, because it is a wild beast of the first class, a child of the Yangul dragon. Leon said it was great and he really enjoyed working with him, and reminded him not to forget to send him the money. He told the old man that he had better not delay it, because he would soon visit him again. Leon was transported to his star world. In his hands were several suitcases filled with crystals. He told him it was painful to even think about the fact that all the money he earned is going here. But because of this, he feels like a worthless worker. He said that this time he brought 100 million rock crystals and began to throw them directly on the ground, saying that he would not believe that this would not be enough to strengthen. The system notified that this was still not enough. He fell to the ground and began to whimper, asking, maybe it was some kind of mistake or the price increased. He said that it was not surprising that Betty's father decided to found his own sect, because in order to reach the greatest heights and become a real god, only relying on yourself is unrealistic. He turned to the system and asked what astral power he can use right now. The system said he can use the power of the astral world now. The system explained that it can absorb the damage received from a full impact from the side of the rock crystal. Hearing this, he stood up sharply and said that it was not time to relax and they should continue. The boy is heading towards the city lord's estate. He was running as fast as he could, his heart pounding in his chest and his breathing heavy. The boy, who was rushing to the young lady's room, was stopped by two maids. They stood at the door, blocking his passage, saying that the young lady did not want to see anyone. Suddenly, the voice of Betty herself was heard from the door, and she said that the twins could let him in. Christopher entered her bedroom and asked disgruntled why yesterday she allowed herself to leave that peasant Leon overnight in their house. Christopher, seeing Betty's confusion, decided to remind her that not so long ago she herself questioned the sincerity of that guy. He also said that his father was also confused after meeting him. Betty sighed, and her eyes were filled with sadness. She took a sip and sadly said that her father had already left. The boy's face suddenly darkened, and an expression of anger appeared on him. He clenched his fists and sharply asked Betty what about the jade pendant. She said that she did not expect that after the news about her father, the first thing he would ask was about the jade pendant. She looked at him sternly and said that he can forget about the pendant, because one father gave it to her and the other gave it to Leon. She said that he should understand that there will be no benefit from the pendant for Christopher. He looked at her with hatred. She said that his awakening was the result of many wasted resources, and with his talents, he had no chance of getting into the higher realm of the awakened. Betty, without stopping, walked past Christopher. Her voice was calm. She said that he had better listen to his sister, and instead of thinking about it, let him continue to burn his life as a young master of this city. He grabbed her hand and began to shout that he was the young master of the mayor's estate, the heir to the next lord of the heavenly city. His face was contorted with anger and insanity was in his eyes. He shouted that he was the only son of this old man. Suddenly, he remembered those times when he was very small. Then he heard the conversations of people who mocked him. But they said that the son of the city lord was never able to wake up. This said that there was a grudge in his heart since childhood. He threw Betty to the floor and said that the jade pendant would belong to him, adding that only he could possess it. She remembered the time when the Lord brought her to his estate and said that now she would live here. Then she met Christopher. He grabbed her and told her not to worry, because Leon wasn't the only one who could help her with double cultivation. He shouted that he wanted her, but she would belong to him only. Betty screamed and begged him to stop, but the man did not respond. He said that besides she was drunk, she would not be able to fight him off. His face was striking with madness and happiness. He said that finally his sister would become his wife. Suddenly, the door of the room opened sharply, and one of the twins, like a predatory cat, rushed at Christopher. Her movements were lightning fast, and her eyes burned with rage. She struck him with a powerful blow. Christopher, not expecting an attack, felt how his body was thrown back. He hit the wall and lost consciousness for a moment. She stood in a fighting position and ordered the young gentleman to watch his behavior. Otherwise, he would regret it. He began to shout and call the maid a bitch, asking how she lousy dog dared to hit him because he was the future lord, after which he promised to destroy them first. The older twin came up to Betty and covered her with a blanket, saying that she was very scared. When it was all over, Betty ordered the twins to take the young master to a secret room. He was very frightened when he heard this. Fear and confusion were visible on his face. Christopher, hearing his sister's order, felt his heart shrinking from terror. He could not believe it, and falling to his knees, begged her not to do it. Meanwhile, Leon, who was still in the star realm, had the last crystal left. He looked at it and said that all the money earned from hunting was spent. So it is better to keep this last crystal for himself, until suddenly, due to his clumsiness, he let go of him. But he began to fall to the ground. Approaching the ground, the crystal feels the familiar pull of the platform. Like a predatory beast waiting for its prey, the platform absorbs it, swallowing the whole block into its dark womb. Disgruntled, Leon began to growl that the platform had once again eaten his crystal, but now he was completely without money in his pocket. Suddenly she started to shake, but he was surprised if it was an earthquake, barely standing on his feet. Raising his eyes, he was surprised to see a bright flash in the sky, behind which a majestic celestial body, a planet, appeared. His gaze slid down, and he noticed with surprise how through the cracks in the stone platform, the green of the young grass made its way. A message came from the system in which she gave her master and said that his central kingdom gave birth to a planet. Now it has become a star kingdom. He immediately asked the system how much energy he could mobilize right now. She replied that given the current data, his power would probably be able to completely absorb the Musicians Guild's attacks. He checked all the information once more and asked, is he now without any help and amulets able to withstand any blows from the enemy guild's towers? Suddenly he received an incoming call. It was Leah's friend. He smiled and asked what happened. Has it been so long that she already misses him? She replied that things were bad for them and asked where he was now. He asked in response how they were doing and what was happening. James turned to him and said that wherever Leon is now, he should listen to him carefully. With a stony expression on his face, James clearly and succinctly ordered Leon to immediately find a safe place and lie down on the bottom. Any exits outside were strictly prohibited, as well as contact with anyone. No one could be trusted. He looked at him with surprise and asked what was happening, still not understanding what had happened since he entered his star realm. Locked in the room, Christopher frantically tapped away at the computer keyboard, his eyes darting over the lines of text on the screen. Did they really think I was going to sit back? He muttered. On the screen was a photo of Leon. He said that they will all die because of their stupidity and arrogance. The door of the room opened wide, filling it with light, and he instantly felt a strong blow to his face. Betty stood on the threshold. She stared at him with a stern look and sharply asked, has he completely lost his mind? He rolled to the floor, shuddering at the frenzied laughter that sounded like the howling of a rabid dog. He gave her his crazy look and asked if she thought he was crazy. He said that it was Leon and the jade columns that drove her crazy, but it was too late to explain anything. He said that he had already told the whole world about the fact that the old man had passed away and about the pernephrite pendants that were supposed to belong to him. Besides, she herself told where they were. She had one, and Leon had the other. He smiled a crazy smile, then said that now only destruction awaits them. Hysterical laughter burst from his chest again, punctuated by wild cries like the roar of a madman. She was horrified when she saw what madness Christopher had reached. The girl was looking at something on the computer screen. A guy approached her and said that it was very boring with him. She immediately offered him to go to the battlefield of dimensions and play a little to make it more fun. Suddenly the boy saw a new message, which said that the Lord of the Heavenly City had passed away, and this news immediately spread all over the world. This message also talked about the key to the ancient secret. Just these few words alarmed every inhabitant who lived in the central continent and every person who aspired to great power. After that, the fall of the Heavenly City no longer mattered to them. They got up and went in search of Leon Moon, because he possessed the greatest treasure that could pave the way to becoming a god. A few hours ago, a video appeared on the internet, which immediately went viral. It showed Leon against the background of the sunset. It seems that it was filmed by a dragon hunter who was in that area at the time. Thus, its approximate geolocation became known to anyone who wanted to find it, and all the strongest people in this world immediately went in search of their prey. Meanwhile, real chaos raged in the Lord's estate. A crowd of angry people gathered at his gate. Betty tried to explain to them that this was all her brother's invention. They said that she wanted to take the ancient secret of self-knowledge for herself. They shouted that these treasures like frit pendants should be kept in public places and not in a girl like her. Betty screamed, calling them rabid bastards, and ordered them to get away from her house, immediately after which the twins came to her defense. One of these scoundrels received a devastating blow to the head and immediately let the girl go. The three girls found themselves in the middle of this crowd of angry people. They stood back to protect themselves from them. They shouted that they didn't start it. Besides, there were only 3 of them to the fact that they were women and they could handle them easily. Suddenly, someone appeared and said, "Did a bunch of grown men decide what to do with 3 young women?" A big man stood in front of them holding a bottle in his hand and said that they had better get out while they were safe. She looked at him with a surprised look and asked why he came here. One of the attackers looked at this man and called him an idiot and ordered him to return to his hole. The other decided to find out from him where the heads of the sects are now, coming closer. He said that they have a small conversation with him. Approaching him closely, he grabbed him by the t-shirt, knocking the bottle out of his hand, and asked who he was, threatening that he would kill him now. The man was very drunk and said, "If he has such an indescribable desire, then he can start." Suddenly, something scared the attacker, and he looked at him with a frightened look. In a moment, the bottle was again in the hand of the drunkard, and the boy's brush was torn from his hand. He began to scream frantically in pain. Those who were next to him also looked at it in fear. They asked how that boy dared to provoke such a man. It was the supreme elder of the Qing Yu sect. He was awarded the rank of Saint Warrior, but he had personally come to help these girls. He approached Betty and said that she had grown up to be an incredible beauty, remembering how she liked to pull him by the ears as a child. And she also liked to fall asleep on his lap. She asked him if he thought it was time to kick these bastards' ass. With a faint smile, he said he had thought about it too. And turning to the crowd, he scornfully called them goats and warned them that they were dealing with an elder. And if any of them dare to touch these girls, they will have to bear the responsibility. Most of them got scared and said that they have nothing to do here, and after apologizing, threw them away. Frightened by the elder's threats, the boys began to whisper among themselves. Realizing that they were in danger here, they decided to leave immediately. Their next goal was to find Leon Moon and the amulet. Betty felt excited for her new friend when she overheard the 2 boys talking. Meanwhile, Leon was talking to his friends on the phone. They were insisting that he should lie down and not come out for a while. They also said that he could not worry about the sector because they passed on information to those who needed it and promised to help them. James insisted that Leon should first of all think about his safety, so he should hide, and he and Leah's situation. He did not take their words seriously and told his friends to go back. They were very surprised when they heard his answer, but James said that in this situation he had to show his best side, and Leon had to trust them. James pressed the gas and said that they are already on the outskirts of Sunset Town. Leon said that he will return now. He returned to the real world and found himself in a clearing of the forest. Leon carefully looked around, waiting for something to follow him. He said that it looks like he needs to find a place where he can hide well, and now is the time to use the things he obtained in the Tower of Triumph. He took out a golden beetle from his hiding place. It was another artifact that he might need. Throwing it, he said that he was summoning a huge, flat-lipped beetle that should dig a hole for him. Suddenly, it started like an earthquake, and blocks of stones broke out of the ground, almost hitting Leon. But he spread his wings in time and was able to fly away without falling into this trap. It seems that the beetle was suddenly unlucky to find a trap that was prepared for Leon. Hunters immediately appeared in front of him, who quarreled and discussed that this trap was bad. Leon did not expect that the hunters would appear so quickly. In the meantime, they agreed to surround him and then finish him off quickly. Glancing at them, the boy immediately found out that there was 1 gold and 3 silver soldiers in this gang. They said that his wind wings were quite good, but they also had wings that were not at all inferior to his. Wasting no time, they flew into the air and charged at him. The leader of this squad immediately struck Leon with a powerful blow, but he managed to dodge. They attacked him with incredible speed, acting in harmony as a single organism. This made him very angry, but he summoned his mad sword to deal with these bastards. A few more lightning strikes flew past him, only miraculously not ripping his neck. A real battle of fighting angels unfolded in the sky, where life and death were at stake. You could read the hatred and greed in the eyes of his attackers. It seemed they were willing to do anything to get the jade. Leon's eyes flashed with a red glow, and he burst from the sky like an explosion, crashing to the ground like a meteor. The hunters, triumphant, smiled. Unexpectedly for themselves, they managed to win, they thought. However, their joy turned out to be premature. Looking down, they saw something that horrified them. Their eyes were horrified when they realized that it was not Leon who fell to the ground, but their friend, with a terrible wound on his stomach. The leader of the hunters cursed furiously, filled with anger and frustration. Suddenly, Leon appeared behind them. His hands were clutching the hilt of the sword, and his face was hidden by the shadow. The hunters, amazed by his skill, exclaimed, "Well, he moves well." Concerned, one of the hunters offered to immediately find a way to seal his skills, as having unused techniques could be very dangerous. Leon, glancing at them, spoke quietly, as if turning to his sword. And then, like a flash of light, he rushed between the hunters, inflicting terrible wounds on them. A river of blood flowed from their bodies, and several hunters, unable to withstand the brutal wounds, fell to the ground. The leader of the hunters, overcome with fierce hatred for the boy, clutched a ball of fire in his hands and shouted that he had killed his friend and said that Leon should pay with his life for his cruelty. Shouting angry words and shouting the fire beam spell, the leader of the hunters threw a flaming sphere at Leon. The beam struck the young man with lightning speed. The laughter of the leader of the hunters sounded like a mad laugh. He said that this was the most powerful blow. Contemptuously calling Leon a kid, he predicted his imminent death. Already confident of his victory, the hunter rushed at Leon to take the treasured jade pendant, but Leon, wasting no time, built a sound barrier around himself, dispersing the fiery beam and forcing the enemy to retreat. In disbelief, the hunter watched as his attack did no damage to Leon. Leon realized that now he seems to be able to actually deflect any attacks without particularly steaming. Realizing that his new sound barrier is capable of deflecting any attacks, Leon felt much more confident. Disdainfully looking at the hunter who is fleeing in disgrace, Leon noticed how he was shining with his heels. Running away, the hunter couldn't get rid of the frightening thought, "Who is this guy? Because he put all his strength into his best shot, put all his soul into this attack, and he didn't care about it at all." However, Leon was not going to let the hunter go. With lightning speed, he grabbed his mad sword and, flashing the blade, directed it at the fugitive. The hunter's terrible cry broke the silence. Streams of tears flowed from his eyes, full of terror. The terrible wounds tore apart the hunter's body in a matter of seconds, turning him into a shapeless, bloody mass falling to the ground. Suddenly, the system reminded Leon about a new achievement: the first destruction of a member of the Musicians Guild, for which he received a mysterious box with a surprise. Leon was torn by curiosity, but he understood that now was not the time to tire her. The most important thing was to find a safe place to hide. Turning to the beetle again, he asked it to dig a hole for him. Hiding in an underground vault, he sincerely thanked the beetle for his tireless work. He was sure that no one would find him here. Eagerly, Leln placed the surprise box in front of him and ordered it to open. He opened his mouth in surprise, not believing his own eyes. A piece of blue spine lay in front of him. Leon's eyes widened in surprise as the system informed him that he had obtained the A-rank precious artifact, the Imperial Demon Dragon Spine. The system explained that implanting this item into his body would allow him to form an additional protective shell of the skeleton that could protect his internal organs. But Leon was disappointed that this artifact did not help strengthen his attack. At the end of the day, people came to the camp and turned to the old captain and asked if he had met this man. He said that he had not seen him and advised him to look elsewhere. This was not the first group of hunters who came here to find out information. The man began to worry about his young friend, asking himself what trouble he could get into. Two more followed them immediately and asked if he had seen a guy with red hair here. This convinced even more that the matter was serious, because now the whole world was hunting him. The night had already come into its own when the system announced the start of implanting the Imperial Demon Dragon Spine. Leon, gritting his teeth, prepared for the excruciating pain he would have to endure. From the first seconds of the procedure, Leon clenched his teeth with such force that it seemed as if they were about to burst. The system succinctly warned him of the excruciating pain during the implantation of the Imperial Demon Dragon's spine, urging him to endure. Tears pouring from his eyes and frantic screams filled the underground vault. Leon begged the system to stop the procedure, unable to bear the excruciating pain. Finally, the grueling procedure was over. Leon, exhausted to the limit, fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Leaning his back against the cold stone wall of the cave, Leon tried to regain consciousness. He whispered that he would never accept such suffering again. Suddenly, 2 grenades flew into the cave with a roar, and Leon only had time to look at them in surprise. Immediately behind them, there was a deafening explosion that tore the cave to pieces. Of course, these were bounty hunters. They triumphed because they happily managed to find their prey, a boy for whom they assigned a handsome sum. They saw in front of them Leon leaning his back against the rock, and were very surprised because he was able to survive after 2 thunder bombs exploded near him. Shouting that it contained what they desperately needed, and that today they would take his life, the hunters rushed at Leon. Leon managed to avoid the impact only thanks to lightning reaction. Grabbing a stone, he threw it with force at one of the attackers. Meanwhile, the other hunters, stocky and ferocious, had already charged at Leon from the other side. His eyes blazed with rage as he parried an attack from one of the attackers. Meanwhile, several more armed scum rushed at him. Suddenly, in the same place where the battle was raging, another powerful explosion rang out. The force of the blast wave knocked Leon off his feet. Throwing him to the ground, he collapsed, knocked down by the impact among the scattered stones. Surrounding Leon, the bounty hunters mockingly advised him to stop his futile attempts to resist, because his life would end that day anyway. Leon, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, clenched his teeth. The coherence and clear coordination of the bounty hunters' actions testified to their many years of experience working together. Their movements were clear, measured. They did not need words to understand each other. The head of the hunters ordered his men to finish him off. One of the men threw a huge block of stones at him, trying to crush Leon. But they didn't know that his friends were already there, and James's rifle was already aimed at one of them. A powerful shot rang out, destroying half of the body of the man who attacked Leon. The man cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Leon was shocked, because he thought that this was the end of him. Seeing this, the head of the hunters, frightened, looked around and asked what had happened and who had done it. James turned to Leon and said, "Didn't he warn him to hide?" After which he smiled and asked what he was doing here with this bunch of losers. Leon stood up still holding his head and asked James in surprise what he was doing here. Despite the excitement, the head of the hunters addressed his men, urging them not to panic. He assured them that he was just an ordinary child without the experience to resist them. The hunter was half-sentenced when he received a crushing blow to the head from Leah. The hunters were horrified when they saw this girl jumping on the head of their comrade. United, holding weapons in their hands, they rushed to help the commander. But their rush was stopped by a lightning strike that turned them into a pool of blood. Leah lashed out at Leon with a scolding, because he, instead of obeying her order to be polite and hide, had caused trouble again. Leon turned to the commander of the hunters and asked what he would do now that he was left without his team. He looked at him with hatred and said that now nothing would stop him from destroying him. Holding a sword in his hand, he slowly approached him and said that the plan was valid and not bad. "But now it's time to pay the bills," Leon said, looking at him glassy. Overwhelmed with terror, the The commander of the hunters screamed and tried to escape from imminent death, running away. He thought that Leon's look had changed, and he was no longer the scared boy he was 5 minutes ago. With lightning speed, something flashed and tore his leg. With a frantic scream, he fell to the ground. "His escape is impossible," James said with icy indifference in his voice, looking at the hunter commander. Leon slowly approached him unhurriedly as the hunter struggled to answer, grasping for a ghostly chance to stay alive. Leon took his head and said that it was normal for a crowd to attack one person, but now the hunter somehow didn't like it. His eyes flashed with red light and he spoke, summoning a thunderous law. Electric currents pierced the hunter's body and he begged to stop, screaming from the searing pain of the burns and accusing Leon of cruelty. Having dealt with the enemy, they clapped each other's hands with joyful shouts. James congratulated Leon, and Leon, in turn, expressed sincere thanks to his friends for coming to help in time. Leah said that it was time for me to get out of there because the sounds were quite noisy and the battles could attract the attention of other hunters. Suddenly, a real firework appeared behind them, which thundered extremely loudly and illuminated the entire forest with the glow of lights. It was the work of the rock hunter, who surprisingly still remained alive. He used the signal fire and turned to Leon and said that now they would definitely end. He took out a flask and pulled out the cork, saying that all the hunters who were looking for him in the vicinity now knew where they were. He raised the flask, ready to drink its contents, and said with a grim face, "Unfortunately, they don't have much time left." Leon pointed his sword at him threateningly and told him to sit still and not open his mouth. With an unexpected throw, he knocked the flask with blue liquid out of his hand, surprising him with dexterity. James deftly grabbed her with a smile and said he caught something. He carefully inserted the cork and closed this cone. Leon curiously asked what was inside. James answered that it was holy water, and if a person is on the verge of life and death, a few sips of this water can save him. After which, Leon threw her into his hands and said that now she belonged to him. Several arrows flew in their direction. Someone said that you should never relax, being in the middle of the battlefield. Similar to the signal fire, other hunters came. One of them said that he was better at finding prey, but they would not be able to escape from him. Leah said that there are too many people in this place who want to take Leon's life. A crazy smile appeared on Jaime's face, but he said that it seems they still had guests on the way. It was a man nicknamed Earthworm. Next to him was a snow maiden and another boy from the majestic Lion clan. Seeing them in front of him, Leon was horrified to realize the terrible situation. Before him stood the best bounty hunters from the entire continent, and worst of all, they were not alone. Turning to the crowd, Leon raised his hand and said that he wanted to ask one question. His friends were afraid that he was going to surrender to the mercy of the winners. He said that he saw in front of him 3 heads of hunters and asked to whom he should give the jade pendant in such a case. From the lips of the representative of the great Lion clan, a clear offer came, a key in exchange for shelter and protection. The Snow Maiden immediately turned to him and told him not to even think of deceiving them, because it would not make him back out of their agreement. Leon called her an evil woman and asked if she was questioning his words. James and Leah began to undress, to which Leon, with a sly smile, announced the need for a small competition. They were closely watched by the heads of the bounty hunters. Incredibly quickly, they changed into ritual hoodies and began the unification process using the Lee family's secret technique. Leon smiled mysteriously and said whoever manages to find him will win. Without realizing it, the leaders of the bounty hunters have already become participants in this game, trying to figure out which of them is the real Leon. They ran in different directions with incredible speed, making their pursuit almost impossible. This scene resembled an exciting game of thimble, where you need to find the ball under one of the 3 cups. The Snow Maiden felt horror because Leon disappeared from the field of view. There was no time to think. She urgently needed to decide who exactly she would pursue. In the end, she made the decision to move east, and with lightning speed rushed after her prey. Other leaders, having also decided on their goals, rushed in pursuit, but it was not easy to catch up with the prey. In the end, they reached the edge of the forest, where they finally lost any landmarks. Suddenly, stones flew out of nowhere and fell on them, causing them serious injuries. The stones flew with such force that their leader was horrified to see his men fall to the ground. It no longer seemed like ordinary stones, but real shots. Looking back, they saw in front of them James, who was holding his rifle, and said that they prayed with the choice. The squad leader denied James's claims, claiming to have the ability to capture him and issue an ultimatum to Leon for James's life in exchange for the key. He said that now dozens of the best fighters from his clan are next to him and asked if he is thinking of defeating him. James did not pay attention to the threats, but simply looked the leader in the eyes and contemptuously said, "Does he think he can frighten him with a pathetic attempt to intimidate him?" James reprimanded him because he himself admitted that he was driven in circles through this forest. He took out the detonator and said that he wanted to introduce himself because his name was James Dasyun. He was a representative of the Dasyun family from the Heavenly City, and he was very glad to meet them. But it was time for them to say goodbye, after which a loud explosion rang out. The Snow Maiden shouted, appealing to the fugitive to stop because he would not be able to escape. Her voice carried through the dense forest, enveloping the prey. He stopped, but she slowly began to approach him. The man in the hoodie asked, "Don't you think you managed to catch him?" The maiden ordered to stop resisting, and she did not care about his words. Because she is here with one goal, and that is to get the key, and she did not need extra deaths. The person in the hoodie said that she was talking like an old grandmother. Hearing these words, the girl took out her weapon and said that she was tired of it, so she changed her mind. The Snow Maiden threw her club with lightning speed. It whistled through the air and hit one of the waiters with force, nailing his woven cape to the nearest tree. Leah, like a predatory cat, threw off her mantle, revealing her determination. Snow Maiden froze in dumb surprise, realizing a terrible mistake. To the north of the forest glade, a group of people continued to chase the fugitive, hoping to break the cush. After catching up with him, they saw that he was waiting for them near a tree. They said that he had finally caught up. The guy in a robe answered that he wasn't going to run away. Leon immediately tore off his mantle and said that he congratulated them on their victory, but they will now receive their prize. Back then, Leon discussed this plan with his friends. James said that each of them is unique, and if they join their efforts, and their enemies will fall before you, even blink an eye. But while they were alone, only one of them had the strength to repel any attack, even from those who were stronger than them. He said that they will split into 3 groups to reduce the number of enemies who want to attack Leon. Leon started to worry about his friends and said that their fighting strength is not enough to face these people. Jamie said that he cannot worry, but nothing will happen to them. After all, he was their real target. Besides, Jace said that if he wanted to, he could get rid of them all in a moment. He also pointed to Leah and reminded Leon who her grandfather was, and added that he himself is sometimes afraid to approach her. After which he said that it was time for them to finish talking and start implementing this plan. Leon stood silently and did not give his consent. James said that he did not see a positive way out of this situation, and there were too many enemies, and if they want to win, Leon should go for it. The earthworm looked at him with surprise, not understanding what was happening here. Leon smiled and said, "Number 1, number 2, Black Raven." They were all a part of him. Leah at this time was fighting with the Snow Maiden using the Steel Fist technique. She dealt her a barrage of powerful blows. A couple of more well-placed blows and she got the victory, finishing off all the people. The Snow Maiden said that this was a real surprise for her, because she did not expect that such a cute-looking girl would actually turn out to be a real fighting lady, but added that it looks like she applies only the basic skills that students are taught at the university. Also, she drew attention to her posture. It said that she was from the Heavenly City. Leah was told that if she wants to fight with her, she should not care who she is and what family she is from. Leah understood that she must be provoked into a fight, because in the worst case, she will return to chasing Leon. It decided to get her at any cost, and she was even ready to stand to death just to win a few seconds for Leon. Suddenly, a deafening explosion broke the silence, instantly distracting them from their conversation. Snow Maiden said that the explosion happened in the eastern part of the forest, and it seems that the Lion Clan was no longer able to fight. Fear gripped the heart because James, risking himself, became a bait. Every beat of her heart was given in her temples, and terrible pictures were drawn in her head. Leon turned when he heard the explosion, which happened in the exact direction where James ran. Leon was very worried about him, and wondered what this idiot had come up with this time. James then blurted out that he would not die until he did enough to hold them at least for a few minutes. The worm said that the Lion Clan was chasing them in that direction, and maybe they were already finished, because this explosion was quite powerful. He said that probably his friend, also already in the other world, suddenly the shadow appeared next to him, scaring him with its sudden appearance. Turning around, he was horrified to see that a shadow that appeared suddenly grabbed one of his men by the throat. He asked with horror, "What the hell is this?" Leon, unmoved, answered that he had just explained to him. He looked at the boy and said that he was in a hurry. Besides, he warned that it was better for them to attack all together. A cough choked James as he struggled to breathe, the air thick with acrid smoke and dust that burned his eyes and irritated his throat. James said that he did not expect 50 crystal detonators to explode with such force, although it cost him a fortune, but it was worth it. Removing the clothes from the unfortunate hunter who was lucky enough to survive, he smiled and said that it was time to return to the meeting point. Unexpectedly, the head of the majestic lion clan turned for him, asking where he had gone and calling him handsome. His strike was incredibly powerful, aimed straight at James. The ground beneath the boy's feet cracked, anticipating the inevitable collision. But James, endowed with the agility and speed of a predator, had time to react. With lightning speed, he grabbed the rifle, clutching it tightly in his hands. Wasting no time, he opened fire on his enemy. A lump of energy like lightning rushed towards the hunter, ready to dissolve him completely. But the hunter, not giving up, put his hand forward, trying to stop this destructive force. Surprisingly, he succeeded. The beam of energy, having collided with his palm, did not pierce it, but broke into many small sparks that flew in different directions. James was very surprised to see this. His hands were shaking with fatigue, but he gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bullets fired from the rifle rained down as he tried to stop the enemy. He easily dodged another wave of lasers and projectiles fired from James's rifle. His movements were lightning fast, precise, like a predator playing with its prey. With each dodge, he drew closer to his opponent, relentlessly closing the distance between them. They collided in midair and went flying in different directions, Jaime's rifle also flying away. But surprisingly, when he landed, she started attacking him again, firing dozens of shots per second. He used the technique of a mighty formation to deflect all the bullets that flew at him, as if deflecting with his hands. James could not believe what he saw. Was he so powerful that he could block all his shots with his bare hands? Such dexterity was incredible. He said that this technique is called absolute protection, where it is impossible to penetrate. After shouting these words, he rushed forward like a whirlwind, ready to sweep James out of his way, his eyes burning with rage. And in his movements, there was an unstoppable force. James, with incredible dexterity, jumped back, avoiding the blow of the enemy. He immediately rushed into a counterattack, aiming to strike a decisive blow. James, having mastered himself, took a deep breath and tried to figure out the situation. He understood that his opponent possessed incredible strength and endurance, but every technique, even the most advanced, had its drawbacks. He closed his eyes and convinced himself that it was worth finding his weak point, and for that he planned to use one of his magic tricks. James opened his eyes, and a fierce determination was burning in them. His body glowed as if electrified, and the air around him felt tense. He called out the name of the technique he was about to use and launched a counterattack with lightning speed. Alicia's upbringing was indeed a unique technique that was passed down in his family from generation to generation. She was surrounded by a strict veil of secrecy because the power she gave could be used for good. This technique was supposed to allow during the battle to fully analyze the situation, keep calm and find the enemy's weaknesses, and then destroy him with one blow. Indeed, Alicia's cultivation possessed a unique property. This technique not only gave James the ability to control the elements, but also allowed him to enter a special state during battle. In this state, he could analyze the situation with incredible speed, maintaining absolute calm. His consciousness became as if crystal clear, and his thoughts were clear and concise. He could see his opponent's every move, feel his emotions, predict his next moves. This allowed him to find the smallest flaws in the enemy's defenses, those weak points that the enemy himself did not suspect. Using this technique requires not only incredible concentration and willpower, but also cold-bloodedness, cruelty, and willingness to take risks. But like any power, Alicia's upbringing carries with it danger. But it was thanks to this that he overcame an invincible opponent, saving his life and freedom. And finally, when the moment was perfect, James delivered a single, devastating blow that decided the outcome of the fight. James glanced at the lifeless body of his enemy, his heart pounding in his chest, and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of his enemy and said that he had found his fault, and now let him rest. In the end, he said that it was probably very difficult to continuously attack his opponent, but this was his weak link. In the north of the forest, a fierce battle was raging between Lee and Snow Maiden's minions. Lee's owl thicket, once calm and cozy, was now washed by the icy wind and the groans of the wounded. Leah, despite the numerical superiority of the enemies, fought with the fury of a lioness, protecting her friends and her native forest. Each of her blows was precise and deadly, for she knew that the fate of her friend depended on this battle. The Snow Maiden turned to her and said that it must not be easy to be a girl boxer. She added that in the last 200 years, this fighting style has become less popular and many techniques have been forgotten. The Snow Maiden, shaking her head, said that she had seen a lot in her life and met various martial arts masters, and faced many of them in various fierce battles. The Snow Maiden melted in the air, like spring snow under the gentle sun. In the place where she had just stood, only a puddle of crystal-clear water remained. Leah looked around, stunned by the sudden disappearance of the mysterious woman. Suddenly she felt a strong blow to her back, as if from an ice icicle. Pain as sharp as an ice thorn pierced her back. Leah fell to the ground, writhing in pain. It was the Snow Maiden who sneaked up from behind and dealt a vicious blow. She said that from the very beginning she wanted to let her go, because there was no benefit from her, but a battle for the sake of a battle. It's a waste of time. But she killed all her men instead of my beasts, so she had no choice now, and she had to be punished for it. Leah, barely holding back the pain, rose to her feet. The Snow Maiden, twirling the ice weapon in her hands, asked with a sly smile how her injured arm was. But she must have been numb already, and asked if she still wanted to fight. Leah told the woman to shut up and said even if she only had one arm left, she would not give up. She called her a big-breasted ant and told her to stop talking and attacking. These words made the woman very angry. Leaping high, she charged at her, showering Leah with curses. Anger was burning on her face. She said that Leah will now be destroyed, and before her death she will experience all the most terrible torments. In the depths of the forest, a fierce battle raged. Leon's shadows fought with Worm's men, and the shadows had the undisputed advantage. He was shocked and couldn't understand where these creatures came from and why they were so powerful. He decided that he must get out of here alive and tell others about these creatures. But while he was thinking about it, Leon appeared behind him and jumped on him, trying to attack with his claw. The boy was stunned by his speed. Where did he get so much strength from, he thought. Leon also understood that he had no time for games, and he had to end them right now to help his friends. Leah resisted the Snow Maiden with her last strength. Her injuries were visible, but she did not give up. The hard battle was exhausting her with every second, but she understood that it would not be enough for a long time. This woman could attack from a distance, and she, on the contrary, did not inflict any damage on her if she was at a distance. Leah decided to take a risk and use a new technique. The Snow Maiden, sensing the danger, focused her eyes intently on her, trying to figure out the girl's intention. With a swift dash, Leah rushed at the opponent, sharply closing the distance between them. Her powerful blow hit the target. At this moment, the woman felt that her movements were incredibly fast, and the strength was also at a high level. Leah was beaming with joy. Her plan worked flawlessly. Rushing attacks with powerful strikes kept the Snow Maiden in suspense, giving her no chance to get close. Her jump kicked up another wave of dust as she delivered a crushing blow from below. The Snow Maiden barely had time to deflect as she felt the icy breath of danger. The woman could no longer hold back her anger. Her words spattered with venom, and her eyes burned with rage. The unbearable desire to get rid of this girl tormented her soul. Leah, using her technique again, made a lightning jump and hit her opponent straight in the stomach. She could not stand on her feet and flew away 10 meters, shouting at Leah, calling her a damn child. However, at the moment of collision, the Snow Maiden, with the lightning speed of lightning, managed to release another sharp icicle, which stuck deeply into the girl's leg. The girl fell to the ground with a thud, and her abuser, disgusted, laughed shrilly, taunting her that soon she would lose the sensation in her leg and never be able to jump again. But even this did not break her spirit. She, overcoming the pain, tried to crawl to the woman. The Snow Maiden asked her why she was doing this. Was it all for the sake of that boy? And what did he do so that she is ready to suffer so much for him? Leah said she had to hold her back. At any cost, ignoring the pain that shot through her body, ignoring her own wounds, she continued to crawl forward. Suddenly her voice broke into a scream and she said what was being done because Leon was her drug. Hearing this, the Snow Maiden only gave the girl a contemptuous laugh. In the end, she completely lost her strength and stopped lying on the ground, thinking that she must have said it for nothing, because it looked quite strange. The Snow Maiden felt that this was her chance to end the girl for good. And if you love this boy so much, she mocked, you probably wouldn't mind dying for him. The Snow Maiden's ice sword was already almost at Leah's temple, and a few more seconds and she would take her life. At that moment, Leah thought that she cannot give up because Leon is now fighting for them. She wondered if she would ever be able to catch up with him. Was she doomed to always breathe down his back, never equaling him? She wanted so badly to stand by his side, to be as strong as him. The woman felt that something was not going according to plan, but she was already so close to her goal. A surprised Leah burst from the ground and delivered an extremely powerful kick to her chest. Horrible pain shot through her entire body, escaping her throat with an uncontrollable scream. "Now I will show what I am capable of!" shouted Leah. Her scream broke the silence of the forest. After delivering this last blow, she fell limply to the ground. Thus she was able to use her strongest attack. A sudden rush of happiness flooded her, and she burst out laughing, realizing that she had managed to protect Leon. But a mad woman was already hovering over her, clutching a weapon made of ice spikes, after which she immediately stuck them into Leah's body, causing her incredible pain. "You miserable piece of shit!" growled the Snow Maiden, her eyes burning with rage. "Now I will show you true strength. Don't even dream of victory!" the woman shouted with hatred. She was already swinging to drive new ice spears into her body. "You're going to feel real pain now," she hissed. Suddenly there was a deafening shot, and an icy spike flew out of her hand, and a sharp pain shot through her palm. With a cry of hatred, she shouted the question, "Who dared to do this?" She was shaking with rage. A green-haired boy turned to her and said, "This beauty lying at your feet was his friend." Meanwhile, Leon and the worm engaged in a brutal sword fight. With each blow, the worm felt how difficult it was for him to fight this young man. "Who are you?" The child was spinning in his head. He was also disturbed by those astral shadows which he summoned, which at that moment were crushing his people. While Leon was fighting him, he was troubled by other thoughts. He was worried about his friends because it had been a long time and they still hadn't returned. With a powerful blow, Leon almost knocked the weapon out of the opponent's hands. The sparks that fell from the clash of blades cut through the darkness like lightning. Worm was able to block this attack because he was using a snake step technique. This use of a defensive technique gave him a bit of confidence. Suddenly, Leon, like a shadow, appeared behind him. An unexpected blow, enhanced by an electric discharge, struck him with incredible force. A terrible scream escaped from his throat, and his body was paralyzed by thunder and lightning, depriving him of the ability to move. After Leon immobilized his enemy, he dealt him a heavy blow using the mad sword and punishment technique. The worm realized that things are bad. He won't be able to defeat this guy, and that's why he has to run away. He turned to his people and said that they should return to the city of the Great Lion because it is impossible to stay here any longer. His people asked him if he was going to just run away because these monsters had taken the lives of many of their people. He replied that now they won't be able to win this battle, so they better be smart. Leon looked after him. The chief of the hunters said that they will not sit quietly after returning, but will gather a group of the best hunters and return to take what they came for. Suddenly, something terrible blocked their road, forcing them to stop and freeze in place. Leon sternly looked at them and said that it was Thunder Heaven, and now they will feel their power on their skins. Lightning bolts of fire shot down from the sky, mercilessly striking the hunters and turning their bodies to ashes. Among them, only their leader remained. His clothes were burned, he was wounded and holding his shoulder. With no emotion on his face, Leon looked at him and said, "I didn't expect you to survive." The boy began to twirl the sword in his hands and said that in a normal situation he would have let it go, but not this time because he was unlucky enough to see his shadow spirits. He sternly looked at him and said that he should take this secret with him to the grave. Suddenly, a young man appeared near them and uttered a few words, activating some devastating incineration technique. In a second, the hunter was torn apart by devastating energy without leaving even a wet spot. The power of this attack was so impressive that Leon was momentarily speechless. The boy asked if these nobodies really wanted to compete for the jade pendant. He said his name was Griffin Song, and said that the holy pendant would belong to him. This guy said with confidence in his voice that the holy pendant will benefit the Chow School. Leon heard this name for the first time and did not understand who he was talking about. He missed the possibility that it was a person from a powerful clan. Leon apologized to them and said that he was in a hurry, so he didn't have time for these games. This guy clapped his hands and asked if he wants to stick in, warning that he won't let him go. Leon raised his head to see that two of them had taken to the air without using any artifacts. They asked him, maybe he'll change his mind if he doesn't want more trouble for himself. Leon mockingly asked them what kind of aerial ballet they decided to arrange. Griffin threw something in his hand and said that Leon would see everything himself now. The boy said that it was a sacred artifact of their Chao clan. He threw this cup into the air. It hovered and began to spin rapidly in the sky, after which he closed his palms while chanting some kind of incantation in a loud voice. Leon watched this in amazement and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. After that, there was a powerful explosion. You covered them with a dome. Griffin said that now he definitely won't run away and should hurry up and give him the pendant. Leon became combative and angrily asked, was this whole circus just to lure him into a trap? He activated the Furious Sword technique and sent a stream of devastating energy towards the Griffins. But the boy in a moment found himself on the outside of the dome, and the shock energy of Leon dissipated after hitting its wall. He was shocked when he saw this because he didn't understand how it was possible. Griffin was the first person who was able to dodge this attack. He smiled, then said that Leon had better save his powers because it was an unusual spell. He explained that this barrier is a closed space created by a sacred artifact. He looked around and saw several people behind him aiming their weapons at him. Leon immediately realized that he was in a trap. Jaime, exhausted but determined, ran as hard as he could from the maddened snow maiden with Leah on his back. Behind him was the real apocalypse, which the woman was doing in the process of chasing them. James asked Leah how she could even make her so angry. The snow maiden chased them and kept shouting the word die. Leah replied that she had no idea because she didn't even provoke her. James looked around and saw that a real earthquake was happening behind his back. He said it looked like he was really out of his mind. He continued to run away and understood that they were both badly wounded and could not fight, so they should get out of this situation as soon as possible. The woman continued to chase them, trying to snatch Leah from his hands. She demanded that he give her the girl. He understood that he had nowhere to run, but he mentally asked himself, will it all end like this? Will some crazy ant finish them off? When the snow maiden was already a few steps away from them, her body was torn in two. James froze in place in surprise and asked what happened and who did it. A guy in a yellow cap came up to them and greeted them. He introduced himself as a representative of Denfin Express and asked if they knew where Leon Moon was now. The guy immediately added that if they don't know where Leon Moon is, they can sign for him. James couldn't believe his eyes. This guy seemed to have inhuman strength. He dealt with the woman in one moment without losing an iota of composure. As if nothing had happened, the boy handed them a box. Assuming they knew Leon and Moon, he informed them that they could receive this package instead of him. James, sensing a happy coincidence, signed for the package. However, the feeling did not leave him that the boy may not be as simple as he seems. To everyone's surprise, the guy said goodbye, saying that the documents had been signed and the goods had been received. With a calm soul, he left, not forgetting to remind about 5 stars for delivery. Jace didn't hold back and asked, didn't he come to help them? The guy answered by asking how he could help because he's just a courier, and added that he was just doing his job. He decided to look at the delivery note and saw that the name of the sender was written, I will not say. The address was indicated as the Temple of War, and the addressee's phone number was indicated as out of the access zone. Meanwhile, Leon, undeterred, continued to fight his new adversaries. These guys wielded terrifying energy cannons. They fired powerful bursts, capable of blowing everything in their path to pieces. Realizing that he could not cope with these formidable opponents on his own, Leon decided on a risky step. He announced the numbers 1 and 2, thereby activating his shadows. In an instant, a bright light lit up the battlefield, and whirlwinds of energy swirled around Leon. Griffin watched it curiously and asked what it was. His eyes widened in horror as he saw before him 2 monstrous creatures emerging from the darkness, their shadow-like bodies pulsing with dark energy and their eyes burning with an ominous light. Suddenly, a woman appeared next to Leon. Her appearance was so unexpected that he did not immediately manage to recover from the surprise. Just a minute ago, he was alone in the middle of the dome, surrounded by enemies, and now this mysterious stranger was fighting next to him. Griffin seemed very mysterious to the young man. His power and techniques, all this aroused great curiosity in him. How many more secrets does this young man hide? Fortunately, Griffin possessed several sacred artifacts. Griffin, realizing that it was impossible to escape from Cupola, felt a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, he was glad that he could end this guy once and for all. It was a pity to lose such a valuable frame as Leon. He turned to his people and asked them to stop for a moment, because he was wondering if these monsters would disappear together with Leon, how they would finish him off. Suddenly he smiled and said that they had little time, so it was better to end him immediately. Griffin, addressing his followers, announced that today they are fighting, not just for life, but for what they believe in, so they have to show what they are capable of. Leon, tired of surprises, asked what their plan was and what they were up to. Suddenly, he noticed the cultists pulling some sort of spear. He asked what the hell it was. Are they going to use it? Throwing the spear with all their might, the cultists aimed it straight at Leon and Ada. Ada watched in horror as it flew right at them at terrifying speed. Without thinking, Leon rushed towards Ada to knock her off her feet and thereby protect her from the spear. Falling to the ground, they hugged each other. Ada, sobbing, sobbed. Leon smiled and immediately asked what it was and why she was crying, because everything was fine. He tried to calm her down and convince her that everything was fine. But when he stood up, it became clear that he had lost his arm, and there was a terrible wound on his shoulder. Griffin began to laugh and say that the spear went through like clockwork, enjoying the effectiveness of his weapon. Sobbing from tears, Ada began to say that she had to help him, calling him Daddy. Ada's piercing cry, full of pain and pity, broke the silence, reverberating with a loud echo that shook the entire dome. Ada's terrible scream pierced Griffin through and through, making him shudder in terror and feel a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ada instantly rose to her feet, her eyes burning with rage and hatred for her enemies. She looked for the first victim, ready to unleash her wrath on her. Without restraining her fury, Ada rushed into battle. She ran up to the one who threw the spear, and with one powerful blow, she blew his head off his shoulders. Ada fought with the fury of a she-wolf, delivering brutal blows that left mortal wounds on the bodies of her enemies. Leon, exhausted and bloodless, was lying on the ground. He couldn't even get up, but seeing Ada, he forced a smile and muttered with all his might that his enemies were worthless snobs. Watching Ada's fierce battle, Leon could feel his eyes slowly closing. The world around him seemed to be shrouded in fog, and a disturbing question flashed through his mind, whether he would die now. From the top of the dome, Griffin watched the scene with a crooked smile. "The poison of the cursed spear is already doing its job," he said. "It is spreading through his body with blood, and soon Leon will be dead." "There is no escape from this cursed spear," Griffin declared, "and death was already in his blood, so Leon can only let go of his soul and quietly die." Ada fought with fury without pity to avenge her father. The Griffin warriors yelled at her to stop, but she ignored them. The Griffin warriors, armed with cursed spears, began to target Ada to destroy her. Gathering the last of his strength, Leon spoke to Ada in a low, pleading voice for her to run and save. Suddenly, Ada was seized with a berserk rage. Her will for revenge was unbreakable, and she wasn't going to give up until she destroyed all her enemies. Suddenly, Ada felt the whistling of flying spears cut through the air. It was not just a weapon, but real magic. This time, a whole flurry of spears flew at Ada, darkening the sky. As if under a spell, Ada froze in place as she watched those bloody blades approach her, ready to pierce her flesh. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed Ada and dragged her along, saving her from imminent death. It was Leon who was shouting in their ear and asking why she didn't leave, because he ordered her to hide in the astral world. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she told him not to worry, but she won't die. She said that her father taught her. She didn't have time to finish the sentence. But Leon finished this sentence for her, angrily saying never to fall on his knees in front of such worthless people. At the same moment, an explosion of unheard-of power rang out, shaking the ground and tearing the silence to pieces. Griffin looked down and asked with a smile why he was still able to move, because he should have died long ago. But this explosion should have finished him off. The smoke cleared to reveal Leon. He let out a loud but unharmed. Griffin saw that Leon was shielded by the shadows with their bodies. Griffin couldn't believe his eyes and wondered how that was possible. The system informed Leon of the destruction of his shadow spirits in battle. Filled with rage, he cast a piercing glare at his enemies and shouted that he would destroy them all. He looked at his shadow spirits and mentally asked for their forgiveness, saying that he would definitely bring them back to life when he was done with everything. after which he took out the cone of holy water that James had given him when they had taken it from the hunter. Every sip of water brought him back to the words of James. He said that a few drops of this life-giving liquid would be enough to save a person on the brink of life and death, even those who had already lost consciousness. Despite the disgusting taste, Leon swallowed the water because it was his only hope of salvation. He didn't know if it would work, but there were no other options. Out of the blue, a pulsating black sphere appeared on Leon's arm, resembling a strange space alien, clinging to his body. Indescribable surprise gripped Leon when he saw how his hand began to grow at an incredible speed. "How did you manage to restore your bones so quickly? Did you have holy water with you?" Griffin exclaimed in surprise. Leon felt incredibly strong, full of energy. He did not expect such effectiveness from this unusual water. All of his injuries healed instantly as he warmed up, joy filling his heart. Casting a menacing look at his enemies, he bid them continue with a smile. Rushing into battle, he scattered the enemies like small insects, inflicting powerful blows on them. Stopping for a moment, he looked at his hand in surprise. Did it seem to him, or did it really become more flexible after healing? Leon noticed with surprise. Suddenly, a spear thrown by one of the attackers whizzed past his head, almost cutting it off, but Leon, successfully dodging, avoided death. Thanks to his lightning reaction, he not only dodged the spear, but also managed to catch it and throw it back. A spear thrown in return pierced the chest of the one who threw it, dealing a fatal blow. Seeing this, Griffin could not believe that Leon was able to catch the cursed spear in flight. He angrily shouted that it was impossible. This time, Leon was already convinced that he was not only able to heal with the help of holy water, but also became much stronger. It gave him confidence that he would not lose this battle. Now he had to find a way to break the barrier and get out. Remembering his teacher Anthony's words, he realized that no matter what spells were being used against him, his task was to use the power he was given and combine it with energy correctly. Its purpose is to find a weak point, a gap in the opponent's defense, because that is where the strongest blow should be struck. Having turned into an astral form, he turned to Griffin. "You can't run away from me. Now I'll show you real power, not pathetic tricks," Leon said angrily. His speed was amazing. Rushing past a squad of hunters, he inflicted terrible wounds on them in a second. Given several ways to get out of the dome, he chose only one because his power was limitless. He rushed along it with incredible speed to various points inside the dome began to explode. Griffin, not understanding what was happening, wondered why he was rushing from one point to another. Leon paused for a moment but thought that finding weak spots would not be so easy. Suddenly, he heard the whistling of bullets coming from outside. He looked around to see where the shots were coming from. He saw a hole in the left side of the dome and was very surprised by it, not understanding how it could happen. He smiled and then said that he hit the bullseye. James added that he could only help at this stage, and then the boy had to fend for himself. Leon, seeing that everything is fine with his friend, sighed with relief. He did not hide his excitement and called James a scoundrel in a friendly way. Seeing his friend gave him even more strength and motivation. He rushed forward again in an attempt to finally break this dome. Fierce anger engulfed him as he struck at the spot where James had shot, his eyes burning with the energy that surged through his body. The crack in the dome was growing, and Griffin was doing his best to focus the energy and keep it intact. Leon, like a demon, broke free from the trap, like a wild animal from a cage. His cry sounded like an oath. "This will be your last lesson, Griffin," Leon shouted frantically. Griffin was overcome with terror, and he fell into a stupor, while Leon turned into a true berserker, filling his soul with terror. A terrible smile twisted his face, and the power grew without limit. Griffin's people, horrified, begged their lord to intervene because this guy, like a ticking bomb, was terrifying. Finally, he made his way out, breaking the wall of the dome and stumbling out of it like a lion from a cage. Leon gave them his demonic Griffin look and said that they have met and now he can say goodbye to his life. James and Leah were still in the forest clearing. James sat her down and gave her time to rest, but now it was time to go. He looked at her and saw that she had turned off again. He should have somehow brought her to her senses, because it was very difficult to carry her, and because of this, they moved slowly. He approached her and said in her ear that he had heard her saying that she liked Leon. Hearing this, she immediately woke up, grabbed James by the throat, and began to shout that if he told anyone, she would kill him, after which she fell face down on the ground and began muttering that she wanted to be buried right here. James held her throat, but said that she could not worry, but he wouldn't tell anyone, because he just wanted to wake her up like that. While James turned around to see where they were going next, Leah took out a knife and thought it might be possible to finish him off right here, so he wouldn't tell anyone. But there was only one way for them to move in the direction of the dome, where Leon would deal with his attackers. When they ran up, they saw that the fight was in full swing. James was very pleased that his friend managed to get out, but he noticed that something was wrong. Leon really seemed to be on topic. He shouted that he would finish off anyone. James said that Leon in this state does not yet know how to control himself, and he had already seen his friend like this during the city ranking competition. He resembled the incarnation of the devil or some god. It lost his own consciousness in a moment, and he acted with the help of instincts. He flew into the air on his wings. His face was like that of a demon. The people of Griffin asked each other in horror what the hell happened to this guy. Leon immediately rushed to attack them. He said that you shouldn't turn your back on your enemy, but that was their mistake. Like a fierce demon, he rushed at them, cutting his enemies to pieces with his sword. There was not even a shadow of compassion in his eyes, only cold cruelty. He was like a weapon of mass destruction, devouring everything in its path. Leah had never seen him so angry. Out of horror, she involuntarily covered her mouth with her hand. His cruelty knew no bounds. The girl could not even imagine that this person was the same friend she knew. Griffin, dazed with horror, looked at this terrible scene. He could not believe that one young man was able to defeat a dozen of his warriors. But he quickly came to his senses and called Leon an idiot, and said that he would not allow him to look down on his Chow sect. Griffin said that he was the captain of one of the best units of their clan. Leon just stood and stared at him while Griffin boasted about his titles. Griffin said he could destroy him without batting an eye. Now he is going to give up, and instead he wants to surpass himself. Then enter the ranks, not before the warriors of their sect, Griffin said proudly. Leon started laughing hysterically, and then rushed towards him and grabbed Griffin by the throat, saying that he will be destroyed now. Leon flew with a bullet holding Griffin in his hand, breaking the trees that met their path with his body, after which he threw it straight into the ground with all his might. Griffin fell like a meteorite, and there was even an explosion of energy from the impact. He was lying on the rock all beaten and torn, blood was oozing from his mouth, and he was hurling bad words at Leon. Leon saw that his victim was no longer able to fight, but now you can finally put an end to him. The energy blade cut through the air, striking the Griffin with a crushing blow, the blast wave that accompanied the impact shattering the rocks into pieces. James and Leah, just at that moment, ran to the place where Leon finished off Griffin. James was extremely impressed by what he saw, and said that Leon seems to have really changed a lot. Leon hung in the air like an angel of death. James asked if a normal person was able to grow in strength like this in such a short period of time. Seeing his friends, he rushed down from the sky straight towards them. His eyes still burning with the red light, he was a demon, and shouted that everyone must be destroyed. Leah was scared and asked if he was going to destroy them too. She screamed and begged him to stop. As he furiously flew at them to attack, Leah begged him to come to his senses as they were friends. She closed her eyes and cried, begging him to come back to her. But suddenly, when he was already very close, James stopped him in flight with a deafening slap. He asked what it was Leon left, because it was already late outside and he is making so much noise here, Leah. At that time, she was in shock and did not understand if it was real or if it was a joke. Leon fell to the ground and immediately fell asleep. Was one slap enough to stop him? Leah asked in surprise. It is impossible to scream at him, but this method works without fail, explained James. It was a large archive of the Musicians Guild. The man looking at the screen said that unfortunately one name was missing, and added that Leon had really caused them a lot of trouble. One of his assistants came to him. He addressed the man, calling him the president, and said that several clans had sent letters with the latest news. The president was contacted by a man who called him Tutor and said that this guy destroyed a whole squad of his people, and now he demands an explanation. Tutor said that he had nothing to explain because it was his people who wanted to take some relic from this guy, but they were weaker and lost in this battle. Whereupon he asked what they were now going to do with his star, to which he received no answer. The president said that he thought so, then asked if they had any other questions, and added that if they were going to continue to pursue Leon, he would not stop them. Another man, who also took part in the conference, answered that you can't forget about it because even the Chow sect could not withstand a confrontation with him, but none of them is unworthy to become part of a secret clan. They said with envy that Tutor managed to find a beautiful sapling and now you can grow a real miracle from it. Why did he smile? When Leon woke up, he was met with a displeased look from Leah, who seemed to be watching him while he slept. Disgruntled, she asked him what happened to the people from Chow, and immediately reminded him that he destroyed them all, and then attacked them, and she and James barely managed to deal with him, and were extremely scared. Leon looked like a guilty child and asked her if they were all destroyed. Suddenly, he jumped up and started running somewhere. His friends asked him in surprise where he was going. He found what he was looking for. It was an artifact that Griffin used to create the dome. Leon smiled and told his friends that it was a sacred artifact that, judging by everything, would now belong to him. He ran among the bodies and searched them, finding various interesting artifacts in their pockets. Leon said that they should take everything and leave. James said that it seems that he already feels very good if all his thoughts are only about making money. Leon said that it is also worth taking cursed spears. When James heard about these spears, he was also interested and wanted to get one for himself. Leah was very angry with the boys at that time because she did not like it all. Unexpectedly, James received a message from his system. It reminded him that he needs to check his mail more often. Suddenly, James shouted very loudly, which scared Leon, who even jumped away from him. James was incredibly happy and said that he seems to have become rich. Leon reminded him that his family is already the richest clan, but if he says that he has become even richer, he will believe it. He said that on the internet, some guys created an opportunity to bet on whether Leon would survive various tests, and he bet 100 million on him. And also, all the major sects issued an official notice that the hunt for him and the jade pendant had been stopped. James showed him some kind of electronic receipt and said that the chance of winning any gambling game is from 1 to 300, but he won 30 billion. Leon laughed and said that 30 billion is very cool. Leon suddenly grabbed James and furiously began to spin him, breaking his arms and legs. "You pathetic fool," he shouted, because when he was on the verge of life and death, James only thought about money. Leah asked the guys to stop, because she was afraid that they would hurt each other. Leon shouted that it was just worthless money, and how did he dare to bet on such a thing? Then Leon himself decided to check how many people bet on his victory, and saw that only 6 people believed in him. All the others bet that he would be destroyed. He said that he felt like the whole world was waiting for him to die. He saw that all those who bet on him and won were his friends. It touched him and he thought that they really were the best, and he is very glad that he had such friends. It was the Priest Continent, and which housed the headquarters of Clown Chow. Your guys were discussing what happened recently with their squad, and Leon, they were also discussing their master, who has become very hot-tempered lately. One of them said that their master sent Griffin, who was his favorite student, to this slaughterhouse only so that he could gain the necessary experience for himself and become stronger. Their master was very shocked to lose his best student, and for the past few days he shut himself in his room and didn't talk to anyone. He couldn't understand how Griffin could lose. Didn't he use all his strength? He had a desire to personally see the one who took Griffin's life and to find out if he was really that strong. The boys and Leah finally got out of the woods. The first thing they did was find his car, and James gave Leon new clothes because he was almost naked. James asked Leon if he fits him in size. He replied that he was a little tight, but he did not expect that James would turn out to be so thin. James explained that these were new clothes that the courier recently delivered to him. Leon exclaimed in surprise. "How did the courier get here? Even birds don't fly here." James said that it was an unusual courier and a courier from the Temple of War, and there is no corner of the earth where he could not make a delivery. He said that in fact, they were lucky to learn about this organization. Otherwise, they would be sitting in dirty rags. It was an unusual organization, because an ordinary courier would not be able to deal with the head of a gang of hunters in 1 second. Leon said that he did not quite understand what it was about, but he was very glad that everything was fine with them. James asked what kind of letter it was. Leon replied that it looked like a greeting letter from the Temple of War. Leah said that this letter is what he needs most now. Leon thought that she was joking and replied that he himself does not know what he needs. She smiled and said that he did not understand because it meant that the most powerful shadow organization in the world was behind him. And it was a country estate where the Leon family lived. A group of unknown people visited there, and one of the guards, when he saw them, said that they had no right to be here. The uninvited guest immediately grabbed him by the collar and ordered him not to interfere with them underfoot. Suddenly, the owner of the house, Mr. Mun, appeared. He shot into the air and sternly asked the group of men for what purpose they had come to his house. They said that they were ordered to take the Leon Moon family to the Temple of War. Leon asked his friends what the most powerful shadow organization in the world means. His friends explained to him that when someone is chosen as the master of this organization, his family immediately finds himself under the protection of the Temple of War. Leia explained that it looks like his family will fall under the implementation of this program, and they will be transported to the Holy Temple where it will be absolutely safe, and the risk of foreigners entering its territory has been excluded. James said that people who are in the Temple of War do not interfere in politics. All they do is martial arts, and it still annoys the rulers of the secular state. Leon took another look at the invitation and said that it sounded very interesting. James got exactly such a letter. He said that he had received it a long time ago, but never responded to the invitation. Leah angrily asked him that he was stupid, and who would let him into the Temple of War anyway? Leon just decided to give him one cursed spear, reminding him that he wanted to take it for himself. He said that he found something else interesting and wants to give it to Leah. It was the purification of sacred pearls that will help her improve some skill or talent. They asked why he wanted to give them such valuable things. Leon said that he could not offer them to unite because this time it was very dangerous, and the next foray could cost lives, but said that he was very grateful to them for their help, but did not hint that they should say goodbye. James was very displeased to hear this, because they had promised each other a long time ago that they would act together and help each other to prevent this from happening, after which he kindly hit him on the head with a spear. Leon asked why it hurt so much. James apologized and said that he did it reflexively because Leon himself was to blame for saying something stupid, after which they immediately went to a large pawn shop where Leon often sold his treasures. He greeted the host, calling him uncle. The man advised to see his young friend. The man asked if Leon had brought something interesting. Leon showed him the sacred artifact he took from Griffin and asked if this thing was familiar to him. The man replied that it was a wheel of the void. He said that the wheel on the top is for activating and deactivating charms. Leon pretended that he did not know much about this thing, how much it was worth. The man replied that everything was not so simple, but this artifact was really real. He said that he actually had a second part that he now lacks. But if Leon can find it, he will be able to create a super sacred artifact. The boy asked where he can find the second part. The man replied that according to a rumor, my second part was placed in the Triumph Tower, and you can get it only after passing the 70th floor. Leon asked him quietly in his ear if he could get him this thing. The man replied that he could not sell him this product because it was too risky. He said that it was not for him, and pointing to his friends, he said that they both saved his life, so he wants to thank them. The man said that this thing is very difficult to get, but he knows one way, but it is very expensive. It cost about 10 billion for one piece. Leon opened the window of his computer and offered the man to look at something else, because he had one unusual package. Leon also asked him if he had the holy water of life. He said that he didn't have it, and he could help you find it. James immediately asked him why he needed water because he had only one. Leon just rolled his eyes and said that he had already drunk it. Leon said that during the battle his arm was broken and he decided to drink water, and its effect really impressed him, and the arm immediately recovered. Leah, hearing this, began to worry, asking if his arm was broken. He said that he was wondering if water could help a person who was left without legs. James heard this and said that in that case, he wanted to take him to one place. He added that such a thing as the holy water of life is extremely difficult to get, but everything will work out for them. He just has to wait a little, and they will test their luck. They found themselves in the largest black market of the Zhengzhou spatial realm. It was a creepy place filled with darkness and unpleasant sensations. James boasted that you can find absolutely everything here, because there are no middlemen and no one will dare to interfere with the conclusion of the agreement. Leon said that this place really looks quite dangerous. Never expected that such a young man as James could be familiar with such places, said Leah in surprise. He smiled and replied that he did not want to disappoint her, but he not only knows about the black market, but even comes here often. Suggesting that they split up to find what they needed more quickly, he warned his friends to proceed with caution. Each of them went their separate ways. Leon at that moment thought that he had spent too much time in the upper world, and almost forgot what life was really like for most people in their time. Suddenly his attention was drawn by a commotion. Some guy was arguing with a buyer trying to sell a damaged manuscript at an inflated price. Suddenly, the boy was hit and fell to the ground, but he clutched the manuscript tightly in his hands as if it was his only treasure. Leon looked at these inscriptions and recognized them as fragments of runes from the tribe of dwarf witches. The man continued to threaten the boy. He said that these runes had value as long as the pages were intact, and now he wants to put this junk on him, he shouted angrily. Leon approached this boy and called him. He asked what kind of manuscript he had in his hands. He felt sorry for this child. He wiped the tears from his eyes and wanted to help him. Leon told the boy to offer his price, but he would buy the thing. The boy jumped away like a frightened kitten. It's worth 3 million and he won't sell it for less. Leon said he was fine with the price, but he would like to know where he got the scroll from. The boy was not confused, but she blurted out that now he wants 5 million already. The man who threatened the boy turned to Leon contemptuously and said, "Don't listen to him because he is just making up prices off the top of his head." But Leon ignored him and said that he agreed to transfer 5 million. These people were impressed. "Where did you get such money from, a young man?" They found his photo on the internet, and it is clear that his name is Leon Moon. But recently everyone is talking about him, only his government. Rumors added to their conversations that the boy had recently become a major general. This news instantly reached the boy's ears and excited him quite a bit. Leon approached the boy and spoke clearly. "The money has already been transferred to you. Now it's your turn. Give me the scroll and tell me where you got it." The guy, without thinking, answered, "Of course, I will give it to you. But unfortunately, I don't know anything about where it came from." The boy, lowering his head, admitted that he stole it to get money because his brother was dying, and he needed funds for his treatment. The boy, sobbing, begged and said that he would return the money and asked that Leon not arrest him. The boy's story deeply moved everyone around. Even the man who beat him admitted, if he knew what this boy went through, he would never have raised a hand against him. Despite the touching story of the boy, Leon did not hold back his anger. He grabbed him by the legs and, shaking, exclaimed, "How dare he deceive him?" In the end, he let him go and said if he really needs the money so badly, he can assume that Leon lent it to him. After which he said goodbye to the boy and said that although life is a difficult thing, it is wrong to earn money by cheating. Otherwise, one day he will come across someone worse than him. The boy looked at Leon while he walked around the market and asked the sellers if they sold holy water. After shopping on the black market, they returned to their digital bloom. James and Leah were already waiting for him in the car. James asked the boy if he managed to find what he was looking for, but Leon replied unhappily that today was not their lucky day. Leon said that he bought a 3D sky eye and an old tattered scroll for that. Leah wondered why he had one scroll, because the realization of this artifact requires a whole collection of ancient records. Leon, with a sly smile, asked, "And who said that the collection is incomplete?" and immediately took out another scroll. James decided to ask him how useful these things were. Suddenly, Leon lost his temper. James asked him why he suddenly fell into depression. The boy explained that in fact he wasted his money and had no idea why he bought these scrolls. Leah intervened in this drama and asked why he was so sad, because they were going to go to the Dark Kingdom. Maybe there these scrolls will be needed. The Dark Kingdom. It was an area that belonged to the higher world. Many monsters came to the world of people from there. They came here in order to hone their skills, despite the fact that this venture was quite dangerous. Leon was yawning all the time and complaining that the oxygen concentration here was very low, and because of that, he always wanted to sleep. James said that it was time to complain, because they had almost reached the area they needed. He pointed to the mountain ahead and said that it was the central point of the Dark Realm. Leon fell to the ground and began to complain that he could not walk anymore because he was tired and told his friends to carry him. James growled that Leon was behaving like a small child and he was not going to carry him. Let him get up and go on his own. The cars arrived. James scared this unknown guy, so he pulled out a gun on him weapon. It was Bruno. The guy replied that you shouldn't be nervous, but everything is fine because he is his own. Leon looked at him with a wince and asked what he was doing here, still surprised by his appearance. Bruno threw Leon a reminder. "Don't forget, I gave you the map. We are strong. There will be no problems," he proclaimed. He then told the latest news, who said that the Chow sect gave them 3 days to turn the void wheel. Leon rolled his eyes and said that he didn't have it. Bruno said that according to rumors, the Chow wanted to collect all the sacred artifacts to form a special purpose squad, and their sect master named Ernest was quite young and accomplished. and received these artifacts just like Leon in the Tower of Triumph. Leon thanked him for the information and said that he cannot worry, but he will not remain in debt. Bruno said that it wasn't all, and he had information. Regarding his younger sister, Leon worriedly asked if she was okay. Bruno replied that everything was fine, but he just wanted to ask her out. Leon was shocked to hear this. Leon froze, knocking on the tree in displeasure. "What are you doing there?" growled James. "Do not disturb," snapped Leon, and said that he was in a bad mood and wanted to kill someone. Leon growled that he accepted Bruno as a brother, but he decided to keep an eye on his sister instead, and added that he was against it, and Bruno could forget about it. Bruno said that he behaves like a child and even fights like a child. Leon growled that he should leave him alone. They continued walking through the forest clearing. Suddenly they heard some noise in the bushes, and in a moment, a huge golden snake appeared in front of them. The snake did not have time to blink an eye as it received a powerful blow. It was Bruno who struck it with a heavenly demonic emperor dragon. Bruno landed on the ground and reminded his friends to be more attentive because this forest is full of such monsters. But they can't relax. Leon remembered lectures from the university where it was said that there were several groups of large, high-level beasts that were considered shadow spirits. They continued walking through the forest. Leon meanwhile mentally addressed the system and told it to resurrect Shadow Number 1 and Shadow Number 2. The system informed that it would take 2,000 points to do so. They stopped at a small halt. Leon examined his scrolls and said that the ghosts would only appear when they could decipher this bunch of incomprehensible symbols. Bruno called Leon and told Godi to look at these bills. Let him get better and eat hot and tasty meat. He said he was leaving and placed his parchment on the large stone, not expecting any surprises. Suddenly, he heard a noise, and looking around saw that some monkey had grabbed his scroll. Leon was immediately frightened, realizing that she could steal it now. He approached her and politely asked her to return this thing to him. The monkey did not return the scroll to him. Instead, it swung its tail in a flash and slapped him hard across the face. Leon, wasting no time, rushed after the monkey. "I'll kill you, you stinky creature," he roared, rushing in pursuit. The maddened Leon rushed after the monkey, roaring, "Is it polite to steal other people's things, Bruno?" Not paying attention to this commotion, hastily said, "Leon, hurry up, otherwise they will eat everything without him." His friends started laughing at him and asking how old he was that he decided to play with the monkey. Caught up in the pursuit of the monkey, Leon did not notice how he found himself at the majestic waterfall. Jumping from stone to stone, he gambled, trying to catch her. The monkey annoyed Leon so much that he couldn't hold back and threw his sword at her. The sword whizzed through the air and landed right in front of the monkey. Frightened, she released a scroll from her paws. The monkey, releasing the scroll, disappeared in a flash in the raging water of the waterfall. This strange act intrigued Leon. He assumed that a secret cave might be hiding behind the waterfall. And indeed, behind the waterfall was a cave. Leon stepped into a dark passage. Leon had been walking through this dark cave for a long time, getting deeper and deeper. With each step, he felt that this was no ordinary cave created by nature, and even the monkeys would not have been able to dig it out. Suddenly, he saw the image of a man in front of him. He thought that some stone was sparkling like that, and decided to come closer to look at it. Coming closer, Leon realized with horror that it was not just a stone, but a carrette. He jumped back and gave a loud cry of fear, asking what the hell it was. Suddenly, near the skeleton, Leon noticed a source of light. It was a sphere emitting a dim glow. Curiosity overcame fear. Leon decided to move closer to get a better look at the skeleton, and perhaps find something of value. Suddenly, stones flew out of the darkness, ricocheting off the cave walls and flying straight at Leon. Leon, dazed, tried to get up and figure out who was throwing stones at him. Suddenly, he felt something hairy and heavy landing on his face. He immediately pushed the creature away. He moved to the wall of the cave, calling the creature an asshole and saying that it hurt. Suddenly, Leon saw a huge monkey in front of him. She was wearing a strange mask and an even stranger outfit. This creature pulled off its mask, and Leon could clearly see that it was a baboon. Leon said that it seems that he was not taught manners, after which he got into a fighting position, realizing that a fight between them was inevitable. To Leon's surprise, the baboon turned out to be a skilled fighter. He jumped in a flash and struck a powerful blow in the face. The baboon, having made several rapid somersaults in the air, landed on all paws and delivered a powerful blow to Leon, knocking him to the ground. After this blow, he stood up sternly, looked at the monkey, and said that it was dead. Leon was even more amazed when he saw that the monkey was in a fighting stance. She was using the same techniques as humans. Leon made several lunges and tried to strike the baboon but failed to hit it. He took out his sword and realized that he should use the thunder blade, but was surprised when he saw that the monkey had already disappeared. He looked around sharply and saw that the baboon was already standing behind him, preparing to give him another powerful blow. Not expecting the blow, Leon didn't have time to react and missed it, the strong kick knocking him to the ground. He made several revolutions in the air and fell on his back to the ground, displeased, saying that this monkey knows how to fight, but it seems that it has specially lured him into the cave. While he was lying on the ground, Leon came from the system, which said that his spirits were restored, but he would only be able to use them in 2 hours. But the baboon did not stop and continued to attack him. Leon asked the system what he should do now to die. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion near Leon. It scared Baboon and he jumped back so as not to hurt himself. The smoke cleared, and the baboon finally saw Leon. The boy, with a sly smile, announced that he had another trick up his sleeve. Now Leon rushed to attack the baboon with powerful kicks. After receiving this blow, the baboon flew several meters and powerfully hit the cave wall. The boy understood that it was not time to finish and again rushed to finish off the beast. But the monkey didn't give up either, and a fight broke out between them again. Leon said that the physical data of this baboon was something with something. Dodging his powerful blows, he asked where the baboon had learned this technique, and his defense was so good that Leon still hadn't been able to scratch him. Finally, the boy was able to catch him on a mistake, after which he delivered a powerful leg kick from the turn. This blow was so powerful that it even broke his mask, and Baboon fell to the ground. The monkey immediately jumped up and started growling furiously. Leon was very surprised that he was still able to stay on his feet. Suddenly, he knelt down and uttered the word of punishment. Some energy began to gather around him. There was a powerful burst of energy that was even able to push Leon against the cave wall. It was so powerful that it even scared him. He said that he didn't expect this monkey to be able to release such an insane amount of battle energy. Leon and Bubin heard the cave begin to shake. It was a bad sign and meant that it might collapse now. The guy said that if they continue to fight here, one of them will not win, and they will simply be crushed by a pile of stones, so they should run away. Suddenly, Leon saw that this baboon rushed to the skeleton, and the boy realized that it seemed that he had been trying to protect it all this time. He immediately grabbed the monkey by the shoulder and told him to get out of here, but he did not try to save the dead man. But realizing that he would not be able to convince the monkey, he decided to grab this skeleton and carry them both out of here. The stones had already started to fall, so Leon created a portal to quickly get out of the cave and threw the monkey there first and then jumped in himself. The baboon, seized with terror, did not understand what was happening. Out of fear, he began to hum loudly, and in a moment he realized that he was again at the waterfall and immediately rushed to the cave. Coming closer, he saw Leon there and grabbed a stone to attack him, but stopped abruptly. Leon smiled at the monkey, and on his shoulders lay the skeleton that the baboon so fiercely defended. After a few minutes, they became friends. The baboon was infinitely grateful to the boy for saving his master. He mumbled something loudly and joyfully to him, but Leon said that he did not understand anything at all. It suddenly dawned on him that you can try to communicate with a baboon using sign language. Leon managed to find out that this baboon was the brother of the King of Destruction, or he was also called the Lonely King. He was also a spatial beast. The baboon explained that this skeleton belonged to his master, but first of all, he was his friend and then his master. He remembered how this man taught him everything, but he never treated him as his pet. His master taught him kung fu and even told him about the power of strings. They spent all their time together and almost never separated. A few years ago, his master became interested in one practice and moved to this sparsely populated area to study it. Everything was going well until one moment. His master was very close to success when the unexpectedly obtained. During the study of the practice, the powers went out of control and attacked him. The baboon said that before his death, the master wanted to preserve this technique, but there had to be someone who had to own it. And the baboon swore that he would help him fulfill his wish, so he was waiting for a person to whom he could pass on this knowledge. But before Leon came to the cave, he wanted to give up, but Leon was worthy. Bubuin placed the orb in front of him and said that Leon should accept it, and it would bring joy and peace to his master. Leon asked in surprise why exactly he should get this power. The baboon explained. What he feels, Leon was not as simple as it seems. He was strong, and during the fight, he managed to understand that Leon suppresses a large part of his power. And he helped save his master's remains from the cave, despite the mortal risk, so he was a good man. And the baboon thought Leon was the best candidate. The boy sighed and said that in that case he would accept his gift. The baboon did not even expect that he would agree and was very happy about it. Leon took the sphere more seriously and looked around. Baboon asked with surprise, "Is he going to practice right now?" He replied, "Why not? Until the baboon can see with his own eyes what this practice looks like in action." The monkey was very confused and said that the master had spent several months studying this technique, and in the end he could not finish it, even understand its principle, and Leon wants to do it in such a short time. But judging by Leon's look, he understood that this guy was very serious, and his eyes said that he was ready. Leon turned to the system and asked to scan this relic. The system said that this Chao-Yang sphere could absorb the power of the sun and the moon, combined with the power of a single person, to create a great fiery orb capable of destroying all living things and bestowing the power of a divine phoenix upon its owner. Hearing this, Leon was shocked, but the system said that this technique had its drawbacks. He asked with surprise which ones. The system replied that an error was made during the creation of this practice, so it is theoretically impossible to complete it for self-improvement. The system also warned that if he were to train and force himself to the limit of his abilities before the end, the learned power would destroy him. Leon immediately asked if there was a way around this negative effect. The system explained that in order for his body to be able to withstand this technique, he had to find a large sun, blood hemmonia, and ablution flower. The guy said that he had all these artifacts and ordered the system to use them and start the practice. The system warned again that he had performed 3 exercises and absorbed these techniques in one breath, and his body was now very weak, so he needed rest. But Leon was not going to stop. He turned to the monkey and said that he will now show her the art of the Chao-Yang Great Flame, and he will see everything with his own eyes. Suddenly, like a bright ball, the sphere suddenly flew into the sky. The sphere, emitting magnetic force, began to pull Leon towards itself. An incredible energy permeated his body. Suddenly, everything was illuminated by a bright, fiery glow. Like a fiery angel, Leon hung in the sky. Leon's body began to emit powerful energy, and his strength reached incredible heights. With a smile, he turned to the monkey and asked how he got such strength. Baboon's eyes were full of tears, but he could not believe his own eyes. He was fascinated by this boy and said that his teacher's work and his faith in this idea were not in vain. Evening came. They sat and talked by the fire. Baboon said that he was very grateful to Leon because he not only allowed him to see the power of the Chao-Yang Great Flame, but also gave him the opportunity to say goodbye to his teacher. Leon said that was good. Besides, he himself respected those who raised and taught them. He said that he thought that his teacher studied so hard and lived his life to leave something important for future generations. This hearth was not for warming. It swallowed the owner's body. From the ashes that remained, the baboon collected a handful of ashes and hung it around his neck like a charm. The baboon said that Leon is a good guy, and from today they became friends. He also added that he wanted to give him something valuable. He took these several cones and asked with interest what they were. The baboon replied that he did not know what kind of liquid was in this small bottle, but the master was very careful with it, and the other thing was something like a token. The baboon said that it was time for him to leave, and warned Leon to be careful because there were many trials ahead of him. Leon also thanked him, and they said goodbye. When the monkey left, Leon noticed something strange about this bottle as well. The liquid inside looked like blood, but there was something magical in it. He poured out the contents of the bottle, and suddenly everything around him burst into flames. He could not understand what had happened and why the blood caught fire. Flames engulfed Leon, dancing around him and shining in the darkness of the forest. Suddenly, a majestic and incredible creature appeared in front of him, the fiery and majestic phoenix himself. The boy could not believe his eyes. "Is it true?" he whispered, amazed by the greatness of the phoenix. He already stretched out his hand to touch this majestic creature that was mesmerizing with its appearance. A sudden blow to the back made Leon turn around. James was standing in front of him. His face expressed incomprehension. He asked what Leon was doing here alone, because they had already searched him. Leon immediately wanted to show him Phoenix, who had just magically appeared in front of him, but when he looked back, he was nowhere to be found. He even thought that it was hallucinating. James said that it is very dangerous for him to play and generally walk here alone. For the next month, Team Leon traveled around battling terrifying space beasts and monsters, becoming stronger with each battle as they trained in brutal combat. James and Leah trained their skills very well and entered the ranks of the best fighters in the city. Later, Leon's squad was joined by his old friend Chuck, a native of the lower city. Having no combat experience, he managed to achieve significant success under Leon's leadership, which is why Leon sent him to his parents' place for help. Only Leon could not advance in his power level. He still remained a fighter of ordinary crystals. But despite this, he managed to summon his third shadow spirit, which he traditionally called number 3. They were getting ready to go to a new location. Leon, as always, asked his team if they were ready, but this time he had to leave his friends behind. Leon said that he should visit the Tower of Triumph to get one artifact. He told his friends to keep training and wait for news from him. When he arrived at the border of Sunset Town, he was met with unpleasant news because the teleportation array was undergoing maintenance. He met his old acquaintance, the captain, who explained that teleportation over long distances between the tiers of the tower was prohibited. The captain decided to tell Leon Poe secretly that they actually had problems with the equipment, and the maintenance was just an excuse. The captain told with horror about the terrible thing he had seen in the last few days. Before his own eyes, one of the travelers who dared to teleport was literally torn to pieces inside the pipe. It was a terrible sight, which was forever etched in his memory. And immediately after that came an order prohibiting teleportation. He added that it was also forbidden to tell about it, and he was afraid that he might lose his job because of it. Leon gave the captain a token and said he could take it to find a manager named Chuck Kai in the Moon family headquarters, and he could give him a safe job and finally spend more time with his family. The captain said that he was incredibly grateful to him for such kindness. Leon smiled and said that he should not be thanked. The captain also advised the boy that, to begin with, he could go to Vegas City. There is another independent teleportation array. Maybe he could use it there. Leon decided to listen to the captain's advice and immediately went to Vegas City. There was a very elaborate local architecture. Besides, a large statue of the master of the city greeted everyone who arrived at it. Leon rolled his eyes and said that putting his statue at the city gate is too much. While Leon was looking at the statue of the Lord of the City, a girl approached him and said that one person wanted to invite him to have dinner together. He looked at her with surprise, not understanding who this person could be, because he was the first in this place and did not know anyone here. When the woman explained everything and said that the Lord of the City wanted to meet with Leon, he remembered the conversation with the captain who said that the Lord of Vegas City was a legend. At first, this woman was an ordinary seamstress. Then she earned money from her craft. But one day a strange power awakened in her, thanks to which she was able to become a holy warrior of the city. Despite the drastic changes in fate, the girl did not forget about the difficult past. She called herself a holy warrior seamstress. Combining her faith and craft in this name, his friend also mentioned that this city was the friendliest among the 7 main cities of the country. Already sitting in the car, the guy asked the woman why the city lord needed to look for his little-known boy from a foreign land. The woman said that the lord has his own reasons. He will definitely learn about them when you meet her in person. Leon, taking a deep breath, muttered that there is nothing you can do now. He was sitting in the car, and there was no way back. Arriving at the estate, the woman led Leon to the mistress's chambers, where, upon entering, she announced his arrival. Unexpectedly for Leon, he found the hostess in the bathroom. This fact surprised him quite a bit. A strange greenish light emanated from her. Her energy was so powerful that Leon was surprised. He had never met such a strong person before. Instead, she told Leon that she could feel his power even with her back, and that his bloodline had nothing to do with the holy bloodline. The woman, not paying attention to Leon's surprise, got out of the bath and appeared before him in all her beauty, without hiding her naked body. While she was dressing, Leon, amazed, wondered how she could know about his belonging to the Holy Family without even looking at him. Now he was finally convinced that before him was a real holy warrior. The woman, leaning on Chris, clearly said that the title of Star General is not given for good eyes, but he really impressed her. After which, Leon asked her why she wanted to meet him. She replied that there was no point in dragging the truth and asked if he knew anything about the Kwanui War. He replied that of course he knows about Kwanui, because this is the most famous competition among young talents from all 6 continents. Every 3 years, the heads of the continents chose the best fighters to send to this tournament. This is because it is a very important tournament for the continent, because the winner could get much more resources for his people. The woman remained silent for a while and said that this year she hopes that the victory will be for the Eastern continent. She said that now the whole world will know about his name. She was extremely surprised to hear it. Leon began to ask why him because it was none of his business. She explained that this year the situation was special. The energy of the earth was abnormal and this had never happened before. Then told that big changes could happen in the near future, Leon thought that it was not surprising. But it explained why there were problems with teleportation arrays. She said that this year the heads of the guild are determined to select the strongest fighters in order to prepare them for future competitions. And the restrictions on the number of participants will also be removed. The woman reported that Leon and she were ordinary people. They did not come from rich families, so her view of his future is quite optimistic. They believe that he will be able to achieve great results and benefit the continent. That sounds pretty interesting, Leon muttered, though he wasn't sure if it fit into his plans. She said she would give him time to think, and with a wave of her hand, she ordered her assistant to lead him to the teleportation array. Eventually, Leon arrived at the Tower of Triumph. He saw that there was an incredible crowd of people there, and decided that it was better for him to stay away. He put on a hood so that no one would recognize him and started to make his way through the crowd. While he was making his way through the people, he heard conversations in which people were discussing their bets. One of them said that he wanted to bet on Lin Shuang. Hearing this name, Leon immediately listened. The boys discussed that this girl was the only student of the legendary holy warrior, and therefore possessed incredible power. Also, people discussed that this time many masters arrived at the tower, among which were the strongest fighters of the continent, but they were sure that Lin Shuang would be able to surpass them all. Leon approached them and decided to ask what is happening here and why so many people have gathered. The man smiled and asked if he didn't know about such an event. He said that Ernest Ching from the Chao sect had recently decided to challenge Leon Moon and announced that he would capture the 70th floor of the Triumph Tower before him and take all the rewards before Leon Moon. Leon began to get angry because again he will be the last to know everything. Some guy challenged him, and he still doesn't even know anything about it. He decided to check his mail, but it turned out that there were a bunch of missed letters, which were about this challenge. The guys said that there were a lot of people who wanted to take part in this challenge to reach the 17th floor, and they went to the tower yesterday, and Leon never showed up. After which one of the guys began to suspect something and asked if it was he as Leon Moon. He said that they had confused him and decided to get out of there as soon as possible. Leon thought that since many people had already entered the tower yesterday, he should hurry. After a few minutes, he was back in the tower. He was curious to know how strong the new members were, and he had to try his best to catch up with them. Leon said that he could now officially use his new shadow, and his entire shadow squad appeared at once to help him get to the 17th floor as quickly as possible. Ada and Shadow Number 1 were also restored, but their eyes were burning with lust for battle, and Leon began to call them the Leon Moon Golden Army. A man lit a cigarette and took a nice drag. It had been 2 days since the participants had entered the tower. Viewers eagerly wanted to know some information, but there was no news. The rating table was still not updated. Suddenly, the table was updated and they saw that Ernest Ching had reached the 45th floor. He had many fans, so they were sure that he could easily reach the 70th floor. Only a day later, the sensational news spread all over the media, where it was said that Ernest had reached the 66th floor of the Tower of Triumph. Many did not believe in his success and bet against him, losing considerable sums. Many people from the Chao sect came to support their master and closely followed his progress in the tower. Of course, Ernest was not alone on this path. He was followed by other daredevils, striving to conquer the tower. The tension grew with each new floor, because the intrigue surrounding the winner became more and more intense. Meanwhile, in the tower, the concrete floor cracked like paper, and the walls crumbled under the blows of the monsters. Their fury raged, destroying everything in its path. Ernest, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow of the monster, quickly fell to his feet. He looked intently at the battlefield, feeling his heart beating in his chest. Finally, he reached the 700th floor. A terrifying sight appeared before Ernest. A gigantic octopus-like monster towered over him, its body pulsing with terrifying power, emitting destructive energy that crackled through the air. The monster snarled hideously, its tentacles circling, looking for prey. Ernest felt fear grip his heart, but he could not retreat. The monster began to approach him, but he put his hand out in front of him and directed a ball of flame at the monster. Gathering all his strength, Ernest rushed at the monster. He roared, swinging his arms, and punched the monster in the eye with incredible speed. An emergency message appeared in the news, welcoming martial arts star Leon Mun from the Zhengzhou continent. This news thundered all over the world because he successfully reached the 70th floor of the Tower of Triumph and became the first who was able to reach such an incredible level. This message also sounded for all the other participants who were inside the tower. Ernest, hearing this message, turned around and asked, "What the hell?" Ernest was distracted for a moment, and the monster, although it seemed to be finally defeated, still had the strength for one last desperate blow. The monster's blow was so strong that Ernest was immediately stunned. He felt his body lose consciousness as he was pushed against the wall. Ernest lay on the floor, clenching his jaws in pain and despair. His body was wounded and his dream of victory shattered. He could not believe that this happened because this artifact from the tower was supposed to reach him. Meanwhile, Lin was also fighting the squid on the 70th floor, and upon hearing this message, she smiled and said that Leon still did it. She was amazed that he had managed to grow to such a level in just a few months. The audience was really delighted. They couldn't believe it because Leon entered the tower last among all the participants and was the first to pass it. When he came out of the tower, everyone saw him and held their breath. People started shouting that this is the same guy that was just mentioned in the message. He was the first person to receive the sacred artifact from the 70th floor of the Triumph Tower. Leon was surprised to say the least, because he thought that he managed to hide his name in the table, but this situation was not at all to his liking. Suddenly, a circle of flames appeared around him, which restricted his movement and did not allow him to escape. Members of the Chao sect immediately ran up to Leon and said that they offered him to solve everything quickly. They said that they needed to take from him 2 artifacts from the Tower of Triumph that he had just received. Their leader added that they would not remain in debt as an equal exchange. They would give him the corresponding spar. People were discussing that the northern elder of the Chao sect had personally come here, and it was very unusual because he never appeared without an important reason. Besides, he was Ernest's teacher. Leon showed the elder the middle finger and said that he will not give them anything, but they can try to get this artifact on the black market if they need it so much. The elder of the Chao sect looked sternly at Leon. His eyes blazed with a harsh light, and inevitability was felt in his voice. He said, "It seems that there will be no peace talks." With these words, he raised his hands and a vortex of flames erupted from his palms. It was a terrifying technique known as the Great Fire Strike, capable of destroying everything in its path. Leon felt the terrible heat closing in on him. He was in the middle of a dome of fire, and he knew that he would not be able to escape from this attack. Elder Chao turned to Leon again. He said that his young body has a lot of strength, and he is ready to resist. But is he planning to run away endlessly from his Wang Yu? After which he again began to demand the handover of the artifacts. Leon picked up his hood as he prepared to take it off and asked irritably if everyone in their sect got such a kick out of these damn traps. Leon, looking sternly at the elder, said, "Didn't your mother teach you that playing with fire is bad?" His eyes were burning with anger, like the eyes of a demon, making it clear how angry he was. Leon, with an ironic smile on his face, turned to the elder. "If you like playing with fire so much, then I suggest you have some fun." His clothes began to burn. The heat immediately increased tenfold, and he screamed in pain and rage. Leon called the elder a fucking monkey and ordered him to watch him destroy his magic barrier now. He held out 2 fingers in front of him and gathered the flames that surrounded him into his chest, then released them towards the sect's enclosure. Seeing this, they were extremely impressed by his power. In addition to the fact that he could block the heat, he was also able to subdue this fire on his own. Leon, surprised and disappointed, shouted, "What the hell?" His attack, which he thought should have wiped the elder off the face of the earth, had no effect. The elder stood unharmed, looking at him with a grim smile. The other members of the sect began to laugh and say that they thought he possessed some extremely powerful technique. But in fact, it turned out to be nothing. Overwhelmed with shame and disappointment, he could not believe that his attack had failed. He was ready to die, if only to not feel this oppressive shame. Turning to the system, Leon exclaimed with annoyance that the outside said that this practice was perfected, and it turned out to be absolutely nonsense. The system analyzed the data and said that maybe in this particular case, water is not the optimal medium. Leon raised his head and asked what she meant. The system explained that his enemy's attacks had the same origin as his power, and ironically asked if there was any point in fighting fire with other fire. The patriarch of the Chao sect turned to Leon. While the boy was talking to his system, the man said that he was no longer going to waste his time here, after which he gave him an even more powerful fiery blow, which caused even more pain to the boy. Leon. It was starting to really hurt. He saw that it hurt him, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Looking closely, he saw that in fact there was no scratch on him, so it was just a ball of fire. His body was enveloped in heat, so strong that it seemed to absorb the flame into itself. It pulsated in his veins, spreading through his muscles, warming every cell. The elder, surprised, looked at the boy and asked himself in his mind, how could this young man withstand the full attack of the great fire? He also thought to himself, could this boy's body be elemental? But he couldn't believe that this guy was using such divine techniques because it was impossible. Leon let out a loud laugh, declaring that he now understood. If his guess was correct, he raised his hand to the sky and the fire began to bend to his will. Observers of this confrontation could not believe their own eyes. This boy had just absorbed the massif of the great flame. Overwhelmed with admiration and surprise, they shouted, "What is happening?" The elder asked Leon what kind of training he went through, because they seemed to have the same origin as the techniques of the Chao sect. He anxiously looked at him and asked who Leon really is. The elder said, if he doesn't explain now, he may not even dream of returning home today. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a woman. She turned to Leon and said that he remained a magnet for trouble. It was Lynn. She smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which they asked how he was doing. Suddenly, Leon heard footsteps rapidly approaching him. He looked around to see who else it was. Ernest, grabbing Leon by the collar, accused him of how many more despicable acts Leon is ready to commit to make Ernest's life hell. When Ernest shook him, a token fell out of Leon's pocket. This was noticed by the elder when he saw this token. He could not believe his eyes because it was a jade pendant. He grabbed his arm and ordered his student to stop. Suddenly, the elder of the Chao clan, who had just wanted to finish off Leon, bowed low to him and called him a mentor. Leon was very surprised and asked what was happening here. The members of the clan also did not understand what was happening. After all, their mentor and teacher began to bow to this boy. Ernest was also shocked and asked his teacher what he was doing. The man ordered his student to kneel down and bow to this young man. Ernest began to shout and say that he had never heard more stupidity in his life. He said that this person destroyed his best student, Griffin, and also caused him incredible pain. The elder gave him an extremely stern look and with firmness in his voice told him to kneel down and bow, after which he seized him by the head and forced him to do so with his own hand. Ernest begged him to let him go, but could not resist his teacher. The elder turned to Leon and said that he could not even think that he would be the descendant of the great teacher, after which he again began to apologize to him. The boy, still not understanding what was happening, asked what he was talking about. The elder explained that the jade pendant on his belt was his identity card. Leon hid the token in his pocket and said, "Everything is clear now," although in reality his thoughts were still confused. The clan elder explained that there were times when Shizu went on an endless journey across the globe to practice the great Chao. The man said that that time he left and did not return, but now he met his friend who was even able to learn his most difficult technique. Leon could not have expected that the baboon and his master would be members of the Chao clan. Moreover, his master was the founder of this sect. The elder begged Leon to return to the sect and complete the training of their students. Leon replied that he doesn't even want to hear about it, because at first they attacked innocent people. Now they are asking for favors. Ernest began to accuse Leon of arrogance, after which he invited him to go with him to the Kwanui War and see which of them was really the strongest. Ernest tried to convince Leon that the fact that he was able to overtake him in the Tower of Triumph, it was a simple accident. Leon responded by showing him only 2 fingers and said that he was very sorry. The boy refused and said that he did not want to interfere in the so-called war between states. Finally, Leon turned to Ernest and said, "If he thinks I'm only 2 minutes ahead of him, he's wrong. I entered the tower a day later than he did. Ernest wanted to start arguing with him again, but the elder stopped him and said that he had no right to argue with elders. With hatred, he called Leon a bastard and ordered to knock him out of here, after which he promised that one day he would find him and finish him. He was walking through the city with Mrs. Frost. She bought him a can of beer and threw it into his hands. She said that Leon had just behaved rather arrogantly, talking to the head of one of the most important sects of the continent, although she agreed that Ernest was still a jerk. Leon said that he was a man with a grudge, but now he wants to find out who handed him over to them. While she was drinking beer, he asked her if she knew why the message about his passage through the tower came to everyone, even though he hid his name from the rating table. She said that it is easy to explain because when you come 70th wrong, you automatically get permission to participate in the world battle, and in the end, the one who passed appears in the new rating, so hiding your name made no sense. Lin decided to ask him if he was really planning to go to the Kwanui War. Leon said yes, but overall he didn't like the idea very much. They finished their beer, and Leon asked her if she wanted to join him. Because her friends have been missing her for a long time, Lin replied that she still needs time to finish preparing for the tournament. Meanwhile, classes were held at the university. After the lecture, Teacher Anthony led the students and wiped the blackboard. Suddenly, he heard that someone entered the office and stopped in the courtyard passage. He saw Leon in front of him and asked why he was washing the board himself, and remembered how Anthony made him do it every day. Leon came closer and grabbed a rag from him, saying that he was better than him at this. Anthony smiled and called him a scumbag, asking if he decided to go back to university. Leon replied that Anthony should understand him, because he also traveled the world at one time, but now he decided to return home. After which he asked the teacher if the best parents don't wait for their children to return home. Anthony smiled thoughtfully. The teacher looked at his old student with an appraising look and said that he has grown up quite a bit. Now it will be much easier to wash the blackboard. Having finished washing the blackboard, Leon said that strange things began to happen on the ground. The teleportation arrays stopped working. A cosmic crack also appeared from which powerful energy poured in a constant stream. Anthony asked where exactly this crack was. Leon replied that he did not know. Leon smiled and said that it didn't really matter and asked if the ruins were still open. Anthony said yes, because the freshmen used them for their training. Leon said it was great because he had some free time and wanted to train there. Anthony asked if he thought he wasn't strong enough yet because he was at the top of his generation. The boy was about to leave, but said that it is never too late to become even stronger. The teacher said that he had something else in mind, and asked if Leon was putting too much pressure on himself. The conversation with the teacher, Anthony, deeply sank into Leon's soul. He was lying on the bed, unable to sleep, and thoughts were swarming in his head. Anthony said that maybe Leon refuses to trust people because of what happened to his father, but he has to force himself to feel that the only person who won't abandon him in a difficult situation is himself. Therefore, you should try your best to eventually change yourself and become better than before. He also had friends who were ready to lay down their lives for his salvation. And no matter how strong a person is, some things are simply impossible to do alone. So he should just give himself a little rest. He had to learn to trust his friends more and rely on them more often in a difficult moment. It was deep night outside. He was sitting on the windowsill of his big window and watching the night city. Suddenly, a message came to his radio. The messages addressed the code name Night Dog, and he had a new task. It was Anthony. He took out his mask and said that the Night Dog had received information and was moving to the scene. It was a large building of the Chow sect. It was already dawn in the sky, but it was dark enough to see anything. He approached the window and looked into it and asked if he would help him or not. Inside this building, Ernest was standing and talking to some person. He said that Leon Moon destroyed a person dear to him and stole a sacred weapon. The person opposite answered that now they are allies and all his problems are his problems. Anthony thought that his guesses about this organization were correct. They were up to something. But who was that person in the hood, he did not know. This person continued to talk to Ernest and said that he should be patient and they should wait for the competition. But said that this is a blessing Leon Mun during them will lose all hope of life. Anthony understood that their goal is the competition, and Leon Mun. He immediately got to the station to immediately report it to the headquarters, but suddenly realized that the connection had been cut. A sudden, powerful explosion jolted Anthony, and he shuddered in surprise, realizing that he had probably been discovered. The next moment he saw the face of Ernest in front of him, who shouted that a similar rat had sneaked up to them, and for that, he would destroy it. He gave him a powerful fire attack, a layer of red-hot plasma flying straight at Anthony. Anthony, clenching his fists, raised his hands in front of him, trying to form a protective shield. He looked at Ernest with determination in his eyes. If you, Prometheus, said to Anthony, "I am Zeus and I will throw you in prison," after which he began to attack him using the thunder light distribution technique. Instantly after Anthony's words, there was a terrible explosion between him and Ernest that shook the entire city to its very foundation. This time they were watched by that guy in the hood. He looked at this confrontation and smiled. He asked, had they decided to send the night watchman and now they couldn't let him go alive or the deal would be over? The fight between Ernest and Anthony continued. The boy felt the full power of the night dog and realized that he was too strong and he could not handle it alone. Suddenly, Anthony took on an Australian form and again rushed to attack the boy. He closed the distance between them in an instant and dealt him a super powerful blow. Ernest came to his senses in a second, then immediately attacked him with the fire of the red voice, trying to burn his opponent to the ground. Anthony jumped back and was able to dodge, finishing off with a chain of lightning bolts. The current charge chain immediately hit Ernest in the shoulder and began to fry him with a huge current. He chained him and electrocuted him using thunder punishment. The boy in the hood appeared behind Anthony. Then he said that this was probably the strongest night watchman he had ever seen, and added that there are a lot of rumors about this puppy for a reason. As soon as Anthony looked back, he was hit with a super powerful fire strike that was more like a laser shot. The force of the blow was so terrible that Anthony fell to the ground like a doll. His body ached with pain, and his eyes darkened. Anthony, barely on his feet, fought the dizziness, trying to concentrate. He knew he couldn't pass out because this guy was already closing in on him. He came closer to him and said that today he must be destroyed. Anthony looked at him carefully, trying to see his face. Then he asked who he was. The boy began to take off his hood and said that before you destroy the night watchman, you will show your face. Anthony recognized him, but it was too late. A devastating flow of destructive energy consumed his consciousness. The next morning, Leon slept well. For the first time in a while, he felt relaxed at the university and thought he should really give himself some time to rest. Suddenly, he heard a loud knock on the door. It was Lester. He was asking Leon to open the door because they were in serious trouble. Leon, still holding the toothbrush in his mouth, opened the door and asked what happened. Overwhelmed by the shock, Leon could barely stay on his feet. Lester's words sounded in his ears like thunder in the clear sky. Everything around darkened, as if covered by heavy clouds. A hurricane of emotions raged in his chest. Fear, anger, despair. He could not believe what he heard. The world he knew suddenly crumbled to pieces. Leon arrived at the morgue. In front of him was covered with a white sheet. The motionless body of Anthony lay. A heavy ball of emotions squeezed his chest. Sadness, despair, indescribable longing. He could not believe that his friend and teacher would never again smile, make him laugh, or lend him a shoulder in a difficult moment. The medical examiner dropped the terrible phrase that Anthony's body was subjected to inhuman abuse before his death. These words rang out like a shot, breaking the silence of the room. Leon was speechless, his heart clenched in a vice of terror. The words of the medical examiner sounded in his ears like a terrible sentence. His eyes were gouged out, all his ribs were broken, the tendons of his arms and legs were torn, and his right leg was missing at all. The medical examiner threw another phrase like a stone into calm water. When examining the body, a gold chain was discovered. Leon immediately snatched this chain from his hands to take a closer look. The forensic expert began to shout that it should not be touched because it was one of the accounts. Leon didn't grab it just like that. It seemed familiar to him because he had seen it around Ernest's neck before. Leon, unable to control the rage that raged in him, burst out of the room like a hurricane. His screams echoed through the corridors. He shouted that he would find him and he would answer for everything. His friends couldn't understand what was happening. Leah asked, "Is he out of his mind?" Lester shouted after him and asked him to stop. He was immediately caught by James and stopped. His friend's behavior also worried him a lot. He sternly asked him what had happened and why he behaved like that, asking the boy where the calm Leon had gone. Leon screamed, choked with grief and rage, and yelled, "Let him go, because he must destroy him, Ernest, because he killed Anthony," James exclaimed. "Does Leon think that the Chow clan will just give him Ernest and let him do it?" Leon continued to try to break free and said that in this case he would arrange a blood run with the entire Chow clan. James said that he would go fight with him and asked if they would be able to do it. His second question was if they would succeed, and what would they do next, because if they destroy them, they will not be forgiven. Leon, exhausted, stopped resisting. His body went limp, and a terrible cry full of pain and longing escaped from his lips. The same day he arrived in Vegas City, Lord greeted him and said she didn't expect Leon to come, asking what the matter was. He looked at her sternly and said that he was going to take part in the competition. She asked if he had changed his mind. This beautiful woman smiled and asked if she could know the reason for his decision. Leon, clenching his fists, said that in such tournaments, the accidental destruction of an opponent is not punishable by law. Hearing this, she smiled and called him a funny kid. Leon asked her again if it was okay if he was going to destroy someone who was going to take part in this tournament. The woman said that she is not interested in the reasons. She just wants to know if he is really determined to fight. She also said that one motivation is enough, but most people who take part in these competitions are teams of 2 people. Leon confidently said that he alone would cope with it, and it seems that with his determination, he was able to convince the woman. The sun was already setting, but he returned to the university. He was walking his usual way through Anthony's office, but today, when he looked into the office, he did not see his friend there. But it broke his heart. Suddenly, he saw Director Timothy in front of him. The director said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if he wanted to have a cup of tea together. Leon replied that he was not feeling very well and offered to postpone it to another time. He went to the campus roof where he and Anthony usually liked to watch the sunset while talking about various things. He remembered how Anthony had told him that Leon had no idea how powerful the people from the Strings organization were. He also recalled how the teacher taught him to concentrate and manage his inner strength. But the way they dined together, Anthony always complained that Leon likes to eat everything very expensive and doesn't count money. Leon, devastated by grief, sat alone on this roof. It used to be so fun here, when he and Anthony sat for hours, sharing secrets, dreams, and plans for the future. These memories broke his heart. James came up to him. He said that you can cry when you want, but there is no point in making a fool of yourself. Leon began to wipe his tears, trying to hide them because he did not notice how James approached him. The boy said that he asked the branch of the city lord Zhongzhou to recommend him for the competition. Leon said that he must destroy Ernest, even if he is alone. James replied that he cannot do it alone. Leon said maybe he is, but changed his mind and didn't voice his words, saying them in his thoughts that he is a child who relies on others. He turned to James. His friend was fascinated by the beauty of the sunset. Leon sternly looked at him and said that he was asking for his help. James turned and told him to follow him. Leon asked where he decided to go. He pointed his finger up and said he wanted to climb this peak and offered him to go together. The next morning, already in his bed, he had a book lying on his face with which he fell asleep. Meanwhile, the system tried with all its might to wake him up because he had a lot of missed calls. He woke up and asked disgruntled what happened. He got a call again, but he picked up the phone. It was the same boy from whom Leon bought the parchment with runes. Leon clearly did not expect a call from this boy. He couldn't even remember who it was at first. The boy explained that they met on the underground black market and asked Leon if it would be convenient for him to come there again. Holding a cone of holy water in his hands, Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get it?" The kid wasted no time in replying that an old man had given it to him, and he remembered that Leon was looking for this thing last time. Leon said that he helped him tremendously and asked how much it would cost. The boy smiled and said that he can forget about the money. He said that he has lived here since childhood, so he knows every corner, and he is happy to just help. Leon wanted to object and give him something in return, but the boy was already saying goodbye to him. The next morning, Leon arrived at the Great War Hall. Walking up to the door, he asked if anyone was here and how to get in. A person appeared from above and asked who he was, warning that entry was prohibited. Leon immediately introduced himself and showed his ID number and said that he had come to find his parents. However, they slowly began to open up in front of him, and what he saw surprised him greatly. It was a bright, prosperous city. He could not believe that it was called a military hall. Several people immediately approached him and told him to follow them. After warning that the conference hall was quite close from here, Leon wondered what kind of conference they were going to. Later, he was dragged to some building. Leon complained and said to let him go because he doesn't want to come to their stupid checks. He was told that he came here by invitation, which meant that he was from the Temple of War and the check was necessary. Leon started to get incredibly pissed off and he couldn't stand it and struck a powerful blow using the thunder roll technique and said that they asked for it themselves. To his surprise, he didn't do any damage to these guys. They said that this technique was really good, but he should save it for the tournament. Leon realized that they simply absorbed his power attack. He couldn't believe that this place possessed such a powerful force. Suddenly, a man came up to them and asked who was making a fuss here. They immediately told him that it was not what he thought. This man's name was Badger, and he was the general of the Temple of War. Another man in a wheelchair drove up to them and asked the general why he had left him before they had finished their game of chess. When Leon saw this man, he began to scream frantically in surprise, calling him a stinking old woman, and asked if he knew this general. It was his father. He said that he and General Badger were old friends, and told that he used to be one of the promoters of big tournaments. Leon was shocked and began to question the general as to why he was friends with his stupid old man. Father asked what he was doing here. Leon threw him a cone with holy water and said that it would help him get on his feet. A powerful energy wave suddenly enveloped his father's body and he began to glow. He exclaimed that it was simply incredible, but in a moment he was already on his feet. He rejoiced and waved his legs, saying that it was simply an incredible happiness to have his legs. Leon asked to say hello to his mother and sister, and said that it was time for him to go. The general asked if Leon wanted to pass the inspection to join the Temple of War. The boy said that there was no time for that yet. Leon said that his plans were to enter the tournament, but he was going to undergo special training in the Dark Zone in order to win. His father smiled and said that he and the general could help him with his training. It was the estate of the Lord of Vegas City. A maid came to her and said that a guy wanted to meet her. The woman agreed and then said to invite him inside. This guest was James. He immediately bowed and asked the Lord to recommend him to the Battle of the Continents and make him stronger. She recognized the boy, saying that he must have been the eldest son of the Chuck family, and asked if the richest man in town really decided to bow down to ask for help. "Where is his pride?" the woman reproachfully asked. He replied that his friend needed help, and his pride did not matter when his friend's life was at stake. James said that he cannot be his reliable assistant, so he must become stronger. He said that she can do anything with him. The woman was impressed by his determination. She warned that her training could be very difficult, so he should endure it. She said that special training starts at 3 o'clock every day, and he should not be late. James frantically began to thank for that. It was a temple of war. A large crowd of people gathered there who seemed to be watching some kind of battle and placed their bets on the winner. A young man named Clemens Jutoro approached the crowd with surprise. He approached one of the spectators and asked what happened here. The man explained that one guy had already defeated 4 fighters from the temple. This man also added that he possessed the magic of light. This information extremely surprised Clemens. Meanwhile, Leon was fighting one of the representatives of the temple. The specialty of this fighter was that he could create ice blocks and use them in battle. The boy smiled and said that since it is ice, he has nothing to fear because his element is fire. Then immediately used the Hell Tribe technique and sent a mighty flow of flame towards his opponent. That boy received a powerful blow that threw him several meters, causing him to lose his glacier. His father was impressed by his son's abilities, because it was extremely difficult to control 2 elements at once, thunder and fire. But he wondered how Leon could learn it. He was extremely angry that his ice had melted, but he didn't plan on giving up and tried to attack Leon again. But the boy did not have time to take a single step as he received another extremely powerful blow called the Devil's Flame. It was already the 5th opponent whom Leon defeated. The general turned to Father Leon and said that his son had an innate talent, but the man replied that his abilities were still at a low level. He smiled mysteriously and asked if it was possible to oppose the will of heaven. It seems that he had planned something and wanted to implement it. Leon brushed the ice off his t-shirt and asked Badger with a smile if that was all the people from the Temple of War were capable of. After which, Leon asked if they still wanted to duel him. Leon turned to the crowd and loudly asked who else wanted to fight him. Clemens began rolling up his sleeves in preparation for the fight. A man appeared in the ring. Leon turned to see who volunteered to challenge him. But when he saw his new opponent, he was shocked and opened his mouth in surprise. It was his father. Leon called him a smelly old man and asked what he was doing here. The man replied that he had not moved his buttocks for a long time and asked his son to play with him a little. His father immediately started throwing punches. Leon said that he hadn't woken up yet and there was no point in them fighting. He pointed his finger at him and asked what he meant by that. The tension between them was growing, and it looked like a fight was about to take place. His father said that he relied too often on the power of magic, but that was not the point. Leon sighed and warned his father not to blame him, or Leon would break his old bones. Instead, the man took a fighting stance and said that he could not wait for this. He called his son an insect and told him to finally attack. Leon began to rush through the arena like the wind. His father smiled and said that Leon's speed is really impressive. The boy was just behind him and was preparing to deliver a powerful blow. The man only noticed that the boy was behind him. Leon asked if the old man had fallen asleep during the fight. Seeing this, Badger smiled at his friend Lee Mun, who said that his son was not his rival. But it didn't scare him at all. Well, he smiled and said that it's called parental love. Before Leon could strike, his father had already struck him with a powerful blow under his breath. The boy was knocked down for a second by a powerful blow, losing consciousness for a moment. Leon shouted that he understood everything and admits his defeat. He said that he was his son, and he decided to beat him half to death. Everyone was extremely impressed by the result of this battle. Clemens was surprised to ask himself who this old man was, because he did not feel his magical power. But he managed to defeat this guy without any effort. The old man smiled and asked how Leon was doing, and how it felt to be defeated. He mocked him as usual, but it was without malice. Badger approached them and told Leon not to take this loss to heart, because even he cannot guarantee that he will be able to defeat this old man, he said, clapping Lee Mun on the shoulder. Badger told Leon not to think of his old man as such a goat, because when he was young, he was a completely different person. The general said that when he became an instructor of the Temple of War, he relied only on his physical skills. Lee Mun interrupted his friend and said that he shouldn't talk so much about the past, after which he smiled and asked Leon if he now wanted to learn from him. Leon thought about his proposal. His father warned that it would be very difficult, and you could even die, how brutal the training would be. It was the border of Vegas City. There was a dark zone. She fought with a camp of demons and was able to capture one of their leaders. She ordered him to tell the boss that she needed him right now. He begged to let him go and agreed to her terms. James watched this fight. He appreciated how the woman easily defeated a high-level demon and wondered if this was the essence of a saint warrior. She handed him a dark sphere and said that he should take it and learn. James asked her what it is. Is it a substitution technique? She answered that if he wants to become stronger, he should do as she says but not ask unnecessary questions, although he didn't like it. But James agreed, understanding that there was no right to argue. A month has passed since those events. It was the island of the Black Dragon, on which he was supposed to tour the continents. There was some commotion on the island. Someone asked why they hadn't started yet, and the guy was told that the main guests hadn't arrived yet. You could see young people discussing the fact that there were quite a few participants this year. They were called the so-called representatives of the 6 main forces, each representing its own continent and its own sect. Will there be a real star of the tournament this year? One of the young men with a sharp chin and a funny cap asked curiously. He was a representative of the Heavenly Castle. General Badger was the representative of the Temple of War. He said that you shouldn't worry because there will definitely be good participants this year. One of the boys with long black hair and wearing a monocle replied that it would be a great show to watch. It was a representative of the heavenly religion. A guy with a huge sword and a wide robe that hid his face said ironically that Badger was talking like he knew something. It was a representative of Dao Yin. One of the men from the older generation said that of course Badger knows what he is talking about because he was from the Temple of War, and reminded that this year they even executed someone. He was a representative of the Sea Temple. Another man with red skin and horns, who looked more like a demon, heard this and smiled and said that in this case this year would not be sad. He was a representative of the Barbarian Temple. Badger, realizing that there was nothing to hide, said that this guy belongs to their temple. Suddenly everyone started making noise again, because someone said that the Master of the Holy Sword had arrived. Everyone was very surprised when they heard this news, because the Master of the Holy Sword was a rare guest at such competitions. Also, a guy and a girl stood out from the crowd. They looked like normal teenagers, but actually had the level of a saint warrior. Meanwhile, a real giant makes his way through the crowd, trying not to crush the people. Something huge appeared in the sky that covered the island with its shadow. It was an ice bird. It was a goddess of snow and ice named Evagan. But the guests did not end there. A huge beast appeared in the ocean, which resembled a cheerful fish. On top of this monster stood a goddess of the sea moon named Luna High. Well, of course, the representative of the Keotanzun sect was also here, as was Ernest, accompanied by his men. The beast from the Temple of the Barbarians impatiently said that it seems that everyone has passed, so it's time to start. But Badger stopped him and said that he should wait a little. After all, without one boy who will arrive later, it will not be interesting at all and not fun. After which he looked into the distance where there was a board floating in the ocean on which a young man was sitting. It was Leon who, as always, appeared in an unusual way. He watched with delight the huge monster fish that appeared in front of him and pushed him away with a wave. Leon already saw that the participants started to register. The first to register was a guy named Chuck Yuan from the Bamboo Grove clan. Suddenly he saw a familiar face that caused a storm of hatred in him. His heart pounded in his chest. His gaze fell on Ernest, but this time his aura was emitting a powerful purple glow. Although a month ago it was of ordinary light, this meant that he had reached a new level of strength. But Leon wasn't interested in anything but revenge. He wanted this guy to pay in blood for his friend's life. Eva Gon, the goddess of snow and ice, was next in line. Touching the blue sphere, she changed its color, thus confirming successful registration. It showed the crystal level of the participants and determined whether they could participate. Finally, it was Leon's turn. With a beating heart, he touched the sphere, but nothing happened. The administrator announced that Leon Moon of Vegas City did not qualify for the contest. Seeing that Leon's sphere was glowing with normal light, the members began to mock him, throwing sarcastic questions about what he was even doing here, since he is a normal crystal fighter. Ernest, seeing this, smiled smugly. Meanwhile, the contestants discussed Leon as once the favorite, but now he was disgraced and turned out to be a loser. Leon was very disappointed and thought that it would be better not to come forward at all and not to put himself in such a position. Suddenly a woman appeared, who immediately stopped this commotion and mockery, loudly and sternly ordering everyone to sit down. This is Mary Lord of Vegas City. She said that Leon Mun's actions have long proven that he can participate in these competitions, and he cannot be excluded because he was a fighter with the level of ordinary crystals. Ernest turned to her with a smile and did not say that the rules are the rules, and one must not only reach the 70th level of the Tower of Triumph, but also reach the gold level in order to participate in this tournament. Mary wanted to deny him and present her arguments in favor of Leon, but the boy raised his hand and stopped her. He turned to Ernest and said that he was not going to break the rules. Instead, he could not demonstrate his level to everyone present. He looked at it and asked if it looked like a rainbow light. Ernest looked at it in surprise. Leon announced that it wasn't over yet. He hadn't used all of his energy, and its concentration was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Ernest was incredibly surprised and angry. He shouted, "This cannot be!" After all, Leon had demonstrated that he possessed the silver light. Everyone present was shocked, not believing that this boy had come this far. Someone said that Leon used to suppress his strength, but now he wants to become stronger. He needs a place where there will be no one to gradually pass all the levels. Someone shouted that this was not all and immediately demonstrated the power of the golden string. Ernest was incredibly impressed as Leon managed to raise his level to gold, beating 2 levels right before their eyes. And in the end, he managed to discover the rainbow light. It was an incredible level of skill. Everyone was delighted. The guy from the Heavenly Castle said that such an act is just a legend that can be written down in textbooks. Leon sternly looked at Ernest and asked if he had any other questions, if perhaps he wanted Leon to continue demonstrating his powers. The boy came closer to him and took off his hat, saying that it would be boring to destroy him right here. Passing by Ernest, Leon whispered in his ear that he knows what he did, and he will pay for it with his life. Ernest's face contorted in horror as Leon's words threw him into a cold vortex of true fear. The tournament administrators announced that it looked like everyone had already registered, and Leon was disappointed and angry because James still hadn't shown up. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out in the sky, and he involuntarily raised his head to see its source. A helicopter appeared above the island, and several figures could be seen in its cockpit. A figure jumped out of the helicopter and, upon landing on the island, surprised everyone with its appearance. Her face was hidden by a cloak, but strands of green hair poked through it. The boy, with a friendly smile, took off his robe and announced that he had arrived for registration. He said that his name is James Dasyun, and he represented the city of Vegas City. Leon, genuinely happy to see the boy, smiled amiably and with a slight reproach called him lazy for being late. Seeing his friend closer, Leon could not contain his surprise. During the month of separation, he not only reached the level of rainbow light, but also got a short haircut. But this was not the only surprise. Suddenly, someone jumped on his back, hugged him tightly, and, giving a friendly squeeze, called him a little asshole. It was Linda and Leah. Leon smiled and asked with surprise what they were doing here. Linda explained that Leah asked them to unite in order to take part in the tournament. The guy felt a familiar warmth behind his back. Are they familiar again? A thought flashed by. It was Betty, who jealously muttered that it seems that he really is surrounded by wonderful women. He looked at her. The girl looked very unhappy. Leon said hello and asked how she was doing. Betty explained that she now holds the position of Lord of the City instead of her father. Friends, sincerely glad to meet, chatted lively, sharing the latest news with each other. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn by the loud, commanding voice of a man. It is felt that a young, youthful energy is raging here, rang out from his mouth. His commanding voice caused all the young men to fall silent and look at him spellbound. The figure of a man in a black suit with pink hair appeared in front of the young men. It was Lord Tudor, head of the Strings Guild. The man from the Barbarian Temple, seeing him, broke into a sly smile and said that his similar old age did not prevent him, as before, from basking in the rays of attention. With indescribable delight in his voice, Tudor announced that all players were invited to participate in the 54th full-scale battle and added that he, as the organizer of this tournament, wished them success. Although he wanted to add something else, it turned out to be impossible to decipher the cheat sheets hastily drawn on his hand. This incident with the cheat sheet confused the young men a bit, making them wonder what was wrong with him. Finally, he explained that they rarely got together and suggested that they have a good time. Standing up, he announced that it was time to start with the first task. A blue magical whirlwind erupted in his body, heralding the beginning of the test. Tudor announced that the first task would be the world of savages. The reality around them was distorted, as if in a mirror, and the test participants found themselves in another world that seemed familiar, but contained something strange and incomprehensible. Leah looked at her hands with surprise. Leon asked her what happened. She answered in confusion that her magic power disappeared. After thinking about it, Leon speculated that the old lord had probably activated a special technique that suppresses magical powers. Tudor said that in that case, they begin the battle trials, and added that now the gates of the barbarian demons were open. Leon was amazed by this and wondered if this was the String Guild leader's ability to open space portals from other worlds. Tudor smiled and then said that behind this door was a demon with very sharp claws, but he was the fiercest and wildest beast of this level. Your task will be to enter the cave and destroy the ferocious beast hiding there, announced Tudor. He also reminded that magic is forbidden, and they must rely only on their strength and resourcefulness. This is a life and death trial, Tudor announced sternly. So he gave them a moment to consider whether they should continue the fight. Tudor looked piercingly at Howard, the first participant, and clearly asked if he was ready to continue this battle. The boy confidently answered that of course he was ready, after which the boy immediately entered the portal. The other members discussed that Howard was the strongest rookie among the 3 great cities of Haichin, and he would easily pass this test. When he went inside, he saw in front of him a huge monster, which looked at him like a piece of meat, preparing its sharp claws to tear its victim. From his pocket, Tudor pulled out an amazing remote control and announced that it would allow them to watch the battle from the inside. The participants smiled and said that there was nothing to look at because this guy would easily destroy this demon. Suddenly, there was an explosion of excited screams that made Leon involuntarily turn his attention to the battle to see what was going on. The demon struck the boy with a terrible blow, piercing his body through. Screams of horror filled the air. Everyone wondered why this young man lost, because he is a master of rainbow crystals. Tudor announced the defeat of the first participant and invited the next one to the portal. This time, no one dared to step into the whirlpool because fear gripped the hearts of the spectators. Some, seized with terror, rushed to flee, seeking to disappear as quickly as possible from this terrible place. Tudor, watching the escape of the young men, said with sarcasm that, "Here she is. Today's youth rely only on the power of magic and by no means on their own courage." These words terrified everyone, except for Leon, who, keeping calm, closely followed the events, waiting for his turn. Tutor immediately noticed Leon and said that this must be their star for which they had been waiting for so long. Hours passed, one more competitor was defeated, and Tutor again announced the failure of another challenge. Tutor was already fed up with this spectacle, and he asked sarcastically, "Will anyone be able to complete the test this year?" Deciding to diversify the action a little, he announced that next time he would choose a participant who, in his opinion, was capable of more. Tutor turned to Leon and asked if he could pass this test. Leon calmly and confidently replied that it would pass, then went to the portal. He went inside, and in front of him stood a huge monster waiting for his new victim. Leon said that he even wondered how strong this beast was in battle. The monster wasted no time in charging at Leon, attacking him furiously. A double strike aimed at the place where the boy was standing did not cause him any damage. Leon effortlessly dodged all the attacks with ease. Everyone was very impressed by how skillfully this guy evades because all the participants suffered a crushing defeat before him. Leon smiled and said, "Despite its size, this monster has quite impressive speed. But compared to his father, this demon is nothing." With those words, Leon dealt the monster an extremely powerful blow. The monster, unable to withstand the force of the blow, fell to the ground with a thud, shaking it with all its mass. Not going to give the monster a chance, Leon transformed into a true demon of fury. With a roar, he rushed at the monster to finally finish it off. Leon, like a predator, jumped on the monster, landing right on his head. With a roar, it tore out one of its monstrous horns, filling the air with a spray of blood and the monster's horrifying scream. Without stopping, Leon, using the torn horn of the monster as a dagger, pierced its terrible heart. With a roar of agony, the monster fell dead. The spectators of the tournament, holding their breath, watched the brutal battle. Their hearts beat like crazy when Leon, as if possessed, rushed at the monster. No one believed that the young warrior would be able to defeat the terrible monster that had already sent many brave men to the other world. After which, Tutor congratulated Leon on successfully passing the test. Leon's friends, not restraining their emotions, shouted joyfully, sincerely impressed by his incredible victory. His courage and cruelty inspired them, kindling in their hearts the fire of determination and faith in their own strength. The only one who did not share the general admiration was Ernest. With a sour expression on his face, he grumbled that Leon's victory was just a lucky coincidence. Ernest entered the arena next. Despite his dissatisfaction with Leon's victory, he was determined to prove his skill. The battle was fierce, but Ernest, using his cunning and strength, eventually managed to defeat the monster. He was followed by James. With the discretion and skill of a marksman, he sought out the monster's weak points, striking him again and again. In the end, James overcame the monstrous creature and was victorious. Linda and Leah, two brave warriors, were also not afraid of the challenge. Their tools were not only physical strength and endurance, but also sophisticated close combat skills, which enabled them to defeat the beast as well. Leah joyfully turned to Leon and said that they all managed to pass the first test, and that should be celebrated. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and among the audience, Leon was surprised to see a familiar face. It was Adam Yui. He saw him. According to rumors, this guy had incredible powers. Adam used to be a member of the Heaven clan, but then he disappeared. As a person, he was aloof and hardly communicated with anyone. But now he appeared at this tournament, and he was also able to defeat this monster with ease. Leon looked at his face and understood that this boy had changed a lot. Tutor smiled and said that the first round was over. He also added that half of the contestants were eliminated, and now they will be considered missing. The organizer emphasized that their abilities are revealed precisely in difficult conditions. Their skill reaches its peak precisely in extreme situations, Tutor emphasized. Suddenly, a hangar appeared in front of them, from which the doors came out. Tutor announced that it was time for the second test, where the participants would again have the right to choose. Tutor announced that this illusion would serve as the site for a second test, and warned that safe behavior would inevitably lead to death. As always, Tutor gave them time to think before going any further. Agreeing to continue the test would mean risking their own lives. Leon and Leah, along with the other members, entered the middle. The corridor looked very long, although from the outside, this building looked like a small one. Leon turned to his friend and said that the guild leader seemed to be from the space system, and the corridor they were in was part of the space he created. Having reached the end of the corridor, they saw in front of them a huge door that was impressive with its grandeur. A representative of the barbarian clan immediately volunteered to open them. Showing his enormous strength, he tore open the door. They went inside and saw a large statue in front of them. Surprisingly, it was very cold inside. Leon asked with surprise what kind of stone statue it was, because it looked quite strange. Its face was human, and its body had the shape of a snake. Leon was approached by Lin, who, by the way, also took part in these competitions, and said that it was the Bansha of Mount Wushan. Suddenly, they heard terrible screams behind them, which made them immediately look around. Shivering with terror, the girl exclaimed that every rustle portends danger. Her words were met with displeasure from the other young men. Out of nowhere, the statue's eyes lit up with an unearthly light, as if it had suddenly woken up from an eternal sleep. A whirlwind of blinding light erupted from her eyes, attacking everyone around her. Leon, not understanding what was happening, was horrified to see Lin, who fell to the ground after the blinding attack. Suddenly, Leon felt his eyelids grow heavy, and his body overcome with an overwhelming desire to fall asleep. The light emanating from the statue's eyes seemed hypnotic, and he couldn't find the strength to utter a single word. A moment, and Leon, next to Lin, was already lying on the ground, enveloped in a deep sleep. Tutor, approaching them, announced that he welcomed them to the second trial and wished them pleasant dreams, warning that they should be careful because they may never return from it. Leon opened his eyes sharply, as if he had escaped from a terrible nightmare. Leon felt that he was lying on soft grass in the middle of a dense rainforest. He immediately stood up and said that it was possible. It was the statue that transported them to this space. Leon, turning to his little Queen of Darkness, Ada, who was in her usual form in this world, asked if she could sense the source of power now. She said that he should go to the mountain that was in front of him behind the thick forest, after which he immediately rushed in that direction. Tutor, walking between the sleeping participants, frowned in surprise. "Why haven't they woken up yet?" he muttered. "Because I sent them to this dream long ago." Suddenly, he saw that the sea moon goddess had woken up, and Tutor congratulated her on successfully passing the test. The participants woke up one by one. Tutor announced the time for which they were able to overcome this test. Also among them was James, who passed it in 14 minutes. Ernest was able to overcome the test in 15 minutes, after which he would have been dissatisfied when he saw that many people had already woken up. Lin also woke up and immediately turned to Leon, hoping to discuss this ordeal because it was quite difficult. But she was very surprised when she saw that the boy still considered his face to the ground. His friends have already started to worry about him because half an hour has passed and he still hasn't woken up. Betty rushed from corner to corner, not finding a place for herself. Her heart was pounding and anxious thoughts were swarming in her head. She could already feel how panic was squeezing her chest. James turned to her and sternly ordered her not to touch him or he would go to hell. He said that they can't help him now, so Leon can only rely on himself. Meanwhile, Leon, as if mad, was extinguishing the forest. He was lost and screaming, not understanding why they couldn't find a way out, while Ada, sitting on his head and holding his hair, tried to calm him down. He didn't understand why he couldn't reach this mountain because it was right in front of him. It seemed like he was running on a treadmill. Suddenly, a tree with a characteristic mark appeared in front of Leon. At the same moment, it dawned on him. All this time, he was walking in circles. He began to run even faster, but 15 minutes later, he saw the same tree again. He ran again. 10 minutes passed, but the terrible tree appeared again in front of his eyes. Despair squeezed Leon's heart. Leon decided to stop and sit down to think it over, while Ada, as usual when she was nervous, began to wind the circles. Leon exploded in anger, calling the organizer a pathetic scumbag for holding such contests, after which he hurled a stone with force at the same tree marked with a mark, which of late I had greatly annoyed him. Suddenly there was a flash, and the tree disappeared. Leon could not understand what was happening, and even at first it scared him. He began to suspect something, and decided to test one of the theories that arose in his head. Leon walked up to another tree and struck it, but it too dissolved into the air. He finally understood that he was not teleported to another space, but that it was his spiritual world or his own dreams. He imagined himself the master of the world, where his thoughts became reality, and this huge rock to which he ran became only a small pebble in his hands. Leon smiled and said that in that case he had nothing to fear. He directed his hands to the rock. He ordered her to move directly towards him. She began to move slowly. Leon laughed and said loudly that she could not resist his will and she had no place here. After which he pulled out a rock from the earth and threw it into the sky, saying that he was the god of this place. Suddenly a small pebble appeared in his hand, which was more like a scale. He looked at it with surprise. Ada assumed that maybe this scale belongs to that stone statue. Suddenly something started happening. Some kind of strange purple light started coming from this pebble. Leon got worried again and asked what was going on. This stone scale dissolved in his hand. Ada also disappeared, but he stopped feeling the connection with her. Leon suddenly woke up and got up from the ground, seeing the worried looks of his friends in front of him. James said that he slept for more than half an hour, but they were afraid that he would never wake up. Leon apologized to his friend for making them nervous and asked how they were doing. James replied that the second stage was already over, and the contestants even passed the third. He said that in that case it is worth hurrying and was already on his way to take part in the next competition. But James stood still. He called Leon, who, without looking back, asked what happened. At the same second, Leon felt a searing pain as a sharp sword pierced his back and pierced his stomach through. A terrible scream escaped from his lips. James shouted that he must be destroyed. Leon, stunned, could not understand what was happening. He only shouted, "Why did you do that, friend?" Without saying a word, James just smiled slyly. The force of James's blow was so terrible that his sword could not withstand and broke in two, part of which remained in Leon's body. Gasping from the searing pain, Leon hoarsely spoke to James, asking why he did this. Without hiding his disgust on his face, James said that Leon was too disgusting. From the first minute Leon stepped on the threshold of the university, his false innocence caught James's eyes, and from that moment his fierce hatred began. James wanted to get close to Leon to find the right moment and destroy him. Fate gave him a chance. Ernest offered him a good deal. Killing Leon would guarantee James's family the status of the highest sect. James also admitted that it was he who destroyed Teacher Anthony, and laughingly asked Leon if he really thought that Ernest would have the strength to do it alone. Leon's face was stony as he pulled the blade out of his stomach. James pointed a gun at him and sarcastically gave why such a sad look. James asked if Leon really considered him a friend since they were from different worlds, and now it was time to send him to hell, James said with hatred. Leon spat out blood from his mouth and, clutching the blade tightly in his hands, said it was delusional. James scornfully asked if Leon thought to mock his death. Leon told him that he was a terrible fake. James asked, "What are you talking about?" Leon explained that James never called him by his name, but always called him Mumu. Leon gave him the middle finger and added that he could pretend to be anyone, but James is the only person who would never do that. James right in front of him began to dissolve into air, and Leon said with a smile that it was just part of the test and he still hadn't woken up. Opening his eyes again, he stood up sharply. Was it a dream again, flashed in his head? Or is it already reality? Suddenly, he heard the familiar voices of his friends who were playing cards, trying to entertain themselves somehow. They were quarreling as usual, so Leon guessed that it was reality. He approached them and asked disgruntled if they were not worried about him, and they didn't care if he was alive or not. Lin answered that they had nothing to worry about, because he would definitely have no problems. Now that everyone was back, they had to leave and wait for the results of the competition. They all went together to meet Tutor, who was to announce the results of the competition. After that dream, Leon somehow felt strange in the presence of James, and asked what he was doing when he hit him on the shoulder. James showed him only a thumb in response. Leon asked in surprise what it meant. Suddenly, as if blown up by an invisible force, the stone statue crumbled into small fragments. Tutor approached the ruins of the statue, picked up a pebble, and said that it was really destroyed. He smiled and said that it looks like someone entered the next dream and successfully passed the test. He also spoke these words to Leon. He added that the boy managed to take the scale. Leon thought that this scale was similar and was the source of the statue's power. Tutor threw a stone and told to pay attention to it. He said that now that the statue was destroyed, all those who did not wake up in time will sleep forever, and he congratulated the other on successfully passing the test. He also said that the final trial would be held tomorrow, and now they could rest. Leon was resting in the room. In his hands was a tabuska that he found in his dream. He looked carefully and asked himself what it all meant. Suddenly, someone distracted him by saying that the bathroom is now free, but he can also go take a shower. It was James who also advised Leon to get something to eat, because he didn't want to drag him out of there when he passed out. While Leon was making noodles, the Lord of Vegas City came to their room and James was surprised to ask her what she was doing here. She said that tomorrow will be the last test, and it's time to tell the boys about the true purpose of these competitions. Surprised, they looked into her eyes, not expecting such frankness from her. They asked what true purpose she had in mind. Mary began to say that they should have noticed that the tournament this year was different from the others, apart from the fact that the limit on participants was removed. The duel system was also canceled. Instead, they undergo some kind of tests. She said that the reason for this was that cracks appeared in the space. After slurping up some of the broth and gulping down another portion of noodles, Leon asked what kind of cracks she was talking about. Leon continued to eat food. Mary asked them if they knew what the highest level of players was. The boys answered that it must be a saint. Mary said that it was only for those who lived on Earth, and according to centuries-old records, one person found a way to make a crack in space, and inside that crack was a mighty kingdom that did not belong to this world. She said that there were such things that did not belong to this world, and even experts cannot explain their purpose. But one day, a holy warrior entered this crack and released enormous power. Leon put another portion of noodles on the table, and Mary meanwhile said that the main goal of these competitions is to take the person who will be sent to this space. Mary said that it was a rare case. Cracks appeared once in 100 years, and many people no longer hoped that they would appear again. Leon asked, "Do they want to return the power that was once released from the crack?" Leon asked her why the current saints would not deal with this. Mary replied that these cracks were very unstable, and as soon as a person passes through the fault. In a rift, a person encounters incredibly powerful energy and can tear a person apart, the woman explained. Mary said it was very dangerous, but she wouldn't force them to do it. But they should know about it. At the end, she said that their future depends on this, and took out a jar. She said that this thing was made for them, and if they decided to enter the space, they would be able to use it. The next day, all the participants who successfully passed the previous tests gathered to wait for the last task. Tutor appeared in front of them. He had his usual sinister smile on his face. Then he asked if they slept well last night. Looking at the faces of the participants, he asked why, and finally, he announced the last test. He entered some cave and said that they would just have to go through it. Tutor also said that there are no limits if they can get away with it. Then they will win. He reiterated once again that there are no rules at all and they can do whatever they want inside, including destroying other people who stand in their way. Hearing this, there was an uproar among the participants. It scared some. Tutor gave them advice to take a strong partner. As always, he gave time to think about whether the players would dare to participate. This time, they were given 3 minutes to think. Baotou players began to noisily discuss whether it is worth agreeing to this, where some wanted to continue participating in the tournament and some refused. Leon and Ernest looked at each other immediately, each of them understanding what this could mean. Leah and James approached Leon and asked whether to go in now or wait a bit. Leon answered that a powerful force is coming from this cave, and it will not be easy inside. He turned to Lynn, and James said that for a start they would go scouting together. Leon said that Linda should wait for a while and come in later. He promised that they will try to destroy as many enemies as possible. He also warns his friends that they should be careful because space beasts are not the most dangerous enemies. Friends listened attentively to his every word. Leon became a real great leader, but they appreciated it immensely, after which he smiled and said that this was the last task so they don't have to die. Entering the cave, Leon said that the space monsters here are really not simple, and they have a very high level. Lynn warned her friends that they should be careful because we are ahead. She could feel it from her breathing. Suddenly, they heard a loud and shrill cry that alarmed them for no reason. In front of them was a huge red dragon. They asked in horror what the hell it was, because its size was really impressive. Walking a little further, they already saw that a person was lying under the monster's feet. James smiled and said that such a monster could not be defeated even in 10 years. The girls have also already entered. They walked slowly and attentively, observing and listening. Leah exclaimed that the visibility was so terrible that it was almost impossible to see anything. Suddenly, a guy jumped out from her side and said with a smirk that the team of girls would be easy to deal with. But Linda cleverly reacted to this attack and, pulling out her dagger, quickly dealt with the attacker. Leah and Betty were amazed at the determination of the girl and how quickly she dealt with this attacker. Lindy's firm voice echoed in the cave. Clenching her fists, she reminded the girls of the main lesson she had learned from Leon, to never give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Leah's heart clenched with jealousy. How could Leon teach Lin Do like this? Did he really think she was the best student? Their voices were intertwined in a noisy quarrel. Jealousy and insecurity ignited enmity between the girls, and each of them wanted to prove that she was the best, the most beautiful, the most worthy to be next to Leon. Meanwhile, the dragon continued to destroy a group of people who were unlucky enough to encounter it first. Watching the beast destroy his competitors, he couldn't help but smile cruelly. The pleasure of the predator raged in his eyes. He muttered that it was getting hotter in here. Having walked a little further, Leon saw several more corpses in front of him. The dragon went after the others. Leon looked into the faces of each, hoping to find Ernest among them. Suddenly, James's eyes flashed, and he confidently declared that there was a passageway behind the dragon. Leon began to pump his fists in preparation for the battle with the beast and said that this was great news. Approaching the dragon, Leon clearly and firmly stated that he would not be able to destroy it. However, he warned the beast that he would also need considerable strength to defeat it. Without hesitation, the dragon opened its mouth, spewing a stream of flames at Leon. An ominous smile lit up Leon's face. He recognized this attack as a solar flame and defiantly threw the dragon what he would get in the face now. A fierce battle broke out between Leon and the dragon. James and Lin watched this in awe, because earlier they had agreed to just bypass the dragon. Surrounded by flames, Leon moved with the lightness and agility of a fish in water. The dragon's attacks not harming him as he seemed to dance among the fire. The beast was enraged, its fury raging like a volcanic eruption. Not understanding how this poor boy dared to ignore his attacks, it roared with rage, while Leon, steadfast, firmly and clearly ordered the monster out of the way. Gathering all his fury and strength, the dragon launched a sweeping attack that should have finally destroyed the enemy, but in vain. Disappointment and doubt gripped the dragon's heart. Faced with the unwavering will of Leon, the dragon, gloomily roaring, forced to admit his defeat, he reluctantly retreated, freeing the passage. Wasting no time, Leon shouted to his friends to try too. It seems that the dragon let through only the one who could convince him of this by making a deal with him or defeating him in battle. James was next in line. The boy understood that it would not be easy, so he decided to use Alicia's eye technique to determine a way that would help bypass the dragon. Despite its majestic size, the dragon was impressive with inhuman speed. Every movement, every attack was lightning fast, ending in a matter of seconds. However, James possessed the secret of a family technique that allowed him to recognize the enemy's weak points with lightning speed. And now, concentrating, he noticed a barely noticeable crack in the beast's armor, his chance for victory. With the speed of lightning, Leon rushed at the beast, closing the distance between them, the stones cracking and falling under his weight, unable to withstand his mighty stride. "Everything is going according to plan," James exclaimed triumphantly, watching how Leon rushes into the vortex of battle. However, the dragon unexpectedly changed tactics. James did not expect such a turn of events. He did not take into account those 2 decisive tenths of seconds. Lin watched in horror as a vortex of flames descended on her friend. Her heart clenched in terror and anxiety. She couldn't stand by as James's life hung in the balance, but James managed to dodge the dragon's attack. Despite the danger that was waiting for him, a smile shone on his face. He said that he adores battles with new opponents. With incredible agility, James jumped on the dragon's head, avoiding its next attack, and said that he always takes half a second into account for new opponents. James jumped over the dragon, which almost crushed him with his claws. He landed near the passage, where Leon was eagerly waiting for him. The friends shook each other's hands, rejoicing at their joint success. With a sincere smile on his face, Leon spoke. James's eyes see everything. James nodded in agreement, saying that it doesn't matter whether it's truth or illusion, he said, and nothing can be hidden from his eyes. Hearing this, Leon began to worry for a second because he had some secrets and maybe James knew about it, but did not tell him. What he hinted about it now. With a beaming smile, James called out to Lin, inviting her to join the battle with the dragon. Lin felt excitement tighten in her chest. Her friends were so strong, and she didn't want to let them down by giving up. But in a moment, her excitement evaporated, and she immediately rushed into the attack full of strength and determination. A few nimble jumps and Lin was able to outrun the dragon as well, but that wasn't all the fire shouted for her to be careful. The girl looked around and saw a dragon behind her who was going to attack her with a stream of flames. Leon, worried about Lin's safety, rushed to her. He shouted that she quickly jumped to him, extending her hand. Lin felt a terrible flame almost touch her body. Fear gripped her heart, but she did not lose hope, and they managed to hold hands. In a moment, Leon felt how the girl was behind him, and she pressed hard on the back of his head. Instinctively, Lin leaned against Leon, seeking protection from the terrible flames, and Lin's combat technique taught her to use loved ones as a shield. A terrible blow from the dragon's fire fell on Leon, right in the face. He recoiled in searing pain and fell to the ground, muttering under his breath in displeasure. Lin felt a wave of shame wash over her head. She lowered her head, not daring to look Leon in the eyes. It hurt her to realize that because of her carelessness, he almost died. Leon frowned and sternly told Lin not to do that again. Suddenly, the silence of the cave was broken by strained voices. From the depths of the cave, Lin and Leon could hear the rumble of fighting. The girls they had recently encountered were fighting again. Betty silently watched the quarrel of the girls. Her heart sank with longing because she dreamed of the same carefree life as they had. The tension between the girls reached a climax. Their eyes blazed with anger and their words spattered with venom. They challenged each other to battle, issuing challenges and threats. Leon asked what the hell was going on between them, because they were in the same team. James, on the contrary, was satisfied, because he was always interested in watching other people's quarrels. Engrossed in the quarrel, the girls did not notice how the shadow of the dragon appeared above them. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar, and the dragon struck a powerful blow. The girls flew in different directions, stunned and knocked down. Enraged, the girls asked the dragon what the hell he was doing, and threatened him that he shouldn't interfere in the girls' quarrel if he didn't want to be destroyed. But the dragon didn't care. But he was doing his work here in the cave, so he was already preparing to strike them with fire. Leon shouted loudly, addressing the girls. Well, he ordered them to run immediately, or the dragon would destroy them. But it seems it was already too late, and a wall of flame collapsed on them, after which a powerful explosion occurred. Leon, frozen with horror, could not believe his eyes. His heart was squeezed by pain and despair, but he tried to shout to the girls. Suddenly, Betty emerged from the thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield. Her face was dirty with soot, her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were burning with determination. She was holding Lin and Li Yu, who were unconscious but alive. She told her friends to move on, and she was leaving the tournaments. Leon said that this was the right decision, because the three of them barely managed to pass through the dragon. Betty said goodbye to them and said that they cannot worry about their friends, because she will take care of them, after which she began to walk back to the exit. Linda, having recovered a little, began to mumble something incomprehensible. Her voice was weak and hoarse, but you could make out the words, "That it is not fair." Betty reassured that Ta said that she could try next time. Leon said that it is worth continuing the journey, adding that the way out should be nearby now. After walking another 100 meters, they came out of the cave and saw in front of them other participants of the tournament and a portal near which some workers had gathered. Tudor appeared behind the boys. He was surprised that there were about 30 or 40 participants left, after which he congratulated everyone on the successful completion of the third test. The warrior of the barbarian temple, seeing a portal in front of him, asked if they could enter this crack already, probably hoping for some kind of reward. Tudor interrupted him and said that you should not worry, but he just wanted to tell about it. He said that they have two options. The first is to wait. During this time, the energy in the space will become stable and everyone will be able to enter. The second option offered by Tudor was to enter now, but with a limit of 8 people, which meant that some of them would be left behind. He continued to speak, but warned that if there were more people, the space would be overwhelmed, and thus all others would be destroyed. Tudor said that it was up to them to decide, after which he wished them success, leaving the contestants alone with this decision. The representative of the barbarian clan said that it is better to wait an hour, because after this time everyone will be able to enter. But Luna replied that everything is not as simple as he thinks. Leon told his friends that they were careful because he felt that things were not so simple here. The participants seemed to agree among themselves that waiting 1 hour would be the right decision. On the other hand, the hour of waiting seemed like an eternity to them, because everyone wanted to be among the first 8 in order to have better chances of success. One of the boys said that it was delusional and thought that they were just sheep if they agreed to just sit back, after which he rushed forward with a powerful leap, shouting that he was not going to wait and flew into the portal. As soon as his head touched the passage of the portal, it was torn off as if he had fallen under the blade of a knife. The participants froze in horror, not believing their eyes. Blood splashed on the ground, painting it crimson. But this boy was not destroyed by the portal. It was a fighter of the Chao sect, who shot him with his cannon, saying that he would not let anyone enter first. A violent fight broke out between the members of the group. Instead of waiting their turn, they rushed at each other, eager to be the first to step through the portal. At that time, Tudor watched this with pleasure and added that everything belongs to those who act to achieve their goals. A fierce battle raged near the portal. The participants fought with each other, sparing no effort, because everyone wanted to be the first to step through it and fulfill their mission. The barbarian turned out to be the most patient and tolerant. He did not understand why people started fighting, because it was worth waiting only an hour. But realizing that the situation was out of control, he began to clean himself up to the portal, pushing the others away. He was immediately attacked by some mad guy with a sword, saying if they didn't want to be destroyed, they better get out of his way. But before he could strike, Lin, with lightning speed, took out her dagger and repelled the attack with incredible force. The girl turned to Leon and asked what they would do now. He assessed the situation and said that she and James should enter first. She did not expect to hear such a thing from Leon, and immediately asked, "What about him?" and told her not to worry about him, because he had one unfinished business. Leon said with an icy smile that he had finally waited for this moment, now that Ernest was now his legitimate target. Meanwhile, Ernest himself was destroying other participants, getting incredible pleasure from it. He shouted that they could not even dream of surviving. Ernest suddenly received a powerful kick in the face. From this blow, he flew back, falling to the ground. Ernest raised his head, panting in pain. His face was contorted with rage, but he asked who dared to do this. In front of him stood Leon, a crazy smile on his face. But he reminded Ernest that he had come to take his dog's life. Ernest, overcome with rage, rushed at Leon. He cursed him, calling him a bastard and promising to make him take back his words. The two adversaries did not seem to let each other down. Their blows, full of fury and determination, did not hurt each other. The battle became more and more heated. Leon, like an angry dragon, released a stream of flame at Ernest, but Ernest, not giving up, answered him with all the fire charms in his arsenal. Realizing that magic will not help them, they rushed to attack each other physically, inflicting brutal blows. Unexpectedly, Leon used the Red Lotus technique to blind the enemy, and this allowed him to deliver a powerful blow to the head. Ernest suddenly rushed at Leon, striking him with a devastating blow to the face. The fight instantly turned from a magical duel into a brutal melee. Their screams echoed in the surrounding space. Their voices, full of rage and hatred, testified that each of them craves only one life of the other. It's not just a fight anymore. It's a battle for survival, where there is no room for mercy. Every movement, every look, every word is a weapon aimed at destroying the enemy. Leon, recovering from the blow, furiously rushed at Ernest. His fists, like hammers, fell on the opponent's head and body. This time again, magic went into action. There was a powerful explosion and they were thrown away from each other. They stopped to catch their breath and charge again. Ernest stood up and said that Leon was repeating everything after him, adding that it was quite funny. Ernest noticed that they were using the same techniques for the same purpose. Ernest took a deep breath and said that they were like two sides of the same coin, two opposites that met in this fight. Meanwhile, Clemens was also making his way through the crowd of contestants who were mercilessly destroying each other. Despite the fierce battle, Clemens managed to do what seemed impossible. He was the first at the portal. For a moment, he stopped and said that it was just a farce. Lin continued to destroy the other members, breaking through with Jaime to the portal. She said that they should hurry because Odin had already entered. James worriedly asked where Leon was, saying that he had lost sight of him. Lin explained that he had business, but they had to enter first. A few more decisive steps, and Ernest and Lin stepped into the portal. A bright light blinded them for a moment, and then they found themselves in a completely new place, with only 5 seats left. Leon and Ernest continued their fierce battle, simultaneously destroying other fighters. Ernest emphasized their common goal of revenge for the fallen people and the similarity of combat techniques. He saw in this a deep similarity of their souls, but Leon denied it. Ernest glared at him and said he was no saint and reminded Leon that he too had used other people to block his attacks. Leon did not expect to hear such words. They became a real shock for him. His face fell, and his eyebrows fell into a heap. The barbarian tried his best to break through to the portal, but due to his large size, he attracted a lot of attention and was prevented from doing so. Suddenly, a guy with a knife appeared behind him. He understood that he would not have time to react to this attack. Most likely, he would be destroyed inevitably. But suddenly, unexpectedly for him, the attacker was stopped by someone else. It was Eva. She was already at the portal and was preparing to go inside. Another guy rushed next to the barbarian and asked why he was standing as though he had dug in. Because time was running out. Ernest and Leon stopped in the middle of the chaos. Ernest said he wasn't a good person or a hero and added that Leon wasn't either. Leon said that he always puts his interests first and acts based on them. But being so, he still managed to meet people whom he wants to protect and who are ready to protect him. But having created a fiery whirlwind around him, he said that it doesn't matter who offends the people dear to him. In any case, only destruction awaits them. Ernest, barely recovering from the previous attack, once again felt Leon's fury. Without wasting a single second, he attacked using the devastating karmic fire technique. He was amazed by his power and could not understand where he got such power. But Ernest had already said goodbye to his life. Suddenly, there was a cutting blow between them and was able to stop Leon's attack. Someone said that this new one is too much trouble. Leon could not understand what had happened. He was so close to his goal, to the execution of the revenge that had been tormenting his soul all this time. To Leon's surprise, he saw that the person who stopped him was none other than Adam. "What are you doing here?" growled Leon, still not believing his eyes. Adam, ignoring his anger, calmly replied that he was here in order to fulfill his promise. The boy, without taking his eyes off Leon, resolutely ordered Ernest to go to the portal, assuring him that he would handle the enemy himself. Leon said that from the first stage, he sensed that something was wrong with Adam and warned that he would never be able to achieve his goals. The boy turned into a demon. His eyes lit up like a monster, and he said that he finally met a worthy opponent. Adam threw off the transparent cape that until now hid his true essence. Leon looked around in surprise, not believing his eyes. Leon, stunned by what he saw, could not believe that the boy who saved him turned out to be a representative of a sacred religion. The boy told Leon that he had confused him with his brother, and his name was Cape Fawn. Leon felt his stern gaze on him. The stranger's eyes, which before seemed to him hidden under the shadow of the hood, now struck with their unusual color. Suddenly, Cape, who until now seemed like a peaceful traveler, rushed at Leon. His movements were swift as lightning, and his hands shone with magical power. Leon, dodging Cape's lightning attacks, exclaimed, "Why is he such an important bump appeared here?" Gathering all his strength, Cape made a high jump, aiming to deliver the final blow to Leon. He said he came here to complete his plan. Cape said that he cooperated with the Heavenly Clan for this, and even lowered his cultivation level. This was all done in order to complete his great plan. Leon, barely holding back the opponent's powerful attacks, asked what Cape was chasing. Cape said that such a bastard as Leon is not worthy to know his plan, and added that thieves always lose because they talk a lot. After which he struck him with an extremely powerful blow that sent Leon flying several meters away. As soon as Leon fell to the ground, he directed a powerful laser of fire energy at him, which was called a holy glow. The power Cape released in this attack was so terrifying that the ground beneath his feet began to crack and crumble, an explosive wave of energy raging around, threatening not only Leon Y, but everyone nearby. He approached Leon, who was lying unconscious, and said that they finally had him, and that in 2 minutes his heart would stop beating. Cape, triumphing over the defeated Leon, revealed to him a terrible secret. It was he who killed his teacher, Anthony. Leon's eyes opened wide, and this caused him an incredible rage that gave him an unlimited amount of power, turning him into a berserker. The boy was almost at the portal when he suddenly froze. An incomprehensible force restrained him, preventing him from taking the last steps. He desperately tried to step forward, but his feet seemed to grow on the ground. The boy, who almost managed to jump into the portal, suddenly fell to the ground. He was dead. The fighters who saw what happened were shocked. They didn't understand what happened to the boy because he was almost at the portal. The similar places were exhausted and there was no more chance to stay alive. Leon appeared from the depths of the crowd, staggering and barely able to hold his feet. He was terribly beaten. His body was covered with bruises and wounds, and his clothes were torn and dirty. It seemed that he was barely able to stay on his feet, but still he stubbornly walked towards the breach. The fighters, impressed by Leon's courage, sincerely believed that his chances of survival were slim. 1 in 20 chance, muttered one of them, shaking his head. Is he such a fool to risk his life? Summoning the last of his strength, Leon lunged and jumped into the portal, his body swirling in a swirl of glowing energy, and he disappeared from the sight of the stunned fighters. Leon, falling into the white abyss, felt terrible pain. His body was falling apart, and the system sent alarming notifications saying that he needed 20,000 points to recover. Leon continued to fall through the white abyss, feeling his body crumble. He used his inner strength again and again to recover, but he knew that it couldn't last forever. Eventually, he found himself in some kind of atmosphere, and having flown several hundred meters in the air, fell in a forest clearing. Leon stood up carefully, expecting to feel a sharp pain, but to his surprise, the pain was bearable. He wobbled a bit but managed to stay on his feet. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. He flew rapidly to attack the boy. Leon, not noticing this, mentally asked himself what kind of world this is and why he is here alone. It was a woman in a mask. She was close to him, taking him by surprise. She threw a bag over him and said that she had caught him. Putting Leon in a bag, she began to run away quickly. Leon shouted loudly and tried to escape, not understanding what the hell is going on here. The woman who captured Leon shared a prophecy about men falling from the sky. She believed that Leon was one of those men falling from the sky, and his appearance confirmed the prophecy. The woman insisted that Leon must be brought to the queen immediately. Trapped in the bag, Leon could feel his anger rising. He wasn't going to give up to chance in this crazy new world for him. He used the power of the flame, after which the bag exploded and a mighty stream of fire burst out of it, along with the boy. Leon, breaking out of the bag, fell to the ground in front of the woman. He was angry and confused. Before Leon could take a step, he received a strong blow from his kidnapper. Her movements were lightning fast, as if she possessed incredible speed. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he gave her a powerful fiery blow using the dragon flame technique. She dodged his blow and said that prophecies didn't lie and men could use magic. Immediately after these words, Leon received a powerful blow from below directly in the chin. It was so strong that it even threw him into the air. Immediately after that, the female warrior jumped up. But while the boy was hanging in the air, she gave him another powerful blow, sealing him to the ground. Leon, feeling great pain in his body, tried to get up. He clenched his teeth, disdaining the woman who had neutralized him. Her speed and strength were incredible, almost inhuman. Leon understood that he would not be able to compete with her. Leon, lying on the floor, thought about the strength of this woman. Her speed and strength with which she overcame him showed that she possessed inhuman abilities. Her rank was probably much higher than that of Earthlings. But despite all this, he shouted that he was not going to waste time on her, so he immediately called a shadow for help. Number 1 began to beat her powerfully. The female warrior could not even dodge these attacks. Leon understood that she did not see his shadow. Leon thought that maybe when the shadow overcame her, he would talk to this woman, but he decided that he didn't have time and he should find friends right away. Leon, taking advantage of the moment when the woman was engaged in a fight with an invisible force, began to run away until suddenly an explosion occurred under his feet and knocked him off his feet. Leon, falling to the ground with horror in his voice, asked what the hell it was. Before him, like a dark giant, an unknown mountain grew. It was a woman, incredibly strong and muscular, with a face like a mask. She was dressed in armor made of rough leather, and in her hand she held a massive sword. Upon seeing this woman, Leon began to scream and beg his number 1 shadow to protect him. Leon, holding his breath, watched what was happening. The shadow that appeared behind the giant woman immediately rushed at her, preparing to strike, but the woman was not lost. With lightning speed, she swung her sword, and the blade, shining in the dim light of the torches, cut the shadow in half. Leon immediately received a notification from the system that shadow number 1 was destroyed. He does not understand how it happened because the other warrior could not see it. Leon, still stunned by the events that had transpired, watched as another ran up to the giant woman. She was the one who had kidnapped him. Addressing the giant woman, she respectfully spoke, "Your Majesty, Queen Pampushko." The giant woman, Queen Pampushka, nodded in response, calling her a chili pepper. Leon did not understand what was happening here at all and decided it was better for him to run away from here. But as soon as he gathered himself to run away, he saw three more in front of him, a girl with pink hair, whose name was similar, Cibulia. She looked at him with interest, not believing her eyes that there was a man in front of her. Onion bent down to pet him as if he were a stray kitten and called the girl with black hair Current, saying that he was very cute. Leon, overcome with fury, began to growl like a mad dog. His eyes burned with anger and his teeth were bared. The onion was frightened and immediately rushed into the arms of the Current, looking for protection. Leon was already able to remember their names. It was Donut, Chili Pepper, Onion, and Current. Pampushka looked at him sternly and said that the girls should detain him so that he could not run away. Surrounded by hostile girls, Leon felt cold fear grip his heart, their sharp swords glinting menacingly. "It's time to take to the sky!" shouted Leon, jumping up, but his plan unexpectedly failed. Queen Pampushka, who was watching him, swung her massive sword with lightning speed. The force of her blow was so terrible that it seemed as if it would cut the very sky. He realized that he had no way out, and the only way to save himself would be to summon the Raven King. A huge, fiery Raven King appeared before the girls and asked Leon why he disturbed his sleep. Leon was sitting on his shoulder and explained that these women were incredibly strong, but they were insulting him. Onion covered her eyes to better see this spirit. She smiled and said that it already looks like a man's technique. Leon said that these girls are mocking him, and he asks the king for help to deal with them. The king replied that Leon is preventing him from resting. The boy reminded that he was his younger brother and the elder brother's duty to protect the weak. With his words, Leon was able to convince the Raven King to help him deal with this pack of Amazons. The king immediately tried to strike the Pampushkas, but surprisingly, she was able to withstand his blow and even resist the majestic king with ease. As soon as the donut threw him away, he even flipped over in the air. This scared the Raven King very much, and he immediately disappeared into the air, not wanting to take part in it any further. Leon couldn't believe it, because even the Raven King was scared of these women. Leon mentally turned to him and asked, where did he run off to? The king answered him that this woman is too cruel, but he cannot help him with anything here. Leon disgruntledly reminded the King of Crows about his honor. The king said that his power is not close to standing with this woman, so from now on they are each on their own. Leon realized that in this case he had to fight alone with his shadows. He ordered Shadow number 3 to block the attacks. Shadow number 2 had to try to attack from behind, and that way they had at least some chance of victory. Pampushka immediately understood their tactics and said that it was not fair, and said that in such a case she would also attack from behind. Just as she tried to strike, Shadow number 2 grabbed her arm. This made the donut very angry. She was very angry and immediately grabbed Shadow number 2 by the head and crushed it with her mighty power. Leon immediately received a notification from the system that Shadow number 2 had been destroyed. Pampushka immediately jumped up like a mighty spring, ready to deal with Shadow number 3. Before Leon could look up, a new notification dawned on him. Shadow number 3 was also destroyed. Leon realized that now he would have to fight them alone, so he decided to use his strongest tongue of flame technique. He flew towards the donut with incredible speed, trying to attack her, but she was able to stop him with her sword. She said that his magic resembles the magic of another person who fell here to him. Suddenly, there was an explosion between them caused by Leon. The donut was thrown away and it flew to Earth. Landing with a force that shook the ground, she left behind a deep crater. But she did not fall, leaning on her sword. The woman couldn't hold back her admiration as she watched Leon's powerful attack. His strength and skill impressed her to the core. Leon, full of passion after a successful attack, stood in front of the woman in a fighting position, ready to continue. He challenged, but instead of fighting, the woman unexpectedly retreated, announcing her surrender. Exhausted, she fell to the ground like a doll whose strings have been cut. "I can't move," she whispered, barely moving her lips. "Your magic has harmed me not only from the outside, but also from the inside." Pampushka whispered, "From now on, I will sleep soundly, and only the prince's kiss will be able to wake me up." Leon said that in this case, the fight is over, but he leaves here, thinking that this donut is completely out of his mind. Current said according to their plan, whoever wins the queen must marry her. Leon was shocked when he heard this information and could not believe his ears. Only his mouth was wide open in surprise and fear, because if he had known this, he would not have touched her with a finger. He asked what kind of psycho would agree to such a thing, and asked the women if they were joking with him. Pampushka immediately got up after hearing this, and threatened that if he does not agree, she will put him in prison. Leon began to growl at her, because a minute ago she still could not move. He shouted that he would never marry her, because he would do it only when he fell in love with someone. But Queen Pampushka did not listen to him. She already took the lost kitten in her arms. She said he talks too much, and next time he should think before he speaks. Leon yelled back at her to let him go, calling her a stupid woman. They reached a castle that rose among the mountains. It seemed to be a fortress where the queen and her subjects found refuge. Only women lived in this fortress. It was Bazaar Street through which a girl was rushing, pushing everyone on her way. She stopped and happily spoke, saying that she was summoned again to the queen. This girl's name was Yetsin. A woman who traded in the bazaar said that after the queen's mother passed away, she became a government official, even though she was a child who could not afford it. Leon was brought to the fortress in handcuffs and told to wait until the queen came to talk to him, after which they locked him in a cage to make sure he wouldn't run away. The guy said they couldn't keep him here because he still had a lot of important things to do. Suddenly, someone called for him and said that he was wasting his energy talking to him in vain because they still wouldn't listen to him. Leon saw familiar faces. It was the barbarian and Clemens, who were also captured by female warriors. Suddenly, someone threw something metal right at his feet. It was the key to the lock of the handcuffs. Leon looked at him with surprise, not understanding where it came from. After Leon freed himself, he asked the boys what they were doing here. Clemens told them that the queen defeated them. She knocked out the barbarian with only 2 blows and Clemens with 1. Suddenly his eyes filled with surprise and anxiety. Leon said that he managed to win her over, but then she said that he had to marry her because of that. Clemens was very surprised to hear this and said that he thanked God that he had lost. Leon looked around and saw that a guard was guarding them. He said that this place was very strange, but it was worth finding a way to get out. Leon decided to attract the attention of the female guard. Something flashed before her eyes, but she was distracted for a moment. At the same moment, he abruptly appeared in front of her and offered her 50 shades of lipstick from the famous furry brand. The boys were very surprised where Leon had such things with him. The guard was also interested like any other. Leon said that these were his sister's favorite lipsticks, and he wants to give them as a gift. The female guard was delighted and said it was much better than what they use. Leon said that he would be happy to give her all these lipsticks, but asked to share with them information about what kind of place this is and why only women lived here. The guard said that this is the kingdom of Nuiva, but only women live here, and there are no men, and even when children are born, they are always girls. But every 150 years men fell from the sky, so they always stay here to catch the man in time. Leon asked if they don't have husbands, then where do they have newborn children from, and added that it must be some bug in the system. The guard also said that they have another rule. Leon thought that she would probably share some secret with him now. She said with sadness in her eyes, "The stronger a person is, the bigger her breasts are, and weak people like her can only watch the prisoners." Leon said that he could help her increase her breasts because he had everything for it. Meanwhile, Queen Pampushka, you were looking for an outfit that you wanted to wear on your wedding night. At that time, I came to her room. The queen thanked her for the visit, and the girl asked why she was looking for her. The queen said that today on the hunt for men, she fell in love with one and managed to marry him, but he refused. The queen said that Yetsin was very clever and had to figure out how to persuade him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside the fortress wall, which greatly alarmed the queen and her subjects. She said that she should leave immediately to find out what happened, and while she is gone, she trusts the inner territory of the kingdom of Yetsin. After which, with one powerful jump, she immediately went to the other side of the fortress, behind the large northern wall. This explosion happened right next to their sacred fusee tree, which is why the queen went there so quickly, because it is one of their deities. There was a woman lying on the ground, and she seemed to be fighting with someone, desperately protecting the tree. She lay at Cape's feet and said that they would rather give their lives than allow the tree to be harmed. He wanted to finish off the woman already by giving her the last blow, and added that they even turned out to be much stronger than he expected. But it surprised him. But he did not have time to do this when a warrior named Chili Pepper appeared behind him. She wanted to stop him by striking a powerful blow. She managed to do it, but she threw the cape away with her own, thereby saving her comrades with a powerful blow. This woman turned to Chili Peppers. Then they warned her that she should be careful because this man was very strong. He carefully looked at her and said that it was written about in ancient manuscripts, but he could not imagine that they would turn out to be so strong. He sent his golden phantom at her, saying that in the end, she was just a woman who couldn't awaken her powers. With the help of her agility and speed, she was able to dodge this attack, but Cape was already behind her. He gave her a stern look and said that, unfortunately for her, he couldn't lose, but Chili wasn't going to give up either. She used a fighting technique called Nuiwa, which allowed her to deliver many quick kicks. Cape immediately felt how strong this woman was, because an ordinary person would not be able to cope with her speed. But this warrior managed to do it. Cape thought that luckily for him, he was not alone, and Ernest immediately appeared behind the woman, ready to help his accomplice. Ernest's glass hands were preparing a blank shot technique. It was a sonic destructive wave that could cause colossal damage to the opponent. The blow immediately tore off almost all of her clothing, momentarily disorienting her and losing control of the battle. Therefore, Cape immediately seized the moment and struck her with a blow called Divine Retribution. She immediately fell to the ground. Cape said that she deserved to be the queen of Clan Anuiva because she was very strong. She smiled, seeing that their leader came to her aid, and said that she was not a queen, but a captain. The donut was already standing behind Cape, but looked at him sternly, because he not only dared to attack her subordinates, but also threatened the integrity of their deity. Meanwhile, Leon continued to try to bribe the prisoner, this time offering her a vial of some very useful essence in exchange for information. She was about to even let go, but suddenly they heard footsteps behind them. It was Yetsin, and it seems she came to see the man who was able to impress her queen. Yetsin ordered the prisoner to leave them alone because she wanted to talk to him. Leon is very displeased because this little girl ruined everything. She sat down on his knee in front of him and said that she wanted to introduce herself, and told that she was a minister, and their name was Yetsin. Leon sternly did not look and was amazed that this girl had a human name, unlike other inhabitants of this kingdom. He sternly asked her, did she come to persuade him to marry the queen? Yetsin answered him by asking if he wanted to run away from here. She said that she could help him escape. Leon thought and looked at her chest. She sternly asked him what he was up to. He pointed out that her breasts were very small and she was probably very weak. This was the reason she wouldn't be able to help him out. Yetsin called him a freak and reminded him that she was a civil servant after all. She took the key and told them that she could help them get out, but only if they did her bidding. Yetsin said that she wanted them to help her defeat the queen, namely, dethrone her. This is really impressive because Leon believed that the inhabitants of this kingdom highly valued her. Yetsin said that the queen was very cruel. She enslaved all the women who were more beautiful than her. In this country, it is your crime if you do not match her beauty. She said that this also applied to the girls who fell from the sky just like the men, and they also become slaves. After hearing this, Leon immediately thought about Lin and decided that it was time to start acting. But he said that the Donut Queen was very strong, but he would not be able to defeat her. The girl looked at him and said that she has something that can make him stronger. Queen Pampushka did not hold back, raining a hail of cruel and painful blows on Ernest and Cape. Her fists, like hammers, rained blows, not giving them a chance to breathe. Ernest, gasping for pain, tried to defend himself, but his attempts were in vain. Cape said that it was very impressive and asked with a smile, can people really grow to such sizes? He realized that it was time to intervene because Ernest was already almost alive. He used the Blade of God. Wasting no time, Ernest rushed at Queen Pampushka with a fierce attack, but she, like an unshakable stone pillar, stopped his onslaught, easily blocking his blow. He smiled ominously again and then said that it is very difficult to move quickly with such a huge body. Cape didn't have time to finish the sentence, when suddenly, with lightning speed, Queen Pampushka brought down all her power on him. He couldn't even imagine how she was so close because just a moment ago she seemed far away. Her strike was like an elemental strike. Cape fell unconscious to the ground, overwhelmed by her inhuman strength, spitting blood. He said that the difference between them is very great. Cape, looking at the majestic tree, suddenly realized that their goals intersected. On one of its strong branches hung the fruit he had been chasing for so long. Meanwhile, Leon, without interrupting the conversation with Yetsin, asked, what do you mean by saying that you will make me stronger? She told that 150 years ago, whoever crossed the border of this world left 3 stones filled with energy. She said that they could raise his level to a holy warrior in a short period of time. and with this stone it would be possible to defeat the queen. He asked her why. In that case, she did not take this stone herself and dethrone her. She threw a stern and excited look at him and said that she could not do it, because only someone like him, those who use the power of magic, could use the stone. Leon stood up and said that he really didn't care about their kingdom, but it looks like his friend was in a tough spot, so that changes things. He said that he would go with Yetsin and help her defeat the queen. Chased across the sharp roofs, Leon couldn't hold back his hysterical laughter. They were discovered as soon as they escaped. Now they were chased. Adrenaline pounded in the temples, and fear drove them forward like wild beasts. The barbarian at this time asked, "And why does he blame him for this?" Leon said. "What is it because the barbarian tried to steal food?" A brittle brick suddenly crunched under Leon's feet, and he, losing his balance, flew down. "Help!" he shouted. But his words were already drowned in the noise of the chase. The heavy impact against the water drew a groan of pain from Leon as he landed in an unknown pool. The water was hot, burning his body through his clothes. He saw a group of naked women in front of him. It was a local bathhouse where women gathered. For a brief moment, he felt as if he had been transported to another dimension again. But this time, it was a true paradise. At this time, Ernest was being beaten by the queen with all his might. He did not know what to do because they could not defeat her. Cape staggered on his feet, whispered, "Is this the power of the queen?" Confusion gripped him. How could a holy warrior chosen of the gods, whose sword still brought death to his enemies, lose so horribly? He asked himself. He said in despair that her power was too powerful and that this would be the end for them. Eyes burning with fury as she leaped to her feet again. Her movements were lightning fast, full of hatred. "What are you squirming, you bastard?" Her angry scream rang out as she delivered a crushing kick to his chest. At that moment, Ernest stuck to her back like a tick. There he again wanted to use the technique with which he defeated the chili pepper on her. The queen threw him down and shouted that she wouldn't let him do it. Thus, Ernest was able to buy some time for the cape. Cape was already flying to attack her. He wanted to try to use his divine light right away. There was a powerful flash, and the queen barely managed to close her eyes. It was able to blind her for a moment. Then this allowed them to escape. Ernest and Cape walked through the forest and discussed what had happened. They realized that the power of the people in this world far exceeded their own. Cape asked Ernest how far to go to the meeting place. The boy replied that, judging by the map, they were already almost there. In a dark corner of the forest, they met Yetsin. Her figure suddenly appeared from the darkness, like a ghost. Her eyes, cold and piercing, like two pieces of ice, fixed their gaze on them. She jumped to meet them and said they were too slow. Ernest asked if it was the same binding wine as she was just a child. Yetsin said to show her more respect as she was older than them. Cape approached her and smiled, saying that she must be an agent of the Ien's family on this earth. She replied that everything is true. Then it was her. Returning to the Cape, Yetsin inquired if there was another boy with them who came from their land. She added that he had a rather unusual appearance, and his name was Leon Mun. These words instantly ignited Cape's fury. He asked, disgruntled, how this was possible, because he thought that he had already been destroyed. Besides, he did not have enough strength to go through the rift. They asked Yetsin how they knew it was true. The girl said that he caused a real stir, and even the queen approved of him, after which she asked the boys that perhaps because of their injuries, they are not so strong now. She asked them if they would help destroy the tree and appropriate its fruits to the Ien's family. Ernest asked her if that was why she was looking for them. But was this strategy developed 150 years ago? Yetsin said that she was only a civil servant, so she was not much in the fight, but warned them that they should not worry too much, because she always relies on her mind, and she already had a plan that she started implementing. Hundreds of years ago, people came to the world. They discovered that although the local women did not know how to use the power of magic, but instead they possessed enormous power. Besides, there were no men here, but they continued to reproduce. After some investigation, the confused men learned that there was a tree of gods in this world, and this tree was called Fusi, and strange fruits grew on this tree, after eating the fruits of which the power increased and had no limit. The same thanks to these fruits, local women had incredible strength. Every spring when the tree blossomed and women went to collect buds, and after a woman drank a decoction from these buds, she had the opportunity to get pregnant. People who found out about it turned to the queen to make a deal. They wanted to exchange their things from their world for some fruits. The queen was very interested in the trinkets that were offered to her, so she agreed. One of the people who returned to Earth found that after eating the fruit, they could serve the highest level. That is, they could submit the level of a saint warrior. This surprised many because instantly it was all documented in the scroll. This scroll was kept by the String Clan in secret, and no one knows its exact location, so every 150 years men come to their world in exchange, and the fruits of the Fushi tree. Among those who crossed the border of their world was a young man named Jongens, who was in the Heaven clan. He was a cheerful and intelligent guy who helped the world with only women to develop. During this period, he fell in love with a woman from the country of Nuva. He asked the queen to stay here and live with her lover. The queen believed that he had done a lot for this country, so she allowed him to do it. He stayed here and created his happy family. This country was an alternative world. But it often turns out that everything is not as simple as it seems. And everything Alistair did was a conspiracy. He tried to win the trust of the queen. In order to create his offspring and be able to cooperate with the descendants from the Heaven clan and destroy the Fuzi sacred tree by capturing all the Fuzi fruits and giving them to the Heaven clan to cultivate and create a monopoly. And to this day, the descendants of Jongens were Yetsin. She spoke about it completely calmly, and it seems that she wanted to be frank with her companions. Cape asked the girl what she meant by the words the plan had already begun to be implemented, but she had already left and said they just had to wait for her signal and she would help them defeat the queen. Turning around, she smiled and said that even this boy, Leon Moon, will help them. The boys stopped for the first time. Having found themselves in the forest, Leon exhaled and said that it seems that they are no longer being chased. The boys were unhappy that Leon agreed to cooperate with the girl. He said that he helped them escape, only so that they would help him find the stone. By splitting up, they hoped to increase the chances of a successful search and save time. Leon raced through the thicket of the forest, obsessed with finding the stone. He activated the system, spending 6,000 points to resurrect the shadows. He asked number 1, number 2, and number 3 to spread out into the forest to facilitate the search. Thanks to the shadows hovering over the forest, Leon was able to scan the vast area and quickly find what he was looking for: gems. Approaching the majestic rocky massif that resembled a cave, the boys could not hide their surprise as to how he managed to find this place, because from the outside it was no different from other rocks. Leon touched the rock and whispered, "It's a strange door that looks like a mechanism. They'll have to do something to open it." Leon turned the round stone on the stone door, and a stone drawer with 3 indentations appeared below. "Looks like something to put in here and say the magic words," he said. An inscription flaunted above each depression. On the first, it was said that to open the door, you need to defeat the guard. On the second, that money gives power and strength. And on the third, a simple question: why is he so strong? Leon asked irritably. Are they going to have to solve riddles, because there was absolutely no time for that? Suddenly, a majestic knight appeared behind him, already swinging a shiny sword at him. Leon, who was deep in thoughts about separation and searching for answers, did not have time to react. The knight struck a terrible blow that split the rock on which Leon was standing. The force of the blow was such that the stones flew into small pieces. Fortunately, the boys managed to push Leon away, and he was miraculously unharmed. He fell to the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. "What the hell is going on here?" he exclaimed, not expecting such an attack. Meanwhile, a fierce battle broke out between the boys and the knights. This knight possessed inhuman strength, but his speed left much to be desired. The barbarian, intrigued by what hides under the armor, tore the helmet from the knight with incredible force, and seeing the face hiding under it, froze in surprise. Before he could even blink an eye, he received a terrible blow that threw him far back. Colliding with a rock, he fainted. When he woke up, he muttered that his head was splitting from the pain. Leon, wasting no time, asked, "Who was hiding under these armors?" The barbarian stammered that he had something important to say, but assured Leon that he should not be afraid after hearing the truth. To their surprise, when the helmet was removed from the armor and the armor was opened, there was no body inside, but only a burning flame. Meanwhile, the battle raged around them. Despite the fact that only disembodied flames erupted from their armor, it fought with the fury of a true berserker. The boys fought the incorporeal monster made of iron, beating it with fury, but it seemed that no harm could be done to it. Clemens, attacking the guard, felt a powerful magical force in him. This suggested that someone was controlling this creature from the outside. This also explained the strange behavior of the armor, which moved as if it were alive. The battle raged with unstoppable fury as the living armor, like a predatory man, rushed at Leon with brutal force. Leon, deftly dodging the brutal attacks of the guard, decided to take a decisive step. He rushed at the steel monster, using the destructive technique Thunder Roll. Leon reported that he was able to block his movements and told Clemens to break his shield. Clemens wasted no time in attacking, his body filled with strength due to a special concentration technique, moving with ease and power. Thanks to a lightning attack, the boy managed to crush the guard's shield and even tear off his arm. Leon praised Clemens for his excellent work and asked how he was feeling. The boy looked at his palm and said that his hand was a little numb, because the guard was under the influence of a high electric current. However, this blow was unable to stop the steel monster completely. He, staggering but still standing firmly on his feet, prepared for another attack. Realizing that normal attacks would not stop the monster, Leon concentrated as he felt the flames rising in his body. He was ready to unleash a fire attack. Suddenly, a barbarian emerged from the darkness behind the guard. His face, distorted by rage, resembled a demonic mask. He craved revenge. The barbarian, wasting no time, grabbed the guard by the body and threw him over him with incredible force, like a doll. It was a spectacular technique borrowed from classical wrestling. Not giving the steel monster a chance to even recover, the barbarian rushed at him, easily overcoming his resistance. Defeated, he wasted no time and immediately used the monster's body, wearing its strong armor. The barbarian, approaching Leon, threw him a tablet with the words, "Found it in that monster." The boy, looking at the thing in surprise, exclaimed, "This is the sign of a guard." Wasting no time, Leon placed the tablet into the recess in the stone drawer that emerged from the rock, from which a white magic beam immediately appeared. Leon, with a beam on his face, looked at his friends and said, "Looks like we're on the right track." Leon pondered the second riddle. He understood that money is power, but what is real power? Is it just physical power or something more? The barbarian, hearing these riddles again, grabbed his head and groaned, "These words make my head crackle. I swear, I will never solve riddles again in my life." Suddenly, Clemens pulled out a crystal from his pocket and offered, "What? How to use it? Maybe he will help us." Leon looked at him in surprise. Clemens explained, "This crystal is not just a precious stone. It can become both a source of wealth and a material for developing strength." Leon, with a smile on his face, patted Clement on the shoulder and said, "You are not only handsome, but also very smart." The crystal was carefully placed in the second recess, and the magical light flashed again, marking the successful completion of the task. Only the third mystery remained, waiting to be solved. "Only the last step remained," Leon exclaimed, impatiently waiting for the solution to the third riddle. He begged Clemens for help, but the boy admitted that he could not even imagine what it could be. Gathering all his strength, Leon plunged into thought. Remembering Yetzin's words about the queen, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment come to him. With a beaming smile, Leon announced, "I know the answer." Clemens, intrigued, listened. "This is something that can only be obtained by crossing the border, something that does not exist in this world." It was a crystal again. Leon, wasting no time, lowered it into the recess, and again a magical light flashed, but this time it was blue in color. The heavy stone door of the rock began to creak open, revealing a dark passage. The boys, holding their breath, eagerly awaited what was hidden behind this door leading to the dream treasury. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a cool, dark cave. After walking a little further, the boys noticed a chest decorated with exquisite carvings, on which engraved words shone. It was engraved, "The descendants who devoted their lives to the creation of this relic will surely help us finish the job." In addition, the inscription stated, "By destroying the body and expanding the aura, you will be able to step on the path to the divine realm. However, careless performance of the ritual risks bringing all your efforts to nothing." The last words were difficult to decipher. Turning to his friends, Leon announced that they had fulfilled their promise, but a much more dangerous test lay ahead. But he cannot force them to risk their lives. Therefore, everyone must decide for himself whether he is ready to go further. "We fought together, shared joys and sorrows, and now it is our duty to continue this path to the end. You cannot abandon your brothers to their will, the barbarian exclaimed with passion. Clemens, waving his hands, said that he simply had nowhere to go. Besides, there is no way to leave this women's world, so he is also in business. Leon smiled and said that now they are a group of guys who do not know how to live or die, after which he added that in this case, they will continue the journey together. With these words, he galloped forward heroically. If so, I propose to return home. I am not going to die here, he exclaimed. Disturbing rumors were raging in the local bazaar, women whispering to each other the news that someone had desecrated their sacred tree today. Uneasiness spread over the kingdom like a dark cloud. People whispered about dangerous foreigners who became more and more defiant, and their conversations seethed with anger. Leon, being in a safe place, witnessed these conversations. The women discussed that the tree was saved only thanks to the queen, so they wanted the foreigners to start being executed. What a sacred tree, grumbled the barbarian, disgruntled, because they had not seen such a tree on their way. Leon thought again. He explained that many things were not clear in this world, and he had some suspicions. Chili Pepper was seriously injured. She was lying on the ground. An excited queen approached her. The woman wanted to explain something to her, but Queen Pampushka told her not to talk because she had to save her strength until medical help arrived. Korleva called foreigners bastards, but she could not believe that they could harm her people like that. She was extremely angry and said if she even had to dig in the ground, she would still find them and destroy them. At this time, 3 unknown women appeared on the market square. The blonde said not to worry and that no one would pay attention to them. Leon came up with the brilliant idea of dressing up in women's clothing, hoping that no one would recognize them that way. But the barbarian and Clemens were very unhappy about it. He said that they are nervous for nothing and that there is nothing wrong with pretending to be a woman. Leon wasted no time approaching one of the women in the bazaar. He asked her if she knew where the girls who had recently crossed the border had been taken, and emphasized that they had an important mission from the queen. The woman, after thinking for a while, answered that the girls they were asking about had been taken to the waiting room. To find this place, they just need to go to the intersection. Following the woman's instructions, the travelers soon found themselves near the majestic palace. Its architecture was impressive with luxury and elegance. The facade was decorated with sophisticated sculptures and ornaments. Leon, inspecting the palace, did not hide his surprise. This is not at all like a place where prisoners are kept, he muttered displeasedly, because they were kept in cages like wild animals. Suddenly, through the noise of the city, a familiar voice reached Leon. It was Lin's voice. Without hesitating for a second, he rushed towards her, shouting her name. Meanwhile, Lin's desperate cries came from the palace. She begged for help, repeating that she could no longer bear this terrible bondage. Her voice was full of pain and despair. The boys, hearing Lin's screams, rushed to the palace. When they found her, they were filled with genuine surprise. At first glance, Lin really seemed like she was at a resort. She was surrounded by the luxurious environment of a 5-star hotel, and the skillful hands of the masseur gently massaged her body. James was sitting next to Lin, reclining comfortably in a comfortable chair. He was leisurely sipping his coconut milkshake, giving her interested glances from time to time. Leon, unable to control his rage, abruptly tore off the wig from his head and threw it on the floor. His eyes were burning with anger and his voice was trembling with emotion. "How can you have fun here while I'm risking my life?" As always, James remained calm. He explained to Leon that he himself did not understand what was happening. They and Lin and others were really settled here as soon as they appeared in this strange world. James speculated that he might have been mistaken for a woman again, as he often faced this mistake due to his androgynous appearance. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in front of them. "Even if you come from another world, we sincerely welcome you here. We respect foreigners because they bring with them new knowledge and experience," she said in a sonorous voice. Unexpectedly for Leon, the girl rushed to James, hugging him and calling him young sir. Leon was shocked and confused by this scene. He did not understand what was happening and felt the injustice of the situation. James, a bit confused but still with a smile, explained that the girl's name was Garnet. She worked here as a waitress and really knew that he was a man. However, she promised to keep his secret in exchange for stories about their world. Leon turned to the girl and said that James would give them many valuable things if she could tell them something about this world. She smiled sincerely, and said that she would be happy to tell. The first thing she told was about the sacred Fusi tree, and that it was the source of life for their world. Leon said that it looked like they wanted to bring back some of the fruit from the Fusi tree, and they began to have a lively discussion on the subject. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting on the sofa and listening to them with interest. Leon said that he managed to collect almost all the information, but there were still a few strange moments. The most questions arose for Yetsin herself. When Lin heard her name, she said that she met her, and she gave the impression of a naughty child. Lin said that they met with her as soon as they arrived here. It was suspicious that Yetsin was interested not only in the personality of each person, but also in the position of forces on Earth, and questioned everything in detail. Leon, deep in thought, did not immediately notice how someone approached them. It was two girls. They looked at the boys in confusion. It was Eva Gan and Luna Hai. They asked why the boys were dressed so strangely and said they were perverts. Ignoring their words, Leon announced that their goal was to find some fruits and leave this place as soon as possible. He asked the girls to join them. Ava, although acknowledging the pleasure of their stay, noted that they were bored and it was time to go home. Eva's words about going home made Garnet excited. She quickly ran to James and worriedly asked if it was really true. James said that sooner or later he would inevitably have to return to his own world. Granat, looking at James, felt deep sadness. It hurt her to realize that her friend was about to disappear from her life. After leaving the cozy estate, they went to the town, where they were surrounded by picturesque streets. Suddenly, someone from their friends shouted that danger was approaching. Raising his eyes, the boy was surprised to see before him the majestic Queen Pampushka. Leon ordered his friends not to look Queen Pampushka in the eyes. He begged them to immediately look down and pass by in silence. Having passed Queen Pampushka, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, when he thought that the danger was behind him, the majestic figure stopped. Instinctively, he also froze, his heart clenching at the sudden strain. She threw her murderous look at him, then asked where he was dressed like that. Their plan failed, and their friends were exposed. Leon yelled that they should immediately run to the sacred tree. Without thinking, he rushed forward to stop Queen Pampushka. "Run to the tree!" he shouted to his friends, realizing that they needed to flee immediately. Leon decided to use his strongest technique, Prometheus Flame, against the donut. The queen said that Leon had the same technique as the guy who attacked the sacred tree, and decided that they must be together. Even though he gave her a few more powerful blows, and then used the destructive power of the thunder, it only seemed to anger Queen Pampushka without causing her any harm. Leon was stunned and disappointed. He couldn't believe that his powerful blows and the destructive power of the thunder couldn't even scratch Queen Pampushka. Queen Pampushka had already swung her mighty fist at Leon, ready to crush him like an insect. And at that moment, Leon realized that the mysterious power of the Fusi fruit really existed, and it was within her. Before even blinking an eye, Leon felt the terrible force of Queen Pampushka's blow. His body, like a doll, flew through the air, and then crashed into the stone wall of the palace with a crash. Suddenly, on the battlefield, in the midst of chaos and destruction, two loyal friends of Leon the Barbarian and Clemens appeared. Their faces were full of determination and readiness to help their brother in this dangerous battle. Without wasting a single second, the Barbarian roared at Queen Pampushka, his mighty battle-hardened hands glistening in the sun, ready to crush any enemy. He used his famous steel fist technique, moving with incredible speed and brutality. Gathering all his rage and strength, the Barbarian struck Queen Pampushka with a devastating blow with the hammer of fate. He was sure that this terrible blow would sweep her off the face of the earth. But to his surprise, the queen not only withstood the blow but remained unscathed and struck him back with a terrible blow. Her fist, like a hammer, fell on the chest of the Barbarian, piercing him through. With a cry of pain, he fell to the ground, losing consciousness. With a disdainful expression on her face, Queen Pampushka spoke, "I despise such primitive creatures as you who rely only on brute strength. This is not real strength, it is a pathetic imitation." Without wasting a second, Clemens lunged at Queen Pampushka using his deadly energy concentration technique. This impressive technique allowed him to gather all his energy in one point, delivering blows of indescribable power. The blast wave tore through the air, and the sky shone with a blinding light. Clemens, like a doll, was thrown tens of meters, and his body crashed against stones and trees. With anger in her eyes, Queen Pampushka approached Leon's motionless body. The first rule of the female clan clearly states that anyone who attacks the Fushi tree or its clan must be punished immediately. Queen Pampushka had already swung to deliver the final blow that would destroy Leon forever, but suddenly felt a strong jolt of magical energy that stopped her hand. She was furious that someone dared to stop her when she was about to execute someone who dared to harm their kingdom. "It's strange," said the boy, approaching Queen Pampushka. "He talked about Leon and said that this boy always had something special about him." The shadow that surrounded him seemed to turn into light, attracting people to him like butterflies to a flame. A girl was walking next to the boy. Her hand was resolutely reaching for the sword hanging in the scabbard. "With him by my side," she said. Her voice was full of faith. "I know we will win." The old team was back together. Lynn and James had changed clothes and were armed with their best weapons. James turned to the queen and said that even though she treated them well, they still had to defeat her here. In this, Clemens tried to get up after the collision with the donut. Suddenly, James kicked Clemens directly on the head, and he flew a couple of meters away, saying that the wounded should be thrown from the battlefield. James turned to Clemens and called him a boy from the Temple of War, and said that when Leon was in danger, he ran away faster than anyone. Lynn gave him a harsh look and asked why he hit him. James said that he is Leon's real friend, not these bastards. In a moment, Queen Pampushka rushed at him, holding her huge sword in her hands, and said that she was tired of these conversations. James, without hesitation, raised his majestic cannon and fired with incredible force, directing the projectile directly into the jaw of the queen. Wasting no time, Lynn flew over her like a bird of prey, a gleaming sword in her hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The sound of the shot echoed throughout the valley, and a powerful explosion appeared in the sky, lighting up the sky. Stones began to fall from everywhere. James said that this queen was really a wild beast. Suddenly, fear and surprise appeared on his face. He saw Lynn fall to the ground. The impact was so powerful that a crater formed in the ground around her. The Donut Queen was already flying at him again, saying that he has no time to worry about others. The world before James's eyes dissolved in a blinding flash as a second explosion shook the ground with incredible force. Dust and smoke filling everything around, enveloping the battlefield in an impenetrable veil. Just when the blade was about to pierce James, Leon appeared like a whirlwind from nowhere. He held a blade in one hand, and in the other a stone that gave him incredible strength, capable of resisting any enemy. He bit into one of them and spoke the words he saw on the tablet in the cave. He had to break his body to increase the power of the energy. Meanwhile, the girls ran at full speed to the tree. They were convinced that someone was chasing them, but they realized that there was no chase. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Leon's body. The energy emanating from him was so strong that it eclipsed the sun and illuminated everything around. He looked sternly at the queen without taking his eyes off her, and told James that he should enter the sacred tree. But the friend did not want to leave him. Leon smiled and said that he shouldn't worry because this time she will definitely be destroyed. Leon's gaze, full of unearthly power and fury, pierced James through and through. It was the same look, a predator ready to pounce on his prey and tear it to pieces. That convinced him, but he started running, only telling Leon to be careful. Leon looked at the queen and said, "If she wants to get to the sacred tree, unfortunately she won't get there today." Donut said that Leon didn't blame her, because her heart is breaking with pain because she needs to hit him. She tried to give him a powerful blow using the ground-splitting technique, but the boy easily dodged the attack. He directed his hands at her, folding them in the form of a dog. This meant that he was using the dog sign technique. A terrible magical phantom immediately appeared next to her, which clung to her hand. The queen asked why it was. His magic suddenly became so powerful. Without giving the queen a chance to recover, Leon immediately used the devastating fire bull mark technique, folding his hands in an intricate shape that resembled a bull's head. The collision was inevitable. The queen, despite her majesty and status, is knocked down by a powerful blow. Her body falls to the ground. The queen fell to the ground, writhing in pain, her arms and legs flailing wildly, screams escaping her mouth. But that wasn't all. Leon continued to attack her, saying they weren't done yet. He gave her a powerful blow using the mad sword technique and said that the deed was done, and now he was extremely strong. There was still a lot of dust and smoke from the explosion in the place where Leon hit. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the queen. She said that she had not seen him for several days and he had already become so strong. The smoke melted, revealing an impressive picture. In front of Leon stood Pampushka, but not the one he knew. Her image turned into a charming beauty. Her voice, like velvet, cut through the silence. "You caused me unbearable pain, the kind I have never felt before." Leon confusedly asked her who she was. The donut answered that she was his beloved woman. He growled in displeasure and called her a liar. The queen replied that she changes her account after absorbing the fat. Leon continued to look at her in confusion. She said that she would do everything in her power. Without wasting a single second, she charged again. Her fist like a hammer smashed the ground, forcing Leon to retreat. It was the legendary earth-splitting technique. The force of the blow was so terrible that Leon's sword was torn from his hands and stuck deep in the ground. He immediately noticed that this time her strength and speed had increased significantly, and he could not relax for a second, because his life was at stake. Her sword disappeared into the ground with a thud. "This time, let's fight fair," her voice rang out. Leon, looking at her in surprise, could not understand. Why she lowered her weapon? Does she underestimate him? "In fair fights, we don't look for easy ways," she explained. Leon couldn't help but smile. "It's nicer to talk with such beauties," he purred, her piercing gaze fixed on him. "Does it matter what you said before?" her soft voice said. She immediately rushed at him using her powerful arms as a weapon and asked, does Leon think he can beat her? From her devastating blow, the boy flew like a doll and crashed into the rock with a roar. Stones fell around like hail. Her blow sent a searing pain through Leon, as if his back had been split in two. Like a predatory cat, she closed the distance between them in a flash and charged again, aiming to pierce his chest with a powerful blow. But Leon was able to jump away, saving his life, after which he smiled and asked her if she wanted to destroy her own husband. He got into a fighting stance and said that it was time to use the technique that his father had taught him. She flew towards him again, aiming, not giving Leon a single second to catch his breath as she flew to attack him, asking what kind of strange pose he was using. Her foot, like a marble projectile, whizzed past him without touching. "The sun is born in movement and energy and silence," his calm voice rang out. She was impressed not only by the lightning speed and precision of Leon's movements, but also by his unmoved calmness. His fist, like a hammer, crashed into her chest. She flew away, as if she had been hit by a locomotive running at full speed. He asked her what it was like to be defeated by her own power, before smiling smugly. Throwing a disgusted look at him, she called him a freak through her teeth. Like a predatory cat, she quickly rose to her feet, ready to attack again. She threw a few more powerful and swift blows, but they missed, Leon dodging as if he were her shadow. Unrelenting, she threw blows at him, but Leon immovably blocked each of them. The same ones that broke through his defense, he simply avoided with ease. After that, he struck her again with a powerful blow, using her own strength, which caused the donut to fall to the ground again. Leon, without opening his eyes, felt absolute harmony. He did not fight, but simply danced with the flows of energy and power, turning them to his will. He smiled and said that he didn't even expect that his old man's technique would work, but it pleasantly surprised him. Suddenly, she jumped up again, preparing for another attack. Leon was even amazed that she could still stand on her feet. Suddenly, he felt some strange feelings. Looking at his hands, he asked what happened, because he felt how his strength suddenly disappeared. He felt that his magical energy was escaping like sand through his fingers. Leon could not understand what had happened and why it was happening. Suddenly, he remembered again the inscriptions that he saw in the cave. There it was said that increasing one's energy and reaching the peak is possible only through self-destruction. She threw punches at him again and said he was distracted. This time, Leon blocked her attack by awkwardly putting his hands out in front of him. The expected victory turned into a defeat. The queen cried out in surprise. She rushed to Leon. "What happened? Where did your strength go?" she asked, continuing to strike. He could feel her strength only increasing, while his own, on the contrary, was leaving him with incredible speed. Leon understood that if he continued in the same spirit, he would soon be unable to move at all. So the only thing left for him was to use his Legion of Shadows. In a moment, the donut was surrounded by shadows that immediately started attacking her, inflicting brutal blows. She could not see them, and thought that Leon was using some magic again. Leon smiled and said that maybe he should be ashamed of it, but no one told him that he should be a knight. His shadows were ready to listen to their master's orders and destroy anyone who stood in their way. She continued to attack, and he expertly used his last strength to block these attacks. She felt that someone grabbed her leg, but she could not even move it, after which the queen fell to the ground, and admitted that his tricks were indeed impressive. The queen realized that she could not continue like this. The longer she drags, the worse things will end for her, so she had to end it. She charged again and said that this dash would be her last and she had to destroy him with one blow. She moved with such incredible speed that even the shadows could not keep up with her. Leon understood that she wanted to use one punch to decide the outcome of this fight, and added that he liked that very much. He held out his hand in front of him, saying that it was important to act easily and smoothly. He needed to feel the surge of strength again. Screaming frantically, she rushed at him, fury in her eyes. Her fists like hammers rained down on his body, destroying everything in its path. But Leon, like a whirlwind, overtook her again. His blow, full of colossal power, exploded with a powerful stream of energy that scattered them in different directions. The force of the impact threw them both away. She flew in the air like a doll, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Leon, unable to stand on his feet, was breathing heavily, feeling how his body was shaking from the injuries he had received. Meanwhile, Yetsin approached him. She smiled. "You said that she did not expect that they would both lose." A wicked smile stretched across her face as she spoke. It seems everything was going exactly as she had planned. Next to her, with smug smiles on their faces, stood Cape and Ernest. Their eyes shone with triumph because Leon was finally defeated. Ernest, with a cruel smile on his face, gave him a devastating kick. "Lie down and die, you wretched worm," he growled. Yetsin was actually very impressed that at such a young age, Leon was able to even wrestle with the queen. She said that he was really impressive with his strength, but still, he would lose this battle. Cape said that they don't know if the queen is still alive or not anyway, so they better make sure. Cape looked at her and said that he did not expect that she could be so beautiful, so he was even sorry to destroy her, but it is necessary for the sake of the great cause. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the shrill whistle of an arrow rushing towards its victim. With lightning speed, she dug into his shoulder, letting out a cry of pain. A few more arrows hissed past, sinking into the ground at his feet, but he was lucky, because he would have been destroyed by now. Ernest, with furrowed brows, turned sharply and threw an angry look towards the source of the noise. "What's going on?" he growled, his voice filled with rage. His gaze slid over the rows of armed women who surrounded him in a dense ring. Despite the diversity of their faces, the same rage burned in their eyes. At the head of the squad, with a cold smile on her face, stood the same girl whom Leon encountered immediately after arriving in this world. Her name was Onion. "You are trapped," she said in a clear, razor-sharp voice, not hiding the sinister pleasure in her eyes, while Leon tried to understand what was happening. The queen gradually began to rise. Cape could not believe his eyes and was amazed that she was still alive. Yetsin approached her and said that, of course, the queen is alive, because her strength was higher than the level of warriors, after which she smiled and said that this is the strongest queen in the history of their world. Cape, confused, looked at the Onion. He could not understand what was happening. He was overcome with anxiety. His eyes ran from Yetsin to the armed women surrounding them. Queen Ludo started screaming and saying that Yetsin betrayed them and betrayed the Ien's family. But Yetsin was not frightened by this. She responded by shouting for the queen to shut up and added that she hates the Ien's family. Leon watched them carefully this time. Yetsin said that she could grow up calmly and happily as an ordinary child, but the Ien's family ruined her life. She said that the head of the Ien's family married her great-grandmother only because she was weak and docile and he could completely control her. But when the child was born, he showed his true face. He beat the grandmother and locked her in the house and did not let her out, so she passed away a few years later, after which he brainwashed his child, after which she was under the influence of the Ien's family. The children had to pass on the will of the Ien's family, from generation to generation. Thus, he turned into a demon who abused each of his descendants. Yetsin could not escape this fate either, and for any disobedience she was brutally beaten and abused. One day, she could not bear it, decided to destroy this demon with her own hands, and finally finish off the entire Ien's family. Onion turned to the student and ordered them to get ready, after which she gave the order to open fire. At that moment, the archers released a swarm of arrows into the sky, which ended up above the heads of Cape and others. Yetsin, with a deep sigh, raised her eyes to the sky. Her voice, low and trembling, rang out in this tense silence. She said that this must be the end. When it was over, they saw Cape, who covered himself with Ernest's body to save himself from the arrows. Despite the numerous wounds, Ernest was still breathing. His voice, weak and trembling, barely broke through the moan of pain. Cape immediately threw it away as if it were junk he no longer needed. His life was brought before his eyes, and images from his childhood began to appear before him. Ernest recalled how he met Griffin. He then asked him if he could join him to train together. They wanted to become the strongest warriors in their clan, and were the best of friends. Everything was going well, but the boys were able to achieve great success. But one day there appeared a guy who, according to rumors, was invincible, and even managed to reach the 20th floor of the Tower of Triumph. Burning with anger and thirst for revenge, Ernest immediately sent Griffin to deal with the brazen upstart. But when the news of Griffin's death at the hands of Leon reached his ears, Ernest's world darkened, after which he came to help Cape. Then they had a plan related to the Queen of Women. But probably Ernest could not have imagined that everything would end for him as well as for his best friend. Suddenly, as if pulled out of the darkness, a delirium appeared before Ernest. His eyes, clouded with tears, recognized Griffin in him with horror, and his face shone with an unearthly light. Extending his hand to Ernest, he said, "Come with me. It's time for us to be together again." These words, full of longing and love, pierced Ernest's heart, calling him to the abyss of eternal peace. Ernest, exhausted with grief, sobbed, beating his fists on the ground. His cries of despair echoed in the empty air. "I could not save you, Griffin. I could not avenge you." Exhausted and wounded, Leon slowly approached Ernest. His eyes, shadowed by the shadow of pity, slid over the face of his former enemy. He saw in him not a young man full of passion and thirst for revenge, but only a broken man, broken by grief and loss. And Leon said that he really did not expect it to end like this. He looked longingly into his eyes and said that maybe they could become good friends. After that, Leon turned to the queen and said that he too had been deceived, just like her. He raised the magic elixir to his mouth, then said that he would deal with the latter himself, asking the women not to interfere. Leon, gritting his teeth, whispered words like a spell. "Destroy the body. Increase strength." His eyes, filled with dark energy, lit up with an ominous light. Yetsen screamed at him and said if he used it again, his body wouldn't be able to take it. But it was already too late. Leon bit the capsule and growled that he was going straight to the kingdom of the gods. Incredibly powerful magical energy began to flow from him. Cape was amazed by this power and could not even comprehend it. Suddenly, like a ravenous predator, Leon appeared behind Cape. His hand, clenched into a fist like a hammer, rushed to the defenseless body. The air was torn by the whistling of the wind, which foreshadowed imminent death. But Cape, without losing a second, managed to react. From his hands appeared a shining sphere filled with holy power. With lightning speed, he threw it at Leon, like a fiery projectile rushing to its goal. The boy was able to stop her and said that it would not be able to harm him, after which he began to absorb this power into himself. And focusing all his power, he channeled that energy back at Cape. A blinding flash of light enveloped the warrior, and with a deafening thud, he fell to the ground, unable to withstand the brutal blow. Leon, approaching Cape, said with sarcasm in his voice, "Aren't you ashamed to lose to someone like me, Cape?" Without taking his eyes off him, just snorted, thereby expressing his arrogance and contempt. Leon, looking at Cape with a crazy look, hissed, "Not even a shadow will remain of you if I deprive you of the title of Holy Warrior. Without him, you are nothing." Cape, like a hunted animal, greedily grabbed the air. His eyes, full of fear and hatred, were directed at Leon. Leon, hovering over the Cape like a predator over its prey, spoke with icy coolness, "It's time to pay." Leon, stepping on Cape's chest, pushed him into the ground with all his fury. Memories of the words of the doctor who dissected the body of teacher Anthony. Horrible images flashed in his head. The torn eyes and gutted bones of the victim appeared before his eyes. A horrible roar escaped Cape, his body writhing under the influence of an unseen force. Joints cracked like branches under boots, and muscles twisted in a terrible grimace of pain. Overcome with terror, Cape exclaimed, turning to Leon, "What are you going to do to me? You are crazy!" His voice trembled with fear, and his eyes were wide with terror. To Cap's dismay, the doctor added that Anthony had also lost a leg, and Leon mercilessly repeated the same to him. He was tearing it to pieces like a chicken he was preparing for dinner. Cape begged him to stop, but it was impossible. Leon looked at him with glassy and crazy eyes and said that when Cape destroyed his teacher, he should have guessed that this day would come, and the same fate would await him. He threatened him with destruction because he was the leader of the Sky Clan. Cape said that his clan would never forgive him, and he would not be able to escape. Leon only responded with a crazed look at Cape's words, making it clear that he didn't care about his threats. Cape, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. The disappearance of Cape without a trace would not cause suspicion in anyone, because he suppressed his powers to enter another space, and the fact that he was destroyed here would not cause unnecessary questions. Leon kicked him and said that no one will even know that he was destroyed by Leon Moon. At this time, James, Lynn, and Clemens were watching these events with delight. Leon noticed her and asked what they were doing here, because he told them to leave. James said that they found out about the plan and they decided to go back. Leon didn't expect that. Cape lay on the ground and complained that it was all the fault of the Nueva clan of women and asked if he was just going to be destroyed like that. A needle appeared in his mouth, and he said that he was simply not going to die, but that he would take Leon with him. Gathering his last strength, Cape spat towards Leon, releasing a poisoned needle from his mouth. He threw it with such force that it whizzed through the air like lightning. Seeing the thrown needle, Lynn rushed towards Cape with lightning speed, covering him with her own body. Her brave act saved him from certain death. Leon picked up the girl who was barely standing. Her voice, weak and trembling, rang out in the silence. It was a poisoned needle. Despite the dire situation, Cape, bursting with mad laughter, exclaimed, "This poison is a unique development of the Heaven clan. There is no cure for it." Eva immediately covered his mouth with ice so that he wouldn't annoy them. Leon was overcome with true madness. He was already sorry for leaving him to die a slow death, and rushed to the Cape to tear him to pieces. He used his mad sword to cut him into several pieces and shut his mouth forever. Leon looked around and saw that his friends were trying to save Lynn, but it was impossible to remove the poison from the body. He approached Lynn and said that he would try to do it himself, but the poison spread very quickly. Leon turned to the system and shouted that he wanted to use the diagnostics. James liked the look on him, so knew that he was hiding the system from others. The system explained that the poison had already spread throughout the body, and the chance of healing was very small. The system alerted and warned Leon that if he continued to use the healing power, it would only hurt him. He told the system to shut up and continue healing. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, because they thought he was talking to himself. James looked at Leon with his all-seeing magical gaze, and what he saw shocked him. He saw that behind him there were some strange creatures that were amazing with their extraterrestrialness. Leon understood that there was very little time left, but the side effects had already begun. He was under such terrible stress because he could not help her that he began to lose consciousness. The last thing he did was shout her name out loud, after which he immediately turned off. It was already deep night. Leon was lying in bed and sleeping. It seemed to him that it was a terrible dream. He was still fast asleep. Suddenly, he was woken up by strange sounds, like someone chewing something loudly, like a bunch of piglets pouncing on food. It was the Donut Queen. She said that Leon finally woke up because he slept for 3 days. Leon asked her, did she manage to gain weight again? Suddenly, he heard some strange sounds that made him jump out of bed. He asked what happened. Were these the sounds of an approaching enemy? Pampushka said that everything is fine and it's just that the country is celebrating a victory. A big bonfire was burning on the street, and women were dancing around it, celebrating the victory. Their friends were celebrating with them, and they were enjoying food and drinks. It was really like a big party. Even the shy Clemens himself danced with a large onion. Seeing joyful and happy friends, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, and his soul became calm. Suddenly, Leon remembered about Lynn. It made him anxious again. He asked the queen about the girl. She gave him a harsh look and said that he should go with her. They came to the sacred Fusi tree, and Leon saw Lynn hanging on it. The girl looked as if the tree had swallowed her body. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked what it was and why she was here. The queen explained that although they tried to cure her, they could not remove the poison. So the girl's body was completely destroyed. Pumushka explained that only with the help of nutrients from their tree, she will be able to continue to fight the poison. Now Lynn is on the verge of life and death. But as soon as she leaves the tree, the poison immediately consumes her life. Leon hugged Lynn and said that he promises to find a cure and bring her home. Yetsin sat on a rock near the ocean. The object was a wooden cross. She said that she did not think that she would be able to destroy the plan that took so many years. But from today, she will stop being a shadow and start living her life enjoying them. Imperceptibly, Leon approached her and asked what she was doing here. Yetsin didn't seem to expect to see him either. He saw a wooden cross and asked the girl who was buried here. She looked at him with her deep green eyes and said it was her mother. Leon said that he did not want to disturb her and bowed and promised that he would leave now, leaving her alone. He was about to leave when suddenly the girl stopped him and told him to wait. Actually, they both needed to talk. So in a minute, they were already sitting together and looking at the waves. Suddenly, Yetsin said that she was sorry, because it was she who dragged him into such a dangerous situation. Leon replied that it really had nothing to do with him, so she could not worry about it. He said that he understood everything as soon as he saw her, and guessed that everything was not so simple. Yetsin asked how he managed to find out everything. Leon answered that it was in her name, because everyone else was called by the names of products. And then he already learned that the tree was attacked, and the chili pepper was defeated in the battle for its protection. But the queen was able to stand up for her and for the tree. Therefore, her request for help to depose the queen immediately aroused suspicion. Yetsin asked, but how did he know that she was not with Cape? Leon said that she gave him the essence of the fruit instead of giving it to Cape. Yetsin that now everything was over and Leon became the hero of this world, and thanks to him they won this war. He looked at her with sad eyes and said that because of these wars, he lost a teacher who was like a father to him, and his sister Lin was now on the verge of life. Leon also reminded Yetsin she lost her mother and her childhood. He asked if she still considered it a victory. Yetsin looked down sadly and said that she really should have hated her mother, but she cannot forget her mother's face. Before she left her life, she said that she apologized to her daughter, and now Yetsin has to live for herself. Leon said that in the end she was also a victim, but maybe she would be happy if she knew that Yetsin managed to prevent reincarnation. Yetsin said she thinks she made a mistake. Leon asked what she did wrong. Leon said even if he is considered a hero, it doesn't mean he always does the right thing. He said that there is a path filled with difficulties and troubles for everyone, but when they still find the right path, hope appears in them. Yetsin will forever remember these words, and this moment will be etched in her memory. The next morning, Leon was about to leave. The queen asked him if he had decided to leave them so unexpectedly. She said that they could each take some fruit from their tree. Leon explained that today's energy fluctuations are more suitable for opening staring, so today is the best day to leave. But he promised that he would definitely return. They took out a space capsule and opened it, after which they threw it several hundred meters. From the place where she fell, a huge pillar of light shot into the sky, after which a portal appeared. The queen and Yetsin watched with delight and said that it was like a real dream. The guys immediately went to the portal. James asked if Leon didn't think they took a lot of fruit, but Leon said he took a little more. The queen and the women were standing near the tree. She looked at him and said that something had changed in him. Among the leaves and fruits, one branch was cut, a small twig that was difficult to notice. This branch had already grown and turned into a small fusy tree in the star world that belonged to Leon. In the meantime, his assistant came to tutor. He said that there are powerful energy fluctuations in outer space now. He smiled and said that they were finally back, because he already thought they were destroyed, after which he asked his assistant to spread this information to the other clans. The team finally returned to their world. They were met by a representative of the Chow clan at the portal. He turned his head from side to side but could not understand where his owners Ernest and Cape were. Leon smiled and said that he should not look for them because he was the last, and there will be no one else after him. He grabbed his shoulder and worriedly asked what it meant. He couldn't believe it. Leon immediately removed his hand, giving the boy a maddened look, and said that they were all dead. Hearing this, he started growling like a mad dog, not believing Leon's words and blaming him for it. He grabbed him by the collar and said that Leon was lying, and for that he would be torn to pieces. Leon just smiled and said that all the members of the Chow clan were destroyed. Leon showed him his maddened smile and asked if he had anything to do with the Heaven clan and why he was in such a hurry. After these words, he immediately calmed down and let the boy go, saying that he was simply not himself. Tutor approached them and said that he congratulated them on the end of the battle and added that he was very happy for them, so they prepared a car for them to take them on vacation. Tutor said that this applies to everyone except Leon, and in fact, he guessed that everything would not end just like that for him. Tutor asked him to go for a walk and said he would go with him, after which they went to the main office. They had an interesting conversation. Leon, at this time, was standing by the window, looking at the picturesque nature of the island. The president said that Leon had destroyed the members of the Heaven clan and the Chow clan, but he said that he did not blame the boy for that, because those two had enjoyed life for too long and had too much ambition, and sooner or later Tudor would have done it himself. The president said that now Chow was completely destroyed, but the clan of Heaven is still afloat, and they will definitely send someone to investigate in search of their leader, and sooner or later they will come to Leon. After that, Tudor offered Leon to join the Night's Watch and inherit his teacher's title of Thunder Nighthound, and they would give him protection. Leon angrily punched the post and asked how they could send a man alone on such a dangerous mission. Tudor said he admits it was a mistake and they lost a real talent that time, so now they hope he will join them to take Anthony's place. But he didn't believe a word he said. He believed that it was Tudor who used his teacher to lure Leon here. Leon said that first he had to answer his question. Tudor replied that he was listening carefully, and Leon asked if it was possible to return to that world again. Tudor looked at him with his sly gaze and said, if Leon would join the Night's Watch, he would be able to help him and open a spatial rift for him. He understood that this old fox cannot be trusted, but he had no choice, and Leon replied that he needed time to think. As soon as Leon left the office, Tudor summoned his assistant. He wrote a note to be delivered to the Heaven clan. Tudor thought to himself that Leon shouldn't blame him, because at the end of the day, no matter how good the quality of the jade was, if it didn't have a ring with it, it would just be an ordinary stone. The force of Lewis's blow was such that Leon flew several meters and fell to the ground. He lay dazed, feeling pain in his jaw. Louis, angry and not believing his eyes, hovered over him and growled as he could allow this. Tears clouded the eyes of Louis as he asked with horror, how could this happen to his sister? After all, Leon always saved them. Then why this time he allowed it? James came up to him and said that he was also there, and if Louis wants revenge, let him beat him too. Desperation gripped the heart of Louis. He could not believe that a terrible grief befell his sister. Leon felt his guilt, but he couldn't do anything about it. He just watched the boy sadly. Leah came up to him and pulled Leon's t-shirt and said that he shouldn't blame Louis for this, because he was a hero in his eyes. But he didn't even return to her and left, telling her to calm down because he doesn't blame him and he has to go. Leah was very worried about him but couldn't do anything, so she decided to just not touch him. In the room, immersed in meditation, Leon diligently cultivated his energy. He was clearly aware of his own weakness, his inability to resist powerful enemies, and an urgent desire to immediately increase his strength grew. Obsessed with these thoughts, Leon couldn't take it anymore. He resolutely ordered the shadow system to open. He understood that with the help of shadow spirits, the speed of improving his powers would increase 4 times. Suddenly, he thought that 4 times was too slow, and he needed to increase the number of spirits. He shouted, if 10 is not enough, he will collect 50. If even this is not enough, he will collect 100. Almost a month has passed since their return. The girls were bored and discussed the fact that they had not seen Leon for more than 3 weeks. They were convinced that it was because of the incident with Lynn. Linda said that James also went to Vegas City for special training. Suddenly, she saw something on the screen and shouted that someone challenged Alex. She asked who was so confident in himself to decide on this. On the screen was a photo of a former boy. The girls carefully looked at it and said that it was Leon. Alex said that it was a very brave thing to challenge him. He added that even though Leon was handsome, he wouldn't let him win easily because of it. Leon replied that he knew. He just wanted to check how much he was able to progress during the month of his practices. Alex replied that it was too cocky on his part, so he must put him in his place. Viewers were amazed that Leon decided to fight with Alex, because he surpassed him in all indicators and was now the best fighter in the rating. The energy level of magical powers was divided into 3 levels: super level, extraordinary, and transcendent. Alex's level was extraordinary, but he was able to reach it very early, so the girls were very worried about him. The battle between them was about to begin. Alex became a fighting stance. You said you wouldn't hold back. Now they're going to have a good time. Alex rushed to the attack and said that now we will show our best technique. His power was that he could spin his legs and create wind. Leon looked at him with astonishment and then asked, was such a legendary fighter so slow? He closed the distance between them in a moment and found himself in the shelter of him. Alex was shocked by the speed of Leon. Meeting his opponent's gaze, he said, I hope you did not give in, for I did not seek to win unfairly. Alex immediately jumped back, terrified that Leon has such lightning speed. But he managed to pull himself together and told his opponent not to be so insolent, because he just wanted to find out what he was capable of and wouldn't give in anymore. Leon replied that in that case, let Alex show what he's capable of because he doesn't want to waste his time. With a swift movement, he flew into the air and delivered a crushing blow to the ground with both hands. Where Leon had just stood, a deep enmity now yawned. "This was my crowning blow," Alex proudly said. However, to his surprise, Leon not only survived, but was not harmed at all. He stood in the same place, covering himself with his hand, his face not showing fear, but a sly smile. With reproach in his voice, Leon asked, "What kind of terrible technique is this? It is absolutely meaningless and does not carry any power in itself." Leon's hands caught fire and he said it was time to finish because he didn't have time for weaklings. Alex looked at Leon with horror in his eyes, unable to believe in the power of this young man. Thanks to the terrifying rising flame technique, Leon won this battle. The audience was amazed and couldn't believe that this guy could so easily reach the level at which he could wield magic. Many asked why he was so strong. Leon was genuinely pleased. He not only greatly improved his speed, but also greatly strengthened his defense. The temperature of his flame reached new heights. The fusy fruit turned out to be a real treasure, he thought. But there was one problem. 10 days before that, the tree had already managed to grow well and bear its fruits. Leon was faced with a dilemma whether to eat the fruit now to finalize the results of his training, or to save it for later because he only had 2. Having no other choice, Leon bit a piece of fruit. He was overcome by the desire to become stronger because new tests were waiting for him ahead. Immediately after the fruit touched his tongue, Leon was engulfed in an incredible wave of power that swirled through his body, filling every cell with unstoppable energy. He received a red notification from the system that the power of the heavenly kingdom was being absorbed in colossal proportions, and he had to do something. Otherwise, the borders of the heavenly kingdom would be destroyed. "Make me stronger, Merciless," Leon commanded the system, his eyes burning with an insatiable lust for power. He threw whatever crystals remained into the maelstrom, ruthlessly absorbing the energy to expand the boundaries of his space. Although there was a slight shadow of doubt in his heart, he was clearly aware that this was a necessary sacrifice on the way to true power. He went into his shop where his sister worked. She asked what was wrong with him because he looked quite sad. Leon told her to give him all the magic crystals she had. She replied that he came for them only 2 days ago and did he manage to use them all. He replied that he wanted to take some more just in case. She gave him a whole suitcase of crystals and said that this should be enough for a long time. Suddenly, he received an incoming message. It was James. The boy was happy to see him and said that he finally appeared, after which Leon asked what results he had achieved. "Unfortunately, Lord Vegas City does not have the knowledge of how to return to the world of Nueva women," James disappointedly reported. "If they had known that everything would turn out like this, they would never have gotten involved in this adventure," James said with bitterness in his voice, but added that Mary managed to contact the Master of Poisons. He said if they could get the poison from the Heaven clan, then he could help make the antidote. Leon, overcome with curiosity, asked who this person was, eager to know more about this master. James said that he was a genius who had the ability to even step into the level of a war master, but due to the improvement of his poisoning skills, he was a little late. He said that he was the only person in the entire continent who was able to cure the Heaven clan of the poison. But in the future, if they invited him, it would have consequences for them. Immersed in thought, Leon, as usual, was sitting on the terrace of the university campus. Suddenly, from the corner of the building, the director of the university, Timothy, appeared. His face, as usual, shone with a benevolent smile. He greeted Leon Ta and said that the selection for the novice competition at the Temple of the God of War will soon begin, and the university is sending its best students there. He said that they needed a team leader to lead them to the competition, and initially this leader was supposed to be Anthony. Therefore, the director asked Leon if he could replace him. This again stirred up memories of the teacher in him, and the boy could barely hold back tears. He got up and said he was sorry, but he didn't have time to deal with children. Timothy said that this was the last class taught by teacher Anthony, and he was very sorry to hear that. Leon was about to leave, but Tamati said, if Leon led them, Anthony was very happy. These words convinced Leon, but he said that the director should send him a meeting place, and maybe he will come, but they don't have much hope for that. When Leon had already left, Timothy quietly said that he was sure that he would come. It was the campus of the academy. The students were sitting and waiting for their elder, but he was still not there. There was a girl named Anita. She turned to her friend named Chelsea and asked where Leon Moon was because he promised to come. Chelsea said that the elder Leon Mun was the best of his generation, and how can he be the manager of their team? He has nothing to do. There was also a boy who practiced with a huge sword. His name was Conrad. But he did not share the admiration for the strength of their new elder. He said that Leon was the best of his generation. It was delusional. There was another girl, her name was Wei, and she was angry when she heard how Conrad spoke badly about her idol, Leon Moon. A guy named Chris, who was reading a book, listened carefully and said that they should finish their chatter because someone was approaching them. It was Leon. He came down to them on his wings, and judging by the expressions on the faces of the students, he decided that he was not very happy. Some of them were delighted because they knew about Leon as subscribers, but they could not believe that he would become their new mentor. They were impressed by his spectacular appearance and appreciated his beautiful wings. He approached the students, carefully examining them, and said, "Were they the best?" They said it was true. They also said that their captain was Conrad. Leon gave Conrad an appraising look and asked if the best students could be so weak, and added that a similar university was getting worse every year. Conrad took his words as a challenge and looked at Leon with a meaningful look, hinting at a conflict. He started yelling and asking Leon who he thought he was. Chelsea tried to stop him and said that they were very weak compared to him. Leon, without even looking back at him, asked if he wanted to fight with him and said that he didn't mind because it was time to teach him a lesson. In Conrad's voice there was contempt, but in his eyes there was a thirst for battle. He was confident in his abilities and was ready to prove it in action. He rushed to attack him. Leon said that his actions seemed to be fast and full of energy, but in fact he had a lot of space. Leon said that even his pets can fight better than him. The blade of Conrad's huge sword was coming straight at the puzzler until suddenly something stopped it. Conrad saw that a huge raven with red eyes appeared in front of him, which surprised him. Leon's look was full of boredom. He said it, and it was worth proving, because even his crow can easily stop Conrad's sword. Conrad's eyes blazed with rage as he silenced Leon, his voice low and deep like the roar of a thunderstorm. Leon said that he can't even hold a sword, and to say that he is weak is an understatement. Conrad choked with rage, and his face burned with humiliation. He couldn't believe that Leon had dared to treat him like that. He shouted that it wasn't all Ta rushed to attack him again, striking him with his destructive technique. Conrad's teammates watched them with surprise and concern and came to the conclusion that he was really angry. When the dust cleared, they saw that Conrad was lying on the ground with Leon standing over him, who asked his opponent if he really wanted to destroy him. Leon said that he has enough determination, but still lacks the strength for this. He asked if Leon thought he didn't even deserve to compete, then said that one day he would become stronger and definitely beat him. Leon smiled and said that he was even starting to like Conrad, then said, even though they know him, he would still like to introduce himself. He said his name is Leon Mun, and from today he will lead their team and lead them to victory in this competition. He said that during the competition they will face many dangers. They will even be at risk of being destroyed. So if they do not want to die, then it is better for them to give up right now. But if they are ready, he will teach them everything. 3 days have passed since they met. The first test in the Temple of War was too difficult, and only those who received the Earth Dragon's heart could pass it. It was a small golden crystal monster. Anita asked how they would be able to defeat the fighters of gold and black crystals. Leon explained that if they learn to act together, even the magic of opponents at a level higher than theirs will not be a problem for them. As they drove past a team of students who were fighting, Chelsea asked if they should stop and help. Leon said that it was their prey, so it's better not to disturb them and go deep into the desert. When they reached the required location, they were surprised because there was nothing there. Conrad, as usual, began to get nervous and said that there were not even traces of earth dragons here. He said that they would not even be able to finish the first test, but Leon said that they should look more carefully under their feet. Suddenly, something like an earthquake started. He shouted and said they better get out of there, warning his students of the danger. The earth shuddered as if from a powerful blow, and a pillar of sand exploded, obscuring the sun. A cloud of dust and sand rose above the trees, enveloping everything around in a dense yellow veil. A majestic dragon emerged from the depths. His body, like a mountain, towered above the ground, and red eyes, burning like hot coals, pierced everything around. It was the king of dragons, the ruler of the underworld. Without restraining his fury, the dragon rushed into battle. His sharp claws tore the ground, and his teeth, sharp as razors, shone in the sun. He mercilessly attacked those who dared to disturb his peace, crushing everything in his path. The dragon opened its mouth like a cave, exposing rows of sharp teeth. Its hot breath burned the faces of those standing nearby, and the stench of rot caused nausea. Chloe, a young girl with fire in her eyes, took off her glasses. At the same moment, her gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced the dragon. An order came out of her mouth, clear and commanding. Stop. The power of hypnosis possessed by Chloe bound the will of the majestic monster. His fierce roar died down, and his burning eyes filled with surprise. He froze as if petrified, unable to move or continue the attack. Leon said that the power of control was quite an interesting decision and praised the girl for a good job. "The monster was under control!" the girl exclaimed, turning to the chouse and asking him for help. Chelsea mastered the whip and immediately charged at the monster. But Chloe's control had already ended, and the monster immediately charged at him. He got scared and ran away while begging for help. Leon just smiled and reminded them that they are Team A and should trust each other. Chris, without wasting time, threw the order. "Chelsea, run to me! Take this creature here!" Chris, thanks to his rich erudition, knew that the nerves of the knee joint of this monstrous creature were located under the stony armor on his thigh. It was the dragon's only vulnerability that he could use to defeat it. He waited for the moment when the monster would raise its legs and then threw a magic spear at it. When the spear hit him, the monster let out a loud cry of pain and lost his balance. The team, shouting joyfully, began to celebrate the victory. It seemed to them that the dragon was defeated and the battle was over. Leon, watching the stormy celebration of the team, smiled. His thoughts flashed. Naive children, they think that everything is over. Suddenly, they noticed that the monster began to move. It seems that he was going to strike a devastating blow. Chris shouted loudly and said that the situation is bad and he is going to use magic, so they should run. Suddenly, Conrad emerged from behind the rock. His eyes were full of rage and lust for battle. He was going to rush at the dragon, but it was too late. Leon was very unhappy with him and thought that he was too slow and self-confident. He was already flying at the monster holding his sword in his hands and asked his friends why they had such sad faces. He jumped out right in front of his friends, standing between the monster and them like a hero from a book. Chris asked him how Conrad managed to get out of the sand because the monster buried him up to his head. He replied that it didn't matter. After which, he said that the whole team was in a meeting, so they should listen to his order and prepare for a counterattack. The fight began. Conrad was able to block the monster's fire attack with a shield, and Chelsea had already used her whip to grab the beast by its horns. Conrad said he would try to deal the main damage, but asked Chris to find additional weak points in the beast. Chloe at this time used her technique to extend her control over the monster to create an opportunity for attacks. Anita used her powers and added additional protection and blessings to the entire team. Leon was very pleased that the students did not have great strength, but they worked well together as a team, and it turned out that they were the best team of the university for a reason. After a fierce battle that lasted for many hours, the heroes finally managed to defeat the terrible dragon. Their bodies were wounded and their clothes were torn, but their spirits were not broken. With a look of triumph on their faces, the heroes approached Leon, their voices ringing with excitement as they told him of their victory over the monstrous golden crystal-level beast. Conrad resolutely jumped on the dragon's body. He began to cut the stony armor of the creature. Chris and Conrad, despite being tired, curiously looked inside, hoping to find something there. An unusual sight appeared before them. A huge heart pulsing with dim light, still beating in the chest of a dead creature. Chris, not believing his eyes, exclaimed, "He is not dead. He was going to evolve." Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion that shook the ground under the feet of the heroes. From the powerful shock wave, they fell to the ground, closing their eyes and covering their ears. The ground still trembled underfoot, and a blinding light still erupted from the crater. It was obvious that it was dangerous to stay here. Chris, stunned by the sudden pain, fell to the ground. He did not understand what happened and looked around in surprise. The dragon's thorn pierced Conrad's body. Gathering his last strength, he pushed Chris away, saving his life, but at the cost of his own. Seeing this, the students were shocked and could not believe their eyes because their captain was destroyed. The dragon, having gained terrible power, rose from the ashes, evolving into a terrible new form. At the monster's call, other Earth dragons appeared, immediately surrounding the students. Chris, realizing the danger, ordered Anita to immediately rescue Conrad while they apprehended them. The students did not have time to blink an eye as Anita quickly began to gather to free Conrad. Anita tried with all her might to get to him, but said that she was tired of him constantly pretending to be a hero. Conrad, although he was seriously wounded, begged Anita not to risk herself and immediately flee from this hell. Anita, holding back tears, shouted at Conrad not to waste time talking, because it was her duty to save everyone. Anita, ready to risk her own life, reached out to Conrad to heal his wounds, but suddenly saw with horror that a terrible dragon was already approaching them, ready to attack. It seemed that the monstrous dragon was about to tear Anita to pieces. But suddenly a lightning silhouette flashed from the sky, and the dragon's head flew away from his shoulders with flying speed. Anita, dazed and surprised, could not believe her eyes. The terrible dragon that was about to tear her to pieces a second ago was destroyed in an instant. She looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. With relief, Anita recognized the savior as Leon. Despite the danger, he could not leave his students in trouble. With a stern face, Leon announced that although they had fought bravely, it was time for them to retreat. Leon used a majestic fire art technique. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, tearing the body of the dragon and its servants into pieces. Leon, without wasting time, grabbed Conrad by the leg and asked if he was alive. The weakened boy, barely able to utter words, asked Leon to leave him and help others. Leon told him that he should not worry about it because he is here so that they are in order. Meanwhile, other members of the team were surrounded by Earth dragons who were still alive. The friends did not know what to do, so they decided that their affairs were quite bad. Chloe said even if they were to be destroyed today, they should take some of these monsters with them. Suddenly, another explosion thundered, but they saw a pillar of flame in front of them. At the same moment, the heads of the dragons began to fly one by one, which greatly surprised and frightened the students. They were extremely impressed by this and decided that they would live a little longer today. They understood that it was Leon's handiwork. Chloe asked if they would have problems if they found out that their manager was helping them. Leon said that everything is fine, and the reason why they give each day a leader is to help in emergency situations, for which he told them to help Conrad and Anita while he deals with everything here. Several more Earth dragons appeared in front of Leon and used magic against him. Sharp spikes came out of the ground trying to pierce his body. Chris asked Chelsea, "What the hell he's standing there like dug in?" Chelsea started muttering something under her breath. He was delighted with the coolness of Leon and watching him said that he was incredibly handsome. Leon continued to fly like a butterfly, dealing deadly blows to the monsters with his sharp sword. The students couldn't believe that in a year they would be able to do the same. Meanwhile, Leon faced another, powerful Earth dragon. His skin was much stronger than normal dragons, and it was not even taken by his sword. Leon looked at the beast and said it was time to saddle him and teach him good manners. But when Leon jumped to meet him, the dragon immediately swallowed him. It seems that the beast himself did not expect this. When Chelsea saw this, he began to scream. He was mad, not believing his swords because this cannot be. Chris said that everything is not so simple, and it seems that it was the king of Earth dragons. Suddenly, the monster stood on the back of the poet and began to growl loudly. But it was not a roar of rage, but a cry of pain. The fact is that the monster was attacked by Leon from the middle. He realized that it makes no sense to attack from the outside, so he decided to climb inside him and tear his internal organs. Eventually, the dragon's belly exploded and Leon jumped out of it in a wave of red fountain, saying that he was only strong on the outside. Meanwhile, Conrad was barely breathing, but Anita told her not to waste the power of her magic on him, but to leave it for others. Anita again ordered him to stop carrying delusions, and Chelsea said that you will not leave your captain, because without him, they will not last a day. Unexpectedly, Leon came up to them and asked what kind of drama they had here. He had a red piece of meat in his hands that looked like a heart. The students looked at him pleadingly and asked if there was a way to save Conrad. Leon put his heart in his hands and decided to think. Anita said that her magic power could barely stop the bleeding, and she couldn't heal this huge hole in his chest. Leon immediately turned to the system and ordered her to analyze the treatment method. The system said that conventional methods of treatment will not help. Only modern medicines are needed, such as the holy water of life. Because his heart was damaged, Leon asked if it could be replaced. The system answered that the heart might not survive. But it was possible. Leon asked Anita to leave. She was surprised at him. Leon took Conrad and lifted him up. The students were. Anita asked him not to be so rude because Conrad was on the verge. Leon replied that it was too early for him to die. He screamed loudly in pain and was nauseated again, and a red liquid came out of his mouth. Leon looked at him and said that he should be patient because now it will be very painful. After which he replaced Conrad's heart with one lightning movement. He again screamed loudly in pain. After that, he ordered the system to rebuild Conrad's body. The system informed that it would cost 30,000 yen and 10,000 experience. The students were shocked when they saw it. Anita asked, "What kind of medical equipment was this? Was it the power of magic?" Chris said that he had never come across such a thing even in books. Conrad's body was enveloped in an amazing golden energy, and within minutes the wound in his chest was healed and his body recovered. The reconstruction of the body was successfully completed, and Conrad began to slowly regain consciousness. And when he opened his eyes, he saw his friends in front of him. He had a huge scar on his chest. The boy asked what was happening, wondering why he was still alive. Anita reassured him and said that everything is fine, and he cannot worry because the elder saved his life. He asked. It was really Leon who did it. They said that now he should call him elder and respect him because he just saved his life. Leon, meanwhile, ordered the system to scan the artifact he found inside this dragon. The system notified that this item contains chemical elements that can stimulate the size of the monster and increase the chance of its evolution. Leon mentally answered that he thought so, and the Earth Dragon King was not immediately destroyed due to the fact that it contained an artificially made artifact. Anita suddenly distracted him from his thoughts and said that someone wanted to talk to him. She pushed Conrad in the back and said that he wanted to talk to Leon. Conrad was very uncomfortable, but he started mumbling something. Leon asked him what he was doing. His pride didn't give him the courage to say those words, but in the end, he thanked Leon for saving him. Because of this, even Leon himself became uncomfortable, but he pretended that he did not care. Suddenly, Conrad started shouting and saying that Leon should not think that he just saved him, but now he is his debtor and will definitely return his debt. Anita tried to help him, but said that he should just be sincere and thank him from the bottom of his heart. Leon smiled because it was quite cute, and these students were really a good team, because even in such moments they helped each other, and he decided that it was possible to be their leader. It was a really good idea, but despite all the good moments, he noticed something that could not bother him. The point was that there was a traitor among them because what happened today was not a coincidence. The next day, they arrived at the checkpoint where all the teams were gathering to register for the second test. Anita asked her friends what they thought the second test would be like. She said that she was very interested but at the same time scared. Chelsea said that they had nothing to fear because the elder Leon was with them. Leon, as always, was lost in thought. He thought about what happened on the first task. Someone prepared a potion with the help of which he changed the level of the dragon from golden to rainbow. But a university student couldn't do it himself, and doing it on purpose would be suicide. Leon understood that it was done to frame him, but who could do it was a mystery. Suddenly, someone touched his shoulder. It was a student who asked if he had an extra Earth Dragon heart by chance, because it was a pass to the next level of the competition. This guy said that they couldn't get him, but pointed his finger at his friend who seemed to be very upset about it. Leon looked at that boy and recognized him as an old acquaintance. It was Louis, Lynn's brother. He really looked upset. Leon had last seen him after they came back from another space. The guy said that they recently decided to take part in the competition and said that they are ready to pay a price for the heart, which will be called Leon. Without thinking, Leon immediately gave him his heart, much to the surprise and concern of his team. Conrad immediately ran up to Leon and asked if Leon was cool, because the second level is a test in which the leader must have the heart of an Earth Dragon with him. Leon replied that they would pass anyway. He walked over to the check-in desk where the guy in charge told Leon to present the dragon's heart. Leon doesn't have a heart, but I showed him the War Temple pass and asked if it would fit. He did not understand what it was at first. Took a pass to take a closer look, but I understood everything and got up immediately. I know I asked them to go on. The Leon team saw this and was extremely impressed. Anita approached him and asked with surprise what Leon had just shown him. He replied that it was nothing special. It was just an invitation letter. When they passed the registration, Leon noticed that there were more students who passed to the next level than he expected. Suddenly, among the crowd, he heard someone shout his name and began to run up to him. It was Leah. She threw herself into his arms and said that she had finally found him. Leon, as usual, began to growl at her and say that she had a bad habit of doing this all the time. He asked her what she was doing here. Leah explained that it was her grandfather who forced her to become the curator of one group. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound. Someone came up to the microphone and started testing it. They were standing near the big arena. This voice congratulated all the students for successfully passing to the second level of the competition and asked to congratulate the chief examiner of the second test. The examiner was a woman with blue hair and green eyes. She exuded confidence and strength. Saw that her Leon immediately emphasized that she has quite large breasts. It made Leah a little jealous. But he had such an appreciation of women after he visited the world of Nuiva. The woman said that she was the chief examiner of this level, and this time their main task would be to pass the War Temple Obsession test. Pink energy appeared around her. She raised her hand and said they were starting right now. Then used a mental illusion technique. The bodies of all participants and curators immediately lit up with a bright golden glow. She smiled and said that you should not worry. This illusion will only turn into their deepest obsession that lives in their hearts. But only those with strong hearts will be able to come further. The woman jumped off the pedestal and said that they should collect all their energy in their hands. That they see the illusion of their own beliefs, and if they can withstand her attack, their transformed thing will not be broken, will not be able to pass the test. An energy whip appeared in their hands, which she planned to use to check the participants. One powerful guy said that he thought it would be a difficult task, but everything turned out to be much easier, so he volunteered to be the first. It was the leader of Lin City because he was already at the level of rainbow crystals, and his transformation was a secret sword. She smiled and said that in that case they would start with him, after which she delivered a powerful blow with her whip. His sword could not withstand and immediately split into 1,000 shards like glass. He was the leader of one of the teams. As soon as he fell, his student ran up to him and worriedly asked if everything was okay with him, but it seems he was in a blackout. Anita was very impressed because even a warrior with the level of a rainbow crystal could not withstand this attack. Chris, and further that this level is a test of mental strength, not physical. She gave the boy a disdainful look and said that she thought he was high-minded, but he turned out to be a common weakling, after which she asked who was ready to be next. Next in line was Anita. Her dress was ruined. Immediately after her Chelsea tested her strength, she had an energy whip the same as the examiners, but it also failed. Conrad was able to pass this test, and his shield withstood the examiner's attack. Behind him was Chloe. She had a voodoo doll that also withstood the whip, and that girl came next. Leon thought that this level was really difficult, and he was able to predict the results of his students before that. The only thing that Chloe surprised him, despite her modesty, she is already self-confident. The attention of the resonator I turned over one guy. Ona said that for the first time she sees such a strong conviction in the heart. It was Louis, and behind him was the fiery image of his sister Lynn, who was steadfast before the examiner's whip. His glasses and said that the goal he wants to achieve is very different from others, but it is really important. Leon and Leah looked at him carefully and recognized Lynn's sister in this image. It was indeed her. Everyone present passed this test, and Leon was the last in line, waiting for his turn. The woman came up to him and said that more than anything in this test, she wanted to test him because he was the best among the newcomers, and he was respected by the elders. After which, without warning, she struck him with a powerful blow, putting all her strength into him. His students were very scared for their curator because he had not yet managed to transform his conviction. After her blow, there was a powerful explosion that scared everyone present. It was really loud and powerful. When the smoke cleared, she was extremely impressed, even frightened, by what she saw in front of her. Near Leon, there was a huge fiery image of his conviction, and he asked the woman if he had hurt her, because she had hit him much harder than the others. This illusion was not only able to repel the examiner's blow, but also to grab her whip, firmly and not letting go. She smiled and said that he was able to pass the test, and reminded that the top 3 in tomorrow's test would be the winners of the trials, and now they could all go back and have a good rest. She was very surprised because she used 80% of her power and was not even able to hurt him. Someone stood in the dark room and said that the mission was failed, and the evolved Earth Dragon was unable to harm Leon Mun. But this person warned that there is no need to worry. because she will be able to find an opportunity to finish him off at the third level. There was another dark figure in the room. She replied that it should not be done in the middle of the temple because it could be dangerous. Besides, he might suspect something. Frustrated, Leon sat on the bench. His thoughts circled around Louis. He understood that because of what happened to Lin, Louis changed a lot. He became stronger and stricter. He understood that for Louis, the Temple of War is a good choice, because many resources and skills cannot be bought with money. Leon was pulled out of his thoughts by his students, who approached him with a question about the reason for his gloomy mood. Leon, really upset, explained to them that he was just lost in his own thoughts. Remembering his words that he would surely lead them to victory in the challenge, Leon sadly announced that only the top 3 would be able to complete the challenge. However, he promised that those who show themselves the best will have the opportunity to enter the Temple of War. But his friend also came to this competition, so he should help him to win. With a serious face, Leon announced to his team that in the next phase, he would be forced to help his friend, even if it was against the team's interests. After which, he sternly said that he is no longer worthy to be the curator of the Lucky Wind University Academy team. Leon said he would personally go to the university and inform them, and from tomorrow, he would find a new supervisor for them. Conrad fell next to Leon, swearing at the whole world. He announced that this test seemed terribly boring to him, and he was going to leave the competition. Anita asked him why he said that, because they were already almost at the goal. Conrad said that in this case he stayed, but he will not try to win. Conrad added that Leon is free in his actions, and he does not mind if he decides to help his friend. He looked at him sternly. You looked at him and said that in any case, only one person can be the leader of their team. This is Leon Moon. Leon was genuinely impressed by his team's commitment, even after he said he would go against them in the final challenge. Other members of the team also supported their captain and said that they don't care if they win or not. The main thing is that their team is whole. Anita approached Leon and said that he must help his friend win. She smiled sincerely and said that they would all sincerely root for him. Leon was very happy to hear the words of support from his friends and team, and left for the next day with a light heart. The participants of the competition were already welcomed by the leader of the third challenge, Annabelle. She said that everyone will have to go through this door, and those who can go further than everyone else will be the winners. A sinister smile lit up her face. Remember, she said, there are no hard and fast rules. Each team determines its own strategy. The participants rushed to the door. This door was not ordinary, it was a portal. It emitted a dim red glow, as if inviting to an unknown space. Having crossed the threshold of the shining portal, the participants found themselves in the realm of frosty winter. Their bodies were embraced by the fierce cold, and the wind, like a beast of prey, penetrated to the bones. The mighty wind that was walking here, as if alive, filled the air with magical energy. But there was something ominous about it. The beauty of this place hid a deadly danger. Every snowflake that fell from the sky like an icy blade could leave a terrible cut on the body. Leon didn't even guess what could be waiting for them here, so he decided that first he should give instructions to the team, and then follow Louis. Meanwhile, Louis was making his way through the snow with his teammate. The boy said that they wouldn't last long, and they better find their leader. Louis replied that they should already be halfway there, and looking for a leader now is a stupid idea. Then a friend asked him what level he was, black or silver crystal. But Louis replied that he had a gold level. Hearing this, the boy stopped, and his eyes lit up with a red glow. He said that it was wonderful, and his hand reached out to Louis. Suddenly, the boy grabbed his friend by the throat and squeezed his fingers with force, saying that this was the only way for him to save himself. Feeling his life force drain from him like water from a broken pitcher, Louis rasped, "What the hell are you doing?" His voice filled with pain and fear. This guy just smiled and said that it was his family technique that allowed him to absorb other people's energy, and as long as he absorbed his power, he would live. Louis shouted loudly, but the boy said that shouting would not help him, because no one would hear him in such a place. After which he threw Louis on the snow and said that he just took his part, and hoped that Louis would not be upset by the fact that he would turn into an icicle. Louis had almost no strength left. He lost consciousness and realized that this was probably the end for him. Suddenly, he woke up from the fact that someone was dragging his body along the snowy slopes, and in a weak voice asked who it was. Using his last strength, he raised his head to look at who was his savior and recognized this person as Leon. He immediately got angry, but he was already not happy that he was saved. He started shouting for Leon to let him go because they were not in the same team. Louis said that he is no longer a crybaby who just knows how to rely on others, but not a weakling who will hide behind his back. Leon replied that he understands why Louis hates him, and added that he also hates himself, but he cannot allow something to happen to Louis, because Lin was also like a sister to him. The fight against the blizzard exhausted Leon. Each step through the snow veil was given to him with incredible effort. Leon shouted how he would explain the death of Louis, his sister, when he returned her to this world. Louis began to cry loudly and say that it was because he was weak and could not get his sister, and all his hatred was only because of his weakness. Leon said that he stopped crying because if the tears freeze, he will get even worse. The travelers walked through the snowy wasteland, plunging further and further into its merciless embrace. With each step, the wind intensified, turning into a fierce maelstrom that whipped the face and made its way to the bones. Suddenly, Leon saw a figure in front of him. This guy was walking in one t-shirt and barefoot, but he was moving quite fast. It was the same guy who robbed Louis of his power. "I almost on the spot," he said with a smug smile. Suddenly, he heard that someone was walking behind him. It was Leon who ordered the boy to get out of the way. He also saw that Leon was pulling Louis in his hand. He smiled and said that Louis seems to have found himself a helper again, and suggested that Leon throw out the trash and join him. This guy asked how much Louis paid him for it and promised if Leon would join him, he would pay twice as much. Suddenly, a lightning projectile flew out of the snow cloud with a whistle. Leon just had time to say, "This damned boy," how his head flew off his shoulders, sprinkling the snow with hot blood. They continued walking. Louis turned to his friend and Ta asked him to let him go. Leon already felt that even his body was beginning to freeze. But he understood that it would be impossible to reach the finish line together, relying only on physical strength. Several groups followed in the footsteps of Leon, and only thanks to him were able to survive and not get lost in this icy desert. Suddenly, someone called them. They saw Leon in front of them. He was standing at a stop sign and said that the way further was blocked. Confused and displeased, they exclaimed what he meant. He pointed his finger at Louis, who was lying behind him, and said that this guy took first place, so that was the end point. They began to shout in displeasure and ask, who said that he was the first? But Leon sternly replied that it was because he said so. Overwhelmed with anger, they shouted and promised that they would now punish him for his audacity. They understood that one-on-one, they would not be able to defeat him, but if they all attacked together, they would have a chance. Leon raised it even higher and sighed as he summoned a great fire art technique. 4 of them immediately burned to the ground, and 2 more remained. Leon looked at them and asked what they were going to do. Leon asked what choice they would make, turn to ash or fulfill his conditions and stop. These 2 boys said that they were not as weak as the others and were ready to fight because they were much stronger. Leon sternly looked at them and asked why they were so sure of this, after which he suggested that they attack first. He looked at them more carefully and realized that these 2 were really different from the others. Their magic power was at an average level. Leon didn't want to waste his energy on them, so he decided to wait until they made the first move themselves. One of the boys began to approach him and said that they probably really had no choice. After that, he put up his sign and invited his friend to join him and take the vacant seat. They said if Leon only needed 1 seat, then maybe he wouldn't mind if they took the other 2. After a few minutes, another group approached them. This time, they were already stopped by the boys and told that they had to stop because there were no more places. They started shouting for them to get off the road and let them through. But one of the guys said that the road was closed by Leon, and they couldn't do anything. One of the participants said it was delusional and ordered his group to attack. The boy's eyes lit up with a bright white light. He said that it seems they don't want to cooperate and also rushed to attack. The steel of his blades glinted in the sun, slicing through the air with cruel and deadly blows. With each swing, the enemies fell dead, their bodies lying lifeless on the ground. They were already not happy that they decided to attack them, because this guy was like a real demon. Watching the fierce battle, Leon sighed in relief. He realized that interfering in the fight would be a fatal mistake. If he started a fight, not only would he not be able to protect Louis, but he would also be in danger. Leon took in the situation with understanding, admitting that restraint and caution were the better solution, since now these boys were protecting himself. Heaving a sigh of relief, Leon turned to Louis. "We won," he said in a soft voice. A few days had passed since the end of the trial. Leon was sitting in his room surrounded by noise and merriment. Food was flying off the plates and drinks were flowing. With a grim expression on his face, Leon asked, "What are they doing here?" His entire team gathered in his house, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and celebration. Anita raised a glass of beer and then said that, "Of course they are celebrating Louis's victory in the competition." Louis said that it was all thanks to Leon, but he is not here. Leon's father was also there. He approached Louis and said that since Louis had already become a member of the Temple of War, he could offer him his mentoring services. Leon dissatisfiedly asked his father what he was doing here, because he is usually hanging out somewhere. The father grabbed Leon's hand. With a sharp movement, he administered the pain treatment, making his son cry out in pain, and said that you can't talk to your father so rudely. Leon's mother was also there. She said that his father was really worried about him. He replied that it is quite difficult to notice. My mother explained that he had a rather difficult character. Ever since Leon began to live alone, his father had been overcome by a wave of sadness and boredom. He often sat alone in his room, reminiscing about the past times when his son was around. She also told that when he was not at home, the father went to someone every day to find out news about him, and that father is probably the person who worries about him the most. After the family feast, they came to the teleportation zone and said goodbye. The mother asked her son to visit them more often when he had time. Leon said goodbye to everyone and told his parents that he didn't know when they would meet again, then disappeared into a teleporter. Louis looked after him and promised that one day he would become stronger and be on the same level with him. Leon, Leah, and his team arrived at their destination. After teleporting, they were all surprised because they were supposed to be in the university grounds, but instead they were in the middle of some forest. Leon immediately said that it was not a mistake, but he believes that they were teleported here on purpose, and someone changed the location of the teleport. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded. Z's voice rang out. He turned to Leon and said that he understood everything very quickly, and added that he wanted to do it earlier. It was a tall man in a raincoat. He smiled and said that everything was not as simple as he thought. Looking at him, Leon recognized him as a member of the Sacred Sky sect. Leon said that he did not expect that they would put so much effort to meet him. The man looked at Leon with hatred and told him to stop fooling around because they are here to take revenge for their leader. Leon, not losing his composure, snickered and answered, "It is unlikely that they will succeed and they will not even be able to scratch him." At the same moment, a dagger flashed in the light of the moon. A fierce fight ensued, and a thick cloud of dust rose above the ground. Leon, with incredible dexterity, dodged the blow, and at that moment he finally saw the traitor's face. The team members were shocked to the core. They looked at this person in horror, unable to believe that she had been deceiving them all this time. It was Chloe. She cut her hair and took off her glasses. She said that Leon was a real problem. But finally, his time was up, because she was tired of pretending to be a good girl. Conrad yelled at her and asked what the hell she was doing, then ordered her to immediately return to the team. She gave him a scornful look and said she was tired of playing these games. Anita rushed to her pleading not to do this, because they were best friends all this time. Chloe tried to stab the girl, but Conrad stepped between them in time and blocked her blow with his sword, saving Anita. The girl fell to the ground and could not believe it. She was scared and confused. Conrad gave Chloe a stern look that showed anger and determination. "Tell her it's just a bad joke," he said in a firm voice. Chloe just coldly turned to the head of the Sky Clan squad and said that the task was completed and asked him where her reward was. He replied that she would get everything. Meanwhile, Leon turned to Chloe and asked how she was feeling, having just nearly destroyed her friend. Chloe gave them a slight but indifferent look. "I don't need friends," she said with cold indifference. Anita could not hold back the tears that flowed from her eyes. She was still in shock from what she heard and begged her friend to change her mind. Leader of the Heavenly Clan, throwing away the cigarette butt, scornfully said that it was a pitiful sight and ordered his subordinates to exterminate them. Conrad immediately ordered the team to take combat positions and prepare to attack. Chelsea approached him and, turning to the captain, said that he felt his magical power weakening. Leader of the Heavenly Clan named Aaron said that this is the cursed land of Hong Province, and everyone who comes here cannot use the power of magic, and the closer they are to the center, the less power they have left. He said that it didn't matter what level their strength was because here they were all weaklings. Conrad immediately stood in front of his men to protect them, because he was the only one with physical skills. Suddenly, An unknown force fell on Aaron's men, and they fell to the ground unconscious. Leah, thanks to her skills in fist-fighting, was able to cope with this difficult situation. Her movements were lightning fast and precise, and she delivered each blow with incredible power and grace. Leah and Leon looked at Aaron sternly and said that there seemed to be a gap in his plan. Suddenly, terrifying shadows emerged from the darkness, surrounding Aaron and his men on all sides. These shadows were no ordinary creatures. They were a squad of Leon shadows, brutal warriors known for their ruthlessness. Shadows rushed at Aaron's men, and dealing brutal blows without any mercy, the heavenly warriors, caught off guard, were unable to deal with the sudden attack. Screams and groans echoed through the air as one by one the heavenly warriors fell to the ground, felled by Leon's shadows. These shadows emerging from the darkness were a terrifying sight. They had no clear form, as if molded from darkness and terror. Their strength varied. Some were grumpy and weak, others were majestic and powerful. But one thing united them all was cruelty. Their eyes burned with rage, and inhuman strength was felt in their movements. Aaron watched this beating, and warned his men that those who escaped would be destroyed, after which he ordered to fight to the last. He was warmed by the thought that summoning these spirits would surely drain Leon magically. Therefore, he was ready to throw his men into battle to wear down the enemy. Aaron understood that it was risky. His warriors would face terrible shadows, and many of them would probably die. But he believed that the sacrifice was worth it. If Leon is weakened, the chances of winning the final battle will greatly increase. Suddenly, Shadow Number 2's fist froze in front of the boy's face. The shadow began to dissolve in the air as if it was sucked into another space. No one could understand what was happening. Leon received a message from the system stating that he had run out of free accounts. He began to shout loudly and curse at the system. His team could not understand who he was talking to. Leon thought that he got carried away again and did not notice the high power of the system. Everything happened the same as last time. He then trained with shadows, but he was not satisfied with the speed, but he wanted to become stronger at any cost. Leon then asked the system how many shadows he could summon at once. The system explained that he could create many shadows, but could only control 4 with his current physical state. The system then warned him that if Leon exceeded the available amount, his body would begin to break down. But there was one way that could help him. The system said that this problem can be solved with the help of money. Leon asked how it can be implemented. The system explained that his own magic power would not be enough to control a large number of shadows at once. But if he paid, they could lend him magic power that would exceed his own. Because Leon has enough money, which he earned hunting for various artifacts, that's why he invited first 10, then 20 shadows into the system. In fact, he had enough money to invite many shadows, but it was not so easy. The problem was that the money runs out sooner or later, so 2 hours later there was 0 in his account. Leon then thought that his account was hacked because the money ran out so quickly, but the system explained that it was a fee and a shadow. The system said that the more shadows he uses, the more he has to pay. This time the same thing happened. Leon was very excited and spent all his money, and then all the shadows disappeared. Aaron smiled and said that the similar power of Leon's magic was exhausted. He added, if he had not destroyed their leader Cape, then they would have even invited him to join the clan. After these words, they took out their energy cannons and aimed them at the boy. He smiled and asked, do they really think they can destroy him with this? Leon turned to his team and said that they should prepare. They looked at him with a surprised look, not understanding what he was talking about. With lightning speed, he dashed off, defying his pursuers. This is our new plan of action, he shouted as he went. They looked at him confusedly, because they thought that Leon would now show them some new tricks. Leon made it clear that fighting with energy cannons without magic is the height of futility. Aaron's people asked his boss what they should do with the guy. He growled that he wanted to tear him to pieces. Leon turned to Conrad Ta and asked him to take the team to a safe place where they could use the power of magic while he distracted them for now. In order to disperse the enemy's forces, the team decided to use the ancient tactic of running into the loose. Aaron ordered his men to pursue the small thing, and he himself would run after Leon. He said that Leon chose the wrong way to escape because he is heading deep into the cursed earth. Leah worriedly asked Leon what would happen to the kids from Lucky Wind University. He smiled and said that she could not worry because they had a good teacher and everything would be fine with them. Conrad and the team ran away with all their legs. The boy said that he could not run anymore, but Anita shouted that they had no way to stop, and they had to run. Suddenly, Chris said to stop. They found themselves in front of a swamp, and the way was blocked. They were just overtaken by the deputy of the heavenly clan named Derek with his men. He smiled and said that it looks like they are in a trap. Conrad immediately ordered the team to prepare and added that they should act according to their battle strategy. Derek, turning to his assistant, announced that whoever scored the most goals would be generously rewarded. But before they had time to finish, Conrad was already flying at them, holding his huge sword in his hands. His powerful blow caused a real explosion, and friends hoped that he managed to finish off the gang of freaks. But unfortunately, everything was not so easy. Derek was able to stop the blade of his sword with his bare hands, after which he turned to his men and ordered them to prepare to fire. Conrad was already in the sights, until suddenly Chelsea jumped out of nowhere, using his powerful whip. He was able to knock the weapon out of the hands of the attackers. Derek said that this is all stupid and such worthless children, how they will not be able to cause me one harm. Conrad looked at him sternly and said with a smile that Derek was very wrong, after which he turned to Anita and shouted that everything now depends only on her. Derek, though worried, who turned to his men and ordered them to defend themselves. Immediately after that, a swarm of magic needles flew at them, released by Chris. Fear gripped the people of the clan, made them run away. However, the needles, much faster than them, mercilessly caught up and inflicted terrible wounds on them. At the moment when the needles stuck in the bodies of people, Chris, with a wave of his hand, made them explode, destroying the whole squad. The team triumphantly celebrated their victory over the enemy by clapping their hands. And this was not the end of the battle. Derek jumped out of the dust. He shouted that it was all very interesting, but it was time to fight seriously. Conrad yelled and warned his friends to be careful because this guy was still alive. Chelsea tried to stop him with her whip, but Derek was too fast and managed to land him a serious blow. His face was like that of a psycho who had just escaped from an insane asylum. One thing was clear, that he wanted revenge. Conrad stayed with Anita and ordered the girl to immediately hide behind him. Derek came close and declared that it was useless to hide, because he would inevitably destroy them all. To which Conrad resolutely replied that he would not allow him to do this. Conrad, calmly looking at Vuka, clearly proclaimed, "If you want to destroy my team, you will have to defeat me first." Wasting no time, Derek rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow to Conrad's face. Chelsea came to his senses. He watched the fight of their captain and believed in his strength. Derek furiously pounced on Conrad, not giving him a chance to retreat. His blows, strong and brutal, rained down like hammering on an anvil. Conrad is dazed and gasping, barely able to stay on his feet, fighting back only instinctively. Anita could not hear her captain's screams of pain and closed her ears. Derek used the justice blows technique against the boy. Chris looked at the bastard who was destroying their friend with hatred. Suddenly, Derek stopped. He looked at Conrad with surprise, because he felt that his heart stopped, but he stood on his feet. Derek approached the girl and said that now it was her turn, and soon she would meet her friend in heaven. Anita was sobbing, sobs tearing her chest. Her face was contorted with terror, and her eyes, full of tears, begged for help. Derek was already flying at her, preparing to deliver the fatal blow and take the girl's life. Suddenly, behind the psycho, Conrad appeared. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with anger. "Get away from my friends!" he growled. Derek couldn't believe his eyes. He stood dumbfounded, as if struck by thunder. The guy he thought was dead stood before him alive and unharmed. His strength seemed to increase tenfold. His every movement was full of unstoppable energy, and his eyes burned with an inhuman light. Summoning all his strength, he struck. The blow was so powerful that the air split and the ground trembled. His blows were like hammer blows, crushing flesh and bone. Derek was unable to defend himself. He only tried desperately to cover himself with his hands. At this time, Anita begged her friend to stop because he had completely destroyed Derek, leaving him a red puddle. He raised his head, his eyes blazing with wild light. From his mouth came a roar like the roar of a wild beast. It was the last cry of his fury. Then his body went limp, and he fell to the ground unconscious. After he regained consciousness, he saw his friends in front of him. They said that he made them worry. Anita sobbed, tears rolling down her cheeks. She couldn't hold back her emotions. "Why are you crying?" Conrad asked with concern in his voice. "It's over after all. We're safe." The girl replied that she was very worried about him and thought that she would lose another member of the team. He smiled and said not to worry because he won't die until he gets Chloe back on their team. Conrad said, "After all, their team can't run without Chloe and they need to unite again." After which he was punched hard on the head by Anita. He was stunned and confused. "Why did you do that?" he exclaimed. "She said he was a fool, but he shouldn't joke like that anymore." Anita added they were really worried about him. Chris at this time was trying to figure out where Conrad got such an inhuman strength. He assumed that it could be due to the Earth Dragon's heart, or it was something else. Meanwhile, Aaron and a group of his men were following Leon's trail. They were trying to find him in a thick part of the forest. Aaron took another look at the tracks and ordered his men to go in the opposite direction from them, as he believed they were left by Leon on purpose to confuse them. Meanwhile, Leon and Leia were running through the forest. The girl was worried and asked her friend why they were leaving such clear tracks. He told her not to worry, but they would never catch up with them. Leon predicted that they would decide to run in another direction after seeing these tracks, thinking that Leon wanted to trick them. Suddenly, Leon tripped over a thick creeper hanging from a tree. He didn't expect such an obstacle, and fell to the ground in a rush. He started shouting displeasedly and asking who planted this flower right on the road. Suddenly, Leon and Leah saw a little bear sitting right next to a bush and sipping honey. The bear let out a pitiful squeal, which turned into a loud sob. His eyes filled with tears, and he began to cry very loudly. The bear's sobbing suddenly turned into a deafening roar. His plaintive cry echoed through the forest, so loud that Leon and Leah had to cover their ears. Leah nodded at the raspberry bush where they had recently seen the bear. "This is his flower," she exclaimed. "You plucked it." Suddenly, there was a crack of branches behind them. The bushes parted, and something was approaching them from the thick of the forest. In a moment, a huge bear appeared in front of them. His black fur glistened in the sun, and his red eyes burned with rage. Leon looked at his friend and asked if they could defeat this bear, or with some more fists. The bear probably thought that humans had attacked her cub. Her motherly instinct made her attack immediately to protect her cub. Leon and Leah realized that they had no chance against this monster. Her majestic size, sharp claws, and fierce eyes showed that she could easily deal with them. Aaron, feeling cheated, clenched his fists with such force that his nails dug into his palms. Out of anger, he pounded his fists on a tree and promised that he would destroy Leon. A sudden noise behind them caught the attention of Aaron and his men. From the other side of the forest came strange sounds, as if someone was struggling or fighting. Leon and Leah, with their faces twisted in fear, fled with all their might, saving their lives from the wild bear. They understood that they could not defeat this powerful creature in a direct fight. Leon and Leah, still running from the fierce bear, ran through the dense forest. Their legs were already carrying them on autopilot, and fear drove them forward. Suddenly, the dry branches that hid the cave cracked under Leon's feet. They fell to the ground feeling a sharp pain in their whole body. Dust filled their lungs and darkness surrounded them from all sides. Leah, rubbing her bruised head from the pain, looked at Leon with horror. "Have we fallen into some kind of trap?" she whispered. Leia, still a little recovered from the terrible adventure in the pit, noticed that Leon suddenly fell silent and his face became somewhat strange. Leah felt her body heat up from Leon's heat. Her thighs pressed tightly against his and she couldn't move. A blush of embarrassment flooded her cheeks, and her eyes widened in surprise. Leah, as if scalded, suddenly broke away from Leon. Her body was trembling, and a blush was burning on her cheeks. She tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Leon, chin clenched grimly, glanced around the surrounding rocks. "The bear is probably still lurking at the entrance," he muttered. "We'd better wait here until he leaves." This cave looked very mysterious. It was filled with various crystals, so friends assumed that there might be some kind of hidden magical power here. Suddenly, Leah shuddered and sneezed. The ringing sound echoed through the cave. It was because the cave was quite cold and damp. Without hesitation, Leon took off his jacket and carefully draped it over Leah's shoulders to keep her warm. She asked him why he did this, because he himself could freeze and get sick. In the end, they were both sitting under his jacket, because Leah could not allow them to be on unequal terms. Leon took a step closer to Leah. His body almost touched hers and she felt the warmth of his breath. Her heart was pounding and her eyes were frantically darting to the sides, not daring to meet his gentle gaze. Leon somehow strangely but gently smiled. His eyes shone with warmth as he looked at his friend. "What did you say?" she muttered in displeasure, trying to hide her embarrassment. Leon suddenly turned away from Leah. His face became serious. "How long do you think we have to sit here?" he asked in a businesslike tone. Tired and exhausted, they both fell asleep, unable to resist the cold and fatigue any longer. Leah heard Leon's voice excitedly announcing, "I found something!" She reached up, opening her eyes, and looked at him in surprise. A smile shone on his face. Drenched, Leon appeared in front of Lee, his clothes soaked in water and mud and bits of meat and small fish hanging from him. "I found it there!" he exclaimed, pointing at the cavernous lake. Leon threw Leah a fish he had caught in a dangerous battle with piranhas. "Eat," he said. Leah looked at the fish in disgust and refused. An excited Leon, beaming with a triumphant smile, announced his discovery. "I found it under the water. We have to dive to get there." Leah, pale, stepped back. Having found themselves under the column of water, they plunged into dark tunnels that branched off, leading to the unknown depths of the cave. Joining forces, they rushed into one of the dark tunnels. Having emerged to the surface, Leah could not contain her surprise. A strange cemetery appeared in front of them, where, as if in the center of a mystical ritual, an energy ball reigned. Leon stepped closer to the orb and announced that it was an energy shield. His curiosity prompted him to take a closer look at it, but Leah warned that there was probably a lot of energy hidden beneath it, and they better not take any chances. Leah, glancing at the majestic crosses that abounded around, suggested that it was a tool to contain energy. She was overcome with fear of the unknown that hid under the shield. Leon said that then let her stand aside and he will check everything by himself. Leah started to get angry after hearing this and agreed to go with him. As they got closer, they noticed a stone circle decorated with incomprehensible symbols. Leon suddenly exclaimed that he had seen something like this before. From the spatial storage, he took out a magic cauldron, a trophy from the battle with the griffin of the Chow clan. Leon's old friend from the pawn shop told him that this cauldron has a second half, and it looks like they found it. After connecting the two artifacts, he was relieved to note that they fit perfectly together. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Suddenly, this artifact began to emit energy of incredible strength and power. Leon, barely suppressing the trembling of his hands, tightly held the artifact that greedily absorbed the surrounding energy. Fortunately, he managed to hold it. Leon, tightly hugging the cauldron, said that he was finally ready, while Leah, meanwhile, was interestedly looking somewhere to the side, as if something caught her attention. Suddenly, Leah noticed a sword lying stuck in the ground in the middle of a pile of human skulls. Leon immediately ran over to grab the sword, but Leah warned him not to because it could be a trap. Despite Leah's warning, Leon did not hold back and touched the sword with his fingertips. The girl watched in horror as he shuddered and felt an eerie, dark aura emanate from the sword. "We don't know anything about this sword," Leah said, her voice full of anxiety. "Better to be careful," the girl repeated. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them. He asked them who they are and where is the ring of void treasures. Leon thought that this man could be from the clan of Heaven. The man had some documents and photos in his hands. One of them had a photo of Leon. Leah was scared and whispered in Leon's ear that it seems they have been found, so they better run. This psycho immediately took out the sword and said that luck seems to be on his side, and if he catches these two, he will definitely be promoted. Leon quickly dealt with him by delivering a powerful blow, and the man was completely floored, unable to move anymore. Leon said, "Since this sword is being hunted by the Heaven clan, they better take it with them." As soon as he touched it, a powerful explosion of energy immediately occurred, and Leon was electrocuted as if he fell to the ground. He stood up holding his head. Leah at that moment shouted at him and said that he was an idiot because she survived him. Leon said that as soon as he touched the sword, he felt the strength begin to drain from it, after which he smiled, throwing up his cauldron, and said that this match seemed to be for him, and he was satisfied that they were not leaving here empty-handed. Half an hour later, they got dressed from the cave and saw that the bear was nowhere to be found. Leah was worried about the others and thought about where they are now, that everything is okay with them. They only took a few steps when a powerful explosion occurred behind them. Leon grabbed the girl's hand and they managed to jump away. Recovering from the explosion, he looked up and saw Aaron in front of him. He smiled and said that Leon was hard to find. Leon taunted Aaron and said it was easy to fool him, calling him dumb. Hearing these words, Aaron couldn't hold back his rage and fired the cannon again, this time with even more force. There was another powerful explosion. Leah angrily asked why he was provoking this psycho. Leon replied that he did not know that he would be so offended. Despite the explosions and chaos, the Heaven clan did not give up. They continued to pursue the heroes, showering them with a hail of cannonballs. Aaron said that if Leon stood before him and apologized, then maybe he would save his life. Leon replied that it would be better for Aaron to do it himself. At this, Aaron, without hiding his malice, threw, "You are very confident in yourself, Leon. Don't forget that your life is now in my hands." A huge and scary figure of a beast appeared behind Leon, and the boy said that it would be better for Aaron to talk to him. A terrible creature appeared before Aaron and his men, and fear gripped their hearts. It became clear why the bear was so furious. Its fur was charred, indicating that Aaron and his men had probably caught it while shelling the forest with cannons. Leaning into the bear's ear, Leon whispered that, "These people attacked you. They are heathens who want to take your cub." These words ignited a furious rage in him. With an earth-shaking roar, the bear rushed at the Heaven clan. While the bear furiously tore apart enemies and destroyed everything in its path, Leon and Leah calmly walked on, seemingly oblivious to the chaos that was unfolding around them. A girl came to the great building in the middle of the forest. There, she was met by a man who said that the bishop was already waiting for her. Stepping through the threshold, she found herself in a spacious laboratory. In the middle of the room, in a huge flask, pulsated some terrible creature that resembled a human form. It was Chloe. Seeing the hideous creature in the flask, she looked away in disgust and exclaimed, "I'd rather die than have anything to do with it." They entered some dark room. It seems that some kind of operation was being conducted there. The doctor said that everything was almost finished. Seeing that someone had entered the ward, the doctor stopped. A man addressed them, called the Dr. Bishop, and said that a girl from the Wei family had already arrived. Chloe was enveloped by a disgusting smell that permeated the entire room. A voice addressed her from the darkness. "What are you waiting for? Come in quickly." She took a few cautious steps forward and said she had brought the one he wanted, and reminded the bishop that he was to give her what they had agreed upon. After removing the surgical mask from his face, he muttered, "Unfortunately, I did not succeed. Reviving is a very difficult process." After a pause, he turned to the girl and said that he was not going to back down from his words. He added that he had other errands for her to do, so she should wait. Chloe angrily said that she brought Leon, and he should give her what she asked for immediately. He cast his maddened glances at her and ordered her to return and await his further orders. The girl clearly felt fear in front of him, but not daring to argue anymore, disappointed, went away. He looked at the body that had been cut with his scalpel and said that he needed more subjects. Chloe walked through the laboratory. Memories of her parents appeared in her thoughts. One day they came to her and captured her relatives, setting conditions for the girl. Meanwhile, Basil was returning from his level. His teammate Henry, he was very pleased because thanks to him they easily defeated 10 entry-level monsters. Meanwhile, Leah and Leon walked alone all night and eventually came across a village. They greeted a man who worked near the village, but when he saw them, he began to shout and notify everyone about the arrival of foreigners. Suddenly, shadows appeared around the friends, as if they appeared out of nowhere. These figures watched the travelers closely and unfriendly. Leon looked at them sternly and asked what they were going to do with them. Sincere smiles appeared on the faces of the mysterious figures, dispelling the gloom of unkindness. They joyfully picked up their friends, welcoming them to their village. The owners of the village prepared for them hearty and fragrant food, freshly baked bread, delicious stew, fragrant pies, and other delicacies. The table was full of jugs with mead, kvass, and other drinks. The owners of the village literally shoved food into their friends' mouths with sincere care and hospitality, treating them to various delicacies. Leon felt full and a little sleepy. His stomach was pleasantly full of delicious food, and his head was spinning from the drunk wine. After the festive dinner, Leon asked the elders of the village where the nearest teleport was located. The man kindly said that they should go east. The sudden noise and shouting made the friends turn their heads sharply. A gasping man ran up to them. His face was full of terror and anxiety. "Bandits! Bandits again!" he shouted. The elder gave the order to prepare immediately. The faces of the people reflected confusion, because such events happened often. Leon, not restraining his curiosity, asked if they often had to face such danger. The answer sounded depressing. The bandits had been terrorizing the village for several months. The man said that a few months ago, the inhabitants of the village began to disappear. They were looking for them, but could not understand the reason. But then the bandits appeared and said that they were kidnapping the inhabitants of the village and informed that they would return the people in exchange for money and resources. The man lowered his head and angrily said that his sister had also disappeared. But unfortunately, he could not bring her back. Leon immediately headed in the direction where the bandits were spotted. The man asked where he was going, because it was dangerous. Leon only replied to the man that this was a good opportunity to thank them for the kind reception. One of the bandits stood in the middle of the village, surrounded by men led by the village elder. But the bandit was much stronger than them and easily scattered them in different directions without feeling any strain. He approached the elder of the village and, calling his start, asked if he would resist until the end. The elder answered that they would rather die than be slaves. The thug started laughing and immediately swung his sword in preparation to kill the man. At that moment, Leon appeared behind him and using his sword cut off the bandit's head. The elder could not believe his eyes because he had already said goodbye to life. The man was very impressed by Leon's strength. Leon looked sternly at the bandits and asked them who else they wanted to get from him. Bandits were not jokingly scared, but asked their leader what they should do now. He immediately gave the order to run away. Terrified screams of the thugs cut the air as they ran for their miserable lives. Leon approached the leader of the bandits and sternly asked where they kept the locals they stole. The leader of the bandits begged Leon to save his life and said that they immediately sold the inhabitants of the village, but he did not know where they were taken next. Leon threw his terrible look at the bandit and asked, "Is that all he knows?" Bandit said that there was another person who contacted them a few months ago. This person asked to find people for him. For men and women, he gave 30 gold each. The stranger was wrapped tightly in a robe, and his face was hidden by a shadow. But even through the thick cloth, one could see that this man's figure was thin. Leon understood that this person was not from this continent. An elder approached him and thanked the boy for his help. Leon said that he was welcome and asked him one question. He told the elder that he had never been told where the intercontinental teleporter was. The man pointed his finger to the east and told that by this road, Leon would be able to reach a big city on their continent, where he would find what he was looking for. They arrived at a large city called Mantian. It had beautiful architecture and was quite crowded. It was like a real capital. Unexpectedly in the crowd, Leon saw his team. They began to share the latest news. They told you that after they escaped, they found out that they were on Hongman continent, and the only teleport here was in Mantian City. So they immediately decided to wait for them here. They led to the teleport. Suddenly, Leon heard the disgruntled voice of Leia, the spaceman. Leon approached the girl and asked, "Is there not enough money?" He thought that the amount was not very serious. But when he went to the ticket office, he saw a figure of 600 million. Leon was shocked. The woman in charge of tickets said that they can pay with valuables. Leon immediately crawled into his spacious storage room and pulled out a couple of dozen boxes, for which he dumped them on the table and asked how much it would cost. After looking at Leon's things, Zika said that it can be exchanged for 15 million magic crystals. On the central continent, it cost no more than 3 million. The woman explained that the monsters of the central continent were very valuable in their continent, and the transportation of these materials was very expensive. Leon asked if the materials from the Hong Kong continent would be very expensive in the central continent. The woman confirmed his words. Leon immediately smelled the money and told Leah that they would not be coming back yet. She was displeased and asked him what he was up to again. But he would be incredibly happy because he imagined how much money he could earn here. It was the office of the head of the Heaven clan. He asked Aaron if they managed to take the artifact from Leon. The guy whom Leon cut down in the cave asked the head of the clan to let him go and promised that he would definitely catch up with Leon and take the artifact from him. The head of the clan said that he should not worry about the artifact because he still needed experimental materials. The guy was happy and said that in this case, he would go in search of Leon, feeling that he managed to avoid punishment. But the head of the clan smiled and said that he should not go in search, because he will be the material for experiments. The man began to shout and beg the head of the clan not to do this. Aaron turned to Cassius and said that Leon had been spotted in the city of Mantian, and he needed a team to search for him. Cassius replied that this time he would entrust it to Chloe. Aaron wanted to object, but the clan head interrupted him and ordered him not to spoil his mood, threatening that otherwise Aaron's whole family and he himself would send him to the operating table. It was a mysterious forest from the Hongman continent. The two hunters walked among the trees and were surprised that no beast was seen today. One of the hunters said that usually there were a lot of animals, but today it was empty. The other offered to go deeper into the forest. First, the hunter immediately reminded him that 2 years ago, about half a dozen people of the rainbow crystal level went in search of an enchanted butterfly, and after a few days they all returned, but soon lost their minds. The whole story made them go back and not try their own fate. Meanwhile, the real reason for the absence of animals was Leon. He and Leah were in the middle of a clearing where the carcasses of local animals were scattered everywhere. Leon shoved them one by one into his spacious storage and said that when he returned to the great continent, he would sell them for a handsome price. Suddenly, a monstrous demon-like creature emerged from the darkness. Its majestic size and terrifying appearance made the blood freeze in the veins of the uninvited guests. The beast probably expected that its appearance would frighten or even allow it to feast on surprised travelers. This monster, to his misfortune, visited Leon himself. Wasting no time, Leon rushed after his prey, his eyes burning with the excitement of a hunter. The animal, sensing the danger, rushed to run away with all its might, realizing that it had made a serious mistake by appearing on this territory. However, this monster possessed a terrible gift. He knew how to create illusions, and Leon, not suspecting a trick, fell into his cunning trap and jumped off the cliff. Leah rushed to the edge of the chasm, desperately trying to grab the falling boy, her fingers skimming through his clothes, unable to keep up with his rapid fall. The last thing Leon saw before the darkness engulfed him was Leah's face. It had a strange, almost triumphant expression on it, as if she were silently saying, "At last you are destroyed." Leah moved away from the chasm and laughed loudly as if rejoicing in her sinister plan. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind her. It was Leon. He used his wings and flew out of the abyss, wondering why the ground suddenly disappeared from under his feet, but quickly guessed that it must be a monster that has the ability to create illusions. Leon immediately said that these monsters must be worth a lot of money and asked his girlfriend where he ran to. She pointed to his bunk and Leon immediately rushed to catch up. Leah was behaving very strangely and looked angry. Something was wrong with her, but it is not yet clear what exactly. Suddenly her mood changed again, as if it was not Leah at all, but someone else, the Groat girl Alice, and was trying to find her friend. When he ran after the monster, she lost Zora from the field and got lost. Suddenly she saw Leon. He was leaning against a tree and seemed to be seriously injured. She excitedly asked him what happened and who injured him. Leon explained that it was the animal, but convinced her that everything was fine with him. He said that he knows where the beast ran. They can catch up with him, but it seems that it was a trap. Leon said that this beast is very careful, and Leah should go the first step to attract his attention, and Leon will block the beast's way to retreat at this time. Leah immediately rushed towards the beast, but while she was distracted, Leon pulled out a sword. He was very close to the girl and swung his sword to deliver the final blow. Leah used the iron play technique, delivering a powerful energy strike. This powerful attack flew straight at Leon. He screamed in pain and immediately fell to the ground. She stood in a fighting position and declared that he was not the real Leon, but only his double. The doppelganger asked the girl how she was able to guess about it. Leah replied that it was not difficult to do if you use your brains. The girl said that this animal would not be able to injure Leon in any way, even if he stood still and did not move. The body of the double began to dissolve in the air. Then he said that they would still not be able to escape from here. After the illusion disappeared, Leah also thought that it was necessary to find Leon and immediately tell him everything. Meanwhile, Leah's doppelganger started molesting Leon. The guy got scared but didn't know what happened to his girlfriend. She crawled to him with a wild cat and said that her body was on fire and that he should help her. Lon was shocked and screamed in terror, begging his friend to calm down, but she could not be stopped. She almost climbed on top of him and began to rub against the boy with her body. Her eyes glowed with a strange violet light. It was very difficult to resist this light, but it had a kind of hypnotic effect. In the end, the boy could not resist and succumbed to her charms. Their lips almost caught in a kiss. Suddenly, Leon heard a loud scream. It was the real Leah. Then she rushed to the boy with all her might, trying to stop it all. She gave the doppelganger an extremely powerful blow, saying that he had no right to use her body. From this blow, the illusion immediately lost its head. Leon was shocked, because there were two Leahs in front of him, and one of them took the other's head off. She started yelling at the boy, but said it was an illusion, calling him a fool. Leon was still trying to come to his senses, while Leah explained that this illusion can affect hearing and vision, but it was clear that if you hit them, then they will not be able to keep their form. Leon looked regretfully at the illusion that was dissolving, and said that he wanted to be satisfied at the end of his life. Suddenly, a demonic butterfly appeared in front of them, and she said that in that case, she would have to destroy them with her own hands. She rushed to attack her friends with hatred, promising to tear them to pieces. Leon nimbly evaded the attacks of the demonic butterfly. His movements are quick and clear, like a dance. But Leon was not alone. On the other hand, Leah pounced on Metalik. Her movements were like a whirlwind. Metalik did not even have time to blink an eye when she received a devastating blow, which threw her far to the ground. The butterfly, wheezing, rose from the ground. Its body was mutilated, and its wings were tattered. But her face shone with a strange smile, full of contempt and cruelty. "You really are that stupid, people," she hissed, her voice full of venom. It was an illusion again. A butterfly, like a shadow, appeared behind Leon, clutching a sharp sword in her hand. Her eyes were burning with rage, and an ominous smile shone on her face. Leah, seeing Butterfly behind Leon, hoarsely shouted a warning, but her voice was drowned in the noise of the battle. She rushed forward, hoping to deflect a blow from her friend, but it was too late. Leon's shadow, like a ghost, blocked the path of Butterfly's sword, stopping it centimeters from his friend's neck. "You are really strong, boy," she hissed, her voice full of venom. "But you can't beat me. No one can." And with that, she dissolved into thin air. Suddenly, with a strange hiss, the butterfly began to dissolve in the air. Her body turned into a raging purple cloud that swirled around Leon and Leah. Leah, not understanding what was happening, took a step back, but the cloud pulled her into it like a whirlpool. The wings lifted Leon into the air, saving him from the purple cloud. Wasting no time, he rushed into the sky, looking for Li Yu. "Your girlfriend is still alive, but now she belongs to me." With those words, the cloud dissolved, and in its place appeared many illusions of copies of Metalik that surrounded Leon. "I used her to create these images," continued Metalik, her voice echoing from all sides. "You have one chance," the voice of the butterfly rang out to the boy. "Guess which of these illusions is your real girlfriend. If you are wrong, I will kill you," said the butterfly with a laugh. Leon rushed at the illusion, his sword glinting in the sun, but his movements were restrained by the fear of making a mistake. One of the illusions appeared behind him and said that if he wants to survive, he had better forget about Leah. The butterfly struck Leon with a powerful blow. The boy did not expect such a jump and flew back, falling to the ground with a loud groan. Leon, barely alive after being hit by the butterfly, got up with the last of his strength. His body was covered in bruises, and blood was oozing from the wound on his chest. He staggered, barely able to stay on his feet. Suddenly, Ada, his little queen of darkness, appeared in front of Leon. She seemed to grow out of the darkness, her glowing eyes burning with rage. Without a word, she rushed towards the butterfly. Her body turned into a vortex of dark energy. Leon, freed from the pain and darkness, smiled at Ada. "Finally, my little daughter is back," he said, his voice full of happiness and relief. The butterfly was confused and could not understand why the Queen of Darkness obeys Leon. In an instant, all of the butterfly illusions were destroyed at once. Ada was able to do it with just one look of hers. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the sky. It was Leah. She was unconscious, freed from the captivity of the butterfly illusion. She fell straight to the ground, tried to pick up the butterfly with the words that this girl still belongs to her. Suddenly, Ada flew up like a bird of prey and grabbed the butterfly by the throat. Depriving her of the opportunity to breathe, Leon, who had been watching the fight all this time, rushed to Leah's aid to keep him from falling to the ground. Caught in Ada's tight grip, the butterfly struggled wearily, desperately trying to breathe. Its wings, once so beautiful and delicate, now fluttered piteously, and hoarse pleas for mercy escaped its lips. Leon, who was standing nearby, coldly observed this scene. His gaze was stern, and his face showed no shadow of compassion. "She does not deserve to live," he said his verdict. Suddenly, Ada turned into her true form. Her eyes shone with happiness, because she had dreamed of this meeting for so long. Leon was touched to the core, gently caressed his daughter, and thanked her for her help. Ada looked at Leah, who was lying unconscious, and asked Leon if she was her mother. Hearing this, he was very embarrassed, and told his daughter not to speak so loudly because Leah had already come to her senses, after which he ordered his little fairy to return to the locket. Leah, still swaying from dizziness, looked in amazement at what was happening around her. She could not understand what had happened. "Did that terrible butterfly swallow me?" she whispered, barely audible. Leon proudly said that everything was fine, and he destroyed the butterfly, after which he immediately received a powerful blow from Leah, doing several spins in the air. Leah thought it was an illusion again, but Leon explained that it was the real him, and now everything is fine. Leah apologized to the boy for a long time after that for this blow. They continued to walk through the forest. Suddenly, they heard some strange sounds. Leon grabbed Leah's hand, saying that they should hide. A truck was driving through the forest at high speed, but everything was fine. There were bandits behind the wheel. A terrible scene unfolded before his eyes. A young girl was tied to a truck rumbling down a dirty road, and bodies were lying in the trunk. Leon and Leah decided to follow them because they were people from the Sky Clan. Following the car, they saw a terrible picture. These bandits were throwing people's bodies into the abyss. There were thousands of these bodies. Leon remembered the words of the man of the village where they were. Then he said that the residents began to disappear one by one. Leon's heart burned with rage. He couldn't believe it. He was filled with a thirst for justice and revenge. One of the bandits, with a disgusting smile on his face, dragged the girl to the edge of the abyss. Her body trembled with fear, and her eyes were full of terror. "How do you like the view?" the bandit mockingly asked. "Do you like the view that opens from here?" The girl could not answer. Her throat was constricted by a spasm of terror, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Leon appeared in front of the bandit. His eyes were burning with anger, and his face showed determination. "Your heavenly clan is nothing but a hellish concentration camp," he thundered, "and it deserves to be destroyed." Bandon said that this was the Forbidden Zone, and he had no right to be here. Asking Leon who he was, Leon said that he didn't need to know because he was going to kill the bandit now. The freak, wasting no time, rushed at the boy. He shouted that he must have mixed something up and that Leon would now have to pay for his words. He easily dodged his blow, which greatly surprised the bandit because he considered himself invincible. Leon, with lightning speed, dodged the bastard's blow. He grabbed his hand, squeezing it with such force that the bandit screamed in pain. The members of the Heaven clan immediately rushed to help their leader, but Leah stopped them better. Leon approached the bandit and said that he must answer his question, otherwise he will break all his bones. The boy looked at the terrible abyss that opened before him. His eyes were horrified by the number of bodies lying scattered at the bottom. "What happened to these people?" he whispered, turning to the bandit. The bandit shrugged his shoulders, but said that he did not know and had only heard rumors about the terrible experiments conducted by the head of the clan. Leon asked where their experimental base was located. The clan member replied that he did not know that. Leon stood up and said that he was of no use. He began to approach the girl holding a dagger in his hands. She was very frightened again, but the boy only freed her from the ropes. Leon and Leah left them and then left. Her dear girl, with tears in her eyes, quietly thanked her rescuers. They left the dagger with this girl. Her hand reached for the blade. The thug saw it, horrified, and asked what she was doing. These were the last moments of his life. He screamed with horror and pain, but it was what he deserved. The friends talked about what they saw. Leon said that you don't know what the Heaven clan was up to, but it was crazy and it was very dangerous to stay here, and sooner or later they would start hunting them. Suddenly, something exploded under the feet of Leon and Leah. The force of the explosion threw them into the air, and stones and dust fell around them. Leon, with incredible speed and dexterity, managed to grab Lee and fly on his wings. He saw in front of him several guns aimed at him, and said that it seemed that everything started faster than he expected. A volley of shots rang out again, shells whizzing over Leon's head. Trying to hit him, he dodged with all his might, using all his knowledge of martial arts and acrobatics. He used the Hellfire technique to strike back and destroy the cannons. Suddenly, he saw a figure coming out of the forest. Leon recognized her as an old acquaintance and asked if it was her again. It was Chloe. Leon asked if she wanted to finish him off again. Chloe replied that she just wanted the artifact back. The boy immediately summoned his Legion of Shadows and said that she could try to take the artifact if she had enough strength. Leah, wasting no time, took out a dagger and rushed into the attack with lightning speed. Her movements were clear and precise because she possessed the art of combat no worse than Leon. Shadows, still hiding in the darkness, rushed to meet her to protect their master. A fierce battle ensued. Leah fought with incredible fury, her dagger glinting in the darkness, deflecting the shadows' attacks. Shadows, although they did not possess human strength, were agile and dangerous, but the girl successfully resisted them. Eventually, she managed to clear her way, and she found herself right in front of Leon. Approaching the boy, she used her mental attack, and Leon and Leah were momentarily immobilized. The girl struck a powerful blow, and her blade sank into the flesh. But it was the body of the shadow that protected its master. After Chloe was hit back by the shadow and screamed in pain, Leon looked at the girl, then asked if this artifact was worth her life. The shadow touched Chloe's throat, and a delusion appeared in her head where she remembered the words of Cassius. He ordered to find a way to take the artifact from Leon, otherwise her parents would end. These memories, like lightning, tore through the darkness of pain and fear that engulfed her. For what she fights, and she broke free from the hands of the shadow. Leon warned Leah not to interfere and he would handle this issue on his own. He knew Chloe was a strong opponent and didn't want Leah to risk her life. A terrible sword fight began between Leon and Chloe. Every movement was sharp, fast, and deadly. Their blades flashed in the dim light, sending off sparks as Chloe gritted her teeth and fought furiously. Chloe, disheartened by the previous attacks, decided to use her mental attack weapon again against Leon. But this time her plan failed. Leon, anticipating her actions, used the mirror defense technique. This technique allowed him to deflect mental attacks, returning them back to the one who sent them. Chloe, not expecting such a turn of events, felt how she lost her weapon. Leon rushed through the girl. She thought he was going to cut her in half, but he intentionally missed with a sword blow. She could not believe that she was still alive, and asked why Leon left her life. She knelt in front of him. Leon replied, "If he destroys her, their varsity team will never forgive him for it." Leon said that they were still waiting for her return. Joy flashed through her like lightning, giving her hope for reunion and forgiveness. But that moment of happiness quickly faded, giving way to fierce anger. Her eyes widened in surprise as Leon placed the dream artifact in front of her. It was something for which she risked her life, lost loved ones, and made unheard of sacrifices. It was hard to believe that it had finally happened. Tears of joy welled up on her eyelashes, and her heart was pounding as if it was about to burst out of her chest. Leon, leaving her, said that he could not understand why she valued this item so much, why it was so important to her that she risked everything. Suddenly, she turned to Leon and asked if she could help him solve the Heaven clan's poisoned needle problem, and promised to return this artifact to Leon when it was all over. Leon said that it was not necessary, but advised her to return to her head as soon as possible, and regarding the artifact, he would return it himself. He had a plan, and Ada was hidden inside this cauldron, which was waiting for its time. When Leon returned to the city, they saw a crowd of people gathered around a man who seemed to be there to take a job to get money. Leon loved cashing in on such things, and immediately rushed to make his way through the crowd. Leah asked glumly what he was up to. Leon smiled and replied that it looks like there is a good opportunity to make some extra money. When Leon climbed into the middle of the crowd, there was a man standing there, holding a portrait in his hand. He said that whoever catches this guy can get 100 million reward in the local palace. Leon started laughing loudly because this guy in the portrait was very funny and ugly. He showed this photo to Leah and said that it looks like we need to catch this loser in the photo. Suddenly, handcuffs closed on his hand. The man said that Leon was on the wanted list, and he did not expect that he would be able to catch him so easily. Leon began to shout and say that this man is completely blind, because this bastard in the photo does not look like him at all. But Leah, barely restraining her laughter, said that it seems that it is really Leon. Because of this, the guy was very upset and even began to doubt his attractiveness. The man said that it was fine to chat and pulled him by the arm, saying that he should follow him. The man was about to drag him to the palace when he suddenly noticed that Leon slipped out of the handcuffs. Leah grabbed him like a toy and said disgruntled that she was tired of saving him from trouble. They could not understand how the boys managed to slip away. But then it became clear that people's hands were too thin, and these handcuffs were intended for their people, who had massive wrists. The local police immediately rushed to look for the fugitive, but they could not find him anywhere. Leon seemed to dissolve in the air. Leon and Leah were able to hide from the pursuit by dressing up in costumes of fabulous animals. Leon said that they had to get out of here. Leah asked where exactly because there were wanted notices all over the city. Leon, why do they have to go to the palace and deal with everything? Because they painted him very ugly, and he is very angry about it. At this time in the meeting room of the Finger, the two men were discussing the news about the search for Leon Mun. They had heard about him and that he was a very famous person in the central continent, but they did not believe that he was somehow related to the recent disappearances of people. The man in the blue scarf was the governor of the city, and they received a bunch of anonymous letters with grievances. The governor opened another letter in which Leon was accused, who said that even if it was true, they still needed to catch him to find out about everything personally. Suddenly the door opened and a kitten and a puppy walked in. The dog sternly asked who was in charge here. Leon took off his mask and sat down at the table, sternly saying that he had a serious conversation with them. The governor and his assistant were shocked to see Leon. They couldn't believe that he came to them so easily. The assistant immediately ordered the guards to arrest him. The governor ordered the assistant to calm down and said that they had a good opportunity to discuss everything. He informed Leon that he was accused of kidnapping people and that he conducts terrible experiments on them using forbidden spells. But he doesn't know if it's Prada, said the governor sternly. At this time, Chloe was sitting in her room crying. A photo of her happy with her university friends could be seen on her nightstand. A man entered her room and said that the bishop's assistant wanted to see her. Meanwhile, the conversation between Leon and the governor continued. The man assured the boy that they did not want to accuse him in vain, but that he should cooperate so that they could investigate. Leon's aura ignited with fire, and he asked the governor what would happen if he refused to cooperate. The man replied that in this case their methods would be more brutal. At the same moment, security appeared in the office and surrounded the boy. One of the guards tried to grab the girl, but Leon stopped him, saying that he does not advise him to do so. The guard immediately felt Leon's aura. He got scared and realized that he had no chance in the battle with this guy. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the guards. This figure said that he wondered why no one came to greet him. The guards were extremely impressed by the appearance of this man. They called him the Young Lord. It was the head of the Lindor barbarian clan. He said he immediately felt a strong aura of Leon and came to say hello. Leon said that his powers were amazing, and he even managed to get inside the palace, after which he added that he was also very happy to meet him. Leon and Lindor had become good friends since the days of intercontinental competition, and this was a good opportunity to meet in a friend's homeland. Lindor hugged his friends and invited them to visit, saying that he had good wine, but the governor and his assistant did not want to let him go, saying that this guy could be connected to the disappearances of people. The barbarian sternly looked at the governor and asked, "Do they want to say that his brother is somehow involved in this?" The governor replied that this was a very serious matter, and if Lindor did not show obedience, they would have to take measures. Lindor called the governor his uncle and said that he has some power, but he should know his place. Lindor reminded his uncle that he was the heir of the barbarian clan and was to become the future leader of the continent, and warned that if he was going to attack him, he better think twice about it. He put his hand on Leon's shoulder and said that this is his friend who will become a great man in the future, but he was not capable of such terrible things of which he is accused. Lindor said that they would not be able to find evidence against Leon because he was definitely here for nothing. Leon now turned to the governor and said that he had come. It was not for nothing that he had something important with him. The door of the office of the head of the Heaven clan opened and Chloe entered. Cassius looked at her and smiled and asked if she had brought what she promised. She placed the cauldron on his table. Cassius was very surprised to see that the artifact was intact and said that she did a great job. Chloe gave him a stern look and asked where her family was, unable to stand him any longer. He told her to calm down and added that she would see them soon, but warned that they looked a little different than before. She angrily asked him what he meant. He said that she must have seen his army of bloody zombies. She immediately remembered those terrible creatures that she saw in the capsules of the secret laboratory in the forest. He smiled and said that he did not remember the numbers of the capsules in which her family members were, and offered her to look for them herself, if, of course, she could recognize them. Hearing this, Chloe felt as if the ground was slipping from under her feet. Her heart was pounding with terror. She felt a strong weakness, and her legs stopped obeying, and she fell to her knees. Everything began to float before her eyes, and she felt her heart being squeezed in a vice. Cassius laughed and said that it looked like, "This is what a nervous breakdown looks like." He said that he wanted to share and told that even when her parents were in capsules, they constantly begged him to spare their daughter and let her live. He came closer and whispered in his ear that the 8-year-old boy begged him more than anyone, and added that he really liked the way he screamed in pain. After which he went to her and said that she could take some kind of a job that would keep her alive. Besides, her family was able to entertain him well. Chloe felt as if she had entered hell. She could barely breathe in terror, thinking about betraying her friends and attacking her mentor, but still losing her family. She grabbed the pod with her hands and squeezed it with her fingers so as not to lose consciousness. After which she decided that she had lost and deserved to be destroyed. She made a mental attack on Cassius, after which she immediately attacked him with a blade in her hands. At this time, Lindor loudly hit the table after hearing Leon's story about the Heaven Clan, bandits, and the abyss where they dumped bodies. He is extremely angry and said that he is declaring war on the Clan of Heaven and promises to destroy them all to the last. The governor interrupted him and asked if Lindor understood how powerful the Heaven Clan was and how much influence the clan had on their continent. The governor said that this pit of corpses is not proof that it was the work of the Heaven Clan, and they cannot declare war on them without strong evidence. He also added that even the authority of Leon Moon and his testimony do not give them the right to accuse the heavenly sect of these crimes. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind them. Someone shouted that Leon was telling the truth. In the governor's office, there were residents of one of the villages in which Leon was recently, and which he helped to cope with the attack of bandits. The elder called his granddaughter and said that she is ready to tell her story. The girl turned to the governor and said that she is ready to confirm that the Clan of Heaven kidnaps people. Friends immediately recognized this girl, and she could really testify to the truth of their words. Told that the boys were caught, and when she was hunting in the forest and in their truck, she saw many bodies of people who had been kidnapped from their village. Lindor was horrified when he listened to this story. The girl said that these guys were discussing their religion, but they kidnapped people to insert experiments on them. The people immediately began to clamor and demand revenge from the governor and the young lord. Leon turned to the governor and asked if he still wanted to stop them. The governor frowned, and clutching the fake letters in his hands, said that he agreed to declare war. Gurinator said that they needed to calm their emotions and asked where they should look for the secret laboratory of the Heaven Clan. Leon said that you shouldn't worry about it, but he knows where to find her. He smiled and said that his daughter knows more precisely. Leon sat in the waiting room with his team, his students begging him to give his consent so they too could help them. Leon said that it shouldn't be done and that the people from the continent could handle it themselves, and added that after taking them back to the city, he would check out their headquarters himself. Anita did not calm down. You said that they also want to try their hand at this task. Suddenly, Conrad heard someone's familiar aura. He got up to see who was walking there and was not surprised when he saw this person. Before him stood Chloe. She looked broken and devastated. She could barely stand on her feet, after which she could not resist and fell directly on Conrad. He immediately picked her up and saw that she was injured. Friends, noticing Chloe, immediately rushed to meet her. Their faces expressed genuine concern. Chloe held out her hand, and there was a needle in her palm, and she said that she promised to bring this thing for Leon. Exhausted, Chloe looked up at him, her gaze filled with exhaustion, but also relief. "I did it," she whispered, barely moving her lips. "I kept my promise." Leon's heart clenched in pain and longing. It was the same familiar, burning sensation he had already felt when Lynn lay before him. Conrad says everything will be fine. Chloe looks at him and calls him captain and asks if she can come back to the team. Friends silently surrounded Chloe. Their eyes were full of tears. They could not say a word, squeezed by a wave of emotions that overwhelmed them. Conrad clenched his teeth, trying to control his emotions. His eyes, usually so cold and impenetrable, filled with tears. Shaken by sobs, Conrad exclaimed, "Of course she can come back!" His voice, full of emotion, echoed in the silence of the room, startling his friends around him. There was a glimmer of peace in her eyes as she imagined the world, and how things could be if only for the wrong sword. Chloe closed her eyes and took a deep breath, imagining herself surrounded by the people closest to her. Her best friends and family were there, their faces beaming with smiles and their eyes filled with genuine love and support. She felt the warmth of their presence envelop her, giving her a sense of peace and happiness. After Chloe took her last breath, silence enveloped those who stood next to her body. A fierce battle was raging on the edge of the cursed forest. The entrance to the mysterious laboratory was defended by members of the Heaven Clan firing powerful cannons. Aaron was standing in the middle of the hangar, and a bunch of zombies were near him. Aaron turned to his master and asked if it was worth turning an entire continent against him for the sake of some sword. Cassius replied that this sword was a divine weapon, but it was that Vrate. According to legend, with this sword, the cursed god killed the old god and got his place. However, after defeating the old god, he cursed his sword and threw it into this world. Cassius said that to own this sword is the greatest glory that can exist. He held in his hand the artifact that Chloe had brought him and said that the collapse was almost complete, and now he would conquer the sword. The ritual began, and Cassius ordered Aaron to guard the entrance and not let in anyone who could hinder him. He said that he would use it to convert the flow energy from the blood zombies and convert the curse power into these creatures. He said that the sword is now under his control, and even if it has not been used for tens of thousands of years, this weapon has incredible power, and he was sure that he would be able to conquer him no matter what it cost him. Suddenly, bloody zombies could not withstand the power of the curse that you explode. Cassius understood that he should hurry. He ordered the sword to obey and accept his will. For a moment, Cassius thought that everything was almost done, until suddenly there was an explosion. Leon appeared before him and said that he came to return something. Cassius asked if it was Leon Moon. Leon, after confirming his identity, asked the man if he was indeed the deputy leader of the Heavenly Clan. He added that his visit was prompted by the death of his student. Cassius smiled and then said that if he came to take revenge for that girl, then he was too late. Leon smiled back at him much to Cassius's fright and said that he probably didn't know, but Leon had given Chloe this artifact on purpose to surprise him. He ordered Ada to leave, and she immediately appeared from the cauldron engulfed in a green glow, directing her energy directly at the zombies. The zombies began to explode, and the cursed energy began to flow back to the sword. After which, the sword seemed to hit Cassius with a powerful current, and he flew 10 meters away. Red liquid flowed from his eyes. He screamed in terror and pain and fell to the ground. Leon began to approach the cursed sword and said that many lives had been taken to obtain this sword, and it seemed that Cassius really wanted it. After which, he took the sword in his hand and said that he would not allow Cassius to take possession of this weapon. Leon wondered if the sword could possess the same power after some of its energy was absorbed by the Heaven Clan. He immediately received a notification from the system that too powerful energy was passing through him, and he might not be able to withstand this flow and be destroyed in a minute. The system recommended using Starspace to split this power. Leon immediately ordered the system to activate his Starspace. Leon immediately found himself inside the roster, feeling the powerful energy of the sword enveloping him, the air crackling with tension. He commanded the energy flow of the entire Starspace to receive this power and absorb it into himself. A vortex of energy erupted from the sword, swirling around Leon, enveloping him in a cocoon of light. As Leon completely absorbed the energy emanating from the sword, the glow suddenly faded. Leon, raising the ball above himself, suddenly felt his consciousness being attacked by an unknown force. It was like a sudden burst of pain that shot through his brain, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. His consciousness was absorbed by the dark energy, and his body seemed to be carried to the ground. At that moment, his team and friends burst into the laboratory. They wanted to help their friend. Leah saw Leon, who was chained to the sword. His eyes were closed and his consciousness was in another space. Anita said that he is trying to control the sword, and it cannot be touched now. Suddenly, I heard some disgruntled shouts. It was the deputy head of the Heaven Clan. His body shook, but he hissed through his teeth, asking how his body could become like this. But is the cursed energy destroying him from the inside? Cassius's body began to writhe and change under the influence of the sudden transformation. His skin turned red and sharp claws grew from his hands and feet. Fangs erupted from his mouth and his eyes blazed with a wild glare. He transformed into a horrible monster, a creature filled with rage and hatred. The terrible monster, full of rage and hatred, rushed at Leon, who was still in a trance. But his team of friends were ready to protect their leader and blocked the path of the monster. At this time, Leon was still in another dimension, his body floating through space. Suddenly, he saw a figure in front of him. Leon immediately felt that this man's aura and strength of energy radiated tremendous pressure. It was the cursed god. He said his sword was waiting for Leon and his power was ready to obey him. Leon seemed to communicate with the memories of this sword. Its power was limitless. Even the star was unable to absorb it. But in the end, this power will absorb Leon himself. Cassius was too strong to easily defeat the friends of people who tried to hinder him. He wanted to immediately take revenge on you for the fact that the boy dared to steal the cursed sword from him. Cassius began to slowly walk towards Leon, preparing to give him the fatal blow. Leah begged him to stop and not do it. He approached Leon, then his terrible claw came upon him, saying that the sword still belonged to him. Cassius's claws almost dug into Leon's neck until his mouth was cut by a sword. Cassius could not believe that someone had interfered with him again. It was Leon. He was holding his new sword, and apologized for being absent for a while. Leon looked at Cassius and said that this sword now belongs to him, and he is now its rightful master. He couldn't believe that this boy was capable of resisting his attack, and asked if he was able to understand the reference of the gods that was contained in this divine weapon. Cassius decided to attack Leon immediately so as not to give him time to strengthen his abilities. A fierce battle broke out between Leon and the horrible monster. Leon, armed with a sword that gave him great strength, struck the monster with unbridled fury. Summoning all his strength, Leon swung his sword and struck the horrible monster with a powerful blow, the blade cutting through the monster's thick skin. Summoning all his strength and rage, Leon leapt into the air and delivered a devastating kick to the horrible monster. His hammer-like leg slammed into the monster's chest, pinning it to the ground. Suddenly, in a moment of triumph, Leon felt a sudden pain wash over him. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, a stream of red liquid escaping from his mouth. Leon's vision began to fade and his body became weak. Cassius smiled and said that Leon had fallen into his trap. Leon realized that Cassius's blood was poisoned. The monster began to taunt him and ask how Leon was feeling, assuming that part of his body must be paralyzed. Cassius, approaching Leon, grabbed him by the sword with a strong hand. At that moment, the monster's body began to miraculously regenerate. The monstrous monster delivered a devastating kick to Leon, sending him flying sideways and hitting his back hard against a rock. Cassius, feeling incredible joy, clutched the long-awaited sword in his hands. His eyes were enchanted by the shine of the blade. Leon smiled and said that it would be better for Cassius to throw away the sword, but the monster did not listen to him. He was mesmerized by this artifact. Cassius, full of determination, turned to the sword, ordering him to release the curse, but instead of the expected result, he was overcome with unbearable pain. The body of Cassius was again covered by a wave of strange transformation. His muscles began to swell and pulsate, as if under the influence of an unknown force. This process was accompanied by excruciating pain that made him scream and writhe. It seemed that his body was about to explode. Leon was following the monster at this time. Leah approached him and told him to eat a pill that could stop the spread of the toxin. Leon stood up barely standing, still exhausted, and asked Cassius why he continued to do this and whether it would be easier to end his life and what. The monster smiled and said that Leon's biggest mistake was not destroying him while Leon had time, and now he won't have that chance again. Leon, feeling disgust, threw a cold look at Cassius. His words, uttered with contempt, emphasized his dislike for the new look of Cassius. Cassius, overcome with fury, rushed at Leon with incredible speed. His movements were lightning fast, and the blows were powerful, as if from an enraged god. This attack left Leon with no chance to think or defend. Leon could not keep up with him, and he was now weak. Luckily, the shadow came to his aid. Cassius smiled and said that his body was perfect and Leon couldn't beat him. Besides, he had powerful regeneration. The monster grabbed the sword with his hand, trying to wrest the weapon from Leon's hands. And while the boy tried to resist the beast, Cassius gave Leon a powerful blow to the chest. Leon understood that his power was really incredible, and he would not be able to win directly in a physical confrontation, so he called his shadows to help. But they too were powerless against this monster. Cassius easily dealt with them and then closed the distance, and gave Leon another powerful blow. Cassius's attack made Leon think. He realized that the true power of the cursed ball has not yet been revealed. There was a glimmer of hope that if he could awaken this power with the energy of the star space, he would be able to defeat the monster in front of him. Leon concentrated and tried to appeal to the power that was hidden in his star-shaped space. Cassius could not understand what the boy was up to, and believing that Leon was avoiding a fight with him, he decided not to risk it and hit the boy with a powerful energy blow. Leon screamed loudly in pain, and his friends were very scared because every moment could be his last. Cassius saw Leah in the crowd. He knew that this girl was dear to Leon, so he decided to destroy her, saying that now he will send her to hell, where she can meet her boyfriend. Something suddenly stopped him. Cassius received a powerful energy blow that threw him several meters away from the girl. It was Leon this time. He used the power of the sword to its full potential and with a smile said that now he is more ready. Cassius, full of cruel comfort, stretched his lips in a sinister smile. His words, laced with contempt, echoed in the silence. Now you will surely be destroyed. Suddenly, something changed, and the monster felt the mighty power of Leon, which suppressed his will and his own strength. Cassius watched Leon in horror, feeling fear grip his heart. The boy's speed was incredible, as if he was gliding through the air, surpassing even the fiercest wind. In a moment that seemed like an eternity, Leon struck Cassius with a series of lightning strikes. His fists and legs, like blurred shadows, turned into deadly projectiles that inflicted terrible wounds on the monster. Cassius, exhausted by the fierce battle, fell to his knees. His body, exhausted and wounded, ceased to obey his will. He could feel the energy draining away from him like sand through his fingers, leaving only emptiness and exhaustion, and his regeneration stopped working. Desperation engulfed him, and he began to hear the last words of his victims who begged him to spare their lives. He was surrounded by terrible screams. Thousands of tormented souls, freed from the darkness, merged into one terrible chorus, cursing his name. Their voices, like sharp blades, penetrated his consciousness, tormenting his soul. He could not stand it and shouted, saying that they dare not do this to him because he was their god. Cassius's body, once again distorted and monstrous, began to swell from the wounds inflicted on Leon. The monster, seized with rage, studied the terrible sounds of pain and anger. Leon, coming closer, scornfully looking at Cassius as he was about to give him the last blow and end him forever. The mutilated flesh of Cassius fell to the ground with a thud. The monster's last words, whispered through a groan of pain, sounded like a terrible admission of defeat. Leon looked at his reflection in the cursed sword, after which everything went dark, but he fell unconscious. Waking up, he saw in front of him his beloved friends, who were smiling and happy to see him. Leon asked them if they had decided to turn him into a mummy. His friends ignored his grumbling and said that they should immediately celebrate the victory. Leah, worried about Leon's condition, firmly ordered everyone to leave the room immediately. It was clear to her that after a grueling battle, he needed peace and rest to recover. At the time when Leah took care of his sleep, Leon, bound by bandages, tried in vain to free himself, not understanding why he was wrapped, because everything is fine with him. Next to his bed lay the cursed sword. He decided to touch it, but unexpectedly for Leon, nothing happened and his body was able to withstand its energy. At that moment, his friend Lindor knocked on the door of the room. He was happy to see that his friend was okay. Leon immediately asked if his continent stopped cooperating with the Heaven clan. Lin replied that they were done with. After all, his people destroyed and arrested everyone who was connected with the clan, after which Lindor asked Leon what their goal was, and was it all because of the sword? Leah, with a serious expression on her face, approached Leon, who was still lying in bed, and warned that she had bad news, and the trouble was just beginning.